Chapter 282 Magnet Mountain Range. The first location is not far away. About 3 kilometers away. The second location is quite far away. More than 15 kilometers away. And there are already insects searching for treasure in this area. The black and white cockroach tribe team of the neighboring country. In the early morning, after packing up, Bamboo took Baiju and Huang Wenqianzu and set off early to the first location first. As usual, Huang Wenqianzu held a spider silk roller and guarded outside. Bamboo and Baiju entered the fantasy maze. The distance is not far, and the crater is found about 1 kilometer deep. The big guy is about 3 meters high and 5 meters long. This cabinet should have been larger in size. It was torn apart by space turbulence, and only part of it was preserved. It is also divided into cabinets, single door, and electronic locks with dual identification of fingerprints and meridians. The electronic lock has been destroyed and cannot be opened. Number, ABHM419. A metal material with a comprehensive rating of A. Used for forging force equipment and interstellar battleships. Unfortunately, this is a primitive planet with 0 technological level. Even if it is opened, the things inside are useless. Worthless. Don't stay for long. Just leave. At the second location, the White Sephora Mountain Master of the Dow Mantis tribe is already waiting there. Under the introduction of the Red Bean Mountain Master, we already knew each other last night. After a simple greeting, we started to move. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master was guarding outside. Bamboo took Baiju into the fantasy maze. The distance was very close. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, we found a meteorite crater. It was still divided into cabinets. And the cabinet door was open to check the number, ABHM 437. No need to look at it. The sister version of the previous cabinet. The Space Force tore it apart, split it into 2, and fell more than 10 kilometers apart. The luck was not good, and 2 positions were missed in a row. Bamboo led Baiju out of the illusion maze. Seeing Bamboo enter and come out, Baihua Mountain Lord felt bad and asked again, Bamboo Mountain Lord, what's wrong? Bamboo said, it's that kind of lock. I can't open it. I knew it. Baihua Mountain Lord said disappointedly, I heard that locks similar to the box containing the Force Crystal are very difficult to open. And the Mantis King of the Golden Mantis Kingdom has to pay the price of his life. Yes, it's very difficult. Bamboo was also disappointed and asked, Baihua Mountain Lord, do you know other locations? Baihua Mountain Lord lowered his head and hesitated for a while, suppressed his mental power, and said, I know one. It's in the area I am responsible for. And I found it, and didn't tell anyone. I can also be sure that it contains force food. The cabinet is not very big. I originally planned to open it after the storm. Find 2 mountain masters. Move them out secretly. And find a golden mantis warrior to open it. The White Locust Mountain Master said, I know very well that the cabinet containing the force food is the easiest to open. And you only need to use metal sensing ability and mental power. Now, all the princesses of the Golden Mantis Kingdom have learned how to open this kind of cabinet. And several powerful Mountain Master level warriors can also do it. Bamboo silently made a judgment in his heart. This guy is very greedy. White Locust Mountain Master. How do you think it is appropriate to divide it? If nothing unexpected happens. There are 9 boxes in the cabinet. And I want 6. The White Locust Mountain Master explained. If you ask the Golden Mantis warriors to open this kind of cabinet, they will take 2 boxes as a reward. I will find 2 Mountain Master level warriors of the same tribe to help. And they will also take 2. I can get 5 myself. Looking for you to cooperate. There are only you and me. Of course I have to get more. Is it a box with force food? Okay. Bamboo said, divide it according to what you said. Go and have a look. The Baihua Mountain Master led the way. The distance was not far. Just 2 kilometers away. The cooperation was already proficient. Simple preparation. Bamboo and Baiju set off side by side. After walking only about 200 or 300 meters, they found the meteorite crater mentioned by the Baihua Mountain Master. The cabinet is not big. 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter thick. Exactly the same as the one in the Red Bean Mountain Range. With a unified standard. The distance is not far. And 3 Mountain Master level warriors can really slowly drag it out of the fog range. Double doors. 3 locks on the top, middle and bottom. Font number, DD418. Rareness rating D level. Metal among the metal enhancement capabilities. Transformation. Ability. Bamboo untied the spider silk tied to his legs, signaled Baizu to step back a little, and flames rose from his body, dispelling the colorful mist around him. He opened his mouth and spit out flames, burning the mist that invaded the mechanical lock. His tentacles were placed on the cabinet, and his toes waved the lock roller. About 10 seconds. All 3 locks were fixed. Begin to carry out. The Lord of Baihui Mountain is very familiar with the boxes containing force food. After checking the number, he immediately showed disappointment and said, the quality is not particularly high, and it is to enhance metal ability, which is not suitable for our Dalmantis tribe. Lord of Bamboo Mountain, you have awakened the metal ability. Do you want to buy it? Bamboo said, I want to buy it, but I don't have so many raw stones. Can I use boxes to offset it? I don't want any boxes. I only want 6 boxes of force food. Of course. The White Locust Mountain Master said, Master Bamboo, please help me hold the things first. I will take the food in the evening. I will take the opportunity to bring 2 little warriors to find you and transport the things away. Okay. Bamboo asked, Master Baihui, are you familiar with Master Hongno? The White Locust Mountain Master said, they are not far from each other. Bamboo said, at present, the force food is not easy to sell. You can keep it for me. When there are raw stones, I will come to you to buy them. Okay. The White Locust Mountain Master nodded and left in a hurry. There are only 9 boxes in total, 200 or 300 meters away. Bamboo and Baizu went back and forth 3 times to transport them all out of the maze. The Yellow Wave Mountain Master shook the tentacles, and the electromagnetic waves transmitted information. 3 Mountain Master level warriors came to help, carrying the things. He left in a hurry. The box containing the force food has a special structure and can keep it fresh. The current market value exceeds 10,000 raw stones, and it is not easy to sell. Divine product. Force food is rare and precious, with a comprehensive rating of D level. The price of a single piece is fixed at 200 raw stones, and a box of 64 pieces is priced at 12,800 raw stones. In just half a morning, the income exceeded 70,000 raw stones. This money is too easy to make. Right? Princess Day was jealous. The news spread, and the other warriors in the group were excited. Bamboo, can your compass be used? Princess Day was a little anxious. Baiyu raised his claws and rushed to answer. Something is interfering. Princess Day looked at Baiyu. From the test on the edge of the mountain, it seems to be usable, but it seems that something is interfering. I guess there is a magnetite vein nearby. Bamboo explained. The brain of bamboo rat warriors is naturally endowed with magnetic induction ability, similar to the magnet in the compass, which can identify the direction according to the geomagnetic field. Princess Day locked Baiju's head with her mental power, and was very curious. The compass is not small, but Baiju's head is not big. How can it fit in? Baizu was alert and covered his head with his claws. Bamboo continued to explain, it's different. The thing in Baiju's head is very small, more delicate, and more sensitive, so it can detect abnormalities. Baiyu and I will go in and try it. We will just try it near the mountain. Princess Day hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Banju was more anxious about whether the compass could be used. He made simple preparations and took Baiju into the fantasy maze. After passing through about 1 kilometer of barren flat land, the terrain began to tilt. And this was the legendary mountain range. The spider silk on the wheel outside had been released, and the spider silk on the wheel brought by Baiju began to be used. The maximum distance of 2-wheel spider silk is 3 kilometers, which means that the farthest you can go into the fantasy maze is 3 kilometers deep to search for treasure. Climbing up the slope, the jagged rocks gradually increased, and the road was difficult to walk. The spider silk connecting Bamboo and Baiju stumbled. Bamboo called Baizu, climbed onto his carapace, and carried it on the road. They walked in a straight line, and observed the compass every time they walked a certain distance. Strangely, the direction of the needle kept changing slightly. When they walked far enough, the needle that should have pointed to the south suddenly turned and pointed to the northwest. Checking the geology under the feet, the stones were hard and dark brown, and did not seem to be formed naturally. They must have been strengthened by the Zerg gods, who arranged the colorful maze using their earth and stone abilities. There must be a magnetic vein nearby, which affected the direction of the needle. Bamboo called Baiju back and left. Changed to another location. Ran 30 kilometers away in one breath. And tried again. There was still magnetic interference. This time, The needle that should have pointed to the south gradually tilted and pointed to the southeast. It can be concluded that it is a super large-scale magnetite mine with strong magnetic force that is causing trouble. Chapter 283 Edge Probing. Banbu. How is it? Princess Day asked. Can the compass be used? The Lord of Huangwen Mountain asked. Baiju replied, something is interfering. It can't be used. Princess Day and Lord of Huangwen Mountain were immediately disappointed. I can now be sure that there is a strong magnetic vein in the mountains, which interferes with the geomagnetic field in a large area. I know the approximate direction, and I will find it later. Banbu chose his words carefully and said, it's not that the compass can't be used, but it may be more troublesome to use. You must calculate the distance you have walked and have a general understanding of your location. The requirements are a bit high. Conceive a map framework in your mind. Keep your mind clear at all times. And remember your walking distance and walking direction. Banbu saw that Princess Day, Lord of Huangwen Mountain, and even Baiju were all at a loss, and sighed, let's go back first. I will explain slowly. In the evening, after eating and drinking, Princess Day summoned the warriors who participated in the treasure hunt. Banbu began to explain. He drew a line on the ground with his forelimbs and said, this is a mountain range, running north-south. He drew a small circle and said, this is the magnetic vein that the interference pointer points to. He drew a large circle and said, this is the interference range of the magnetic vein. Finally, he pointed to the position next to the straight line and said, this is probably where we are. First of all, the magnetic vein is fixed. Since we keep walking after entering, we are moving. So the pointer will keep changing direction. It's a bit complicated. After a tedious and detailed explanation, I looked up and found that everyone was drowsy. Princess Day, who was originally listening to the lecture with great interest, now had her antennae drooping and looked listless. The yellow-striped mountain lord said awkwardly, Banbu. I didn't understand. Can you tell me again? Banbu looked at Baiju. Banbu. Baiju's eyes rolled back. His 4 legs stiffened, and he fell on his back. Banbu asked, does anyone understand what I mean? No insect answered. Princess Day said, such a complicated thing. If there is a slight mistake, won't the insect be gone? Banbu. I think we should forget it. Let's continue to use spider silk. That simple method. To search deep into the mountains. There is plenty of time. No rush. Let's search slowly. Banbu thought back. Yes, even if he taught it. The IQ of ordinary insect warriors is very easy to make mistakes. And the consequence of a slight mistake may be getting lost in the mountains. Looking at Baiju, who is quite smart, he is also an idiot on this issue. Thinking about it carefully, Banbu was a little scared. If something went wrong, he would not find the treasure and would lose himself. Banbu finally said, forget it. The compass can be used at the edge. Don't throw it away. Just do as Princess Day said. Use spider silk. And take your time. If you want to go deeper with spider silk, you need several soldiers to act together. 2 roller spider silk. About 3 kilometers long. One section after another. So you can go further. Of course, this method is very inefficient. The next day began. Princess Day directed the soldiers to work. Banbu took the yellow-textured mountain master and Baiju, carrying the roulette wheel, walking around, constantly testing, and spent 3 days to locate the magnetic vein. The test found that there were more than one such vein in the mountain range, but it was very regular, with one vein distributed every 30 kilometers. It was obviously specially arranged to interfere with the geomagnetic field. When Princess Day learned about the situation, she guarded Banbu every day and did not allow it to take risks. Banbu himself was too daring to break away from the spider silk and rashly go deep into the fantasy maze. He was not idle. Every day, he took Baiju and dragged the spider silk into the maze, climbed up the mountain range at the farthest, familiarized himself with the environment, and collected various data information. Occasionally, he went to the nearby area to walk around and meet the treasure hunting teams of other insect races, and told them that he had awakened the 2 abilities of metal and fire, mastered the skills of opening boxes, and had the ability to open boxes in the maze. First, put the sign out, and it would be good to earn some manual fees. The owner of Hongdo Mountain and the owner of Baihui Mountain tasted the sweetness, asked around, and found several locations one after another. One of the valuable ones was a cabinet containing force food, with a comprehensive rating of sea level. which strengthened the ability of plants and trees. Bamboo was given 3 boxes, and he went directly to the black and white cockroach tribe, sold 2 boxes, and kept 1 box to take back to Utah to improve his strength. Wandering around, a month passed before he knew it. Unable to hold back, he ate the second brain-strengthening force food. After a night of deep sleep, he woke up in an unprecedentedly good mental state. He tried to use his brain power and deduce the exercises. His mood gradually became not so good. Assuming the brain computing power is 10. After the first force food is strengthened, it doubles directly to 20. After the second one, the effect is halved. Only 5 is increased, and the brain computing power reaches 25. And the effect is obviously attenuated. It is a very common phenomenon that the force food with the strengthening effect of soul and basic constitution has the best effect when eaten for the first time. And the effect will decrease if you continue to eat. Some types have obvious attenuation. Some types have not. Unfortunately, the brain-strengthening force food that Bamboo got is a particularly obvious type. Bamboo estimated that he could only eat 1 more at most, and the 4th one might be almost ineffective. More and more insect races with metal abilities have arrived at the Orchid Mountains. Bamboo can only open mechanical locks. In addition to the illusionary color barrier, many insect warriors have mastered this technology, especially in the Golden Mantis Kingdom, where a large number of warriors roam, take jobs everywhere. There are many competitors, and the business is very bad. Occasionally, an order is either a cabinet that cannot be opened or has no value. After a long period of no income and a not very comfortable life, Bamboo began to consider his future, either give up and return to Leju Peak to grow bamboo in peace, or spend a lot of money and venture into the illusionary color barrier. After a serious struggle, Bamboo took out 2 brain-strengthening force foods and gave them to Baizu to eat, and began to teach it advanced mathematics and physics knowledge, as well as some simple landing battle knowledge. Before he knew it, it was midsummer in May. Baizu was already smart. After 2 brain enhancements, his intelligence soared, his learning ability improved, and he quickly mastered all kinds of knowledge. His brain was more sensitive to geomagnetism, metal, force food, and raw stones. With the help of a compass and all kinds of knowledge, it would probably not be so easy to get lost. Right? Bamboo sent Baizu out to test the waters first. Baizu was timid and still didn't dare to leave the spider silk and go deeper. He kept going in and out of the edge, repeatedly testing, mastering his skills, and then going deeper little by little. Bamboo himself was more relaxed, lying outside the colorful maze, leisurely enjoying the summer sunshine. At noon, the scorching sun was shining. A team of warriors from the Red Blatten tribe, who entered the mist to search for treasures, hurried back. Coming back at this time, Bamboo subconsciously spread his mental power, swept it, and then jumped up from the ground with a start. Princess Day, who was lying leisurely not far away enjoying the sunshine, woke up at the same time. They looked at each other, rushed forward to greet the triumphant team. Princess Day, is this the box that contains the force crystal in the legend? A senior warrior holding the box asked. Princess Day snatched it, looked through it, and asked, Bamboo, do you think it looks like it? Yes, it is. Bamboo suppressed his mind, waved his tentacles, pointed at the earth and stone nest, and said, let's go in and talk. Princess Day waved her tentacles and said, you guys stay outside. The 6 red cockroach warriors immediately dispersed and stood guard around. Chapter 284, Deep into the Maze, 5th update. Bamboo, take a closer look at how to open it. No need to look. Just use the evil weapon to force the box open. Bamboo has already started to move his claws and dig out a spider silk bag buried in the ground. It contains a neutron gun and a magazine. The gun and bullets are combined. The safety bolt is pulled. The box is placed, and the electronic lock is facing the hidden lock position. And the gun is fired. After more than 10 shots, a hole is finally shot through the box. The metal power is activated, and the lock opens with a click. The lid of the box pops open a gap. Bamboo throws away the neutron gun, opens the box, and starts to count. The 64 crystal clear force crystals are well preserved. F.A. I'm rich now? Princess Day asked with a chuckle, feeling floating and a little dreamy. This planet ruled by insects is exactly the opposite of human society. What it lacks the most is force plants. But what it lacks is raw stones. A large amount of raw stones is needed to manage the territory. Among all the escorted goods, the force crystals, which were originally the cheapest, became the most valuable treasures on this planet. 64 force crystals, 6.4 million raw stones, 1 box. Overnight wealth. Bamboo calmed down a lot. Quickly put the force crystals into the box. Closed the lid. Used his metal ability. Carefully remade a secret lock that could be opened and closed by his metal ability. And then used metal to fill the hole shot by the neutron gun. Perfect camouflage. From the outside, the metal box looks intact. The metal ability is activated, and the box can be easily opened. Bamboo pulled down the safety pin of the neutron gun, and the gun and bullets separated, saying, "This evil weapon has little energy left. I'm afraid it can't open a box. But don't throw it away. Let's go to Jinjiang to look for it later. Maybe we can find a usable magazine." Princess Day shook her head vigorously, tapped the force crystal storage box with her tentacles, and asked, "Bamboo, are we leaving now? Send it back to Chijian County first? 1 box is not enough." "Keep looking," Bamboo said. "Things fall in a certain pattern. There may be more nearby." After that, he buried the box in the ground. Princess Day finally recovered and said, "Let Huangwen lie on top and guard. There are always foreign warriors visiting recently, and we must guard against their divine sense detection. We do need to send a warrior to guard, but not Huangwen Mountain Master." Ban said, "I think we can send Huangwen Mountain Master back to Chijian County first. Find more helpers to expand the search range. By the way, the most important thing is to bring the Liju Peak Rat King here." "Understood," Princess Day asked. "What about Yucha? That Sidit warrior is more powerful," Ban said. "Yucha is not good. It is only good at tracking living creatures. It is more sensitive to metals and minerals than bamboo rat warriors." In the evening, Huangwen Mountain Master, who went to the market to stroll, returned. Princess Day pulled it, gave a brief explanation, and set off overnight to return to Chijian County, with a huge fortune of 6.4 million raw stones. The other 3 Mountain Master level warriors dared not wander around anymore, and entered a state of alert, guarding all day long. Baizhu went out early, and came back late every day, entering the fantasy maze. Bamboo didn't know whether this guy was working seriously or cheating. So far, he only brought some broken armor, broken swords, unusable neutron guns, and exhausted magazines, all useless junk. Bamboo was a little restless after not having any income for a long time. The huge wealth of 6.4 million stimulated him, and made up his mind to go into battle himself. After a detailed preparation, he set off with Baizhu. He couldn't walk too fast. He tried to keep the span consistent with each step he took, and counted the number of steps he took, so that he could roughly calculate the walking distance. He calculated carefully, and then confirmed the direction according to the deflection angle of the compass. He climbed up the mountain. The average slope was about 40 degrees. The slope was about 1.5 kilometers long, and the mountain was about 950 meters high. After crossing the mountain, there was another barren plain. He continued to walk in a straight line, crossed the plain, and about 40 kilometers away, there was another mountain range. According to the description of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe, the width of the Misty Mountains was between 40 and 50 kilometers. Bamboo was very sure that after crossing this mountain range, the opposite side was the continent of 10,000 nations. He turned around and went back in a straight line to report his safety to Princess Day, who was guarding outside. Princess Day was still relatively relieved about this. Previously, Baizhu had no problem getting out of the spider silk and going in and out of the Misty Mountains every day. Baizhu's skills were taught by Bamboo, and he was taking Baizhu with him, so there was no possibility of problems. In the fantasy maze, the visual field is only 2 or 3 meters away. After Baizhu's brain was strengthened twice, he could sense metal materials about 8 to 9 meters away in the fantasy maze. Perfect cooperation. Bamboo focused on the journey, calculated the distance, held the compass in his forelimbs, and determined the direction. Baizhu stood on Bamboo's carapace, scanned left and right, and was responsible for detection. Squeak! Baizhu gritted his teeth to remind. He stretched out his left paw and knocked on Bamboo's carapace, knocking 7 times in a row, 7 meters to the left. There is something. Bamboo stopped, turned left at a right angle, and moved forward. The rocks in the fantasy maze have been processed by earth and stone power, and the hardness is extremely high. A private locker fell to the ground, leaving only a small crater. Because the locker was made of cheap materials, and was very thin, the corner that landed on the ground was deformed by the violent impact. Bamboo stepped forward and opened the drawers one by one. He searched and found that they were all garbage such as daily casual clothes. And they were used by female soldiers. Baiju jumped from Bamboo's back armor to the ground, pulled off the backpack on his back, and opened it. He was quick and stuffed everything into the bag. Bamboo shook his tentacles, patted Baiju's head, and signaled to leave. Squeak. Baiju was puzzled, pulled over a pink peaked cap, looked at it, put it on his head, and pulled over a pair of pink pants. After gesturing twice, he immediately understood the general purpose, lay on the ground, and was about to put it on his legs. Bamboo waved his tentacles and slapped Baiju's head hard, indicating that it was time to leave. Baiju quickly put on the pants, put on the backpack, and jumped on Bamboo's back armor. Bamboo suppressed his smile and continued on his way. In one day, it was just walking eastward, reaching another mountain range, then turning back and walking westward, straight in and out, convenient for calculation, preventing confusion and getting lost. Very stable. But in this way, the efficiency is still not very high, searching only on a straight line with a width of about 36 meters. Nothing was found for nearly 4 consecutive days. Bamboo dared not to be anxious. And he was not anxious. Other treasure hunting teams, using spider silk, could only cross the mountains and go 2 or 3 kilometers deep. The treasures that fell on the central plains of the 2 mountains were all his. When would he find them? It was just a matter of time. Squeak. Baiju gnashed his teeth to remind him, and tapped the bamboo carapace with his left claw 5 times in a row, 5 meters to the left. There is something. Turn left and go to check. A soldier's body and armor. Very miserable. The head is completely gone, and the 2 calves and 1 arm are missing. Check the number on the chest of the armor, and don't recognize it. Bamboo mourned for this unfortunate stranger for 2 seconds, took off the dagger on his thigh, the neutron gun, and the magazine on his waist. Baiju quickly put them into his backpack. Check the compass. Turn right. Step by step return to the original path, and continue to move forward. Walked about 2.5 kilometers again. Squeak. Baiju gnashed his teeth to remind him. The sound was intense and urgent, and the right claw tapped the bamboo carapace hard, knocking more than 10 times in a row. Bamboo stopped and didn't move immediately. Stupid. What does knocking more than 10 times mean? Baiju saw that Bamboo didn't move. Paused for a while, stretched out his claws, and knocked 14 times in a row. 14 meters away? How did you sense it? Bamboo was puzzled. Turned right at a right angle, silently calculated the distance, stared at the compass, and walked. A torn force crystal storage box. Falling rapidly, it was directly embedded in the rocks on the ground. Baiju jumped down, ran forward quickly, and dug out the broken box. The force crystals in the box were either scattered elsewhere or broken, and only 8 of them were well preserved at the bottom. Baiju's sensitivity to force crystals was more sensitive than metal. His eyes lit up, and he carefully took them out, put them in his backpack, and jumped onto Bamboo's back armor. Keep looking. The force crystal storage boxes are densely stacked in one compartment after another, and there is a high probability that there are boxes near the fall. Chapter 285 Large Debris in the Maze. Bamboo. You guys only came out after 8 days in this time. Are you lost? Seeing Bamboo appear, Princess Day finally felt relieved. I'm not lost. There are good things. I spent a few more days looking for them. Bamboo went straight into the earth and stone nest. Baiju carried a backpack on his back and held a spider silk bag in his claws. He jumped to the ground with some effort. After landing, he started digging a hole directly. Princess Day followed in. Seeing the situation, her eyes immediately locked on the spider silk bag, suppressed her mental power, and asked, "Good things?" "Yeah," Bamboo said, "a complete box of force crystals." Princess Day's tentacles trembled, and she said, again, "I got rich again? Hee hee. A small fortune." Bamboo opened the backpack and said, "There are 12 scattered force crystals." As he said, he took out a neutron gun and 2 magazines. Firearms cannot be used. The energy in the magazine was inexplicably exhausted. Baiju dug a hole and asked, "Bamboo, just hide it." "Hide it." Bamboo was a little depressed. "At present, there is a neutron gun that can be used. But there is no magazine, so there is no ability to open the box. It is very strange that the surface of the magazine is intact. Theoretically, the energy inside can be stored for 10,000 years. Why did the energy disappear completely? Baizhu took the box out of the spider silk bag and put it into the hole. He took out 12 force crystals from his backpack, pulled out a coat, wrapped it, put it in together, and buried it underground. After hiding the things, Baizhu felt at ease. He released his excitement and shouted, "Bamboo! We are making a fortune! Keep your voice down. This is just a small fortune. No future." Bamboo scolded and said lazily, "Eat something. Rest for 2 days. Let's continue." Then he was not so lucky. For a month in a row, he found things of low value. The best was 14 boxes of force food, 1 cabinet, a full 9 boxes, all of which were for strengthening water element ability. And the overall rating was F level. On this planet, F level force food is not as valuable as boxes. There are also 4 boxes of C level force food for strengthening earth and stone ability, and 1 box of B level force food for strengthening fire ability. All the things are stored, because a large number of force crystals are buried underground. Foreign warriors often come to visit. In order to hide from the insects, Bamboo spared no effort to move back all kinds of worthless garbage and pile them in the nest. He went deep into the fantasy maze again, and went back and forth between the plains between the 2 mountain ranges. After many times, he was thoroughly familiar with the environment and gradually became familiar with the actions. In order to improve efficiency and adjust the time, they no longer go out early and return late. Usually they search for 3 to 5 days in a row, and then come out once, eat, rest and recover, and then go back in. Squeak! Baizhu gnashed his teeth to indicate that he tapped the carapace of bamboo with his claws to indicate the direction. A crater. A large piece of spacecraft shell debris. Squeak! Baizhu continued to gnash his teeth and tapped the carapace to indicate that there was more ahead. Bamboo hesitated before moving forward. A small piece of debris failed to make a decent hole. Squeak! Baizhu kept gnashing his teeth to indicate that there was more nearby. Bamboo did not move forward according to Baiju's instructions, but returned to the starting point and headed east in a straight line. Along the way, Baizhu found something from time to time, but without exception, all of them were fragments. He encountered 2 boxes, which were indeed filled with useless metal materials. This is a densely populated area, and it is very likely that a large number of valuable things will be found at once. Bamboo was not in a hurry, heading east, turning west, and then turning east again, like plowing a field. He went back and forth to check one area after another. Squeak! Squeak! Baizhu gritted his teeth hard, but did not knock on the shell. What does this mean? Bamboo stopped, and his eyes could only see a distance of about 3 meters in front of him. The vision beyond 2 meters was still a blurry fantasy color. He was a little annoyed and didn't know what to do, waiting for Baizhu to provide more detailed information. Baizhu was anxious, scratching his ears and cheeks, jumped off Bamboo's carapace, took out the spider silk rope, tied one end to his waist, and the other end to Bamboo's forelimbs, leading Bamboo to walk forward. Is there a major discovery ahead? Bamboo suppressed his excitement, stared at the compass, calculated the walking distance and direction, so as not to walk too far and get lost. Passing by a meteorite crater, Baizhu didn't even look at it. Bamboo lowered his head and glanced, and found that it was a fragment, but didn't pay much attention. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly woke up. Something is wrong. He pulled the spider silk and forcibly pulled Baizhu, who was in a hurry, back. Looking back, the fragment was not lying in the meteorite crater. There are signs of movement. This place is close to the mountains on the side of the Wangua continent, and the ant race from the Wangua continent has been here. Baizhu also realized that there might be danger. Untied the spider silk rope, stretched out his claws, pointed in a direction, and jumped back on Bamboo's back. Bamboo locked the direction and continued to move forward. Along the way, there were gravels everywhere. It should be that there were super large debris falling down, hitting the ground, shock waves vibrating, and hard stones splashing. After walking about 220 meters, there was a slope crater in front. It was too big, and the scale could not be estimated. The stone ground with a hardness higher than steel could have created such a large crater. The fallen object was probably the relatively well-preserved wreckage of a spacecraft. Bamboo turned in circles on the spot, drew a circle on the ground with his forelimbs, and carved an arrow in the circle to mark the direction, turning the coordinates of this place into complex data information and storing it in his heart. He hung the dagger embedded with a compass on his leg and walked down the slope boldly. The crater must be circular. Even if you get lost inside, you can slowly search along the edge, find the circle mark, and then use it as a starting point to locate the direction to go back. The crater was not deep. After walking a distance, it was blocked by a tilted metal wall. That's right. Judging from the material, it was the hull of a warship, and it should have reached the wreckage. The effective visual range is too short to see the face clearly. It is close to the ground and has many fine silk threads. It is not spider silk. Bamboo cuts with his forelimbs. The toughness is not very good. It looks like a mark. The antennae touch lightly and capture the smell of a pheromone, a familiar breath, and then confirm that it is released by ants. There are many ant species, and their larvae can spin silk. The most common one is to spin silk to make cocoons and pupate. Bamboo immediately guessed the reason. There is an ant king of a certain ant species, and it moved the larvae of the ant nest out. The larvae spit silk to spread on the ground, and spread it to the location of the debris little by little, forming an ant path. In the Wangua continent, the size of the ant colony under the command of the powerful ant king can exceed millions, and each one is brave and aggressive. Not easy to mess with. Bamboo thought about it, and climbed up along the wreckage shell. About 300 meters away, an orange line mark was found. Looking carefully, it was the opening and closing gap of 2 metal doors. Following the gap forward, climbing for about 500 meters, and then saw the red arc mark. Walking along the arc mark, a big circle came down and confirmed that the circular hatch with a diameter of 600 meters. Bamboo was very familiar with it. The Luan K-704 transport spacecraft was designed with a total of 4 hatches of this style, specially designed for loading and unloading the force plants captured in the war. Walking back and forth in the red circle, searching carefully, soon found a row of red font numbers, Z0202. Continued to climb up to search. Soon found another hatch, Z0201. After 200 meters up, it reached the top, and the battleship was torn apart here, following the fracture. We also found the hatches Z0-203 and Z0204, but unfortunately they were torn and broken, and only half of them were brought. Walking along the edge of the top of the wreckage, Bamboo had a rough idea. This large wreckage was the end of the spacecraft, a special warehouse area, and all the plants were stored there. Is there anything alive? I remember that cabin number 1 carried a force plant at the level of a realm lord, the only realm lord level force plant willing to surrender during the battle in the Hephaestus galaxy. What type of strengthening effect? Endurance? Modify the 3-cell energy structure. Indirectly increase the total amount of cell energy storage. Realm lord level. Long lifespan is almost endless, and very strong. If the cabin is not damaged, it probably won't die. Right? I remember that there was a realm lord level warrior accompanying it, responsible for guarding. It felt like this, and there was no movement. It should be dead. Right? Bamboo felt a little uneasy, and followed the fracture position to enter the interior of the spacecraft to check the specific situation. Chapter 286, Fancy. Force plants at the cosmic level of life often have very tall trunks, so the cabins used to transport them are also designed to be particularly spacious, with special passages for human warriors to pass through. Bamboo entered the passage and walked along it. The hull fragments were inserted diagonally into the ground. The passage was also tilted downward, with gravity sensing, so there was no need to worry about getting lost. On the left side, cabins 3 and 4 were damaged, and the things must have been scattered, so there was no need to search. The main thing was to check cabins 1 and 2 on the right side of the passage. The hatch corresponding to cabin 1 was quickly found. The hatch was destroyed by powerful force, and there was an ant path made of silk threads on the ground, and everything that could be moved was emptied. Next was the guard room guarding cabin 1. The hatch was wide open, empty, and nothing was left. It seemed that this wreckage had long been looted by the ants, and it was completely looted. Continue down about 200 meters, and you will see the number 1 cabin loaded with the World Master level force plants. The hatch is closed. This hatch is a triple door design, fully automatic opening and closing, with the most stringent anti-theft system, which requires officer ID, palm divine vein pattern and somatic gene verification in turn. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to open it. If non-corresponding staff approach, the alarm system and defense system will be triggered immediately. But now is not a normal situation. This is just a fragment. The energy supply system is interrupted, and the backup energy is exhausted. If the metal ability is strong enough, you only need to use metal sensing to break several important mechanical components, and you can force the door open. After repeated tests, Bamboo can use metal ability to sense the internal structure of the hatch, and find several key nodes for opening the door. But he currently does not have the strength to destroy it. Going further down, the biological laboratory, guard room, and even the door of cabin 2 corresponding to cabin 2 were all violently destroyed. And the things inside were looted. It was not only the looting by the ants, but more by the human warriors on the spaceship. First of all, only human warriors with strength exceeding the star-destroying level have the strength to violently destroy the cabin door. Secondly, after careful inspection, Bamboo confirmed that there was not even a trace of the force plant carried in cabin 2, and it was impossible for the ants to move it so cleanly. There were also small storage cabinets in the cabin that were separately loaded with branches and leaves cut from the force plants. The doors were all violently opened, and the things inside were also taken away, leaving nothing behind. Bamboo guessed that the spaceship was stranded in the medium space for too long and no rescue was made. The surviving warriors ran out of materials. In order to survive, they began to violently demolish and take away all the available materials to survive. The surviving warriors should be hiding in cabin 1, the only one that remained sealed. If there were valuables, they must have been placed in cabin 1. Bamboo thought about it and estimated that there would be no valuable things left. At least the force food and force crystals would be consumed. And if things go wrong, the force plants would be eaten up. After changing his mind, a little hope ignited in his heart. That is a Realm Master level force plant. Who dares to touch it? If those surviving soldiers dare to use it to prolong their lives, even if they survive and wait for rescue, they will definitely be sent to a military court and sentenced to death. Not only will they die, but they will also be branded as harming the interests of the human race and die in humiliation. Maybe it's still there. Come back and try. Relying on gravity sensing. Return to the channel. Follow the channel upwards. Return to the top of the spacecraft wreckage, and then climb down the slope to return to the ground. Find the mark on the edge of the crater. Identify the direction, and leave directly out of the fantasy maze. After eating and drinking, rest for a night, and continue on the road. Bamboo is very familiar with the structure of the spacecraft. He knows that the cabins carrying small cargo such as force crystals, force food, and precious raw materials are adjacent to the large cabins carrying force plants. Theoretically, the probability of finding something of practical value near large pieces of debris will be very high. The area has been swept by ants, but it is definitely not as clean as the inside of the wreckage. Bamboo took Baiju and searched around this area. The round trip is long, and the backpack carries dried meat and food. After searching for 5 consecutive days, he went out to rest and replenish. There are quite a few things encountered, but the luck is very bad. All raw materials. After a month of busy work, nothing was found. Burying his head, he walked out of the fantasy maze depressed, thinking whether he should give up, change the pit, and change his luck. Bamboo! The familiar surprise call. Bamboo looked up and saw that the temporary nest made of earth and stone was crowded with red cockroach warriors. The one who called him was Haizeng, whom he had not seen for more than a year. Next to Haizeng was Dahuan Guorong. After he was promoted to the Mountain Master, the annual income of his territory slowly began to exceed that of the Red Cockroach King and himself. He would soon become the richest man in the Red Cockroach tribe. Why did he follow? There were also familiar insects, Kiju Mountain Master and Brown Fruit Tea, who ran over. Haizeng, Dahuan Guorong, Kiju Mountain Master, Brown Fruit Tea. Why are you here? Bamboo greeted. Dahuan Guorong replied, the Red Cockroach King asked us to follow him to gain more knowledge. Haizeng! Baiju shouted, jumping down from the spotted carapace. Baiju! Haizeng exclaimed again, staring at Baiju, looking a little surprised. The other new Red Cockroach warriors were also like this, all staring with their eyes wide open. The Rat King squeezed in, and his eyes were immediately attracted. Baiju wore a pink cap with the brim facing backwards. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, his body length reached 1.4 meters. wearing a light blue casual t-shirt, walking independently, just covering his hips. He had a belt tied around his waist, hanging 2 daggers, and a backpack on his back, with a sheathed sword inserted in the bag. He stood on his hind legs, standing on the spot, with his front paws on his waist, looking like a rat. When he walked, he twisted and turned, and the red pants inside were faintly visible, full of coquettishness. Baiju took 2 steps, and found that everyone was staring at him. He couldn't help but feel proud. He pulled out his sword with a clang, held it in his front paws, and swung it, performing a few sword techniques that Bamboo had recently taught him. There was another clang, and the sword was sheathed. Wow, wow, wow! There was a burst of exclamation and cheers. Baiju was even more proud. He shook his head handsomely. His head was a little small, and the cap that was already unstable flew out in a spin. Baiju, put away the knife and dagger. Don't wear them. Go play with Haizang and the others. But don't run around. Bamboo gave an order and asked the Rat King, "Is the Red Cockroach King here?" "We arrived yesterday." The Rat King said, "The Red Cockroach King and Princess Avocado are here. They are going to visit the Spruce Mantis King." Oh! Bamboo's mental power swept through the new group of Red Cockroach warriors, and was immediately disappointed. They were all young and strong warriors, either with the seeds given by God, or smart descendants loved by their elders. This is not a treasure hunt, but a sightseeing tour with the Red Blatant King. Bamboo took the Rat King a little further away. Bamboo, was that a sword technique that Baiju just performed? Yes. A simple fighting technique. A basic sword technique. The Rat King did not speak, waiting for the next words. Bamboo said, "There are also broken swords in the temporary nest over there. Pick one yourself, and I will use my metal power to make a scabbard for you. There are also daggers. Pick 2 yourself." The Qingyin secret art is originally an assassination martial art. The essence lies in dagger assassination. I will pass them all to you later. Okay. The Rat King was satisfied. Bamboo continued, "Without further delay, I will teach you all kinds of advanced knowledge from tomorrow, and take you to get familiar with the colorful maze environment. You should learn to use the compass to identify directions as soon as possible." Rat King asked, "Has Baiju learned it?" "Yes," Bamboo said depressedly. "This guy is not smart. Judging from his appearance, he probably hasn't learned it. And he still refuses to admit it. It's just a fool. It's abnormal for it to learn." Rat King was happy to hear this, and said, "Bamboo, I think it's very jumpy. Do you want to teach it a lesson?" Bamboo reminded, "This is the Orchid Mountain range of the Dalmantis Kingdom, not the Liju Peak. Everyone should unite, and don't conflict with each other." "Okay." Rat King is indeed much smarter than Baiju, and he is mature and steady. He changed the subject and asked, "What kind of things does Baiju have on his body? What are they used for?" Bamboo said, "It's on his head. Hats, clothes, good looking. No other use. There are many over there. If you like, go pick it yourself." "Fancy," the Rat King said disdainfully. "If you encounter danger, those things will hinder your movements and lose your life." "Well, whatever you want." Bamboo was very satisfied and said, "I got a batch of force food that strengthens the brain, which is helpful for learning knowledge and calculating directions in the illusion. You can eat one tonight." "Okay," the Rat King answered simply. It is convenient to communicate with the Rat King. You will understand it at a glance, and most of the time you don't need to remind him. The Rat King can understand it by himself, without so much nonsense. Chapter 287, Homemade Remedies. At night, Bamboo gave the Rat King a brain-strengthening force food. The novel-looking white bamboo was very popular, and was dragged by a group of new Red Cockroach warriors to the market to hang out and play. Bamboo went around the area and visited treasure-hunting teams of other insect species, mainly to inquire about their gains and see if he could get some unpacking work. It was already autumn, and most of the warriors who managed the territory began to have free time. More teams came one after another, and the outside of the misty mountains gradually became lively. It can be confirmed that after winter, there will be more treasure-hunting teams, and it will be even more lively. Late at night, 2 figures rushed back. They were the Red Cockroach King and the Avocado Princess, who went to visit the Spruce Mantis King. Each of them carried a spider silk bag, which seemed to be filled with something. Red Cockroach King, Avocado Princess. Bamboo stood up and greeted them. "Bamboo, you're back?" Xijian Cockroach King said with emotion. I've made a good income in the past 6 months. I made a windfall. Hee hee. A small fortune. Bamboo said modestly, tapped his antennae lightly, pointed at the spider silk bag, and asked, Is this a gift? Yes. A small gift. Xijian Cockroach King opened the spider silk bag. A box containing force food that enhances fire ability. A force crystal. A total of hundreds of thousands of raw stones. This is not a small gift. Xijian Cockroach King explained. The Blade Mantis tribe has harvested hundreds of boxes of force crystals. The cost of opening the boxes is not small. And it shortens their lifespan. They hope to buy 2 more birthday peaches at the next longevity banquet. So they are particularly polite to the warriors of our Fire Cockroach Kingdom. Especially the direct descendants of the longevity Cockroach King. Princess Yuli said, the gift is not for free. We will say something nice to the kingdom of Dao Mantis in front of the king of Changsheng Cockroach. The king of Xijian Cockroach asked, Bamboo. You asked me to come here mainly to hold the fortress. Worry that other tribes will covet it. Right? We have to charge you for this. The reward is fine. But it's not all to guard against foreign tribes. Bamboo said, there are still many spare spider silks. I hope you can organize more warriors to enter the mountains to search for treasures. Too dangerous. The king of Xijian Cockroach said, what treasure can be worth the life of a warrior of the same tribe? Princess Yoli also said, the mountains are so big. The probability of finding good things is too low. We can just join in the fun. There is no need to make a big fuss. Bamboo had nothing to say. The 15 senior warriors who participated in the treasure hunt had already entered the aging period. And their lifespan was only the last 2 or 3 years. They have at least one direct descendant. And they came here to take risks in the hope of finally making a fortune for their descendants. Treasure hunting teams of other races are mostly like this. Bamboo. Princess Yoli. Let's go over there. The red bladdish king waved his antennae to signal. They came to a secluded place. Princess Xijian asked, Bamboo. Do you have any way to open the other box? Last time I used an evil weapon. The weapon energy is used up. Bamboo said, no way for the time being. The red bladdish king nodded and said, Bamboo. You have too many force crystals. You can take some out. Princess Yoli, and I can help you deal with it. We won't let you lose. We will exchange it for an equal amount of ordinary raw stones for you. Bamboo asked suspiciously. The force crystal shattered. And the great force contained in it immediately dispersed. The seeds of the red hard tree god are okay. Can you handle the seeds of the avocado tree god? The avocado princess asked back, Bamboo. You don't know how to use it yet? How could I not know? Bamboo said subconsciously. And his mind turned, feeling something was wrong, and asked, how to use what? It seems that you really don't know. The red-hard cockroach king shook his antennae and joked. I heard from Day that you spent tens of thousands of raw stones to buy force food to strengthen your brain power as soon as you came here? It seems that the strengthening is not enough. The avocado princess opened the spider silk bag, pointed to the box containing the force food, and said, this box can isolate the force very well. But after all, there are gaps, and it cannot be completely isolated. Break the force crystal and hide it inside, and the force will slowly spread out along the gap. The red Blatten king added, my red Blatten tree god-given seeds need to invest 200,000 raw stones every year during the fruit ripening season. It's just right. 2 boxes. 2 force crystals. I see you found a lot. Don't sell them. Keep them for backup. Fuck. This works. Such a simple method. I didn't even think of it. Bamboo's heart first lit up. Then, he was speechless and choked. Depressed. The force contained in the force crystal is too huge. And the use is a problem. Bamboo thought about the solution more than once. And he thought of a solution. The large debris on the Orchid Mountain range is the living area of the spacecraft. And there must be a training room. There are special instruments in the training room that extract the force from the force crystal and release it at a set rate. They use electrical energy. And there will definitely be spare batteries on the spacecraft. Bamboo has been thinking that after the storm, he will find the Dao Mantis tribe, pay a little price, and get a set of equipment back. He can use the metal ability to make motors to generate electricity. It is very complicated and tedious. And it is accompanied by a little danger. This is a high-end operation that the insect warriors in this world cannot understand. I never expected that these indigenous insects would solve the problem simply. It must be the cockroach king of the Dao Mantis tribe who came up with it. It's quite smart. Hee hee. Bamboo became more and more depressed as he thought about it, and felt that his IQ was challenged. The Red Cockroach King didn't know what Bamboo was depressed about, shook his antennae, and said, "When I came here, I saw a lot of rare things in the market, which was very interesting. Princess Yoli and I planned to go shopping." "Bamboo, do you want to go?" Bamboo said, "They are all things that have no practical use, so I won't go." Starting from the next day, Bamboo let Baiju enter the fantasy maze alone to search for treasures in the nearby mountains, and he stayed to train the Rat King. A month later, the Rat King had basically mastered all the knowledge. Bamboo began to take it into the mountains for practice and gradually familiarize itself with the environment. Rat King also strengthened his brain twice. Unlike Baiju, he had good talents in mathematics and physics. In a few days, he mastered how to calculate distance and direction, and could safely enter and exit the fantasy maze. Rat King's sensitivity to the force crystal and the geomagnetic field has also been greatly improved, but his ability to sense metal has not increased at all. Bamboo also does not have this kind of sensing ability. It seems that only Baiju can master this unique talent, which should be related to the mutated silver fluff on its head. In late autumn, more and more treasure hunting teams came from various insect kingdoms, and the entire Orchid Mountain range was overrun with insects. The edge of the fantasy colors maze began to become crowded, and the treasure hunting team of the Red Blattus tribe was compressed into a line of 2 kilometers in length. Bamboo asked Baiju and Rat King to cooperate. Tied with spider silk, Rat King led the way in front and calculated the direction, and Baiju followed behind, using metal abilities to explore treasures. The two guys didn't get along very well, but they didn't dare to mess around with their lives in the dangerous maze. Bamboo supervised for a few days, confirmed that it was feasible, and gave another reminder and warning, packed up his things, and returned to Liju Peak under the escort of several warriors of the same tribe. "I left for too long, and I need to go back to take a look. The most important thing is to bring back all the 76 force crystals I harvested. Now that I have mastered a more appropriate method of use, I can light up the magical veins at the heart position. Digest last year's harvest first. If all 300 magical veins corresponding to the 2 abilities of metal transformation and metal manipulation are lit up, will the strength of the ability be qualitatively improved? As long as a little bit of the power of the Master Realm magical power is exerted, it is possible to open the hatch of the number 1 cabin of the large wreckage in the fantasy maze. Making money is one thing, and I also want to find some clues to figure out what happened to the spacecraft." Chapter 288 Light Up the Magical Veins. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak and first inspected to confirm that the life plants were in good condition, and then dealt with various matters that had accumulated over the past 6 months. Then, there was the issue of distributing the brain-strengthening force food that he had found at a low price. This thing is too precious, and there are only 10 left, so it cannot be wasted. The first one is the best. 1 each for Big Bear, Cattail, and Big Head. 1 each for Windbell, Red Rice, Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, Firethorn, and Dragon Bamboo. 1 more. The 5 Bamboo Rat Warriors, including Maju. There are not enough of them, and it is difficult to distribute them for the time being. Bamboo gave each of them a D-level force food that strengthens metal ability, and simply sent them away. The remaining 1 can be sent to flame-clustered spotted grass to supplement the brain. Nowadays, Bamboo has a lot of force food that is sold within the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, which is managed by flame-clustered spotted grass. If you have a smarter mind, it will definitely be useful. Next, the most important thing is to light up and activate the magical veins in the heart. The oil tea tree is planted with the gift of God. An open force food storage box. Maju holds the lid of the box, ready to fight. Shueju stands in front of the box, which contains a force crystal, and carefully cuts the edges with his claws. With a crack, the force crystal shatters. Shueju quickly moves away. With a clang, Maju quickly covers the box. "Bamboo, is that so?" Maju asks. Bamboo checks with his mental power, calculates silently, and soon gets a rough number, saying, "Yes." "Very good. You continue." Maju and Shueju immediately start to act. The box for storing force food is made of special structural materials, especially the layer of reinforced artificial raw stone on the inner wall, which can well prevent the overflow of force. However, the box body and the lid are separated. Even if they are perfectly connected and closed, there is still a gap, and the force will spread outward along this gap. The speed is not fast, which should be equivalent to 2,000 to 2,500 raw stones per day. At this rate, bamboo's God-given seeds are able to absorb the overflowing force. A total of 20 such boxes were brought back. Plus there was one originally, which was almost enough. The bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain have always been obedient to bamboo. Just say it, and it will agree happily. The kerosene God-given seeds on the mountain look quite irritable. As long as they are promised a few 0 raw stones as a reward, they will happily agree. The box is ready and placed under the tree. The God-given seeds are responsible for absorbing the force and storing it in the veins. Bamboo was relatively relaxed. He came once in the morning and once in the evening to collect the force stored in them and inject it into the heart's magical veins. When the force in the box overflowed more than half, it could be opened directly, and the bloodthorn God-given seed could be completely absorbed at one time, and then fed back to bamboo. The magical veins lit up one by one. Bamboo also harvested 7 boxes of D-grade force food that strengthened metal ability, which could activate 56 magical veins. Before leaving, he asked Princess Junbai for help and exchanged other types of force food he found with the Dalmantis tribe in exchange for 4 boxes of grade level and 9 boxes of grade F force food that strengthened metal ability. Grade level quality 6 can activate a magical vein. Grade F has a relatively poor effect. In terms of quality, it is only 1 level higher than the top quality force food produced by the God-given seeds of this planet. Half a box is needed to activate a magical vein. This batch of goods can activate a total of 60 magical veins. Bamboo originally activated 45 magical veins. Adding up the scattered ones, a total of 161 can be activated. The total number of magical veins related to metal transformation and metal manipulation is 00. And there are still 19 missing. Converted into raw stones, it only takes about 0.000, which is not much. Bamboo brought back 76 force crystals. It is estimated that it will cost 51 raw stones to light up the magical veins, and there will be 25 left, which is equivalent to 2.5 million raw stones, which is more than enough. The best choice is to find the Dalmantis tribe to buy higher quality force food, or to find a caravan to purchase high quality force food. As long as you have money, this is not a big deal. Silent winter, peaceful and harmonious. Bamboo spent a month and finally deduced the method, and deduced it to Basic Training Method L2 Mountain Master Chapter in one breath. In the previous life, as a human warrior, he took the path of metal training. Born in a large family, he mastered a relatively comprehensive system of metal-related magical martial arts. After careful consideration, he chose Metal System D281 Basics as a template and tried to delete and modify the deduction. Soon he found that the difficulty was too high, and his brain power and soul strength could not support the deduction calculation. So he had to give up. Speed up and eat force food. Most of the goods purchased from the caravan last year were stored in the cave and had not been digested in time. A box of B-level force food that enhances the flame ability. A total of 64. Sent 10 to the Iron Blade Mountain Range for trial. And the members of Leju Peak, who mastered the flame ability, each took one. And there were 46 left. This thing is of too high quality, and has a good effect in promoting genetic evolution. Bamboo dared not mess around, and only ate one every 5 days. Even so, in just 3 months, there was a precursor to molting evolution. It was less than 2 years since the last evolution. Growing too fast may leave hidden dangers. So Bamboo quickly cut off all the force food to slow down. This slowdown directly brought spring. After Bamboo was promoted to the Mountain Master, he didn't work much. He went to the Misty Mountains to search for treasures. Leju Peak only lost 2 laborers, Rat King and Baizu, which was not a big delay. He continued to reclaim the forest and expand the bamboo sea. The breeding work and hybrid experiments for the new year were arranged in advance. Please ask the Master of Taidown Mountain to come to Leju Peak for help. There is no major change in the trade with the caravan, so the Master of Taidown Mountain is directly entrusted to help deal with it. Early in the morning, Bamboo rushed to the Orchid Mountains with a spider silk bag. All 00 magical veins have been lit up. It is strange that the force cannot be injected into the 01 ST magical vein, and it cannot be lit up. In this regard, Bamboo has 2 guesses. The first is that all the previous 00 magical veins need to be activated first. The second is the limitation of his own strength. Theoretically, only cosmic life can master magical powers. The overall strength of the Mountain Master is too weak. I went to find Princess Juniper on the way to purchase a batch of metal force food. When I rushed to the treasure hunting base of the Red Blatches outside the fantasy color barrier, I found that there were only a dozen warriors left to guard it. Princess Avocado was there. The Red Blatches king was not there. Bamboo. It's the busy season of early spring now. Why did you come here so early? I'm not busy. Phone Ling and the others will handle the work on the mountain. I also asked the Iron Blade Mountain Master to come and help to sit in Liju Peak. No problem. After Bamboo finished speaking, he asked, where are the Red Blatches king and the others? They left 10 days ago. Princess Avocado said, we can't abandon the management of the territory for treasure hunting. Red Cockroach King will send them back first. And take charge of Princess Chijian's spring farming. Come back after helping. Is that so? When Bamboo came, he noticed that the market was not as lively as in autumn, and the number of insect warriors hunting for treasures around was significantly reduced. It seems that they all returned to the territory to farm. They thought it was a good idea. They stayed in the territory to farm in spring, summer and autumn, and came to hunt for treasure in late autumn and winter, so they would not be delayed at both ends. Bamboo asked, did you get anything? Yes. Princess Yoli said, the 15 senior warriors picked up a box of force food and found a cabinet that they couldn't move or open. So they're waiting for you to open it. Rat King and Bayou also got something. They found a broken box with 6 force crystals intact. There's also a box of force food that strengthens earth and stone capabilities and is of good quality. They also found 2 cabinets that they couldn't move or open. So they're waiting for you to come. Baizu said he recognized them and said they were filled with force food. That's all? Bamboo was a little dissatisfied. It's been nearly 5 months, and the efficiency is low. Force food and the like are nothing but clouds. Only force crystal storage boxes can make you rich. These are the valuable ones. And there are many other worthless things. The Oil Pear Princess was indignant and said, Bamboo, are you still not satisfied with this? Those 2 bamboo rats are already very powerful. Look at you. You don't have to do anything. And you can directly harvest such a large fortune. It's not easy to raise these 2 guys. I spent a lot of raw stones to upgrade them. And I also have to spend time and energy to cultivate them. Bamboo laughed and said, Oil Pear Princess, you have worked hard. Everyone has worked hard. I will take out a batch of force crystals and force food later. You and the Red Cockroach King will arrange the distribution and reward everyone. This is more like it. The Oil Pear Princess was satisfied. Chapter 289. I'll just take a nap. The 15 senior warriors were extremely lucky and found a cabinet of C-grade force food, which was also for strengthening fire ability. A total of 9 boxes. Everyone was of the same clan, so Bamboo only symbolically charged 1 box as labor fee for opening the box. The 2 cabinets found by Rat King and Baizu were indeed filled with force food. One of them was for strengthening strength, which was common in basic physique, with a quality rating of D grade. The other strengthened metal ability, with a quality rating of E grade, which was not bad. However, in Bamboo's view, these were only small fortunes. It took 2 days to open the cabinet and move the things out. Rat King and Baiju continued to be busy in the fantasy maze. Bamboo chose a comfortable position, lying lazily, enjoying the spring sunshine. On the left and right sides, there was a spider silk bag filled with force food, and he would pick up one every once in a while and put it in his mouth. It seemed that he was living a very comfortable life. It rains a lot in spring, so Bamboo spent a lot of raw stones and asked the Lord of Red Bean Mountain to use his earth and stone power to build a long row of nests. When it rains, everyone has a place to shelter from the rain. Comfortably. 10 days passed. At the heart position, all 300 magical veins that were lit up were activated. 15 veins formed a small force circulation system, which was a group. 20 groups were connected together to form a complete force circulation. As expected, the metal ability and the rate of absorbing natural force were qualitatively improved. The thought turned, and the soil in front of him turned into metal, constantly changing and transforming into different types of metal elements. The thought moved again, and the alloy was stably formed. The shape began to change, and finally condensed into a sharp dagger. With another thought, the military dagger inserted in the shin was unsheathed, and the 2 daggers collided in the air. As expected, the military dagger easily cut the alloy dagger formed by the metal ability into 2 pieces. At present, The ability can only construct simple natural metal elements to form ordinary alloy materials. The original force consumption is still quite large, and most of it is wasted. After all, it is not an ability cultivated by oneself, nor is it a natural ability. It takes extra time to practice, and practice makes perfect. The original force is consumed, and the magical veins at the heart position flash sharply, frantically extracting natural original force to restore consumption. A force vacuum zone is formed within a range of 3 meters around Bamboo's body. Quite a terrifying absorption rate. In order not to attract the attention of other soldiers, Bamboo got up, flew farther, walked slowly, pretending to be bored, walking and strolling. He recovered quickly, laid down on the spot, and continued the test. Lock the military dagger, activate the metal ability, and try to destroy its elemental structure. Slowly, the surface material of the dagger changed and turned into ordinary natural metal, consuming the force. The magical veins at the heart position immediately entered the violent state, frantically extracting natural force. As Bamboo walked, he thought, the material used to forge the military dagger is high-grade enough, and it can barely be shaken. So opening the force crystal storage box will definitely not be a problem. The door of cabin number 1, mostly no problem. Bamboo walked around a few times, recovered the consumption, and immediately returned to the nest to continue testing. Take out a piece of raw stone. Slowly gnaw it. Swallow it. Forcefully absorb the force through the stomach and intestines, and then try to inject it into the heart. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't inject the force into the 301st magical vein. It seems that, as expected, it takes a certain amount of strength to continue to light up and activate the magical vein. The overall physical fitness and soul strength can't keep up, even if a more powerful ability is activated. It can't be controlled. It's beneficial rather than harmful. I'm afraid I need to be promoted to princess or even Cockroach King to continue to light up the 301st magical vein. Damn. Bah! Full of dregs. The raw stone is really unpalatable. Bamboo has a general understanding of the magical veins at the heart position. In the evening, Rat King and Bayou returned. Bamboo took them and began to make various preparations, planning to set off early tomorrow morning to try to open cabin number 1. Rest late at night, and have a good sleep. Shit! After waking up, Bamboo not only did not feel refreshed and comfortable, but his 6 limbs were weak and tired. He quickly realized that he was evolving in his sleep. How did he evolve? There was no sign. The Rat King and Baiju were standing outside, one on each side. Both of them were holding knives and glaring at each other, ready to draw their knives and fight each other if they disagreed. Rat King. Baiju. Bamboo. You woke up. Baiju threw away his knife, went into the nest, and reported, Bamboo. The Rat King is provoking me. Stupid. The Rat King was furious, threw away his knife, and said, Bamboo, I feel you are about to wake up. Let Baiju bring you food. Baiju immediately retorted, Why should I do it? The Rat King said angrily, If you don't go, should I go? Baiju said, Why can't it be you? Stop arguing. Bamboo was upset and scolded, You two. Come together. Humph. Bayou raised his head and stepped out of the cave. The Rat King glared at Baiju and left first. Baiju immediately ran to catch up, unwilling to fall behind. The two guys pushed and shoved, walking side by side. The food sent by the Dalmantis tribe was decreasing day by day. Only 3 wild rabbits. Baiju and the Rat King each took one, and each of them dragged a rabbit leg and dragged it over. No one was willing to suffer a loss. Bamboo saw the 2 of them like this, so he could only skin them himself. After eating a wild rabbit, he recovered a little and asked, How many days have I slept? 20 days. Baiju raised his paw and answered quickly, 20 days and 1 day. The Rat King said, Bamboo, your molting evolution was too sudden this time, and you were not prepared at all, so you almost failed. Feeling the movement here, Princess Yoli and Princess Day came over. Bamboo, what's wrong with you? You didn't even tell me in advance about such a big thing as molting and growing. That's right. You didn't show any signs of waking up after sleeping for half a month, which scared Princess Yoli and me. Walking forward, Princess Yoli and Princess Day began to take turns to blame. Shelling evolution has no signs. It is not a normal phenomenon, and it is difficult to explain. Bamboo himself didn't quite understand what was going on, and he stammered, Well, I guess I've been eating too much high-quality force food recently. Most likely. Princess Yuli said, I saw you eating a lot every day recently. So I was worried that you might have problems. Princess Day also said, that's right. Banbu. You're too impatient. How can you eat force food like that? I wanted to advise you. You're the mountain master now. And you're so smart. I thought you knew what was going on. Banbu spent a lot of time talking and finally sent Princess Yuli and Princess Day away. After eating and regaining strength, he scanned and checked with his mental power. He was promoted to AL3 Senior Warrior and found nothing abnormal. All the force food I ate was injected into the heart to light up the magical veins. Why did it suddenly fall into a dormant evolution? Banbu looked at Baiju, and his mind turned, and he immediately thought of a possibility. By activating 300 magical veins in the heart, he would enter a stage of rapid growth and strength like Baiju. I just took a nap and fell asleep. Banbu immediately thought of a possibility. Rested for a day. And late at night, he explained to the Rat King and went to bed again. Woke up the next day. Rat King. Have you found something strange? I have found it. Just like Baiju 3 years ago. It absorbs the natural force at a constant rate when it is asleep at night. Baiju touched the mutated silver-white hair on his head and asked, Banbu, is it related to the metal core we eat? Banbu slightly moved his tentacles and said, it must be. Baiju asked, why can't I grow quickly now? Banbu said, this should be the transformation gene of the magical veins. The transformation is complete, so it can't continue to grow quickly. You two should keep your mouths shut and don't spread this matter. Banbu gave a warning and then said, pack up your things. We will set off today. The things were already packed in the backpack. And they set off directly. Chapter 290 Fulfilling the Duty and Fulfilling the Mission. Banbu hurried on foot, holding the compass in his forelimbs, his brain constantly calculating and determining the direction. Rat King and Baiju carried backpacks and squeezed side by side on Banbu's back armor. Half a day later, they arrived at the location of the spacecraft wreckage. He climbed to the top of the wreckage with ease, entered the passage, and came to the hatch of cabin number 1. Banbu waved his tentacles, signaling Rat King and Baiju to stay away, sprayed a flame on the door, and drove away some of the thick, colorful mist. The tentacles also rose with flames and began to sense. Explore the mechanical structure inside the hatch, and find the key to opening the door. 2 doors. Slide left and right to open and close. There are metal buckles in the closed position. A total of 9, which lock the 2 doors tightly. It is a very troublesome mechanism. The second mechanism is that there is a mechanical gear at the top position that rotates, driving the door to slide left and right. It is not sensed clearly when you go deeper. There should be a motor and a mechanism stuck. This is easy to solve. Just use the metal ability to disconnect the gear bearing. Figure out the trick, and the metal ability will burst out directly. About 2 minutes later, a gear bearing about 1 millimeter long was transformed into ordinary metal by the metal conversion ability, and the metal manipulation ability was activated. The ordinary metal flowed, and the connecting bearing was disconnected. Another 2 minutes later, the bearing of the other door was forcibly disconnected. Next is the buckle that locks the 2 doors. It uses the metal ability to turn the lock core springs into ordinary metal one by one, and then destroy them. This process is more cumbersome, takes a lot of time, and consumes a lot of force. Finally, the metal manipulation ability is activated, and the door cracks a gap. The colorful mist rushed into the door first. Banbu waved his tentacles to signal. Rat King and Baiju immediately ran forward to help, one on the left and one on the right, exerting force to force the door open. Banbu jumped in. Baiju and Rat King also turned into the passage. The claws loosened, and the 2 doors began to close automatically again. Because the door lock was damaged, there was a gap at the end, and it could not be closed perfectly. The illusion barrier kept penetrating inward. Banbu had expected it. Baiju took off the backpack on his back. The backpack contained a spider silk bag, and the spider silk bag contained metal gravel prepared in advance. Banbu's metal ability was activated, and the gravel jumped up and stuck to the door, quickly melted, seeped into the gap, and sealed the door gap. Open the first door. There are 2 more ahead. Currently in a narrow space passage with a length of 6 meters and a width of 3 meters. Very consciously, Rat King and Baiju each shrank into a corner. High-temperature flames jumped up from Banbu's body and began to burn the colorful maze that had poured in earlier. It's so hot! Baiju half opened his mouth. Without the maze blocking him, he could finally communicate with his mind. Shut up, Rat King scolded. Bamboo was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys, and turned his head to look around and check the situation around him. The real defense to the cabin is not the door, but the defense weapon of the passage. If you are less than the strength of the Realm Master, you will be killed instantly if you rush in rashly. As expected, the backup energy is exhausted and the defense system in the passage is paralyzed. Then check and open the next door. Then the third door. The triple defense door opens smoothly. Wow! Woo! Squeak! Without the colorful fog blocking the view. Looking around and looking up, Rat King and Baiju exclaimed again and again. A spacious cubic cabin with a height of 800 meters and a side length of 800 meters. In front of it is the trunk of a withered forest plant, with a diameter of more than 300 meters. The trunk has been carbonized and has no vitality. Below is a circular nutrient base with a radius of 300 meters, and the roots are all entrenched inside. There are also large storage cabinets inlaid on the four walls, and the doors are all open. When the promoted telekinesis scans, the things inside are nowhere to be found. A World Master level forest plant has a plant height of far more than 800 meters. Before transportation, it can condense the vitality of the whole body to form a tree core. The plant is in a dormant state, and then let humans cut off most of the branches and roots and store them separately in these cabinets. When arriving at the destination, humans will use technological means to connect the cut branches and roots. The forest plant will be slightly damaged, but human technology has the ability to help it recover without leaving any hidden dangers. All the branches were eaten up, and the soldiers escorting the tree didn't dare to eat the trunk. Unfortunately, it still died. Bamboo scanned the area with his mental power, and was extremely disappointed. Bamboo. Something is wrong. Baiju suddenly screamed in fear, and then covered his mouth with his claws. Bamboo was a little annoyed and scolded, "Shut up. It's because there is no oxygen. You won't be suffocated to death for a while." No! The Rat King did not oppose Baiju this time. He stared at the withered tree trunk and said, "Bamboo, there is a force fluctuation. Very weak. It is the force fluctuation released by the creature." Huh? Bamboo walked forward and checked with his mental power, but he couldn't sense it. The trunk was completely dead and even carbonized, but it could still shield the divine thoughts well and could not detect the inside. Check carefully again. The nutrient base under the trunk is made of metal, with a thickness of 20 centimeters. The roots are hidden underneath. It was originally sealed, but was cut by a weapon and a hole was opened. Going forward to check, the nutrient solution inside the base has long been exhausted, leaving only a layer of clear water at the bottom. Expanding the divine mind, scanning, and found many human warrior skeletons. The weakest are all star level, and the bones are relatively intact. Counting carefully, there are exactly 10 skulls. It is very weak and is about to die. It is hidden among the roots of the tree. The Rat King walked in front of Bamboo, stretched out his claws, pointed to the roots below, and asked, "Bamboo, do you want to dig it out?" Bamboo did not answer directly. Walked to the trunk, and cut it with his forelimbs. It is very hard. Harder than steel. Tree trunks and roots are treasures. Don't waste them. Collect them all and take as much as possible. Baiju, don't be lazy. You and the Rat King take turns digging and get the things out. Understood, Baiju replied. Okay. The Rat King was quick and decisive and started to act directly. After a brief moment of fear, Baiju calmed down. His eyes rolled, and he found the armor and weapons piled up in a corner of the cabin. He ran forward, aimed at a sword and picked it up. The long sword was unsheathed, with a silver edge, cold light shining, and murderous aura. Bamboo! Baiju called out in surprise. Ban said, "Those are silver-bladed weapons. There should be 2 such swords, and 4 silver-bladed daggers in total. The daggers are coated on the surface, just like ordinary military daggers. Check them carefully. Pack them up and take them back." Baiju glanced around, threw away the dagger on his waist, picked up 2 daggers, replaced them, and accurately found the other 2. Put them into the backpack. Tied the 2 silver-bladed swords with spider silk, and tied them to the backpack. Bamboo. Armor, take it away, Baiju asked. Metal Sensing was very sure that 2 sets of armor were of extremely high quality, which were also the so-called silver blade weapons of Bamboo. There were 10 sets of armor in total. which should correspond to the 2 Special Forces teams guarding cabins 1 and 2. With 10 soldiers. The silver blade weapons and silver blade armor belonged to the team leader. Among them, 8 sets of ordinary armor showed signs of battle damage, and another set of silver blade armor was seriously damaged, with only 1 set intact. "It's too heavy. Don't move it," Bamboo said, pacing around to check. On the metal splint, there was a row of vigorous knife-carved words: Galactic Federation, Thunder Expedition Corps, Thunder Dragon Special Forces, 6011th Formation. Captain Ferdinand Hunt fought to the last moment to protect the World Tree Tata, fulfilled his responsibilities, and fulfilled his mission. The name of the transported World Master Level Force plant is Tata. In order to survive, the team members in charge of the escort must have wanted to eat the force plant to prolong their lives. So the conflict broke out. Captain Ferdinand Hunt killed the other team members and threw the bodies into the nutrition base to prolong the life of the World Tree. There were exactly 10 skeletons in the base. It is conceivable that he himself could not bear it in the end. So he jumped in and sacrificed himself to prolong the life of the World Tree. There were only a few traces of battle damage in the cabin. It can be inferred that Ferdinand Hunt's strength far exceeded that of the other 9 team members. The moment the conflict broke out, he was bloodily suppressed. Fulfill your responsibilities, and fulfill your mission. Hero. Good man. Bamboo issued a hero card and a good man card to Ferdinand. For some reason, I can't feel sad at all. I'm a little happy. It was because of Ferdinand's resolute protection and resolute sacrifice that this World Master Level Force plant was lucky enough to retain a glimmer of life. In the end, he failed to wait for the rescue of the human race warships, which was a blessing in disguise. The vitality of the World Tree is strong enough. So if it is not dead, it can live. Chapter 291 Heart of the World Tree. Rat King and Baiju used the silver-edged dagger to take turns to cut the roots and open a passage deep into the root system. Even if the World Master Level Force plant is dead and decayed, every tiny fragment on it is a treasure. The cut roots were taken out and neatly placed. Bamboo continued to wander around the warehouse, and found no other inscriptions. Ferdinand Hunt was not a qualified soldier. He did not even explain what happened to the spacecraft. Where were everyone swept to by the space turbulence? Why didn't they send out a distress signal? Why didn't human warships come to rescue such precious goods? However, as long as the World Master Level Force plant named Tata can be saved, these problems are not a problem. It has high wisdom and can answer questions. Bamboo. Found it. Rat King struggled to pull a piece of purple-black wood out. Baiju followed behind and also tried his best to help push. The dead part of the tree root had been scraped off with a dagger, leaving behind the tree core with vitality. The tree core of the World Tree is about 0.6 meters long and 0.2 meters in diameter. It looks small, but it concentrates the life essence of the World Tree and has a very high density and quality. Bamboo took it and weighed it. It weighed more than 100 kilograms. Baiju said, Bamboo. It has a soul and is dying. I know. Get some raw stones, Bamboo ordered, and his mental powers scanned and checked. The original force in the tree core was completely exhausted. The vitality was weak, and the soul was extremely weak. It fell into deep sleep and swayed on the edge of life and death. If it cannot be replenished in time, it will probably be consumed to death in 1 or 2 years. Baiju opened his backpack and took out the spider silk bag. Before coming, Bamboo learned about the general situation on the spacecraft and specially prepared 20 pieces of raw stones. The raw stones were cut into powder and sprinkled on the purple-black tree heart. The original force overflowed and was immediately absorbed. 20 pieces of raw stones, equivalent to 2,000 raw stones, were quickly consumed. The purple-black tree heart was awakened a little, and a little purple-red appeared in the color. The condition of the dying soul improved slightly, but it was still far from awakening. Working in an oxygen-free environment, the Rat King and Baiju were a little exhausted. And they were obviously exhausted, and their breathing became rapid. Bamboo worked personally, put the things into the backpack, and tried to take as many rotten tree roots as possible, and left directly, climbing up the misty mountains near the 10,000 races continent. Bamboo turned around, moved sideways, walked about 10 kilometers away, and drilled out of the colorful barrier far away from the Red Blatten tribe treasure hunting team. In the colorful barrier, the force was repelled. Leaving the colorful barrier, the magical veins of the heart suddenly awakened, flashing sharply, and frantically extracting the natural force. 300 magical veins can store the force of 6 million raw stones. Opening the triple defense door of cabin number 1 consumed the force equivalent to about 5 million raw stones. And it was almost exhausted. Fortunately, the natural force of this planet is extremely rich and can be absorbed and replenished for free. Otherwise, with Bamboo's current financial resources, he would not be able to make up for it even if he went bankrupt. The force vacuum zone around Bamboo's body reached a terrifying 5 meters. Wherever his body went, the natural force was drained in just 2 or 3 seconds. Bamboo. This thing is still absorbing the force, Baiju shouted, somewhat worried and instinctively afraid. After all, it was a soul at the level of a world master. Even in a dying state, the aura it displayed was still oppressive. The bamboo rat warriors were particularly sensitive to this. The tree heart was on the back of the Rat King. The Rat King felt a chill on his back and said worriedly, "Bamboo. That is a God-given seed. It is too tall. In our world, God-given seeds cannot grow so tall. Bamboo. I feel that it will threaten our safety. Look at the two of you. It's just a force plant. And it's still half dead. What can you do?" Bamboo said unhappily. "Rat King. Don't put the thing on your back. If it takes root, it will be troublesome. You can allow it to absorb the force for a while, and then wrap it up with a few more spider silk bags." Baiju was a little more relaxed. He carried a bag of rotten tree roots on his back and 2 silver-bladed swords on his shoulders. Looking at the Rat King's appearance, he couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. Bamboo continued to instruct Baiju. "Look for where the force is denser nearby. Over there. About 3 kilometers." The Rat King and Baiju answered at the same time, stretched out their claws and pointed in the same direction, retracted their claws at the same time, glared at each other, and glared at each other. After strengthening their brains, the two of them became more sensitive to the force. "If you two make trouble again, I will kill you," Bamboo warned fiercely and shouted, "Let's go and rest." In a small area, the concentration of the force is higher, but still not high enough. Bamboo kept walking slowly, back and forth, for a whole night, and only absorbed the original force equivalent to 50,000 raw stones. At this rate, he could only absorb the original force equivalent to 100,000 raw stones in a whole day, and it would take hundreds of days to fully recover. The current state is too abnormal. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a Mountain Master level warrior to use elemental abilities to absorb natural original force at such a terrifying speed, let alone the Mountain Master, the County Master, and the Cockroach King. The key is that the amount absorbed is not right. It is not reasonable to absorb it continuously for more than 3 months. For a normal Mountain Master, the original force consumed in battle can be replenished in half a day. If he returns to the treasure hunting base of the Red Cockroach tribe, it will not take 2 or 3 months. After 2 or 3 days of getting along, even a fool can see that Bamboo's state is abnormal. "Bamboo. When can you recover the original force you consumed?" The Rat King has been carrying the tree heart on his back. He feels that this thing absorbs the original force and gradually recovers its vitality. His back is numb and his heart is flustered. It may be difficult to recover in a short time. Bamboo was also a little anxious, and was deducing various possibilities and thinking about solutions. If he didn't go back for 3 to 5 days or 10 days, it would probably be fine. However, if he didn't go back for more than half a month, the soldiers guarding outside the illusion barrier would definitely think that he had an accident and would be worried. Go back? How to explain the strange phenomenon on his body? Princess Yoli is not easy to fool. There is no way to fool around with this matter. There is another problem. That is, the tree heart is also constantly absorbing the original force and reviving vitality. It is very likely that the tree spirit named Tata will wake up soon. Bamboo was not sure if the souls at the level of the World Master had special attack capabilities. He was not sure about the attitude of the tree spirit Tata towards the insect race. The defeated and surrendered tree spirits were generally not good people, so they had to be treated with caution. Rat King. Solve the problem on your back first. Bamboo said, use a few more spider silk bags and do it on my back armor. Be careful not to touch the ground. Okay. The Rat King jumped onto Bamboo's back armor and started to move. Bamboo used his metal ability to transform the soil and rocks in front of him into metal elements, and manipulated it like a spirit snake, climbing up his back and wrapping the tree spirit wrapped in 3 spider silk bags. The metal solidified and disguised itself as an alloy cylinder with a length of 0.8 meters and a diameter of 0.4 meters, sealing the tree core. The metal cylinder was inconspicuous black in appearance, with 2 round holes left. Bamboo continued to instruct, Rat King. Baizu. Use spider silk to tie it to my back. Tie it tightly, and I will carry it. Okay. Understood. Rat King and Baizu did understand. Bamboo is currently absorbing the force crazily. A fragment, a weak and dormant soul on the verge of death, is definitely unable to compete with Bamboo for the force. If it is tied to Bamboo's back armor, the tree heart will not be able to absorb the force and continue to recover. It will be done soon. After careful inspection, as expected, the tree heart cannot be replenished with the force and slowly becomes silent again. Bamboo is not worried about its life or death. At the level of the World Master, it is very tough and will not die for a while. After being relieved, the Rat King finally felt relieved and asked, Bamboo, do you want me to go back first and report to Princess Yoli that we are safe, so that she won't worry about us? No need. Bamboo sighed. Let's go back together, pack up and prepare to return to Liju Peak. Chapter 292 Ran away? Bamboo. Are you okay? What happened to you? Why did you come back from there? Lost? Encountered a battle? What's on your back? Baizu. Where did you get your sword and dagger? It's not simple. Just as he approached, Princess Yoli came up to him. With a glance, he found that everything was wrong, and all kinds of questions popped up. We found something good. Baizu took off the backpack on his back and opened it. Inside was a black and rotten tree root. Bamboo explained, we found a large wreckage, as big as the wreckage on the Orchid Mountain range. And inside it was a dead and withered God-given seed. It was too big to move. Dead God-given seed. The tentacles of the avocado princess twitched, and she immediately thought of those super high-quality force foods, and asked, what level is it? Is it higher than the God-given seed of the insect king? Yes, it is higher. Bamboo said, Avocado Princess. This matter is too important to make public. Just go back and discuss it with the Red Blatten King. In the past 2 years, treasure hunting has been very popular, so it is not appropriate to make a big move. The things are hidden very well, and I think other races will not be able to find them. We are not in a hurry, and we will move them next year. Little by little. Slowly. Yes, that makes sense. Avocado Princess was a little dizzy by the heavy news released by Bamboo, and subconsciously agreed. Ban said, I overused my metal ability and opened 3 particularly difficult metal doors. It cost me a lot, and I need to return to Liju Peak to recuperate. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the treasure hunt this year. Upon hearing this, Princess Avocado's heart was lifted again, and she asked anxiously, Bamboo, you are not. There is something wrong with your force veins? Will it affect your lifespan? Well, maybe. Bamboo said weakly, my metal force veins are damaged, and I need to recuperate for a few months. Bamboo spoke quickly and continued, no treasure hunting this year. Rat King and Baizu will return to Liju Peak with me. The 6 force crystals and various force foods found, as well as ordinary swords, daggers, metal materials, clothes, backpacks. Princess Avocado. Wait for the Red Blatten King to come, and you will be in charge of distributing them. I just shed my shell and evolved once, and the live seeds that have been bred can be planted in spring. Bamboo spread his wings. Rat King jumped onto Bamboo's carapace. Baizu quickly packed his backpack and jumped on. Princess Avocado. I'm leaving first. Bamboo finally said hello, flapped his wings directly, and flew away. Leave? Why are you in such a hurry? The dead God-given seed. The force pattern is severely damaged. The shocking information she received at once was too much, and Princess Yoli's brain was a little confused. She always felt something was wrong. After pondering for a while, she finally found the key to the problem. That was a fortune worth about 900,000 raw stones. The 2 bamboo rat warriors had been busy for nearly half a year, and they gave it all away? That guy Bamboo was not stingy with small fortunes, but he was very stingy with big fortunes. Suddenly he changed his nature? Impossible. It's impossible to change his nature. Which means he didn't care about the wealth of a mere 900,000 raw stones. And he made a fortune. What was it carrying on its back? Did it run away with the treasure? Most likely. Princess Avocado thought it through, confirmed her guess, and could not help but get angry. Bastard. Why are you running so fast? Can I steal your things? Thinking carefully, I still feel something is wrong. After thinking carefully, the expressions of the two bamboo rat warriors are not right. And Bamboo runs too fast, which is even more wrong. What treasure is more valuable than the force crystal? Baizhu has been worried that Princess Avocado will catch up. After crossing the Orchid Mountains, she still can't see her. And she is relieved immediately. Princess Avocado is so stupid. She fainted all of a sudden. It is the one that needs to strengthen its brain the most. Shut up. Bamboo scolded and rushed on. Princess Avocado did not catch up, which means she successfully fooled him. Bamboo was also a little proud. Bamboo went back and forth between Liju Peak and Orchid Mountain several times, and he was already familiar with the route. He secretly landed once in the Red Bean Mountains, hunted for food, detoured, and flew along the Jinjiang River. He did not return directly to Liju Peak, nor did he even enter the Jinping Mountains. Instead, he chose a peak with abundant force in the Jinping Mountains. After landing, Bamboo began to assign tasks. Baizhu, go out and get some food. After that, he used his metal ability to create a small metal bottle, spit out the God-given seeds that had just been bred, put them into the bottle, found some hay to fill it, and gave it to the Rat King, and ordered, Rat King, you are smart. Smuggle the God-given seeds back to Liju Peak and give them to Datu. Let it sow them, and tell it that if other insects ask, just say that I left them when I left last year. The master of Taidao Mountain, or the master of Yabai Mountain, is in charge of Liju Peak. Be careful not to be discovered, and it is best not to let other members on the mountain know. I am not in a good condition to show up. Bamboo, are you okay? Baizhu finally couldn't help asking. Rat King put away his things and asked, Bamboo, it's been so many days. Why haven't you stopped? When can you recover? Baizhu and Rat King knew that Bamboo's metal ability came from the metal core, but they had no knowledge of the magical skills of the Master Realm Strongman, and they also couldn't understand the phenomenon happening to Bamboo. Bamboo said, in order to open those 3 doors, I consumed the original force equivalent to 5 million raw stones. You should calculate carefully. So much. Bamboo, your ability consumption is too much. Right? Baizhu and Rat King smacked their lips. Then they became more worried. It's too difficult to make up for such a large consumption of original force. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Rat King, you should move quickly. Return to Liju Peak, and come back to me immediately. I have something else for you and Baizhu to do. Okay. The Rat King agreed, ran into the forest and disappeared. Bamboo, shall I go hunting? Baizhu asked. Nonsense. Shall I go? Bamboo was dissatisfied. Baizhu was too timid. He was at least a mountain master now, but he was hesitant to hunt an ordinary beast. Oh, hunting. Baizhu put down his backpack, thought about it, took off his hat, thought about it again, took off his clothes and trousers, threw away his dagger and sword, and said, Bamboo, I'll go hunting first. Yes. Bamboo gently tapped his tentacles. Baizhu was not stupid. He knew that in real battle, the clothes and hats on his body would be a burden. The sword and dagger were not very practical. The claws and teeth born with him were the best weapons, and the metal ability was the biggest reliance. The higher the abundance of natural force, the faster the recovery speed of Bamboo's heart magic veins. If the absorption rate is too fast, a force vacuum zone will form around the body. If you keep walking slowly, you can keep the recovery rate at a peak. Even so, in a day, you can only absorb the force equivalent to 100,000 raw stones. The concentration of mountain force is not enough. So Bamboo sent Baizhu to find a better resting place in Jinping Mountain Range. 8 days later, the Rat King returned. Baizhu also found a good place with abundant force. Move the location and dig a cave to rest. After a busy time, Bamboo summoned the Rat King and Baizhu. Rat King, Baizhu, you haven't forgotten the soul-stealing secret art that I taught you, right? Rat King replied, of course not. Baizhu grinned. His eyes rolled, and said, Bamboo, I forgot a lot of things when I strengthened my brain last time, including the soul-stealing secret art. If you forget, you forget. Stop talking nonsense. Bamboo said, what I taught you last time was just the introductory preface to the secret art practice. Not even the introductory chapter. I will now teach you the complete first level. Don't forget it again. Remember, without my permission, you cannot pass it on or perform it. Rat King asked, Bamboo. Is there any problem with the soul-stealing secret art? Problem? No problem. Bamboo said seriously, however. This thing is too vicious. Once it is discovered by knowledgeable insect warriors, I am afraid that you two guys will not be allowed to exist, including the elders of the Red Blighton tribe. Baizu, come here. I will teach you first. Chapter 293, Planting the Heart of the Tree. Baiju's cultivation talent is 2 levels lower than that of the Rat King. When practicing the soul capture secret art, the gap is reflected. It took the Rat King only 1 month to master the first level of the secret art, which is the entry level of the secret art. Baiju was not good enough. He practiced hard for 3 months and barely got started. During this period, Bamboo was also constantly deducing the soul capture secret art. It took 2 months to deduce the first level and another month to practice. The time was just right. The heart's magical veins were fully replenished with the original force, and finally freed from the state of crazy absorption of the original force. Set off and returned to Liju Peak. It was midsummer at this time. The Lord of Yabai Mountain was helping to guard Liju Peak. He was a little surprised and asked, Bamboo, didn't you say you planned to come back in late autumn? Why did you return early? Rat King. Baizu, why did you two come back too? Yabai had heard that these 2 bamboo rat warriors were responsible for entering the fantasy maze to find treasures, and the hope of getting rich overnight fell on them. Bamboo came back fine. But what did Rat King and Baidu run back for? I heard that the warriors who participated in the treasure hunt made a fortune. How could they miss such a good opportunity to make a fortune? Bamboo explained. My force veins were injured, and I need to recuperate for a long time. They have conflicts every day. I am worried. So I brought them back. Injured? Yabai was startled and asked. Bamboo, what's going on? Did you have a conflict with other Zerg? No. How could it be? The Blade Mantis tribe is a powerful tribe, with more than a dozen Mantis kings. Who dares to make trouble in their kingdom? Bamboo explained. I overloaded my metal ability to open something. Oh. Yabai became even more worried and asked, Bamboo, will it shorten its lifespan? It had heard that the Cockroach King of the Golden Mantis tribe would shorten his lifespan if he overloaded his metal ability to open a box. Yes. But it's not serious. It's okay. Bamboo waved his tentacles and gestured to Baidu. Baidu immediately took off his backpack, opened it, and took out a piece of black root, saying, This is a root dug from a withered god-given seed that is taller than Liju Peak. I give it to Haizang. Bamboo reminded Yabai. Ask Haizang to grind the roots into powder bit by bit and bury them under his black jade mulberry god-given seed. Next year I will get more back. Long-term use will be beneficial to the development of the plant. Haizang is now the star of hope for the entire Iron Blade mountain range and a direct descendant of Yabai. Caring about Haizang made it happier than caring about the Thuja cypress insect. Thuja cypress was not only happy, but also a little excited. He asked, Is this the same as the effect of the remains of the god-given seed recorded in the inherited memory? Yes. Similar. Bamboo said, however, because too much time has passed. Most of the substances that are beneficial to plant growth have been scattered or deteriorated. Now, there is no difference in the type of reinforcement. Any plant can use it, and ordinary live seeds can also be used, and the effect is more significant. Baiju immediately took out 2 pieces from his backpack and said, Thuja cypress. This is for you, and the Lord of Tidal Mountain. Thank you. Okay. I'll go back and try it now. Hearing that it is beneficial to the growth of his life seed, Thuja cypress can't help it. Thuja cypress. I should thank you, and the Lord of Tidal Mountain. Thanks to your help in sitting in Liju Peak, I can go treasure hunting with confidence. Bamboo said politely. There are still many. I will move them back one after another next year. I will send a large number to your Yabai mountain range. That's good. Great. Yabai flapped his wings and said, Bamboo, I'll go back and try. Sent Yabai away. Bamboo immediately summoned other members on the mountain, briefly asked about the situation in recent months, and briefly told about the harvest this time. Before he had time to inspect the territory, he took the Rat King and Baiju directly to start the next move. Under the Liju Peak, there is a natural river formed by the confluence of mountain springs beside the Bamboo Sea. Following the river to the south, about 10 kilometers, there is a winding hill, not large in scale, but with a high concentration of original force. This is the Feng Shui treasure land reserved by Bamboo for the birth of a little warrior who likes bamboo in the future. Bamboo brought Rat King and Baizu to the foot of the hill, chose an open place with decent force, dug a pit, cut the black roots into powder, and filled the bottom of the pit, took out the heart of the world tree, put it in, and buried it, not far from the river. Bamboo tubes were used to draw water for irrigation. Rat King and Baizu were on guard, with black mist looming on their front paws, and soul-stealing skills were ready at any time. Bamboo's idea was very simple. If this tree spirit named Tada was willing to obey, then he would keep it and consider investing some resources to help it recover from its injuries. If the tree spirit showed hostility, there was no choice but to use soul-stealing skills to destroy its soul. Without a soul, the God-given seed would die, but the tree heart would still be a treasure. In the future, other God-given seeds with matching strengthening effects would be found. The tree heart is a top-grade fertilizer that helps to grow quickly, with the dual effects of promoting growth and gene strengthening. Bamboo has been paying attention with his mental power. As recorded in human knowledge, the vitality of the world tree is extremely tenacious. When the tree heart landed and touched the soil, it immediately began to change. Roots grew at one end, went down, penetrated the soil, and absorbed nutrients. A bud emerged at one end, emerged upward, drilled out of the soil, and absorbed sunlight. Perhaps because of the excessive damage and weakness, the growth rate was not as fast as the bamboo seeds that Bamboo had planted. In a whole day, the bud that drilled out of the ground only rose to about 8 centimeters, with a purple-red trunk and 2 purple-red leaf buds. The roots and young plants did not absorb the original force very quickly, and the main absorption was still done by the tree heart. The tree heart was like a dry sponge, and it seemed to have infinite capacity, day and night. In another day, the young plant grew to a height of about 10 centimeters. The growth rate that surprised Bamboo. In a whole day, it only grew 2 centimeters? This is completely different from what human knowledge describes. Humans have encountered similar situations more than once in their conquest of the universe. Due to the war, the God-given plant was destroyed, leaving only the tree heart and the tree spirit. Human knowledge records that as long as you find the right soil and provide sufficient nutrients and force, the tree heart will take root and sprout, and grow rapidly. This is a world master level tree heart. This growth rate is unscientific no matter how you look at it. On the third day, it was even worse, only about 1 centimeter taller. On the fourth day, it still only grew 1 centimeter. Unknowingly, half a month had passed, and the seedling was only 22 centimeters tall, and the leaves were sparse. The third leaf had just grown, and the fourth leaf was still sprouting. The amount of force absorbed by the tree core gradually approached saturation, and the rate of force absorption became slower and slower. The tree spirit named Tada was still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up, but its condition had improved a lot, and it was no longer in danger of death. Rat King and Baizu were cautious and vigilant at first, but they relaxed after seeing no response for a long time. Bamboo continued to observe and found that the tree core began to shrink and move to the roots and young plants. As usual, the rate was so slow that the insects turned purple. After 5 days of continuous observation, he really lost his patience. It was the dry season again, so he sent Rat King and Baizu back to Liju Peak to help, and Bamboo stayed alone to guard it. It was not until after the dry season that the plant grew to a height of 40 centimeters, and the tree spirit still showed no signs of waking up. Bamboo finally couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked Baizu and Rat King to take turns to watch over, and he returned to Liju Peak. There were still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with on Liju Peak. Chapter 294, Spending Plans After Getting Rich. The God-given seeds of mud bamboo sown last year condensed into bamboo fruits, which are similar in quality and size to green bamboo, and the net income is exactly the same. A fixed 29,200 raw stones. The God-given seeds obtained by hybridizing Ghostline Bamboo 1 and Black Bamboo have just completed the gestation. They were sown this spring. Now in late summer, the flowers bloom and fade, and condense bamboo rice. The breath is special, and the strengthening effect is also extremely rare. It is perception enhancement, and Bamboo almost failed to recognize it. Perception enhancement is divided into many categories, the most common of which is element perception, such as the strong perception of metal that white bamboo now has. Another example is the perception of grass and trees, the perception of soil and stone, and the bamboo rat warriors are born with a special sensitivity to the force, The oil tea is born with a sensitivity to the breath of creatures. These are all common perception abilities. There are also rare ones, such as soul perception, danger perception, divine power vein perception. Force plants that enhance perception are extremely rare. Bambu heard of them when he was a human warrior, but never saw them with his own eyes. After rebirth on this planet, he occasionally heard about them from caravans, but never saw them. What type of perception does this one enhance? It is difficult to judge for the time being. However, judging from the aura, the quality should be lower than the top grade. And it also has a little metal enhancement effect. The tree spirit is a taciturn person, like he has autism, and doesn't like to communicate at all. Bambu made time to chat with it, but he didn't receive a complete message for a long time. The bamboo pole is black with dark gray vertical stripes, and the bamboo leaves are dark green and emerald. Bambu named it Yuju. After 2 years of treasure hunting, the harvest was extremely rich. There were 16 force crystals hidden deep in the ant nest of Big Head, and there were 100,000 ordinary raw stones in stock in Bambu's cave. The treasure hunt in the Misty Mountains will continue, and Liz Yifeng will only become richer and richer. The best thing about this planet is that as long as you have money, you can buy almost all kinds of force food, and you can convert financial resources into strength without any obstacles. Bambu plans to give all members of Liz Yifeng a big promotion, convene, hold meetings, and discuss the allocation of quotas. Big Bear was the first to be promoted to the Mountain Master. Nearly 10 years have passed, and he is only the L2 Mountain Master. Bambu has set a quota, and will purchase 50,000 raw stones worth of food for it every year to help it grow rapidly. Fengling is also a Mountain Master, but its soul has been irreparably damaged. After Fengling was promoted to Mountain Master, Bambu made an agreement with it that during L1-L3, it would purchase 10,000 raw stones of force food from the caravan every year for growth. During L4-L6, it would spend 20,000 raw stones every year for growth. During L7-L9, it would spend 30,000 raw stones every year. The lifespan of a Mountain Master is up to 150 years. If it grows steadily, it can be promoted to L9 Mountain Master before entering the aging period. When it is about to enter the aging period, try to be promoted to County Master. If successful, you can live 400 more years, which is a huge profit. If it fails, it is fate, and everyone accepts it. The strength of the members of Liz Yifeng. The next is Hongdao. Hongdao works hard, is naturally smart and studious, and now has mastered systematic genetic knowledge and breeding knowledge. Except for occasionally being mean and venomous, there is nothing else to pick out. Bambu often deliberately tilts towards Hongdao in resource allocation. Hongdao is a hybrid of the black and white cockroach tribe and the red cockroach tribe. After being promoted to a senior warrior, he gradually showed signs of awakening the water element ability. It is not the grass ability of the black and white cockroach tribe, nor the fire ability of the red cockroach tribe. The black and white cockroach tribe branched out from the fantasy cockroach tribe, and the fantasy cockroach tribe awakened the water element ability. It is very strange. Bambu guessed that this should be a genetic return. Hongdao is currently a L9 senior warrior, only one step away from the Mountain Master. Bambu decided to continue to tilt resources and prepare to buy a set of accelerated growth packages worth 50,000 raw stones for it every year next year and the year after. Duju and Hongmi, the two little guys, are currently L5 and L7 senior warriors respectively. Bambu gives them 15,000 raw stones of resources each year. Pyracantha and Longzhu are still too young to handle too much. We only need to provide them with 3,000 and 2,000 raw stones each year, and we will gradually increase the resources in the future. Datu and Xiangpu are the most important laborers in Liju Peak. Datu is still a member of the older generation of Liju Peak. When Bambu first came, he joined Liju Peak because the racial talent is too poor and it is difficult to grow. Bambu has always paid attention to it and taken good care of it. He spent a lot of raw stones on it. At present, it is AL8 senior warrior. This spring, it has purchased a deluxe accelerated growth package worth 150,000 raw stones from the caravan. Xiangpu also has such a growth package. In the future, 30,000 to 50,000 raw stones will be spent on purchasing high-quality force food for them every year until they are promoted to Mountain Masters. Finally, there are 7 bamboo rat warriors. Salaries are raised uniformly and are settled every 5 days. The Mountain Master distributes force food worth 500 raw stones each time. And for high-level warriors, Force food worth 150 raw stones each time. For good performance and meritorious service. There are additional bonuses. Baiju was transferred to the south of the mountain to follow the Big Bear and form a combat team. The Rat King led the other 5 bamboo rat warriors to live in the north of the mountain and form an exploration team. One in the south and one in the north to avoid further disputes. Finally, there is Oil Tea, currently a L7 high-level warrior. Bamboo brought back a box of force food with a comprehensive rating of B level for strengthening plant abilities for it last year. So this year only a batch of force food for strengthening physical fitness was purchased. Every year in the future, Bamboo will purchase force food worth 20,000 raw stones for it. And a batch of green bamboo fruits produced by Liz Yufeng will be reserved for it every year. This collective luxury consumption will not continue forever. Treasure hunting in the Misty Mountains will end when the wealth harvested is almost consumed. At present, Li Zhufeng's annual income is far from enough to support such a large-scale squandering. After the meeting, the other members dispersed, and Data stayed. 2 tests need to be done by Datu. 1. Grind the remains of the world tree into powder. Bury it under ordinary life plants, Ingri fruit and Baiyu mulberry. Observe for a long time. And record the effect. 2. Grind the remains of the world tree into powder. Bury it under the plants of God's gift, fire oil tea and blood thorn God's gift. Observe and record. There are not many remains brought back, which is considered a preliminary test. Based on the knowledge of human and insect races and bamboo's memory, it is estimated that it will take about 1 year for the initial effect to begin. Since it needs certain maintenance at ordinary times, Data must be brought with him to command on site, and guided on how to operate specifically. There is another very important test, the compatibility test between EP281 plant gene fluid and wild Thuja God-given seeds, as well as the test of usage and dosage. Things are precious and extremely limited in quantity, so there is no room for waste. Big-headed ants work with their jaws and forelimbs, which are not flexible enough for precision work. The front paws of bamboo rat warriors are relatively flexible. So Bamba called the Rat King and Maju and other 5 bamboo rat warriors together. A metal ball containing EP281 plant gene fluid. Bamba used his metal ability and made 2 round holes with a diameter of about 3 millimeters on it with difficulty. One is a vent hole, and the other is connected to a metal spout. There is a metal bucket next to it, filled with half a bucket of clean water. At Bambu's request, the Rat King slowly poured and carefully dripped 3 drops. The thick black liquid slowly spread and merged into the water, but the rich force began to overflow. The Rat King quickly picked up a stick to stir, then picked up a water scoop and watered the 5 dug pits. Half a scoop of water was added to each pit, and half a bucket of water was used up. Bambu was concentrating all the time, using his divine thoughts to track and observe. Very smoothly, the roots of the wild Thuja seeds quickly absorbed these special nutrients. After a whole day of continuous observation, there was no adverse reaction. The aura of the wild Thuja seeds showed a slight improvement. Bambu was sure that it was a manifestation of genetic modification. It can be confirmed that the EP281 plant gene fluid is highly compatible with the wild seeds. The Rat King and Datu also followed and observed. Datu was confused. The Rat King keenly noticed the change and asked, Bambu, can the things in the metal ball strengthen the seeds of God? Yes. Bambu did not wait for the Rat King to continue asking questions, and said directly, just like we use force food to grow, this thing can help the God-given seeds grow. Just like we need force food that matches the type, this thing also needs to match the corresponding type of force plants. Wild Thuja God-given seeds are just right for use. Bambu pondered for a while, and ordered, Rat King, continue tomorrow morning. Still half a bucket of water. Increase the dosage. Use 5 drops. Big head. You now command the ant colony to water some marsh water and supplement conventional nutrients. The wild Thuja God-given seeds are now more than 30 meters tall, and the trunk diameter is about 0.7 meters. It can be said that they have begun to take shape. 5 drops of gene liquid. Easily absorbed. Bambu gradually increased the dosage and tested for several consecutive days. Finally, it was determined that the maximum amount of Thuja God-given seeds that can be absorbed per day is about 20 drops. The next step is relatively simple. According to the measured limit dosage, reduce it appropriately and water it once every day. Genetic fluid can improve the genes of wild Thuja seeds and accelerate their growth. But it can't be rushed. There are a total of 80 metal balls that contain EP281 plant genetic fluid. Bamboo plans to save some and make full use of them as much as possible, preferably to help the wild thuja seeds complete two metamorphosis and growth. Chapter 295. The Tree Spirit Awakens. The members of Leju Peak are very curious about the tap water system. Bamboo now has the ability and plans to build more water pipes to achieve tap water access for every household. The vertical height of Jinping Mountain is about 500 meters, and the vertical height of Leju Peak is about 800 meters. At the foot of the mountain, the distance from the cave where Daxiong lives to the reservoir on the top of the mountain is about 2.5 kilometers. If water is directly drawn by tap water pipes, the water pressure is too strong, and it is not easy to use. It is planned to set up two water storage tanks in the middle and upper layers where Bamboo lives, and the middle and lower layers where Fengling lives, and transport water downward in sections, using metal ability to convert soil and stone into metal and make water storage tanks. This operation consumes too much, and laying water pipes also consumes a lot of materials. A relatively easy way is to dig iron ore and refine pure iron. Bamboo only needs to use metal ability to make stainless steel and shape the desired shape. The iron smelting blast furnace was built under the brown iron ore. The Rat King took Maju and 5 other bamboo rat warriors to dig and transport iron ore. Bamboo brought Hongdao, Duju and Hongmi to cut and transport limestone. It took only a few days to prepare all the materials and start charcoal smelting. The refined pure iron was condensed into thick iron pillars with a length of 2 meters and a diameter of 0.3 meters. Daxiong was responsible for carrying them back to Leju Peak. After the materials were prepared, the next step was to make a water tank, designed as a cube with a length, width and height of 3 meters. A pit was dug, and the box was embedded 2 meters underground, with only 1 meter leaking out of the ground. 2 water tanks. The next step was to lay water pipes, and the soil had to be dug deep. The pipes passed through the ground to avoid affecting the original appearance of Leju Peak. The water storage capacity of the reservoir and water tank on the top of the mountain was limited. The water was mainly used for watering plants on the mountain and should not be wasted. I was afraid that the members on the mountain would use up all the water if they were happy, so I warned them to save water. The last experience proved that verbal warnings alone were not effective. At the same time, water meters and sluices were set at the outlet of the water tank, and the water consumption was stipulated every 5 days. The big head was responsible for supervision. If any household used more water than the standard, the water would be cut off. After a whole month of hard work, a set of automated water supply facilities was completed. From then on, the big head could save a lot of trouble in fetching and transporting water when operating the territory. The other members were just looking for something new and fun. When there was only one water pipe, they were all very curious and wanted to play with it in various ways. Now every household is one, and it goes directly to the cave entrance of each household. It is no longer so strange. After playing for a few days, the novelty is gone, and they are not so enthusiastic. It is late autumn. The bamboo fruits and bamboo rice on the mountain have gradually entered the ripening season. This is another busy season. Nowadays, there are 6 bamboo species of God-given species in Leju Peak, namely, green bamboo, rain bamboo, small fire bamboo, steel bamboo, mud bamboo, and yuzu, starting half a month before the fruit matures. In addition to the regular marsh water irrigation, it is also necessary to use a large amount of raw stones, cut into powder, to replenish their original power and ensure the quality of the fruit. These tasks have always been in charge of Datu, and he is busy enough. There are also a large number of ordinary bamboo species on the mountain. The fruits mature a few days earlier than the God-given species. Datu is too busy to handle them, so Xiangpu directs the bee colony to pick them. This kind of busyness is limited to Datu and Xiangpu. The other members on the mountain are relatively free, and they can eat as much as they want. Bamboo fruits are not suitable for preservation, and there is no point in preserving ordinary bamboo fruits. They simply work harder and eat them all while they are fresh. Bamboo rice can be dried in the sun and stored in spider silk bags for slow digestion in winter and the beginning of next spring. Buzzing bees. Groups of big-headed ants coming and going. The most simple and primitive painting style. The only modern water pipes are buried underground, with only the heads exposed. Under the natural tranquility, there is a luxury and prosperity beyond imagination. The forest plants all over the mountains, and the forest food that can't be eaten. Many times, Bamboo always feels that he has entered a dreamland when looking at and thinking about it. However, this is not a dream, but a real existence, and he started from scratch and built it up bit by bit. Every time he looks at and thinks about it, he feels proud and happy. I really hope this beauty can continue. If it is a dream, don't wake up. Bamboo! Bamboo! Late at night, when he was sleeping soundly, Baiju's urgent shout came from outside the cave. What? Bamboo was a little unhappy. Baiju said nervously, Bamboo, that tree spirit seems to be waking up soon. Bamboo shuddered, crawled out of the cave, and shouted, Notify the Rat King. We will go there now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Baiju gritted his teeth. Soon, the Rat King quietly came up the mountain. Bamboo! The Rat King called out. Bamboo directly spread his wings and said, Don't talk nonsense. Come up. Let's go! The Rat King and Baiju jumped onto Bamboo's back armor. He flapped his wings and flew away. The Rat King and Baiju were extremely nervous. As soon as they landed, they immediately jumped off Bamboo's back armor and stood in a right triangle with Bamboo. They surrounded the boundary tree with a height of only 0.6 meters, took a fighting stance, prepared the soul-stealing secret technique, and the black mist surged in their front paws. Seeing this, Bamboo couldn't help but laugh and comforted. Don't panic. It hasn't woken up yet. Bamboo, wake up soon, Baiju reminded. The Rat King also said, Yes. The frequency of soul fluctuations has increased, which is a sign of awakening from sleep. Really? It's just a tree. There's no need to be so nervous. Bamboo calmed down a lot, expanded his mental power, and carefully scanned the small plant in front of him. Ah! Dazed, as if he felt a soul thought, Bamboo was startled and quickly retracted his mental power. He quickly remained calm and shouted, Baiju, use your mental power to check. Baiju took 2 steps back, shook his head vigorously, and said, Bamboo, you want to hurt me? It's awake. I know it's awake. Bamboo said, It shouldn't be dangerous. You try it. Baiju said firmly, I won't do it. You let the Rat King try it. The Rat King glared at Baiju, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and suggested, Bamboo, let's do it directly, and give it a taste of pain first. Don't do it. It doesn't show hostility. Bamboo said depressedly, 2 pieces of trash. Forget it. I'll do it myself. After that, he separated a wisp of mental power and carefully explored the boundary tree plant. Another soul thought followed Bamboo's spiritual power and penetrated his soul. Bamboo raised his front limbs and started the soul-stealing technique, and black mist surged. Soul-stealing technique. This is the unique skill of the human race. The tree spirit sent out a horrified thought and asked stutteringly, You are a Zerg? Beast? A beast who has mastered the unique skill of the human race? You? Who are you? Where is this? Something is wrong. The way of asking in the mind is wrong. And the tone is wrong. The mind of the spirit of the world tree that has experienced countless years should be full of vicissitudes and wisdom, instead of asking silly questions in a baby voice. Also, where is the soul pressure that a star-level life should have? Soul pressure cannot be hidden. This is Jinping Mountain Range. My name is Bamboo. The guy with a tuft of silver-white hair on his head is Baiju. The other guy who is all black is Rat King. Bamboo answered and asked knowingly, What's your name? My name is... The tree spirit thought for a long time before uncertainly saying, My name is Tada? Yes. Your name is Tada. Bamboo said, Now let me ask you. Where is this? What happened to the spaceship you are on? Isn't this Jinping Mountain Range? You just told me. The tree spirit was puzzled and asked, Your name is Bamboo? How do you know my name is Tada? The spaceship I am on. As he said, he seemed to fall into reminiscence and contemplation. Bamboo's mood suddenly became cold. Pretending to be stupid? And still pretending to be young? Bamboo shouted, Baiju. Rat King. Move your claws, and give it a taste of pain. Chapter 296 Rebirth. Bamboo, Rat King, and Baiju stood in a right triangle, with black thin lines extending from the tips of their toes, claws, like ropes, tightly binding the young tree of the world. A gloomy atmosphere filled the air, and the air temperature seemed to drop to freezing point. The practice of soul-stealing secret art is quite special, using the soul as a medium, and does not require the force. The effect is also very special. The original intention of creation is mainly to deal with soul state and elemental life forms in the universe. Later, it was deduced and improved in continuous practical application, and many other uses were derived. For example, it was used to torture the forest plants seized in the war and force the tree spirits to surrender. Tata tree spirit had obviously suffered from the soul-stealing secret art, and it cried out ah 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 before it was launched. What do you want to do? Ah. Tata cried innocently. I don't remember. I don't know anything. Don't remember? Don't know? Bamboo waved his tentacles, signaling Rat King and Baizu to withdraw the secret art. The tree spirit had just awakened, and its soul was fragile and could not withstand the torment. If it was accidentally killed, there would be nothing to ask. Bamboo asked, Do you remember the soul-stealing secret technique? Tata tree spirit replied, Yes. Bamboo asked, Do you remember the human race? Do you remember your own name? Tata tree spirit replied, Yes. Yes. Bamboo asked, Which galaxy is this? Where is it in the universe? Tata tree spirit replied, I don't know. You're asking for trouble. Bamboo said no more nonsense and waved his tentacles. Rat King and Baiju took action immediately, and used the soul-stealing secret technique again to wrap around the tree branches. Ah! Ah! The Tata tree spirit cried out in tears. I really don't know. Bamboo shouted. What happened to the spaceship? The Tata tree spirit cried. Let me think about it. Bamboo waved his tentacles to signal the Rat King and Baizu to withdraw their secret techniques. The Tata tree spirit waited for a while, then cautiously asked, Space-time turbulence? Space-time turbulence? Bamboo was startled. I don't know. It's like a dream. I can't remember clearly. Tata tree spirit cried, Endless darkness. No force. No matter. No starlight. Nothing. Waiting for death in confusion. I lost my memory. Bamboo sneered, You are hiding in the heart of the tree. Your soul is just too weak and fell into sleep. It is impossible to lose memory. Tata tree spirit asked tremblingly, Sleeping time is too long? Bamboo asked, Then why don't you age and die? Yes. Why don't I age? Tata tree spirit exclaimed, I am not old. I have become younger. Stay still. Don't move. Bamboo shouted, Let me check your soul. Tata tree spirit was honest. Dare not move. Let alone resist. Bamboo's mental power carefully scanned and checked. Incredibly, the whole plant was no different from a normal seedling of God's gift. Tata's soul was also like a newborn, without a trace of time on his body. And even the characteristics of a star-level life form disappeared. It completely turned into a young plant that had just sprouted, compared with the wild God's gift seeds that developed from common seeds. The only difference was that the tree spirit was born in advance. The soul of the tree spirit is not strong, and is even very fragile. It should have many memories, but it also has the immaturity of a newborn. Bamboo said seriously, Now, let me ask you a few more questions. Tata tree spirit was scared when he heard it, and said, You ask? Bamboo asked, 1 plus 1 equals to what? Tata tree spirit answered without hesitation, 2. Bamboo asked, 1 times 1 equals to what? Tata tree spirit answered, 1. Bamboo asked, Where are you from? I. Tata tree spirit fell into deep thought, crying and trembling, I forgot. Bamboo asked, Then why do you know multiplication and division? Tata tree spirit. I remember this. Bamboo retracted his mental power and fell into deep thought. If the tree spirit did not lie, then it should have forgotten the most important information. And some things that were engraved in the soul and became instinctive still remembered. It is not a normal phenomenon. Unscientific. If the tree spirit did not lie, then it must have been erased by some power. What power can erase the memory of the world master level soul? Maybe it took advantage of the weak sleep? The key is that the aura displayed by the Tata tree spirit and the new saplings in all aspects is wrong. Bamboo shook his head, threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and continued to question, You are a force plant. What is the specific strengthening effect of the fruit you condensed? The Tata tree spirit immediately replied, Basic physical strength is strengthened. Specifically physical strength. And the highest can be strengthened by 1 energy level. 1 energy level. Bamboo praised sincerely, You are very good. Bamboo's attitude suddenly changed, and he became amiable, asking Tata, How long is your flowering and fruiting cycle? Tata seemed to be reminiscing, and answered bit by bit. The cold night fell into silence. The scorching sun and the hot daytime absorbed nutrients. Grow. Bloom. and bear fruit. One day and night. Of course, it's impossible. Tata should be talking about a planet that does not rotate, and only shows day and night when it revolves around a star. What it calls day and night is the planet's revolution around a star. Bamboo asked, Tata, how long is the night? How long is the day? How many nights and days are there between flowering and fruiting? Tata was silent, reminiscing, and shouted, I remember. Yeah. The flowering period is 200 sidereal years. The fruiting period is 300 sidereal years. And the rest period is 300 sidereal years in between. Sidereal year is a relatively common time in cosmic civilization. One sidereal year is roughly equivalent to 1 year on the current planet. And the specific time should be longer. It blooms and bears fruit roughly every 800 to 1,000 years. Bamboo asked, what kind of plant are you? The Tata tree spirit replied, I am the Tata tree. The Tata tree grows very slowly. And the flowering and fruiting cycle is also very long. Bamboo said, okay. You grow slowly. After saying this, Bamboo put away the soul-stealing secret technique. Bamboo. Why do I feel that it is not as scary as you said? The Rat King said. And also withdrew the soul-stealing secret technique. Baiju tilted his head and asked with a squint, Bamboo. It is obviously very weak. Are you worrying too much? Weren't you two bastards scared to death before? Bamboo said angrily, don't be careless. Baiju. You stay and continue to guard. And report any situation at any time. Rat King. Let's go back. Baiju stayed. Bamboo took the Rat King and walked on the way. After walking a distance, Bamboo asked, Rat King, don't you feel weird? I noticed it. Rat King said, Bamboo. When we first found it, I clearly felt threatened. A very special feeling. Bamboo pointed out, that is the crushing of the soul level. In layman's terms, its soul quality is much higher than yours. Yes. That's the feeling. Rat King puzzled, it has become weaker. You and Baiju have been on duty to monitor it. Bamboo asked, when did it start? Rat King thought carefully and said, it should be when the tree heart disappeared and merged into the new seedlings. During this process, its soul quality seemed to have deteriorated a little bit. And now it has become weaker than ours. Bamboo did not answer. Bamboo rat warriors are born with outstanding perception abilities. After 2 brain enhancements, the perception abilities of Rat King and Baiju have been improved. It cannot be wrong. The Tata tree spirit has indeed become weaker. And it is a drop in the soul level. The Rat King said, Bamboo. If you are worried, you can ask Yucha to come and take a look. In the past 2 years, Lishu Peak has been peaceful, and there has been no fighting. Yucha has been lazily lying under the fire tea God-given seeds all day long and rarely moves. Bamboo was busy looking for treasures. And after returning to the mountain, he was busy dealing with various things. And he really ignored Yucha's strongest ability. Yucha's ability to sense living creatures is much stronger than that of bamboo rat warriors. Is the Tata tree spirit in disguise? Let Yucha come over and take a look. If Yucha still can't see any problems, then there should be no problem. The Rat King continued, Bamboo. It is a seed given by God and is growing. As long as there is no threat, it can be cultivated. In the future, we can harvest force food. Judging from the breath, it is strengthening the basic physique. The quality is probably not low. Right? Bamboo said, the flowering and fruiting cycle is as short as 800 years. And it may be longer than 1,000 years. You can cultivate it slowly. The Rat King suggested, white bamboo has nothing to do every day. And it is lazy to death. So let it guard it. Chapter 297 Bamboo Rice. Bamboo, Rat King, and Baiju all came to the same conclusion. The Tata tree spirit has become weaker, and is no longer a threat. Yucha went to check and came to a more accurate conclusion. The soul strength of the Tata tree spirit is roughly equivalent to that of a high-level warrior. The current life level of the plant is equivalent to the life level of the bloodthorn God-given seed when Bamboo was a high-level warrior. This is equivalent to a wild God-given seed with excellent talent, which has undergone a metamorphosis and evolution. It is also equivalent to a newborn, with no traces of vicissitudes of life from head to toe, inside and out. It is good to forget the past after going through many hardships and gain a new life. But the cycle of flowering and fruiting is more than 800 years. What use is there for you? Killing it to make fertilizer is too cruel after all. It is an intelligent life. It is also a rare God-given tree seed, which has a relatively rare basic physical strengthening effect. It is a pity to kill it and make it into fertilizer, since it has been confirmed that there is no danger and there is no cultivation value. Bamboo is too lazy to care about it. Listen to the advice of the Rat King and leave it to Baizu to take care of. Baizu really likes to be lazy and likes to wander around. Bamboo picked it out separately and assigned it to Shannon to form the so-called Lizufeng combat team with Big Bear, originally intended to avoid a conflict between it and the Rat King. This guy is good. He is not lazy anymore. Now he is a combatant, working with Big Bear. Big Bear does rough and violent physical work. Bamboo rat warriors are short and fragile and can't do it at all. So he concluded that he doesn't need to work, wandering around all day blatantly. Sent to guard the God-given seed of the Tada tree. Baizu is quite happy. Bamboo doesn't want this God-given seed. It's mine. Baizu can also communicate with tree spirits, and finds that tree spirits know more than himself, and know a lot of knowledge that Bamboo has never taught. He also found that tree spirits are very timid and afraid of himself. They say whatever he asks and obey his orders. The only drawback is that they are rooted in the soil and cannot move. Otherwise he would have a little follower. Liju Peak. Late at night. A busy night. The bamboo rice condensed from the 3 divine seeds of Yuju, Zaiwozu and Yuju will mature tonight. Bamboo stayed beside Yuju, and Fengling also waited with other members of the mountain not far away, quietly waiting for the first batch of bamboo rice to mature. Strengthening perception ability. A very rare strengthening effect. As long as the specific type is not particularly useless, it can often be sold at a high price. Bamboo. It's okay, Big Head shouted. A bamboo rice that originally emitted a hazy halo dimmed, which was a sign of full maturity. In the bamboo forest, one bamboo rice after another matured. Big Head waved his antennae, and the small worker ants guarding under the bamboo poles began to climb up, picking the bamboo rice, lining up in a long line, transporting it over, and placing it in front of Bamboo. Bamboo. Try it. Yeah. Bamboo's mental power swept over the bamboo rice and exclaimed, "The force is very strong." Big Head complained, on average, 4 raw stones are invested in each bamboo rice, which is the one with the highest investment cost among the 6 bamboo species given by God. If we can't sell it at a good price, we will lose a lot. Bamboo. Try it. Okay. Bamboo picked up a bamboo rice and swallowed it calmly, savoring the force-enhancing effect carefully. But it didn't feel very clear. If you don't feel anything after taking one, take another one. Still no effect. So I swallowed 3 pills in one go. I felt something. Bamboo calmed down, experienced it, and became excited. Without hesitation, he picked up 10 pills from the ground and swallowed them all. Hold your breath and feel the flow and strengthening effect of the force after it enters your body. Data felt Bamboo's excitement and confirmed that the effect was good. He immediately became happy and asked, "Bamboo, which perception ability is being strengthened?" Bamboo tried to calm down his excitement and said word by word, "Force." "Wow! Wow! Wow!" Dadu exclaimed, and then cheered, "We're rich." Bamboo. "We're rich." Bamboo. "You shut up this idiot." The yuzu tree spirit, who had been silent all night, seemed to be disturbed and sent out dissatisfied thoughts to Bamboo. With undisguised contempt, "Stupid big-headed ant. Strengthen the ability to sense the force. What is the use? On this planet, it is very useful. It can increase the success rate of entering the jungle in autumn to find the seeds of God. To be precise, it can more keenly perceive the force fluctuations of the seeds of God and find them out. This effect is really huge." Li Zhufeng was jubilant. After being excited, Bamboo began to organize more detailed data on the test of yuzu bamboo rice. Bamboo participated in person, and selected 3 red cockroach tribe warriors, Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi, to participate at the same time. If more than 100 bamboo rice grains are eaten, the strengthening effect begins to decline. If more than 200 bamboo rice grains are eaten, the effect becomes less ideal. If more than 300 bamboo rice grains are eaten, the effect approaches 0, and the strengthening reaches its limit. First of all, it is confirmed that the strengthening effect will decay, and there is a limit to strengthening. This limit has nothing to do with strength. For the same race, due to slight differences in individual physique, there are not very obvious small differences. At the same time, another test was done. A polished and smooth raw stone with restrained force was placed, and the soul was simply used to sense it without using mental power to explore. and the growth of sensing ability was indirectly tested by measuring the distance. Before strengthening, the sensing ability was between 5 and 10 meters depending on the strength. During the strengthening process, the sensing distance continued to increase. When the strengthening reaches the limit, the sensing ability can increase by about 30 to 35 meters. Using pure soul to sense a raw stone containing force is a standard customized by Bamboo to measure the strengthening effect of sensing ability. The real benefit of strengthening Yuzu bamboo rice is that when the mental power is used to explore, the coverage area will be particularly sensitive to the existence of the force, and it will become easy to find the seeds of God in the wild jungle. The next step is pricing. The caravan does not have this type of enhanced force food for sale. There is no precedent to learn from, and there is no price to refer to. So everything can only be analyzed by yourself. There are also 584 Yuzu bamboo poles, each with 8 ears, and each ear condenses 2 bamboo rices, for a total of 9,344. In the first round of testing, the 4 red Blatog warriors used nearly 1,300 Yuzu bamboo rices. The output is very small, but the amount used for strengthening is very large. So there must be a situation where supply exceeds demand. Bamboo, how are you going to set the price? Data asked urgently. Not for sale for the time being. Bamboo said seriously, this thing is too useful. So it will be supplied to the Red Blatog tribe for internal consumption first. As for this year, we will satisfy all members of our Leju Peak first. Not for sale. Data was disappointed and said, Bamboo, you can't make a few raw stones if you sell it at a low price within the tribe. Not for sale. Give it away for free. Bamboo said, Datu, don't worry. We can make more. Bamboo then continued to test the strengthening effect of Yuzu bamboo rice on bamboo rat warriors. 2 comparative test groups, Rat King and White Bamboo in one group, Maju and Water Bamboo in another group. Bamboo rat warriors are naturally sensitive to the force, and they all reached their limit after swallowing 500 Yuzu bamboo rice. The 4 bamboo rat warriors participating in the test all increased their perception distance by about 80 to 100 meters, and there was no particularly obvious difference due to strength and other reasons. Bamboo also pulled Yucha and Da Xiong to participate in the test. As a result, they were similar to the red cockroach warriors, and they reached their upper limit after eating about 300 bamboo rice. And it can only increase the perception distance by about 30 meters. Final conclusion. The effect of Yuzu bamboo rice on bamboo rat warriors is particularly good because of racial genes. Li Zhufeng, 7 bamboo rat warriors, used up 3,500 Yuzu bamboo rice in one go, including the 7 red cockroach warriors including Bamboo, and the big bear, big head, oil tea, and cattail, used up 3,500. In total, almost 7,000 were used. The first year's output of the Yuzu God-given seeds was digested by Li Zhufeng, and there were more than 2,000 left. The 2,000 integers were sent to the Iron Knife Mountains, and some left for the Red Cockroach King and the Oil Pear Princess to taste. Chapter 298 My God-given seed. 300 magical veins were lit up at the heart of Bamboo. When the reserve force was sufficient, they would start to work, absorb the natural force, transform it into a special force that strengthened mental ability, and transform genes. This process would only start when he was asleep. Bamboo's life became regular. He went to bed at dusk and woke up at dawn every day to ensure adequate sleep and try not to stay up late. It was very economical. He only needed to eat a small amount of force food that strengthened the physique and mental ability every day to maintain an efficient growth rate. In autumn, he was busy with harvesting and drying, which was mainly done by Datu and Xiangpu. So the other members seemed to be relatively idle. Bamboo sent 6 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King into the jungle to find the God-given seeds. After the Leju Peak Autumn Harvest Celebration dinner, only the purple gold and Xiangpu God-given seeds, which matured particularly late, had not been harvested. With the enhanced force perception ability, Hongdao, Duzhu, and Hongmi were full of confidence and could not wait to enter the jungle in advance. The lazy Yucha could not hold back and applied to Bamboo to enter the jungle and join the search for the God-given seeds. Fengling brought Longgu and was eager to try. Daxiong was rubbing his fists, but they were all stopped by Bamboo. Leju Peak can't be left empty. Right? What if a group of beast warriors suddenly appeared? At least some defensive forces must be left. In the quiet autumn, Leju Peak was deserted. Bored, Bamboo would appropriately use his metal ability every day to make alloy bottles, pots, pans, and bowls. The biggest thing was to make a metal cabinet and put it in the cave to store force food. The magical veins of the heart were picked up. Not innate abilities, nor formed by self-cultivation. It must be practiced repeatedly, mastered, and used at will. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. And proficiency can also reduce the loss of force when using abilities. Most of the time, I lie lazily, enjoying the winter sun. Baiju climbed up the mountain with a backpack on his back. The backpack opened, revealing a small piece of purple-red saplings. Bamboo saw it, subconsciously startled, and stood up. Bamboo! Baiju climbed up the mountain, called out, carefully took off the backpack, and gently put it on the ground. You brought it back to Liju Peak? Bamboo asked sternly. Whose idea was it? What kind of reaction was this? Baiju was so scared that his neck shrank. His expression was stunned. His eyes turned, and he raised his claws, pointing at the Tata God-given seed, saying, "It's idea." Then he asked, Bamboo, "Is there any problem?" Bamboo did not answer, but separated a wisp of promotion power and placed it on the branch. Baiju was even more uneasy. Tata Tree Spirit said innocently, "Bamboo, it's not me. It's Baiju. It said that the original force of Liju Peak is more concentrated, so it asked me to come to Liju Peak to survive. Yeah, it dubbed me out." Bamboo slowly turned his head and looked at Baiju. Baiju said awkwardly, "Bamboo, I am a mouse staying there. It's so boring. I miss you." Baiju suddenly had an idea and said, "Bamboo, we will go to the fantasy maze to hunt for treasures next spring. Right? If I leave, who will protect it? We can't send a warrior from Liju Peak. Right?" Bamboo carefully scanned the seed given by the Tata Tree God, withdrew his mental power, and said, "It has grown to a certain size. It is not so easy to die, and does not need protection." "How can that be? Any wild boar can dig it up." Baiju begged, "Bamboo, there are still many open spaces in Liju Peak. Leave one for Tata." Bamboo understood that Baiju wanted to move Tata to Liju Peak, where the original force is abundant, to survive. Since Liju Peak has developed to this day, every inch of land is useful and precious, and no idle trees can be raised. Bamboo said, "You move it down the mountain." "Oh," Baiju said unwillingly, "Bamboo, can I move it near the cave at the foot of the mountain?" Bamboo waved his tentacles impatiently and said, "Don't cross the bloodthorn bush defense line. Don't get in the way." Baiju stretched his neck to look at the foot of the mountain, and said happily, "Okay." Baiju hurried down the mountain, opened up a piece of open space near the bloodthorn bush in the south of the mountain, loosened the soil and fertilized it, and replanted the seeds given by the Tata Tree God. The location chosen was outside the Liju Peak specified by Bamboo, but the concentration of the force was no less than that of Liju Peak. Bamboo had been lying on the mountain, observing silently. The performance of Baiju was similar to that of Oil Tea. Just as Oil Tea liked the God-given seeds of Fire Oil Tea, it also liked the God-given seeds of Tata from the bottom of its heart. Meticulous care. Next to Shandong where he lived, he dug rocks overnight and built a biogas pool. He entered the jungle very cleverly, selected eucalyptus branches of moderate thickness, cut them down and transported them back, sharpened one end and inserted it into the soil, tied it with hemp rope, and made a circle of protective fence. Because it was close to the cave where the big bear lived, he finally risked his life to warn the big bear, "Watch your way, and don't step on my God-given seeds." Then he was chased by the big bear, and ran around Liju Peak for several laps. Transplanting the Tata God-given seeds to the foot of Liju Peak has another benefit. There is no need to guard them every day. The white bamboo is freed, and Bamboo sends it out to take advantage of the season to go into the jungle to look for the God-given seeds. This year is Bamboo's 10th year. The God-given seeds of the Fire Oil Tea have recovered from the weakness of the birth, and the God-given seeds are more than 20 meters tall. At the end of September, the oil tea flowers bloomed. As expected, the number of flowers exceeded 3,000. Bamboo is more optimistic about its development potential as a tree. The plant grows about 10 centimeters taller each year, and it will bloom about 20 more flowers and 20 more fruits each year. Steady growth, increasing year by year. After dozens or hundreds of years, its output will be considerable. 3,000 tea fruits. The current members of Liju Peak can't afford it at all, and they can consider selling them within the Red Blatten tribe next spring. The Oil Tea Tree Spirit is also looking forward to it. Condensing a fruit earns 1 raw stone. And next year it can earn 3,000 raw stones. I am very happy to make money with my own ability. The red figure rushed from the southeast along the Jinping Mountains. And with a sweep of his spiritual power, he found Bamboo's position and landed directly. I haven't seen Princess Chui Rong for many years. Bamboo. Your oil tea God-given seed is growing well. Looking at the red oil tea flowers on the tree, Princess Chui Rong sighed sincerely. Small trees are far inferior, and can't be compared with the banyan tree God-given seeds, Bamboo said modestly, and asked cheerfully, Princess Chui Rong, how can you bear to come to my Lishu Peak? Princess Chui Rong asked back, aren't you too lazy to come to my Chui Rong Peak? I'm not lazy. How dare I be lazy? Bamboo explained, I wanted to come to see you a long time ago. Look, I've been busy searching for treasures in the past 2 years. Can't I leave? Princess Chui Rong said, it is rumored everywhere that you have made a fortune in the Misty Mountains in the past 2 years, with the help of 2 bamboo rat warriors and a compass. A small fortune. A small fortune. Bamboo said, I did make a small fortune. But it can't be compared with the big yellow fruit banyan in your Yangdi Mountains. A small fortune is fine. Princess Chui Rong said, this year, the red hard tree bloomed and bore fruit. The Yangdi Mountains and the Water Banyan Mountains merged and became a county named Chui Rong County. I came here to officially notify you and invite you to go to Chui Rong Peak to participate in the celebration in 13 days. Don't forget the gift. It can't be less. Understand? Officially promoted to a county? Congratulations to Princess Chui Rong. Bamboo said happily, Princess Chui Rong. Don't worry. The gift will definitely not be less. It won't be bad. Princess Chui Rong hurried to notify other mountain warriors, and left without staying for long. Yucha calculated the flowering time of the God-given seeds of fire oil tea and ran back to visit. As luck would have it, Bamboo sent Yucha out to retrieve Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi. Get ready. Make an appointment with the Iron Blade Mountain Master, and set off together. Chapter 299. Can't I give you a salary? The promotion of a mountain range to a county is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it is also a happy event that symbolizes the reproduction and prosperity of the race. The Red Blattis tribe, the mountain masters of each mountain range, and the county masters of each county must go to congratulate. It is a rare and lively event. Unfortunately, there are too few warriors in Lishu Peak, and there are too many God-given seeds. They dare not neglect it, and Bamboo can't bring more warriors to join in the fun. There are now 4 Mountain Master level warriors in the Taidao Mountain Range, and the Taidao Mountain Master brought 2 younger generations, Haizang and Taiwa. Flame-clustered Ginso has been traveling in the Fire Blattis Kingdom, helping Bamboo sell and purchase force food. If the plan goes well, there will be more social matters that need its help starting next year, and it is necessary to have a close relationship with others. By the way, Bamboo also called Flame-clustered Ginso together, heading southeast, entering the Water Banyan Mountain Range, flying along the mountain range, and reaching the Chui Rong Peak. Give gifts on the mountain. Princess Chui Rong was lying at the entrance of the cave, waiting to receive gifts. The little ant king named Mobile commanded the ant colony and helped to carry the gifts. Everyone gave gifts according to their ability. The master of Taidao Mountain sent a bag of Taidao fruit and walnut produced in his territory. The gift was worth less than 100 raw stones. Princess Chui Rong happily accepted it. Every mountain master or princess who came to participate in the celebration would bring 1 or 2 smart juniors to increase their knowledge. The mountain is small and cannot accommodate too many warriors. Please go to the open and flat ground at the foot of the mountain to rest. The celebration will also be held at the foot of the mountain. Bamboo was simpler, carrying only a spider silk bag, which looked like it had only a few things at the bottom. Opening it, a metal box that originally contained super high-quality force food was revealed. The box was filled with hay, but inside it was a force crystal. When Princess Chui Rong saw it, she was immediately delighted and teased Bamboo. Everyone says you are stingy, but I think you are still very generous. Who said I was stingy? Bamboo was dissatisfied and said, I have tried my best to take care of fellow warriors in other mountains over the years. The caravan said you were stingy, but my fellow tribesmen didn't say anything. Princess Chui Rong had sharp eyes and glanced at the spider silk bag, saying, do you have anything else in your bag? What are you standing there for? Take it out quickly. This is not a gift. This is a sample for the Red Cockroach King. Bamboo asked, is the Red Cockroach King on the top of the mountain? What sample? Princess Chuirong said, "The Red Cockroach King also asked you when he came. And he is waiting for you to come over to discuss something." Banbu flapped his wings and flew into the air, saying, "Then I will go find it." In the entire Red Cockroach tribe, there are only 20 princess-level warriors, and 8 of them came to participate in the ceremony, all crowded at the top of Chuirong Peak. Banbu circled around, but couldn't find a place to land, and finally could only land on a slope. The Red Blatant King said with a chuckle, "The abundance of the force in Chuirong Peak is sufficient, but the scale is a little small. Banbu, your Liju Peak is more spacious." Banbu complained, "Why are you all crowded on the mountain?" The Red Blatant King said, "Most of the people down the mountain are younger generations. It's rare for them to get together to talk and celebrate. If we go down, they won't dare to talk, which is a big disappointment. You are a little self-aware." Banbu slandered secretly and asked, "Red Blatant King, is Princess Yoli still guarding outside the Misty Mountains? I was just planning to discuss this with you." The Red Blatant King said solemnly, "Banbu, there are smart foreign warriors who have dug magnetite and imitated the creation of a compass." Banbu asked, "So what? The magnetic field in the fantasy colors is disturbed. So have they learned to calculate the direction? That's not that amazing." The Red Blatant King said, "Compasses are manufactured in large quantities, and some smart warriors have come up with a stupid idea to build a plank road with wooden stakes and spider silk, heading straight east, over the mountains, and began to try probing the depths of the fantasy colors. Compasses are mass-produced and sold publicly. Spider silk increases year by year, and each kingdom recruits a large number of warriors to enter the mountains to search for treasures. Our Red Blatant tribe cannot lag behind, and we also follow this method. Build plank roads, and increase the investment of warriors. Banbu, nowadays, your advantage of freely entering and exiting the depths of the fantasy colors is not so obvious. I am afraid that in another year or two, the treasures that fell into the Misty Mountains will be picked up by all tribes. If possible, act quickly." Banbu discovered that the ants used their larvae to spin silk and lay the plank road to go deep into the colorful maze. He guessed that this situation would happen at the time and was not surprised. He said, "Last year, I entrusted the Iron Blade Mountain Lord to purchase enough spider silk from the caravan. Do we have enough spider silk for the Red Blatant tribe?" The Red Blatant King said, "I also purchased a large amount of spider silk from the caravan last year and stockpiled enough." Banbu said, "I have found the biggest treasure in the Misty Mountains, and it is just waiting to be moved. Forget it. Let's not wait until spring. Just act directly after the celebration." Banbu added, "The things are precious and the quantity is large. Red Blatant King, I am afraid you need to go there in person to guard it for safety." The Red Blatant King asked, "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Banbu said, "It's been a while since I recovered." "That's good. Then don't delay." The Red Blatant King said, after the celebration, "We will immediately organize soldiers and start to move the remains of the God-given seed back first. I will personally lead 5 princess soldiers to escort us on the way." Banbu said, "This is the best." The Red Blatant King said, "The things we moved out will be divided in half. Li Zhufeng will get half, and the participating soldiers will get half." "Half and half?" Banbu said dissatisfiedly, "You are too black." "Right. I just helped to move the things. Can I pay you? Pay you a salary?" The Red Blatant King sneered. "How to give? Each senior soldier 2 raw stones a day?" Banbu said, You can give more." A warrior named Princess Duing couldn't help but said, "Master Banbu, this matter requires more than 1,000 warriors to participate, and it will last for several months. Everyone will abandon their territory and run back and forth. You can't take all the benefits alone." "Right," Banbu said, "I found the things, and I opened the hatch at the risk of my life. Even though the force vanes were broken, I also need to do my best to transport it later. It's not fair to divide it equally." The Red Blatant King asked, "Banbu, how do you think it should be divided?" Banbu said, 30%. "I want 70%. And the participating warriors take 30%. After some bargaining, it was finally decided that Banbu would take 60%. The participating warriors would take 40%. And the Red Blatant King and the princess, who participated in this matter, would be paid separately. After the discussion, no one was satisfied, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The Red Cockroach King waved his tentacles and expelled him. "There is no place for you on the mountain. Go down and play by yourself. Your Elijah Peak is full of God-given seeds. And there are too many raw stones to spend. You must be very popular. Red Cockroach King. Don't be angry. Bamboo's mood changed, and he became happy again. He raised the spider silk bag and said, I have something to discuss with you. The Red Cockroach King asked, What is it? Just say it. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag, took out an exquisite metal bottle, shook it, and simply said, This year's newly produced yuzu bamboo rice strengthens the ability to perceive the force. Perception ability? Force perception? Chijiang County Princess thought for a while, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly realized the value of yuzu bamboo rice. She waved her tentacles and said, Give it to me. Let me try. Bamboo used his metal manipulation ability very coquettishly, and the metal bottle floated and came to the Red Cockroach King. Chapter 300 Deepwater Barnyard. The Red Cockroach King took the metal bottle, scanned it with his spiritual power, understood the structural principle of the bottle, opened the bottle cap, and scanned it with his spiritual power to find that there were a lot of them. He swallowed dozens of them in one breath and handed the bottle to the princess next to him. The other princesses were very polite, and each of them was satisfied after eating about 20 pills. The Red Cockroach King was distracted, feeling the effect of the force enhancement while asking Bamboo, You brought it here for us to taste. Are you going to sell it at a low price within our Red Cockroach tribe first? You still have some conscience. No, not for sale. Bamboo said, Just give it away. Send? The Red Cockroach Princess suspected that she had heard it wrong. Give it away, Bamboo confirmed, adding, But it's not free. I knew it wouldn't be that good. The Red Blatten King asked Bamboo, What do you mean? Bamboo said, The annual output of Elijah Peak is only 9,344 yuzu bamboo rice. Generally speaking, a warrior needs to eat 300 to strengthen to the extreme. The quantity is too small, and the demand is too great. What I mean is to cooperate with remote mountain ranges with fewer warriors. Every year, each mountain range selects young senior warriors under the age of 4. And I will provide 300 yuzu bamboo rice for free. The condition is that in autumn and winter, they have to enter the jungle to look for the God-given seeds. If they don't find them, it's fine. If they find them, the condition is also very simple. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, 1/10 of the income from the God-given seeds every year must be given to me as a reward. And it will continue for 20 years. No matter how poor the quality of the God-given seeds is. After the warrior is promoted to the Mountain Master, the net income is 30,000 raw stones per year. If you are lucky and encounter the best trees, your annual net income can exceed 100,000. Bamboo's approach is considered a risky investment. If you are lucky, 300 bamboo rice can earn more than 60,000 raw stones, or even hundreds of thousands. Of course, there are more cases where you lose all your money and get nothing. The Red Blatten King calculated silently for a while and said, Bamboo, you will probably suffer a loss if you do this. Why don't you sell it directly? Or sell it to the caravan? This thing is too precious. It is not cost-effective to sell it to foreigners, no matter how many raw stones it has. The cost of a single bamboo rice is as high as 4 raw stones. How much is the appropriate price to sell it in our Red Blatten tribe? How many warriors can afford it? Bamboo said. Every year, the number of God-given seeds born in the jungle is not large. But it is definitely there. What is lacking is the ability to find them. I may lose money by doing this, but for the development of our Red Blatten tribe, it is a sure win. It seems that you have thought about it carefully. The Red Blatten King thought for a while and said, Your method is prone to disputes. The details need to be discussed and negotiated in advance. In addition, you can start from the Red Orange Mountains and Chigang Mountains. You can also try Chuirong County first. Ben said, That's what I meant. The Yodi Mountain Range and the Water Banyan Mountain Range merged and upgraded to a county, named Chuirong County. But the focus of the celebration was not the Chuirong God-given seeds, but the Dahuangbuarong God-given seeds. Dahuangbuarong was promoted to the Master of the Mountain 5 years ago, and its God-given seeds evolved accordingly. The quality of the fruit improved, and the strengthening effect was better, taking the opportunity to increase the price. The price of a single seed was as high as 300 raw stones for the caravan, and the price for the tribe was 200 raw stones. Now it has become a luxury item. The warriors of the Black and White Cockroach tribe have helped to stimulate the tree, which is about 45 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and is spectacular. Nature is also balanced. The number of fruits of the God-given seeds of the big yellow fruit banyan tree is still not very ideal. The number of fruits produced each year is only a little more than 1,200. The tree grows year by year. But the number of fruits produced increases very little. As everyone expected, the annual income from this God-given seed alone exceeds 300,000 raw stones. With only 2 God-given seeds of trees, the net income of Chuirong County exceeds 400,000 raw stones each year. If you are lucky enough, the big yellow fruit banyan tree will be promoted to the county lord in the future, and the God-given seeds will grow and evolve with it, and the output will double. Then Chuirong County will really become rich. The only flaw is the character of the big yellow fruit banyan tree, surrounded by a group of warriors of the same tribe. It is very nervous, stumbling when speaking, its tentacles shaking restlessly. Its thinking is confused, and it is a bit confused. I thought my character would improve after my strength improved, but I didn't expect that even after I was promoted to the mountain master, I didn't make any progress, and was still as useless as when I was a child. Bamboo couldn't help but feel disappointed. Obviously, Princess Chi Jian and Princess Yoli didn't like the big yellow fruit banyan very much. They were too shy and cowardly by nature. They didn't have the temperament of a commander at all, and couldn't possibly be the future successor of the Chuirong County. The celebration was very monotonous. Just getting together and eating. It was mainly ordinary dried fruit force food. There was also a small amount of fresh fruit produced in summer, which was sealed with amber juice and stored on the top of the snow peak. When they were taken out in winter, the taste didn't change much and was still so delicious and sweet. The celebration was lively and lasted all night before it ended. In the early morning, they bid farewell to Princess Chuirong one after another. Bamboo, with Yenshu Banmao, stayed at the end to discuss the matter of yuzu bamboo rice with Princess Chuirong, finalized the details, and finally said goodbye and left. Bamboo planned to give all the yuzu bamboo rice to Yenshu Banmao, and Yenshu Banmao could get a 10% commission for the revenue. Returning to Liju Peak, Bamboo landed directly next to the God-given seed of fire oil tea. Oil tea was not there. Bamboo began to think about how to find Baidu and Rat King, and everyone packed up and prepared to set off. Unexpectedly, the Rat King noticed the movement and hurried up the mountain with 5 bamboo rat warriors. Bamboo did not call, and the other members on the mountain came over one after another. Bamboo, we found a God-given seed. Rat King didn't waste words. Picked out a metal bottle from his cheek, opened a stuffing of hay, and carefully took out a dark brown seed. Without waiting for Bamboo to ask, Rat King introduced, it was found by Shueju in the swamp. We also brought back dry grass plants from nearby. Red Rice has identified it, and confirmed that it is a deep-water barnyard God-given seed. Red Rice immediately added, Bamboo, this is a variant of deep-water barnyard in the inherited memory. I can cultivate new rice seeds. Deep-water barnyard. Not bad. Bamboo was not happy about the barnyard God-given seed, but the immediate effect after using yuzu bamboo rice to strengthen it. He asked, Rat King, is the strengthening effect of yuzu bamboo rice good? Very good. Rat King carefully considered his words and said, the efficiency has doubled. We will have a greater chance of finding the God-given seed in the future. Hee hee. Go around the forest more often. The tree God-given seeds are the best. Bamboo looked around, and the 4 guys, Hongdao, Duju, Hongmi, and Longdu, were all eagerly waiting for him to speak and decide who would breed the God-given seeds. Bamboo had just been promoted to L3 Senior Warrior this spring, and chose a yuzu seed to breed as his life seed. The next molting evolution will be at least in the spring of the following year. The seed should not be stored for too long, and he would definitely not be able to use them. Red Rice, you have ready-made paddy fields, and you are also the most proficient in growing barnyard grass and rice. You will breed this God-given seed. Bamboo finished speaking, and added, in the future, the God-given seeds will be bred by Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, and Dragon Bamboo in turn. This year, you don't have to enter the jungle. Stay in the mountains. I will leave in a few days. Dada asked, Bamboo, are you going to the Misty Mountains to hunt for treasure again? Bamboo corrected, it's not a treasure hunt. It's to bring back the treasures found this year. Okay. I understand. Members on the mountain responded one after another. Bamboo continued, Rat King, go and find the white bamboo. Also, if the oil tea comes back, let it stay at Liju Peak and don't leave the mountain this year. Rat King said. Oil tea went to find the white bamboo. Bamboo asked curiously. Why? Big Bear scratched his head and said, the God-given seed of the white bamboo is in a bad mood. It won't eat the marsh water we irrigate it with. And it keeps asking to see the white bamboo every day. Bamboo said, that's perfect. Chapter 301 Eye Patch. Yucha is good at searching and quickly found Baiju. Baiju calmed down the Tata tree spirit with earnest words. Pack up and get ready. The Red Blatten King organized 10 warriors to first meet up with Bamboo at Leisure Peak, and then set off along the Jinjiang River. 2 princesses and 8 mountain masters each carried a spider silk bag, which contained spider silk bags and python skin bags. Basically, all the bags in the territory that could hold things were brought. Carrying the bag affected the flying speed, and it took more than half a month to reach the Orchid Mountain Range. In the middle of winter, all the insect tribes were idle, and the grocery market under the Orchid Mountain Range became particularly lively. In the first 2 years, the Dalmantis tribe sold all kinds of strange items from outer space. After 2 years of development, some clever insect warriors saw business opportunities and transported the special force food and high-quality seeds produced in their own territories to sell at a relatively high price. Different regions, different mountains and waters, different types of plants evolved, and the force food produced by different insect races also has the basic innate ability characteristics of their own races. It is also a rare thing and sells well. In the grocery market, all kinds of strange goods appear, and more insect warriors will definitely be attracted. It can be predicted that the grocery market in the Orchid Mountain Range will be more prosperous and lively next year. Outside the Misty Mountains, it is also very lively. Following the colorful maze, rows of raised earth and stone nests are densely packed, all of which are insect warriors participating in the treasure hunt. The Cockroach tribe is a small tribe, compressed on a front line with a width of only about 1.5 kilometers. To the south is the Black and White Cockroach tribe, and to the south is the Cockroach tribe. To the north is the Emerald Cockroach tribe, which is also a branch of the Fire Cockroach kingdom. To the north is the Flying Cockroach tribe, and to the north is the Cockroach tribe. This is a deliberate arrangement by the Knife Mantis tribe. After all, they are all cockroach tribes, and they are close neighbors and familiar with each other. It is not appropriate for them to have conflicts when they are together. Like other insect races, the Red Cockroach tribe warriors are building a plank road. The Oil Pear Princess knows how to enjoy life. She spreads a piece of animal skin and lies comfortably to enjoy the winter sunshine. When he came closer, Bamboo was speechless. The Oil Pear Princess got a red fierce mask used by female soldiers from somewhere, and learned how to use it without a teacher. She stretched it on the antennae, and used it as an eye mask. The size was just right to cover the 2 compound eyes. Sensing the arrival of the Red Blatten King and his entourage, Princess Yoli took off her eye mask, stood up, and greeted Red Blatten King. Princess Ginkgo. Princess doing? Bamboo. You are here. Yes. The Red Blatten King agreed, gently tapped Princess Yoli's eye mask with his antennae, and asked, what is this? A thing made by evil creatures from outer space. Who knows what it should be called? Princess Yoli demonstrated, pulled down the eye mask, covered her eyes, and pulled it up again, explaining, it is very good for blocking the sun. Many insect warriors use it this way now. I spent 50 raw stones to buy it. The compound eyes of insect warriors cannot be closed, and most of them avoid light by nature. When enjoying the sun, they often pull a few large leaves or use animal skins to cover their compound eyes. This large eye mask is made of high-grade materials, exquisite workmanship, and has gorgeous patterns. It looks really high-end and classy. Very good. The Red Cockroach King turned his head and told the Yellow and Mountain Master next to him, Huang, go to the market later and sell a few more. The Yellow and Mountain Master replied, I understand. It sold out a long time ago. I'm smart and stocked up a few and gave them to you. The Oil Pear Princess pointed to the north with her tentacles and said seriously, Red Cockroach King. Half a month ago, the Fire Peach Cockroach King of Changsheng County came once and said he had something to discuss with you. The Red Cockroach King asked in confusion, what is it? The Oil Pear Princess said, it thinks I'm old and weak, and it doesn't take me seriously, so it won't say anything. Humph. The Red Cockroach King snorted coldly and said, I'll go over and ask. The Red Cockroach King left. Princess Avocado went into the nest where she lived, took out 3 bright red eye masks, and said, Princess Ginkgo. Princess doing? Bamboo. Come. You each have one. You're welcome. Princess Ginkgo and Princess Doing took the things, thanked them, and couldn't wait to put them on the tentacles. Bamboo shook his antennae and said, I'll forget it. You don't like red? The oil pear princess waved her antennae, pointing to the black and white cockroach tribe in the south, and said, They bought a lot of black ones. Do you know the guy called Wabai Shansu? He's very cunning. He stocked up a lot in advance, and is selling them everywhere. You live next to him, and I heard that you have a good relationship with him. You can go and ask for one. Bamboo said, Forget it. I don't need it. Don't forget it. I can't bear to give it away. The oil pear princess was a little dissatisfied and waved her antennae, saying, Bamboo, we are building a plank road. Don't be lazy. Go and see if it is straight. Recently, several tribes have built crooked plank roads because they don't know how to use compasses, and they have to start all over again, which is very time-consuming. The Red Blatten tribe built 2 plank roads at the same time at a distance of 500 meters. Bamboo waved his antennae and ordered, I'll go this way. Rat King, you go over there and take a look. The plank road is actually 2 rows of spider silk with a distance of about 5 meters. Every 6 meters or so. Use a bamboo tube or a tree stump of appropriate size to insert into the ground for support. In the fantasy maze, black and white are the most conspicuous, and they are painted black with coke mixed with amber juice. In this way, the warriors can get rid of the spider silk and follow the plank road to enter and exit the fantasy maze. Bamboo tubes and tree trunks, which were originally worthless common things, now need to be purchased from the Dalmantis tribe with raw stones. And the price is not low. The demand for materials is very large. And the cost of the plank road is not cheap. The plank road that Bamboo checked is just across. The mountain range has penetrated about 500 meters into the plain. If you want to go deeper, you will have a long way to go. With such a short distance, there is no possibility of it being repaired crookedly. Bamboo went to the location of the large wreckage to check again. Everything was intact. On the side close to the continent of nations, it is impossible for the plank road to be built so far. The ants of the continent of nations have already swept more than once. They have moved away everything that can be moved. The probability of returning to search is not high, so the things are quite safe. However, things that will be moved sooner or later should be moved as soon as possible to avoid more troubles. A round trip of 80 to 90 kilometers. The sun has already set when we walked out of the illusion. The red cockroach king has not returned yet. The rat king and Bayou squeaked. The two were fighting happily, and a group of soldiers were watching the excitement. Bamboo glanced and found that the 2 guys were just competing with brute force and pushing each other. He didn't care much and walked towards the oily pear princess, who was lying not far away. The oily pear princess asked lazily, Bamboo, is there anything wrong with the things? Of course. Bamboo asked, has the red cockroach king not come back yet? No. Where are the Ginkgo princess and the Doing princess? They are all here for the first time, and they are curious about everything they see. They ran to the market in a hurry to hang out. Bamboo approached the oily pear princess, suppressed his mind, and asked, Oily pear princess, are the things I left behind when I left last time still there? Oily pear princess asked, what are they? Bamboo said, 6 force crystals. No more. It's been so long. They have been distributed long ago. Princess Yuli said with disdain, you guy. Did you take the good stuff and run away last time? Have you hidden the stuff? Hee, what good stuff? Humph. You want to take back the stuff you gave away? No. I'm just asking. Last time, in order to confuse Princess Yuli and get away, Bamboo threw out nearly 900,000 raw stones in one go. As a result, Tata Tree Spirit didn't know anything and didn't get any information. He was still a useless waste. Thinking back, I felt heartbroken and really wanted to take back some of it. The Rat King and Baizu were finally tired of fighting. They said something harsh to each other and turned their heads away. Bamboo then stepped forward, caught the 2 of them, and taught them a lesson. Just as the scene was getting lively, the Red Blatten King came back at a gallop, landed, shook his antennae, signaled Bamboo and Princess Yuli to follow him, and came to a secluded place. In the north, the Blatten tribe was the first to lay plank roads. Their plank roads went deep into the colorful maze. About 30 days ago, a large wreck was discovered. Most of the things inside were emptied, and there was only one metal door left, which could not be opened. First, They found the Golden Mantis tribe, and they wanted to take half of the income. The Blatten tribe successively found several races that mastered metal abilities. Those who had the ability to open the door would take at least half. Bamboo. Can't you open the door? This is a good opportunity to make a fortune. You can go and try. Chapter 302 Brokerage Fee. The hatch of the spaceship is more difficult to open than any box. Bamboo estimated that even if the Insect King, who has mastered the metal power, bursts to the limit, it may not be able to open it at the cost of his life. It is possible if multiple Insect Kings work together. Opening a door is a very difficult task. Bamboo has revealed his ability to open boxes, but he has never said that he has the ability to open doors. Bamboo's expression froze, and he asked, "How do they know I can open the door?" Red Blattle King glanced at Princess Yoli and said, "Doesn't Princess Xuetao come to our place often? She heard that you can do it, and told King Huetao, who then introduced you to King Xuesong. I just said it casually when we were chatting." Princess Yoli was embarrassed at first, and then she was angry, saying, "That bastard Princess Xuetao. Her mouth is not reliable at all. Don't worry about it for now," Red Blattle King said. Bamboo. What King Huetao means is that you go over and try. If you open it, the Cockroach tribe will take 70% of the income. King Huetao will take 10%. And you can take 20%. Bamboo said, "Isn't this distribution too fair?" Shijian Blattle King said, "The Blattle tribe refused to give in and must take 70%. Bamboo said, "I mean the Flying Fire Blattle tribe. Why should they take 10%? Don't worry. Wait until I finish." Shijian Blattle King was a little annoyed, waved his antennae, and knocked on Bamboo's head, saying, "Listen carefully. It is the Fire Blattle King who takes 10%, not the Flying Fire Blattle tribe." Bamboo asked, "Is there a difference?" Shijian Blattle King said, 300 years ago, Princess Changsheng slept in the cave, where she lived all year round and rarely showed up, even at Changsheng's birthday banquet. Only a few younger generations of the same tribe were allowed to pay their respects. All matters of Changsheng County, big or small, are handled by the two Cockroach Kings, Huetao and Yutao, including the sale of longevity peaches, which has always been the responsibility of Huetao Cockroach King. Shijian Cockroach King suppressed his mental power and said, "Huetao Cockroach King takes 10% of the income. At the next Changsheng birthday banquet, it will take out a longevity peach and sell it to you." "Sell?" Bamboo asked. "How many raw stones?" 2 million. Shijian Cockroach King said, "The key is the purchase authority. After buying it, even if you don't use it yourself, you can still sell it and make hundreds of thousands." Bamboo asked, "What is behind that door?" Shijian Cockroach King said, "Things that fell from the sky. Each item has a special mark. You have noticed it a long time ago." "Right?" Bamboo said, "I noticed it." Red Cockroach King raised his toes and carved a string of characters TH03B09 on the ground. "This is a large golden mark," Red Cockroach King explained, and then carved another string of characters, DG107. Red Cockroach King explained, "This is a small mark. Judging from experience, it should be a good quality force food that enhances the flame ability." Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, "I know the meaning of this row of small marks below. Many boxes containing force food have similar marks. G107 is a number for force food that enhances the flame ability. The comprehensive rating of the preciousness of the goods is D level. The numbers are consistent. The force food stored in the cabin is most likely produced by the same star-destroying force plant. Among the force food escorted by the spacecraft, the D level is the largest. The reason is very simple. At the cosmic life level, no matter what type of life form, including force plants, it is not difficult to grow at the planetary level, stellar level, and extinction level. The success rate of the extinction level evolving to the constellation level generally does not exceed 1%, and technological means are not effective. When humans go to war, not every force plant that is surrendered will be transported back to the Milky Way. Only those at the star level and above will be transported back and incorporated into the federal public asset system. Those below the star level will be left on the original planet directly. After the war, they will be auctioned and sold to colonial lords. The Red Blatten King said, "There must be a lot of things in a whole nest cabin. It's very good to get 20%. Not to mention that there is also a longevity peach." Bamboo said, "I can try." Bamboo knew the situation in the warehouse best. There should be 14 single-sided cabinets in total. fixed to the 4 partitions of the cabin, 18 double-sided cabinets, fixed by plywood and top plate. The cabinet itself is a standard design, which is easy to disassemble and transport. But it is too heavy for the creatures of this world, and may not be able to be moved out. So the cabinet cannot be sold, and has no value. Each single-sided cabinet contains 9 boxes. Each double-sided cabinet contains 18 boxes. There are 450 boxes in total. Each box can be sold for 10,000 raw stones. And the price of force food is about 12,800 raw stones. The total value of the goods in the entire cabin is about 10 million raw stones, which is 20%. That is 2 million raw stones. The 10% of the income taken by the Fire Peach Cockroach King should belong to Bamboo, which is equivalent to it taking 1 million raw stones as a commission, and then using its power to promise the purchase right of a longevity peach in return. Bamboo bought the longevity peach and resold it. It is difficult for the longevity peach to sell at the sky-high price of 3 million raw stones. So it is still a bit of a loss. Then again, it is just a door, and it is an ordinary cabin door, which is not particularly troublesome. It is not too easy to make money from this raw stone. We still have to thank the Blood Peach Princess and the Fire Peach Cockroach King for their intermediary. The loss is just the agency fee. Bamboo asked Red Blattle King, who will open the cabinet inside. Red Blattle King said, of course you will open it. Bamboo asked, no share for opening the cabinet? Red Blattle King said, I heard that this kind of cabinet is easy to open. Many insect warriors, who have mastered metal abilities, can open it. There is no loss. So you can just go along with it. This is a technical job. I think we should share more. Bamboo said seriously, well, it's a bit too much to divide it equally. I take 30%. The Fire Peach Blattle King takes 10%. And the Blattle tribe takes 60%. This is more appropriate. The job of opening the box is monopolized by the big clans that have mastered metal abilities. It's already very good to have a box open for you and get benefits. Red Blattle King said, I talked to the Cedar Blattle King, and it refused to give in. Otherwise, you can do it yourself. I heard that the Cedar Cockroach King has a bad temper? Bamboo said, forget it. I'll take a loss. The Red Cockroach King asked again in doubt. Bamboo, opening a door won't hurt you much, right? I heard that you opened 3 doors in a row last time? Bamboo said, my metal ability is special. There is damage, but it's very small. It's just 1 door. The impact on lifespan is less than a year. After a long time, it may be able to recover without hidden dangers. That's good. The Red Cockroach King was relieved and said happily, it's like saying that this benefit is free? Bamboo said, how can it be said to be free? Opening doors and cabinets are both technical jobs. This is to earn raw stones with technology. The Red Cockroach King waved his tentacles and said, stop talking nonsense. Take a rest first, and we will set off tomorrow morning. Bamboo used to go around and promote his lock-picking skills. But later he gave up because there were too many peers and the competition was too fierce. He couldn't get any work, so he just gave up. I've been to the Blatcha tribe before, but the responsible warriors were lukewarm and didn't care. I knew a few of them, but they weren't very close. Bamboo followed the Red Blatcha King and the Fire Blatcha King to meet the big boss, the Cedar Blatcha King. The Cedar Cockroach King has been sitting outside the illusion barrier. In the past, he didn't take the Mountain Master's level of Bamboo seriously. However, he still remembered that this bug came to sell his lock-picking skills. He recognized him at a glance. This time, his attitude was different. He greeted him warmly. This is the Mountain Master Bamboo of the Red Cockroach tribe. Right? He has many seeds given by God. And he also has the ability of metal and fire. He has a bright future. Hello, Snow Peak Cockroach King. You are too kind, Bamboo said politely, and his mental power condensed into a beam. Secretly exploring the nest behind the Snow Peak Cockroach King, there are a lot of good things inside. The Cedar Cockroach King swept his wings, without using his fire ability, and only used his strength to roll up the air flow to disperse Bamboo's mental power. Ren said, they are all small things of low value. Nothing to see. The Red Blatcha's King also noticed Bamboo's little action, and smiled awkwardly, saying, haha, the young man is reckless. Please don't mind it. King Cedar Blatches. No, it's not surprising. Every guy who comes here wants to see the harvest of our Blatches tribe. The Cedar Blatches King folded his wings and asked Bamboo, can you really open that kind of metal door? Bamboo said, "Let me see first. It's not easy to go in. You can't be busy." The Cedar Blatch's king shouted, "Pung Song. Take out a box, and give it to Bamboo Mountain Master to try." "Okay." A county-level Blatch's warrior immediately went into the treasure collection nest, and came out with a metal box. A well-preserved Force Crystal storage box. Chapter 303. They are all veteran actors. The Force Crystal storage box uses an electronic lock, which is not easy to open. Before Bamboo spoke, the Fire Cockroach King snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Cedar Cockroach King, you are too much. To open this box, the Mantis King of the Golden Mantis Kingdom will pay a heavy price." The Cockroach tribe is as strong as its name suggests. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, its body length stabilizes at about 5.5 meters, which is 1 meter longer than the Red Cockroach tribe warriors. They also master the ability of fire, have a heavy shell and strong strength, and are a race that is good at close combat, due to their physical characteristics. Most of this tribe are arrogant, straightforward, and unreasonable. The Cedar Cockroach King ignored the Fire Cockroach King and asked Bamboo directly, "Just tell me, can it be opened?" "Yes." Bamboo answered affirmatively, then changed the subject and hesitated. "This thing is not easy to open. It will cause great damage to me. It will take several days to recover. I am afraid that the opening of the door will be delayed." The Cedar Cockroach King said, "The things in the box are not less valuable than the things behind the door. There is no rush to open the door." Bamboo continued to hesitate and tried. "The reward?" The Cedar Cockroach King was slightly angry and said, "I have asked several tribes that have mastered metal abilities. Each one is more evil than the other. There are only 64 Force Crystals in total. They want to take 34 at most. And the lowest is 20 Force Crystals as a reward." Bamboo said, "Then I will also take 20 Force Crystals." The Cedar Cockroach King said angrily, "Don't go too far, little guy." Bamboo tried to ask, 19? Isn't that too much?" The Cedar Cockroach King said indifferently, 10. Cedar Cockroach King, "You are too cruel, aren't you?" Red Cockroach King emphasized, "Opening this box will cost you your life. That is false propaganda by the Golden Mantis tribe and the Blade Mantis tribe. In fact, it is not that serious. I have seen it with my own eyes, and I know it very well." The Cedar Cockroach King relaxed his breath and stared at Bamboo, suspiciously saying, "You are only at the level of a Mountain Master. I am afraid that there will be serious hidden dangers." "Right," Bamboo answered honestly, "my metal ability is quite special, so I can open it at the level of a Mountain Master. However, if you overload your metal ability, you will definitely get hurt and need to rest for a few days. Then it doesn't matter if you delay for a few days." The Cedar Cockroach King swept his wings and swept the box away, landing in front of Bamboo, saying, "You guys who have mastered metal abilities, you like to cheat us. Humph. Don't think I don't know. The price is set. Just 10 Force Crystals. Open the box for me quickly. This old thing has a bad temper and is not easy to talk to." Bamboo looked at the Red Cockroach King. The Red Cockroach King looked at the Fire Peach Cockroach King. The Fire Peach Cockroach King looked up at the sky. "You decide for yourselves. I won't get involved." Bamboo felt that it would be easy to lose the negotiation, and if he lost, he would really lose a lot. So he said straightforwardly, "We are all cockroaches, so I will suffer a little loss. When the box is opened, I will only take 10 Force Crystals." The work of opening the Force Crystal storage box has always been monopolized by the insect kings of various tribes headed by the Golden Mantis Kingdom. After Bamboo lit up and activated 300 magical veins, he wanted to get a share. But his strength was too low, and he could not reach that level. This is a great opportunity to get in. Open a box and collect 10 Force Crystals. It is easy to make a fortune, which is much faster than searching in the illusion. Pretending to hold up the box, he repeatedly checked it, and hesitated for a long time before activating the metal ability. Convert the key spring of the built-in lock into ordinary metal, and then use the metal manipulation ability to disconnect it. During the process, he deliberately broke a metal component that was not related to opening the box to consume more of the force in the reserved magic pattern. With a click, the lid of the box popped open a gap. At the same time, the magic pattern at the heart position flashed sharply, frantically extracting the natural force around the body. Seeing this scene, the Red Bladen King was frightened and shouted, "Bamboo, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Bamboo was listless and answered weakly, He opened the box and counted out 10 force crystals without hesitation. Then closed the box and sent it to the Cedar Blatten King. The Cedar Cockroach King did not even stretch out his claws to catch it. But the county-level warrior named Pung Song next to him did it for him. Little guy. Stop pretending. Your force veins are not damaged at all. Your mental ability force veins are located in the front heart near the brain, which is very special. The number is small, but the quality is super high. And the reserve of force is extremely abundant. Opening this box only consumes a small part of the force. The Cedar Cockroach King said contemptuously, "You are too naive. Compared to those cunning Mantis King and Armor King, you are far inferior. At least they will really break a little force vein to look more realistic. You are fine. Pretending to be weak? You are not pretending at all." The Cedar Cockroach King shook his antennae and said, "Young bug, you're not cruel enough." The Red Cockroach King looked at Bamboo strangely. The Fire Cockroach King looked at Bamboo with ill intentions. They were actually exposed. They are all a group of old actors. No, that group of old guys didn't suffer much damage when opening the box. This is not normal. After all, just the level of force life. The talents of these Zerg are not simple. This. Bamboo felt that he was cheated. His thoughts were a bit messy. And his heart was bitter. He thought about it, and shouted innocently, "The market is like this. I am also forced. If I charge a low reward, won't I offend all the Zerg kings who have mastered metal abilities? Won't they secretly kill me?" Bamboo made a far-fetched explanation. And changed the subject. Curiously asked, "Cedar Cockroach King, how do you know?" Cedar Cockroach King said coldly, "Why don't you go and ask about the specific strengthening effect of the God-given seed I have?" No need to ask more. Bamboo guessed that it should be the strengthening of the sensing ability. And it is the extremely rare magical vein perception ability. Strengthening. Fortunately, the other party was not well informed, and could not distinguish between the magical power lines and the force lines. Otherwise his biggest secret would be exposed. Fire Peach Cockroach King gnashed his teeth, and said angrily, "You guys who have mastered metal abilities are so wicked. Those old guys are fine. But you, a young guy, are so wicked." Furious, he was about to start a fire. Red Blatcha King hurriedly stopped in front of Bamboo and said, "Fire Peach Cockroach King. Bamboo didn't open the box for you. Did he? Didn't he cheat you? Why are you so angry?" The Fire Cockroach King said angrily, "The gorgeous Golden Hall tribe helped us open 2 such boxes, and asked for a sky-high price. They took 25 force crystals for each box. These 2 boxes were found by hundreds of warriors from our tribe, at the risk of their lives from the illusionary colors." There was a dead silence. The Red Cockroach King asked with concern Bamboo, "You have consumed a lot, right? Pack up your things. Let's go. And come back tomorrow." "Okay." Bamboo agreed decisively. The atmosphere was not right. And it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. He pulled the spider silk bag, quickly put away the force crystals, and prepared to leave first as a respect. "Huatao, you have a worse temper than me," Cedar Cockroach King warned. "You'd better not talk nonsense everywhere. I don't want to offend all the tribes that have mastered metal abilities at once." Red Cockroach King also advised, "They earn the raw stones by their abilities. If you tell others, there will be no benefit. It will only offend more than 10 kingdoms such as Dao Mantis, Gene Mantis, and Hujia." Huatao Cockroach King calmed down a little, thought for a while, and sternly warned the several flying fire cockroach tribe warriors following behind him, "Keep your mouths shut, and don't talk nonsense everywhere." The Fire Cockroach King turned his head to look at Bamboo, and his tone became friendly again, saying, "Master Bamboo, when our flying fire cockroach tribe finds a box in the future, we will trouble you to help." "Yes," Bamboo said, 10 raw stones." The Fire Cockroach King did not answer. "There is no loss. Why should I take 10 raw stones as a reward?" The Cedar Cockroach King was impatient, waved his antennae, and said, "I have seen through your tricks a long time ago. Little guy, stop pretending. Quickly recover the consumption, and then enter the illusion barrier to take out the things. Don't waste everyone's time." Okay. Bamboo told Baiju, "Find a place with abundant force." Baiju stretched out his claws and said, "Over there." Facing the unfriendly eyes of the surrounding cockroach tribe, and the flying fire cockroach tribe. Bamboo felt a little timid and asked, "Red Cockroach King, should I go alone? Or do you come with me?" Red Cockroach King said, "I will stay with the Cedar Cockroach King. You go by yourself. Cedar Cockroach King trembled his antennae and said meaningfully, Master Bamboo, I heard that these two bamboo rat warriors can enter and exit the colorful maze freely. Not simple. Bamboo said, almost all bamboo rat warriors have this ability. It's not surprising. You little guy is not honest at all. You lied again. The Cedar Cockroach King glanced at the Fire Peach Cockroach King and said, if you don't want to say it, forget it. If you are interested, you can come to me alone later. This old guy. He has become a spirit. Bamboo's heart skipped a beat. And his mind turned. And he simply agreed, okay. Chapter 304 Electronic Life, Baba. After repeated training, Bamboo is now barely familiar with the ability to use the magical veins at the heart position. The most obvious change is that the loss of the original force is reduced. And then the consumption is reduced. Opening a storage box for the original force crystals. Originally only used the original force equivalent to 50,000 original stones. In order to pretend to be more realistic. It was deliberately wasted and used more than the original force equivalent to 50,000 original stones. The result of the waste is that it takes a day and night to recover the consumption. After a brief discussion, the princess named Pung Song of the Blatcha tribe led the way. Bamboo took Bayou and Ginkgo Princess. There were 10 other senior warriors of the Blatcha tribe to follow. The group set off along the plank road. After crossing the mountains and walking about 1 kilometer, they arrived at the wreckage location, and the plank road led directly to the entrance. The Blatcha tribe also used spider silk to circle the crater, so that even if they accidentally got separated, no matter how lost, they would not go out of the range of the crater. And along the edge, they could easily find the plank road again, following the gap in the wreckage into the corridor. Bamboo looked around and roughly confirmed that the wreckage was not large, with only one cabin intact, and the other cabins were all torn apart. Bamboo also knew that the soldiers responsible for escorting the Luan K-704 transport spacecraft were standing outside the door on duty and had no right to enter the cabin. The moment the spacecraft had an accident, they should have all been swept away by the strong airflow. The cabin door was intact and there was no sign of damage. So the things inside must be intact. Bamboo waved his tentacles to signal, and the soldiers who followed the action stepped back. The flames of the carapace rose, burning the nearby phantom barrier. The tentacles were placed on the door and quickly sensed the lock structure, and the metal power burst out. About 10 minutes later, the pulley rolled and a crack appeared in the hatch. The illusionary maze penetrated inward through the crack. 2 Scorpio tribe warriors immediately stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and opened the door. Bamboo and Baizu quickly entered the cabin. Princess Ginkgo followed in. Bamboo turned around and used his metal power to force the hatch to close. It couldn't close perfectly, leaving a gap. Bayou quickly took off his backpack and opened it. Metal gravel flew up, stuck to the door, melted, and sealed the crack. Princess Ginkgo released her fire power, burning the colorful maze that poured into the room. She looked at the closets and the densely packed doors in the room, and asked in confusion, Master Bamboo, what should we do? Where should we burn? Bamboo tapped the mechanical lock of the door with his tentacles and said, aim at here and burn it. Don't worry. Take your time. Ding! A very slight sound suddenly sounded in the room. Bamboo, Princess Ginkgo, and Baizu were all startled. Princess Ginkgo reacted most violently. She swept her mind, locked the target, and opened her mouth to spit out a column of green fire. Enemy attack alarm. Enemy attack alarm. The human voice was still a young female voice. Looking closely, it was a disc-shaped intelligent robot with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. It still had a little energy, and it could fly when it was shaky. Facing Princess Ginkgo's fire attack, a layer of energy shield rose on the surface to block the attack. And then the energy was exhausted, and it fell to the ground. Zerg! Orcs! The flying saucer-shaped robot screamed twice in childish surprise. Princess Ginkgo. Shut up! Bamboo shouted. The blue flame that Princess Ginkgo sprayed to her mouth shrank back again. She found that the target seemed to be harmless, and looked at Bamboo in confusion. Bamboo said, I have seen this kind of thing in the Dalmantis tribe before. It is not dangerous, and is a very interesting gadget. Princess Ginkgo asked, can the raw stone be sold? No. Bamboo said, you can take it back for the little warrior to play with. Princess Ginkgo waved her tentacles and lost interest. Bamboo locked the disc-shaped robot with his mental power and transmitted his thoughts, saying, little guy, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Zerg! Bad bugs? The voice of a young human girl. Fierce appearance. Staggering and trying to struggle. But soon ran out of energy, and could not move at all. Bamboo said, "Are you the daughter of Major General Faline? Your name is Baba." Major General Faline is the commander of the 4th Logistics and Transport Corps of the 7th Army of the Thunder Expeditionary Force, and the Supreme Commander of the Logistics and Guard Corps of the Luan K-704 transport ship. A rare female warrior among humans. Not only is she strong, she has a deep family background. She is also a famous beauty. And she is also the superior of the superior of the superior of Bamboo. It would be strange if she didn't know her. This robot named Baba is also very famous. It is Major General Faline's electronic pet, or daughter. Human warriors, who have evolved to the level of cosmic life, have completely lost the possibility of reproducing offspring. It is very popular to adopt electronic life as spiritual sustenance. How do you know? Don't worry about it. I'll take you away first, and then find a way to help you recharge. After Bamboo finished speaking, he flicked his tentacles and ordered, "Baiju, put it in the backpack and take it out." "Oh." Baiju hesitated and asked, "Bamboo, are you sure it's not dangerous?" "I think it looks very powerful," Bamboo said angrily. "It's not dangerous. Stop talking nonsense." "Oh." Baiju walked forward and carefully touched Baba with his front paws. He found that it was indeed not dangerous. So he picked it up and stuffed it into his backpack. Bamboo continued to order, "I have consumed too much force. Take out the force crystals and use one first." Baiju hurriedly took out a force crystal from his backpack and cut it into pieces. The force spread in the room. The magical veins and the force veins on Bamboo's shell flashed at the same time, absorbing rapidly and recovering the consumption. There was no way. Opening the hatch was much more difficult than opening the force crystal storage box. At least 600,000 force crystals were consumed. Bamboo didn't want to have a strange situation of absorbing force for 6 consecutive days after going out. If it was 3 or 4 days, other insect warriors would probably be able to accept it and use 2 force crystals reluctantly, while absorbing the force to recover. He began to open the cabinet doors. Princess Ginkgo walked in front, spitting flames, burning one by one, burning the lubricant that filled the cabinet lock to block the mental power detection. Bamboo followed behind, opening the cabinet doors one by one. Baiju was not idle either, following behind. And after the cabinet door was opened, he immediately took out the box containing the force food and neatly stacked it next to the hatch. There were only 50 cabinet doors in total, and it was completed quickly. Everything was ready, and the hatch was opened again. The Blacha tribe warriors guarding outside immediately blocked the door with a piece of debris. The Blacha warriors were large in size, making it difficult for them to enter and exit the hatch. So Baiju and Bamboo delivered them one by one from the inside to the outside. The boxes were put into snakeskin bags, and 10 Blatodia warriors went back and forth 9 times to empty them all. A total of 450 boxes, not one less. According to the agreement, Bamboo took 90. Fire Blatodia King took 45, and the rest belonged to the Blatodia tribe. After the distribution, Fire Blatodia King left, not in a good mood, still upset about opening 2 force crystal storage boxes. On the other hand, Cedar Blatodia King, who had also been cheated and knew that he had been cheated, was much more open-minded. Looking at more than 300 boxes of force food, he was in a good mood and immediately ordered to open 2 boxes and distribute the contents to reward the Blatodia warriors who participated in the transportation. Shijian Blatodia King led the Red Blatodia tribe warriors, who were traveling with him to carry the things away. Bamboo and Baiju were invited to stay. The Cedar Cockroach King was straightforward and asked directly, "Master Bamboo, you, the Bamboo Rat Warrior, have eaten force food that enhances perception, right? Don't lie to me. I can sense it. You should have used it. Which means that one of your God-given seeds has a fruit that enhances perception. And it is force perception. Cedar Cockroach King has a keen eye." "It is true," Bamboo stated. "This kind of force food is only used within the Red Cockroach tribe and is not sold to the outside world." "I guessed it. In fact, the force food that enhances perception produced in my territory is not sold to the outside world." The Cedar Cockroach King paused and asked, "Are you interested in exchanging?" "Sensing force veins. This kind of sensing enhancement can play a vital role in battle." "Do you understand?" Bamboo asked. "How to exchange?" The Cedar Cockroach King said, 1-to-1. According to the amount of strengthening a warrior, no one will suffer. Chapter 305. The Cedar Cockroach King has 3 God-given seeds, one of which is called Frost Shadow. The God-given seed of the Black Day tree is to strengthen the magic vein sensing ability. A small tree. The quality is lower than the best. A whole grade higher than the dark bamboo rice of the spotted bamboo. The greatest use of the ability to sense the magic vein is in combat. In the battle, you can immediately determine the type of the opponent's ability. When the opponent uses the ability, you can accurately sense it and make predictions and preparations in advance. In terms of practical value, for the human race who are constantly fighting, sensing the magic vein is more useful than sensing the force. However, there is no fighting on this planet, so the situation is reversed. Sensing the force can be used to find God-given seeds, which is more valuable than sensing the magic vein. This is just right. The dark bamboo rice is 1 grade lower than the Frost Shadow Black Date, and the practical value is 1 grade higher. They offset each other, which can just achieve an equal exchange without any loss. The Cedar Cockroach King was the most straightforward insect Bamboo had ever seen. Before Bamboo had time to say anything, it finalized the details of the transaction in a few words. Starting from next year, the shares sufficient to strengthen 5 warriors will be exchanged every year, and regular transactions will be held in late autumn every year until one party feels that it is enough and proposes it, and the transaction will be terminated. It was a fair transaction of mutual benefit, and Bamboo only had time to say agree from beginning to end. The most important thing was finalized, and the Cedar Cockroach King was in a good mood, and then said, "Master Bamboo, forgive me for being blunt. The Red Cockroach tribe is a small tribe, and your strength is too weak. If you are smart, it is best not to publicly recruit the work of opening cabinets and boxes. If you do, the price you charge must not be lower than that of other insect warriors." Bamboo said, "I understand this. A group of old guys at the level of insect kings have united to monopolize. I can't afford to offend them. I understand." The Cedar Cockroach King said, "However, you are just helping to open some cabinets and boxes in the 2 kingdoms of the cockroach and the fire cockroach. They can't and won't care. Outside the fantasy barrier, there are insect kingdoms from most of the eastern continent of the 10,000 races continent, and hundreds of races of all sizes are participating in the treasure hunt. Not only in the Orchid Mountains, but also a large number of treasures fell in other mountains, and even in the borders of the Misty Mountains corresponding to the neighboring kingdoms. The entire treasure hunting front stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Most of the good things from outer space fell into the Misty Mountains. The benefits are so great that if they were converted into raw stones, they would be in the billions. If Bamboo only took jobs in the Cockroach Kingdom and the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, he would only take away a small part of them. Since they are close relatives, those monopolistic tribes should not care too much. Bamboo alone gets the benefits from it, and it is a good income for his family. The Cedar Cockroach King didn't want to offend the insect kings who monopolized the lock-opening business, but he didn't want to suffer losses. He wanted to facilitate this matter and said, "I will discuss this matter with the Fire Cockroach King, and then explain it to the Spruce Mantis King. You can open it for us without any trouble." Bamboo asked, "What about the reward?" Cedar Cockroach King said, "I won't cheat you. The box containing the force crystal is really hard to open. It's 10 raw stones. Ordinary cabinets containing force food. Each cabinet has 9 boxes. You can take 1 box. If you encounter that kind of door, the most difficult door to open, you can take 20% of the income." Bamboo hesitated for a moment and agreed. "Okay. Thank you." After the discussion, Bamboo carried Baiju back to the treasure hunting base of the Chijian tribe. He greeted the Chijian Cockroach King, and then took the Rat King to a place with abundant force. Absorb the force and restore the loss of opening the door. Baiju, open your backpack quickly and let Baba come out to bask in the sun for a while. Oh! Baiju quickly took off his backpack, took out the disc-shaped robot, and placed it on the ground. Bamboo cleaned the grass leaves on the ground and put the robot back in place. Rat King was confused and asked, "Bamboo, what is this?" Bamboo said, "Intelligent robot. Electronic life. A special life form created by the evil race from outer space. It is called Baba, with the highest configuration and some extremely useful abilities." Baiju squinted his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Bamboo, how do you know?" Bamboo lied, "I have the inheritance memory of the evil race from outer space in my inheritance memory." "So that's it." Baiju and the Rat King believed it. Bamboo looked different, and awakened the two abilities of metal and fire at the same time. It was said that he was favored by the Zerg gods, so it was normal for him to have a unique inherited memory. Rat King asked, Bamboo, what ability does it have? It is now exhausted and cannot show its energy. Bamboo pointed to the sky with its tentacles and said, sunbathe for a while to replenish energy. Baiju was surprised. Sunbathe? That is photosynthesis? Does it have the same ability as plants? Bamboo said, Tata may have this knowledge in his memory. You can ask him later. Baiju suppressed his mental power again and said mysteriously, Bamboo, I feel it is very hard. The material used for its shell is similar to that of the Silver Edge weapon. Right? Bamboo replied, yes. It is almost the strongest metal material. Not only the shell, but also the whole body of Baba is made of top-grade materials. Especially the storage device where the electronic life lives, which uses a star-level metal core and has a large information storage capacity. In the human society, electronic pets are varied, with varying quality, and Baba belongs to the most expensive one. When it is produced, it is like a baby being born, starting from scratch, growing up little by little, forming its own independent thinking and unique personality. The most prominent advantage of the top configuration is that the lifespan is infinitely long, longer than that of human warriors in the domination realm, and can accompany the owner until the end of life. The shell has a photoelectric coating, and restoring energy through light is only a trivial additional function, which comes in handy at this time. Bamboo has no other choice but to let it recover in the sun for the time being. After a long time, Bamboo felt that Baba had stored a little energy, but there was no movement. So he took the initiative to communicate. They are my partners. Trustworthy partners. Who are you? Why do you know Faline and Baba? Which galaxy is this? Which star system is it? Why does this planet have such a strong natural force? The young girl was full of vigilance. Electronic life can receive mental information through built-in instruments, but it cannot communicate using mental power. Baba uses human language. Baiju and the Rat King listened at a loss, staring at each other. Bamboo said, my name is Bamboo Haas. Thunder Expedition Corps. 7th Army. Logistics and Transportation Force. 419th Pair. Military number G11A71402. Your information database should have my information records. Right? You. Baba was surprised at first. Then alert. It was alert to Baiju and the Rat King. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, they are ordinary beasts that evolved into beast warriors and cannot understand human language. Baba immediately asked, why did you become a Zerg? Which galaxy is this? Do you know the specific coordinates? Can you send a distress signal? Have you seen Major General Faline? I have tried to use up all my reserve energy. How long has it been? Faline, Baba said, feeling sad. I don't know where this is. And I've never seen Major General Faline. Bamboo said seriously, when the spacecraft was in trouble, I was on duty outside the warehouse, where the metal cores were stored. My body was torn apart by the space turbulence at the first moment, and my soul instinctively placed itself on a master-level metal core. I survived by chance and lived in a cockroach on this planet. Reincarnated? The process sounds simple, but there are too many incomprehensible things in it. Baba, help me analyze the reasons. Baba replied, I have no energy. You stay in the sun first, and I will find a way to help you later. You charge. Bamboo asked, what happened to the spacecraft? Space-time turbulence. Baba answered affirmatively, and then said, with the knowledge I have, I can't analyze why it appeared on the spacecraft's predetermined safe route without any signs. Bamboo asked, then what? Why did you appear in the cargo hold? Baba said, when the incident happened, I was following Faline to patrol the warehouse area. After the space-time turbulence, there was endless darkness. No starlight. No medium. No force. And even no energy. What's even more strange is that the distress signal could not be released. Faline said she was trapped in some kind of magical power. She sent me to the cargo hold. And then, she went to fight. Bamboo asked, fight? Baba replied, yes. The spaceship was broken. But there must be survivors. Only by breaking the magical power can we save everyone and ask for help from the Federation. Bamboo asked, and she never came back? Baba said sadly, I have been waiting for her. I probably understand a little bit. Bamboo thought of a possibility in his heart, and was horrified. He was stunned for a long time, And then he took a long breath and comforted Baba. You go to the sun first. Store some energy. And follow me first. When I become a space warrior again, I will take you to find Faline. Baba asked, it's been too long. Is she still alive? Electronic life has a lot of knowledge. It sounds like a naive child. But it can't be fooled at all. It knows better than Bamboo that the possibility of Faline surviving to this day is infinitely close to zero. Bamboo didn't know how to comfort him for a while. Chapter 306 Life Assistant. It took Bamboo 4 days to recover the energy consumed by opening the door. Baba finally accumulated some energy after 4 days of sunbathing. Baba, help me scan my body. Baba replied, my energy is only enough for scanning. Not enough to support flying and moving. Bamboo immediately said, Baiju, be careful. Hold Baba and circle around me. Squeak. Baiju scratched his head, not understanding what Bamboo was going to do, but still did what he was told. Holding Baba up, approaching Bamboo, and circling around her. After a while, Bamboo asked, Baba, how is it? Baba said with difficulty. Bamboo, your soul has mutated. Is that the metal core in your heart? There are magical veins that have been lit up. Why is this happening? The flame force veins on your body are very special. Is it the innate ability of this insect race? They have unlimited evolutionary potential. What race is this? Too strong. In addition, there seems to be a more powerful gene lock that limits the activity of some important genes and suppresses your growth. Too strange. Bamboo. The genes in your body are 47.315% similar to human genes. Why do the Zerg have the same genetic genes as humans? There are also 24.57% of genes in the human gene database. There is no similar record. I can't analyze, Bamboo said. I just want to ask you, why did I become like this? Baba said. The knowledge I have is not enough to analyze and explain the changes that have happened to you. There is no similar record of insect races in my database. Then forget it. Bamboo made the second best choice and asked, is my current physical condition okay? Baba said seriously, Bamboo, your physical condition is extremely poor. The magical veins at the heart are transforming your genes. You have also overused force food to strengthen your genes. Your nutritional intake is seriously insufficient and slightly unbalanced. It is recommended to use Tom D for nutrient solution. In addition, your flame ability has greater development potential. Obviously, it is much stronger than your metal ability. It is recommended to focus on strengthening your flame ability. It is best to use Tom G1 and FRTG17 gene fluids to supplement the nutrients needed for growth. There is no gene fluid in this world. Bamboo said, forget it. Take your time. I will pay attention to my diet and eat more vegetarian food in the future. Baba asked puzzledly, doesn't this planet even have nutrient solution? Insects. Why don't the tribes develop technology? Such a powerful tribe. Why don't they go to plunder other tribes? Bamboo said, this is a primitive planet with zero technological civilization. As you can see, the gene lock restricts us from breaking through the cosmic life level and leaving this planet. Baba was silent for a while, and said seriously, Bamboo, according to your current physical condition, there will be a 2.3% failure risk in the next dormant evolution. 2.3% failure risk? If he were a human in the past, Bamboo would definitely be terrified. As for now, he has long been accustomed to the life and death test during the molting evolution, and said happily, that's not bad. It seems that I can consider speeding up the growth rate. Baba warned in a baby voice, Bamboo, if you continue to eat force food and accelerate your growth, the risk of failure will increase sharply, exceeding 10%. Bamboo said indifferently, I will take it easy. You can help keep an eye on it, and control the risk of failure within 10%. After that, he stretched out his claws to pick up Baba from the ground, approached Baizu, and said, Baba, look at the two of them again. Baba scanned around and explained, the animal race has a genetic similarity of 84.11% with humans, of which 79.1 genetic genes are exactly the same. How is this possible? Bamboo comforted, the universe is so big, it's probably a coincidence. Baba, don't panic. Let's continue. Baba was silent again, and analyzed, Baiju is only a B-level cultivation talent, with low cultivation potential and no value for cultivation. Its physical condition is slightly better than yours, and it is recommended to use. This planet has no nutrient solution, And there is a 1.2% risk of failure in the next evolution, Barba said. And then puzzled, it is similar to you. And there are traces of mutation stimulated by the metal core of the domination realm in its genes. Yes. Barba. Look at the Rat King again. Bamboo held Barba and scanned the Rat King. The test results came out soon. The gene similarity between the Rat King and humans is 81.07. And it has an S-level talent for cultivation. You taught it the soul-capturing secret art? This is a capital crime. It has cultivated the secret art to the peak of the first level. Bamboo. You didn't teach it the second level? No. Bamboo asked, according to the current growth rate of the Rat King. What is the failure rate of the next evolution? Baba said, its physical condition is relatively good. And the failure rate is less than 0.1%. Which is within the acceptable range. I understand. Bamboo said, Baba. We still have things to do. Can you stay in Baiju's backpack first? Baba replied, okay. Bamboo handed Baba to Baizu and told him to take good care of her and take her out to dry when he had nothing to do. He was very happy. When Bamboo was a human, he had thought about buying an electronic life as a companion more than once. The ones he could afford were of poor quality and incomplete functions, so he didn't like them. The ones he liked were too expensive and he couldn't afford them. I didn't expect that I could get what I wanted on this planet and pick one up for free. And it was a top-level configuration. Valine was a major general in the military rank and had the authority to check all the magical skills and genetic martial arts of humans. They must have been given to Baba for storage. The best thing is that Baba looks small. But in fact, she has all the functions of a supercomputer and has supercomputing power. She can help me deduce skills, genetic martial arts, and even magical powers. The only regret is that I didn't cultivate her from scratch. Baba obviously doesn't recognize me very much. And she seems a little strange and not very lively. Back when it was on the Luan K704 spacecraft, it was famous for its mischievousness and lawlessness. Pack up and return to the treasure hunting base. Bamboo was in a good mood. And the insect became generous. With a wave of its pulse wings, it took out 20 boxes of the 90 boxes of force food it harvested and handed them to the Red Blacken King, asking it to distribute them to reward the soldiers who helped to carry them. There were originally 10 force crystals, 2 of which were used, leaving only 8. Such a valuable thing will not be shared. Li Zufeng still has a big nest waiting for him to raise. The next most important thing is to dig and carry the remains of the world tree. After a brief discussion, 10 senior soldiers were selected to practice repeatedly outside the fantasy maze. And after 3 days of training, they began to act. Bamba carried Baizu and walked in front. 10 senior warriors lined up in a long row and followed behind, with their tentacles tied with spider silk ropes, 1.5 meters apart, connected in a string. Rat King also mastered the ability to use a compass to distinguish directions in the illusion of color. He walked at the end of the team to support the formation. In case a warrior accidentally left the team, he would help him return to the team. When they arrived in front of the wreckage, the team stayed outside and did not move. Bamboo led the Rat King and Baizu, first dragging bags into the wreckage one by one, placing them at the door of the cabin, and then turning the bags into the cabin one by one. Baizu and Rat King immediately climbed to the top of the trunk of the Tadaji tree and chopped with a silver blade chopping knife, chopping off pieces of debris. Bamboo was not busy working, but took Baba out of his backpack and asked, Baba, have you been here before? Yes. It's Tada. I used to play with it often. Baba said sadly, Tada is dead. Bamboo said, it's not dead yet. It's still hanging on. I moved it to Liju Peak, and I can see it when I go back. Really? Baba was surprised. Of course. Bamboo said, Baba, since you have been here, you must remember the location of the backup energy box. Right. I remember. Baba said, at 5 o'clock. In the corner, there are 2 first-level source crystals connected to the backup box. I remember there is a larger backup box on the left side of the hatch, which supplies energy to the hatch. It uses superconducting wires and no source crystals. Bamboo asked, a backup box. 2 source crystals are enough? Baba replied, enough. Bamboo immediately stepped forward, put his tentacles on the wall, and quickly found the location of the electric box and source crystal embedded in the metal partition with his metal ability, and began to use his metal ability to cut the metal plate. The metal material is strong and 8 centimeters thick, which is more difficult than opening a door. Bamboo stopped after cutting only a 2 centimeters long straight line, flying to the top of the boundary tree trunk, using the forelimbs to cut the debris into small pieces and throw it down, according to the plan. It takes 2 days to move a lie, and then go out to eat and rest for a night. The trunk of the boundary tree is too huge, and the entire transportation plan will last about half a year. Bamboo plans to recover consumption after going out, and then continue to cut when he comes down. Don't be in a hurry. Dig out the electric box and source crystal bit by bit, and then get it back with a few dozen meters of wire. The electric box stores electrical energy, and the source crystal converts electrical energy into overclocked electromagnetic waves. Baba can absorb this electromagnetic wave and convert it into electrical energy, and then store it in its own backup battery. Once we get the batteries, source crystals, and wires, we only need a power generation device, which is a very easy problem. Electricity is a secondary energy source. Humans have been using it skillfully since the first level of civilization. It has the irreplaceable advantages of low cost and easy conversion. In the interstellar era, it is still used as a daily energy source on interstellar transport ships. Chapter 307. Another busy year. The biggest problem when working in the warehouse is lack of oxygen. After all, it is only the level of force life. If the work lasts a little longer, Baizu and the Rat King can't stand it, and Bamboo can't stand it either. Baba helps to keep time. After chopping down the tree trunk for half an hour, he gets down from the tree and starts to put the fragments into bags. Then he goes door by door. First moves the bags outside the door and stacks them. Takes a few breaths of oxygen. Rests and relaxes. And then continues. When the things are almost packed, go outside the wreckage and find 2 red cockroach warriors to help. The Rat King leads the way and starts to carry the bags out. The fragments of the world tree are hard, but light. A standard large spider silk bag is only about 50 kilograms. The Red Cockroach King selects advanced warriors above L7, with wide carapaces. They can carry 6 bags in one trip, and Bamboo can carry 10 bags by himself. In one trip, a total of 70 bags can be transported, which is quite efficient. Outside the colorful maze, the Red Blattle King invited the Green Blattle King of the Dalmantis tribe and several Dalmantis tribe princesses to help, and jointly use the earth and stone power to build 3 oval-shaped super-large warehouses with a long diameter of 50 meters and a height of 20 meters. The floor of the warehouse has been hardened to be waterproof and moisture-proof. The things that were distributed were packed into the warehouses one by one, and soldiers were assigned to guard around day and night. The Red Blattle tribe also has 6 princess-level warriors. After autumn, they will organize a total of 1,000 Red Blattle warriors to come and help transport the things back to Liju Peak. Such a big move must not be concealed. So from the beginning, Bamboo and the Red Blattle King agreed not to hide it. The remains of the world tree are the best fertilizer. They can slightly accelerate the growth of tree-like plants and improve the quality of any kind of plants. The things are too precious. Distributing them among the tribes can increase the overall income of the tribe. Not for sale. If a tribe comes to buy, depending on the situation, give 1 or 2 bags to those who are close to you. For those who are distant and have no intersection, pick a few large pieces of remains as a token of appreciation and give them a taste. For the Black and White Cockroach tribe, the Cockroach tribe, the Jade Cockroach tribe, and the Cockroach tribe, which are close neighbors in the north and south, you can't be stingy. Give each family a full 10 bags. After all, it is in the territory of the Night Mantis tribe, and there are many places where they need help. Give 30 bags at once. After all, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe is a close relative, and there are many places to rely on. So give 50 bags at once. If you have a good relationship with the neighbors in the north and south, and there is the Cockroach King in charge, you don't have to worry too much. After 5 round trips, the method was confirmed to be safe and feasible, and the number of soldiers in the transport team increased to 20. The round-trip time was also extended to 3 days. Every time Bamboo went in, he would use his metal ability to cut a small section of the wall. After more than 2 months of hard work, the power box and source crystal were taken out. The spare power box is not large, 35 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and only 5 centimeters thick. The first level source crystal is embedded in the electromagnetic, with only 2 pieces of 1.2 centimeters in diameter. When the power box is charged, the source crystal senses that there is an electric device within 8 meters. If it determines that the other party needs electricity, it will start automatically, release battery waves, and transmit energy. Bamboo spent another 4 months on and off, and removed all the superconducting lines that could be removed in the cabin. The total length exceeded 3 kilometers, which was basically enough. Winter goes and spring comes. Spring, summer, and autumn, moving a mountain of treasures. Time unknowingly came to the autumn of Bamboo's 11th year. 1,000 warriors of the Red Blattle tribe arrived and began to move, because the journey was too long. Each warrior could only move 1 bag at a time. Even with 1,000 warriors, they still had to go back and forth 5 times. The Red Blattle tribe was busy. Other tribes were also not left behind. In autumn, there was leisure time, and batches of warriors came to join the treasure hunt. The plank road gradually went deeper into the depths of the colorful maze, and various valuable treasures that fell into it were found. The Flying Fire Blattle and the Blattle were both large tribes, and the number of treasure hunters invested was maintained at more than 1,000 at the lowest time. After autumn, it quickly increased to more than 5,000. They all built more than 100 plank roads, and on average, valuable things could be found every 3 days. Bamboo spent a few days every month to open boxes and cabinets for them. The share was indeed very tight, only half of that of other peers. But the value was in the large number, especially after opening the forced crystal storage box. Each box could collect 10 raw stones. After more than half a year, the total income exceeded 10 million raw stones. However, Bamboo was not happy. At the beginning, some people ignored the collective power of the swarm. The efficiency of treasure hunting on a single plank road is indeed very low. Pitifully low. But when there are tens of thousands of plank roads, it is another situation. On the side close to the 10,000 races continent, the misty mountains extend inward for 10 kilometers, and the treasures are swept away. And it is also due to the limit of the number of spider silk. It can be predicted that after this year, starting next year, this range will suddenly expand. There was not much time left for Bamboo. The soldier who was entrusted with the transportation helped to bring some bamboo rice to complete the transaction with the Cedar Cockroach King. He took Bayou and the Rat King and ran desperately in the fantasy maze to seize the time to search for treasure. After working hard, he found that he still overestimated the ability of a single individual. Even if he could break away from the spider silk and the plank road and enter and exit the fantasy maze freely, his efficiency was still limited, and his own energy and physical strength were also limited. The fragments of the Luan K-704 spacecraft fell on the planet, which was definitely the intentional arrangement of the so-called gods. The gods would not favor anyone deliberately. It can even be said that it was precisely because of the fall of the gods that Bamboo had the opportunity to take advantage of the loophole and pick up more than other insects. Due to a slight error in the initial calculation, each round trip took a few days longer than expected. Time passed quickly, and it was February of Bamboo's 12th year. This is the 5th trip, and there are still many goods to be transported. It has been discussed with the Fire Peach Blatella King. They will send 500 senior warriors, who are about to return to the territory to farm to help and carry the goods. Each warrior can pay 50 raw stones, or 5 pieces of world tree fragments as a reward. The Wangwa continent has also been trying to build a plank road to explore the depths of the fantasy barrier. It is very helpless that the treasure hunt is gradually coming to an end. Bamboo also packed up his things and followed the last batch of transporters to return to Leju Peak. He will definitely come back in autumn, but not to hunt for treasure, but to participate in the market trade in the Orchid Mountain Range. Try Taba to see if you can pick up some leeks in the end. Who would complain about earning too many raw stones? After more than a year of busy work, the total income is only 24 million raw stones, of which the largest part is helping to open the forced crystal storage box, as well as 1 complete forced crystal storage box and 2 broken storage boxes that Bamboo found himself. Having received the news in advance and calculating the time, the members of Liz Yufeng were looking forward to a day and night. Bamboo! Bamboo is back. Seeing the mighty transport team from afar, Hong Dao and Hong Mi, who were working in the fields at the foot of the mountain, exclaimed. One of them flapped his wings and went back to the mountain to inform other members, and the other one with ordinary wings went forward to greet them. Liz Yufeng could not accommodate 1,500 high-level warriors, so they all landed on the mountain range on the northwest side of Liz Yufeng. Bamboo left a greeting and handed the spider silk bag he was carrying to Hong Mi, who came to greet them, and told him, Take it up the mountain and give it to Datu. Hongmi curiously opened it and immediately exclaimed wow wow wow. Repeatedly. It was a bag full of force crystals. As soon as the bag was closed, he quickly carried it back to the mountain, gave it to Datu, and hid it deep in the ant nest. The Rat King had a whole bag of force crystals in his backpack, and Baiju had Baba, an electric box, force crystals, and other important things in his backpack. After they landed, they both went straight to Liju Peak in silence. Chapter 308, I have run out of energy. In the mountains northwest of Liju Peak, Bamboo hired the Green Cockroach King of the Dao Mantis tribe and a group of princesses to help with a high salary. Under the leadership of Princess Yoli, they came here and used their earth and stone abilities to help build 3 warehouses specifically for storing the remains of the boundary tree. Bamboo and the 6 princess warriors in charge of escorting the transport asked the warriors, who helped to carry the things to the warehouse and stack them neatly. Hong Dao and Duju brought 2 bags of scattered raw stones that had been prepared long ago, and paid the Feiqian Fire Cockroach tribe warriors for their help, and sent the foreign tribes away first. Then, they began to count the boundary tree remains that had been transported back with the 6 princesses, divided them according to the agreed ratio, and then sent away the 1,000 warriors in charge of carrying them. After a busy day and night, it was finally done. Finally, Bamboo took out 6 force crystals and gave them to the 6 princess warriors in charge of escorting the transport as an extra reward, and sent them away as well. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I ate something, went up the mountain, and took a nap in the cave to relieve the fatigue of the long-distance running and continuous busyness. I went out with great enthusiasm. Bayu was just outside the cave. For the past 6 months, he had been following Bamboo's instructions to take care of Baba carefully, and took her out to bask in the sun whenever he had time. Foamling and other members on the mountain were all waiting outside the cave. Bamboo, look! Pyracantha called, stretched out his forelimbs, and carefully pointed to his head. On Pyracantha's head, a little warrior about 5 centimeters long was lazily lying. Hong Dao said a little unhappy, the little warrior who was just born 5 days ago is very stupid. He actually crawled into Pyracantha's territory and mistakenly recognized Pyracantha as his direct elder. The little warrior lying on the top of Pyracantha's head could receive spiritual power. Understood Hong Dao's meaning, and lazily waved his tentacles to protest. Hong Dao, you are jealous. Pyracantha snorted, very proud, and said, Bamboo, look, I also have direct descendants. As he said, he deliberately raised his spiritual thoughts and said, Hong Dao, Duju and the others don't have it. Duju immediately reported, saying, Bamboo, Pyracantha is lazy and doesn't feed the little cockroaches in the territory on time every day according to your requirements. Pyracantha said, but a little warrior was born in my territory. That's luck. Duju was so angry that his tentacles were shaking. Hong Dao said coldly, it was definitely not born in your territory. Stop! Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Bamboo hurriedly called a halt and said seriously, Firethorn, don't be complacent. If you don't feed the little cockroaches in your territory according to my requirements in the future, I will deduct your raw stone subsidy. Understood. Firethorn replied and muttered, isn't this the birth of a little warrior? It doesn't matter whether you feed it or not. Bamboo was also very depressed. Is there any pattern to the birth of this little warrior? Why can a lazy bug like Firethorn's territory give birth to a little warrior? But the most diligent and best managed Hong Dao territory has no one. It seems that his territory has not given birth to a little warrior for many years. I have tried all kinds of methods, but I can't find a practical pattern. Look carefully. This little family looks lazy and looks like Pyracantha. It's not another lazy bug. Bamboo thought about it and ordered Baiju, pick up Baba and scan it close to the little soldier. Okay. Baiju understood that Baba could help check the body and took action immediately. At the same time, Bamboo wanted to convey his thoughts to Baba. Baba, this is my territory. This is a newly born little red cockroach warrior. Please help check its genes. A tender female voice sounded, and Baba replied, everything is normal. It will naturally complete a genetic evolution in a month, and the risk of failure is less than 1%. Bamboo asked, Baba, can you find some rules of the awakening of the force from it? Baba said, I need to analyze the genes of ordinary cockroaches, and I need to collect data on a large scale and conduct a comprehensive analysis. Okay. Bamboo thought about it and immediately ordered, Long Zhu, be careful. Hold Baba. Take it. And approached the ordinary little cockroaches on the mountain. Bamboo. What is this? Fongling asked on behalf of all members on the mountain. Baiju answered, this is an intelligent robot made by evil creatures from outer space. It can scan genes, check everyone's body, determine whether the growth state is good, and calculate the probability of failure of your next molting evolution. All members on the mountain stared at Baiju. Longzhu jumped forward, happily took Baba, looked at it back and forth, and asked curiously, it can make sounds. How does it make sounds? Does it grind its teeth? Why doesn't it have a mouth? Fongling was also curious and asked in confusion, Bamboo. It has no mouth and no wings. How does it make sounds? I know. The big bear was half lying on the ground, patting himself, his belly heaving, making a series of gurgling sounds. The big bear said, Bamboo. It should be like this. Its sound comes from its belly. Right? The huge bear's face was full of self-confidence and pride. Finally, he was smart for once. Big Bear, you are really smart. That's about it. Bamboo originally planned to give a simple popular science lesson, but he lost interest after this commotion and urged, Longzhu, go quickly. Okay. Longzhu carefully held Baba and glanced at the ordinary little cockroaches on the mountain. Bamboo, is it okay? Longzhu asked. Baba, is it okay? Bamboo asked. It's okay, Baba replied. Bamboo immediately said to Longzhu, it's okay. Be careful. Be gentle. Put it on the ground. Longzhu did as he was told. Waiting continued for several minutes. Baba said, similar to humans, the awakening of the force is related to innate genes, followed by physical strength, and the probability is extremely low. But I can't crack the relevant genes. Can't crack. Bamboo asked, is the data in the database not enough or? Bamboo said, the database has never recorded genes of the relevant type. My analysis ability is based on and limited to the existing human gene research results. Bamboo comforted, it's okay. It's okay. If you can't analyze it, forget it. Bamboo's tone seemed a little embarrassed. Still seemed very unfamiliar. Even a little shy. Which was not its original character. I don't know if it will get better after getting familiar with it. Bamboo thought about it again and drove away. Everyone, go and do your own things. Send away the members on the mountain. Bamboo said to Baba, Baba, I will start making motors now, and build a wind power station to provide you with energy. Thank you, Bamboo. Baba was polite and asked again, Bamboo, how is Tata? I want to see it. Okay. It's at the bottom of the mountain. Bamboo immediately carried Baba down the mountain. Baiju was still on the mountain, using his spiritual power to secretly test Bamboo and Baba's communication. Hearing this, he rushed down the mountain first. That's my God-given seed. What do you want to do? After landing, Bamboo spread his spiritual power and asked, Tata, are you okay recently? Not good. Tata asked, is Baiju back? Bamboo, what you are holding is so familiar. Have I seen it before? Baba glanced at Tata and made a series of incredible exclamations. Bamboo, Tata, what happened to it? Its soul, it is completely new. It is reborn like you. Bamboo, there is something wrong with Tata's genes. This is not a mutation. Absolutely not a mutation. Could it be genetic modification? Baba suddenly fell silent. Bamboo knew that it was calculating and analyzing every gene fragment of Tata in detail. The amount of calculation was extremely large. He waited patiently for a long time, but only heard a weak and intermittent voice, Bamboo, it's getting dark, and I'm out of energy. Chapter 309 Wind Power Station. Baba checked the other members on the mountain, and she scanned them all, and made a simple comparative analysis based on the inventory data. If each gene fragment is analyzed in depth, the things that need to be calculated will be infinitely expanded. And the photoelectric effect obtained by sun exposure alone cannot keep up with the energy consumption demand. The changes that happened to Tata were even more incredible than those of Bamboo. Baba insisted on finding out what was going on. Bamboo was also curious about this, and organized overnight to prepare for large-scale mining of limonite and building power stations. It was spring, and there were still many things to do on the mountain, and each member had his own things to do. Longyu, an intermediate warrior, was escorted by Duju, and they got up early and went to bed late every day to cultivate the nursery together. Hongnao and Hongmi operated paddy fields with a total area of more than 2 square kilometers in the south and north of the mountain. And they were often so busy that they didn't even have time to sleep and rest. The lazy pyracantha is now busy taking care of his direct descendants. There are still various bamboos to be planted on the mountain, and the expansion of the bamboo forest cannot be stopped. For the time being, the labor force that can be assigned is limited. Bamboo left Baba to Pyracantha to take care of, and he took Rat King and Baizu to mine and smelt iron. Time flies. It is the beginning of March again. Late at night, Duju found Bamboo. The caravan is coming, and you need to go back to preside over the transaction. The materials are not ready yet. The iron blast furnace has not been ignited yet, and there are other things to deal with. It is really busy. Bamboo rushed back to Liju Peak overnight. There were 2 caravans, and there were more than 20 senior warriors loaded with goods. The trading square was almost unable to accommodate them. Feng Ling and Du Zhu were busy carrying various goods ready for sale down the mountain. Master Bamboo. From a distance, Princess Xianghuan summoned her spiritual power to greet him. Princess Xianghuan. After landing, Bamboo greeted her, and then looked at the princess-level fantasy flame spider next to him and asked, "Excuse me, who is this?" "My name is Zijing, and I have met the owner of Bamboo Mountain. He is young and rich, and can stand on his own. It is very rare in the whole continent." "Haha. Princess Zijing is too kind." Bamboo laughed and said, "Princess Zijing, this is your first time to Liju Peak. You must be very curious, right? Please wait. Complete the transaction, and I will take you up the mountain." "That's not necessary." Princess Xianghuan was a little alert and helped explain, "Princess Bamboo, I heard last year that Liju Peak needed to purchase a lot of force food. I thought that the 3 caravans of me, Chonglu, and Yuju were indeed sufficient in number, but the variety was not rich enough. So I especially invited Princess Zijing to take a detour." After saying this, Princess Xianghuan quickly added, "Bamboo Mountain Master, are you planning to promote the mountain members to mountain masters as soon as possible? This will take about 5 or 6 years. During these years, the profits from the transaction will be sufficient, and Princess Zijing will come to Liju Peak once a year without any hesitation." Finally, Princess Xianghuan emphasized, "Only sell, not purchase. Liju Peak has long been a sweet bun." After Bamboo was promoted to mountain master, he divided the huge profits among the 3 caravans of Chonglu, Yuju, and Xianghuan, and they made a lot of money every year. There are only 3 caravans, and the goods they carry are limited. They can't provide enough goods for Bamboo's needs, so they pulled in external aid. Obviously, they don't want this fellow to take away their purchase share. However, this is a matter between caravans, and Bamboo is too lazy to worry about it. He can fight as much as he wants, as long as it doesn't affect his consumption experience. "I understand." Bamboo asked curiously, "Where are Chonglu and Yuju? Why didn't they come?" Fragrant Soul Princess said, "I heard that a large-scale trading market has emerged in the Orchid Mountains of the Dalmantis Kingdom. Everything is sold there, and many Zergs travel thousands of miles to purchase. It is extremely prosperous. Chonglu and Yuju went to check the situation, but I will take care of their trade routes. The raw stones and goods to be sold will be entrusted to our caravan to help." After saying this, Fragrant Soul Princess added, "Next year, I also plan to go to the market to join in the fun and see the world. I will entrust the Chonglu and Yuju caravans to help. Bamboo Mountain Master, I hope you can understand." Reason. Understand? Understand. The Orchid Mountain Market gathers almost the entire Dongda Road Zerg, selling all kinds of strange goods. Unprecedented prosperity. It is really worth seeing. I'm busy recently, and I have to go there after I'm done." Fragrant Soul Princess said with emotion, "Bamboo Mountain Master, I heard that you made a fortune in the Orchid Mountain with your metal ability, and 2 bamboo rat warriors, who can freely enter and exit the fantasy barrier. You have to take care of our caravan in the future." "Haha. A small fortune. A small fortune." Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, "However, I really need to spend a lot. I want a portion of all kinds of force foods that strengthen metal ability, fire ability and physical fitness, and try them all. I will increase the purchase volume next year." Princess Xianghuan said, "Master Bamboo, let's trade first." Selling goods. The total price is 311,000 raw stones. Consuming desperately. Purchasing goods. The total price is only 300,000 raw stones, and there is still a surplus of 11,000. There is no way. The number of members of Liju Peak is indeed quite large. but their strength is basically below the level of the mountain master, and they don't have the ability to consume more raw stones. I am too lazy to collect the surplus of 11,000 raw stones. So I simply purchased 6 more python-patterned honey melons, and put them on the top of Leisure Peak for refrigeration. After a while, when summer comes, the busiest season is over, and the weather is hot enough, I will take them out and enjoy them. There are more than 20 million yuan hidden in the big-headed ant nest. And now I have the capital to enjoy life. Sending off the caravan, Bamboo continued to take the Rat King and Big Head to mine and smelt iron. As usual, the refined pure iron, containing carbon, is made into iron pillars, and the Big Bear carries them back to Leisure Peak. Bamboo plans to build a wind power station. The best choice should be the top of Leisure Peak, where the altitude is high and the wind is strong. But there are too many force foods stored on the mountain. The electromagnetic pulses released by electronic equipment can seriously damage the quality of force foods with just a slight trace, and may directly cause deterioration. Therefore, the power station cannot be built on Leisure Peak, and it must be a certain distance away. The northwest side of the mountain is a good place. There are currently 3 warehouses, each with a height of 30 meters. Bamboo plans to build 3 wind power stations side by side on each warehouse. Iron is mainly synthetic steel, made into steel pipe frames, and the planned height is 30 meters. The fan blades extract aluminum from the soil and use lightweight aluminum alloy materials. The motor shell, coil, and rubidium magnet can only use metal conversion capabilities, consuming a lot of force to forcibly synthesize rubidium, rhenium, titanium, cobalt, gold, copper, and other metal elements. After a busy month, the first wind power station was built. A power station was built for Barba with steel structure. The most important power box and source crystal were hidden inside the metal wall to prevent damage. The wind power station is not large enough. The power is not large enough. And there is wind in the mountains sometimes. Sometimes no wind. Sometimes it turns. Sometimes it doesn't turn. Bamboo estimated that a single power station may not be able to fully charge the power box after 10 years of operation. And it may be difficult to fully charge Barba's built-in battery after 50 years of operation. If all the planned 9 stations are built, it will probably be barely enough for Barba's daily use, provided that she doesn't play around and waste like before. Pyracantha has a new task. While taking care of the little warrior, she stays by the power station every day to protect Barba's safety. The busy farming season has passed. Bamboo takes 7 bamboo rat warriors, as well as Hongdao and Duzhu to speed up the mining and iron smelting. Chapter 3:10 Physical Examination for all staff. Bamboo. Bamboo. It seems to have something to ask you. Pyracantha hurriedly held Baba and ran to the brown iron ore field, shouting in horror, Bamboo. It's amazing. It has no wings. How can it fly? What a fuss. Bamboo scolded, separated a wisp of divine consciousness, probed to Baba, and asked Baba, What's the matter? Baba replied, Bamboo. I have completed Tada's genetic analysis. My database has its previous genetic information. Almost every gene is changed. The genetic gene has been slightly modified, and the original force gene has been almost completely erased. So its life level has fallen to the lowest. However, almost all the wrong fragments in its genes have been repaired. Harmful impurities have been removed. The soul has degenerated to the weakest state, and most of the memory has been lost during the degeneration process, which is equivalent to restarting the life journey. Bamboo. Tada should not remember me, Baba said, a little disappointed. Bamboo comforted him. Last time, Tada said that it seemed to have seen you before, and maybe it will remember you in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. You can get to know each other again. Yeah, Baba agreed, and then said worriedly, Bamboo. I have randomly scanned the genes of some life forms during this period. I guess that all life forms on this planet have been set with gene locks. Bamboo asked, Is there any way to unlock it? Baba said, It's too powerful. Countless times more powerful than the gene locks that humans have. I'm afraid I can't do it. Bamboo asked again, What are the consequences? Baba said, The most fatal thing about suppressing the rate of genetic evolution is that when you break through the level of force creatures and advance to cosmic life, the probability of failure. 100%. Bamboo's heart sank to the bottom of the valley instantly. He thought about it again. It was not right. There is no doubt that the gene lock was set by those so-called gods. The land area and force of the planet are limited, and the main purpose is to suppress growth. But they have no reason to cut off the future of all Zerg warriors. And what about finding light? It must be a cosmic life. Barba's body is full of various cutting-edge human technologies. However, how much do humans know about the universe and genes? It's just the tip of the iceberg. Banbu is sure that there are some errors in Barba's analysis. It's okay. I will find a way. Banbu said, Barba, you go back first and continue to recharge. After a few more months of hard work, all the planned power stations will be built, and you will have enough energy to move freely. More labor, faster work speed. The second wind power station took only about half a month to build. The third power station is no longer so urgent. Banbu has more important things to do. Baba, are the 2 power stations enough? No. The energy they provide is not enough to support me to start the anti-gravity engine. That thing consumes too much energy. Don't use it for now. Banbu suddenly understood why Baba always seemed depressed, without energy. She could only stay in one place, and couldn't move. The members on the mountain couldn't understand human language, and couldn't communicate. They couldn't go anywhere they wanted, or be taken there by others. Banbu picked up Baba and said, Baba, let's go. Let's go around the mountain. Okay. Banbu was obviously a little happy. Banbu flapped his wings and flew into the air, going directly to the mountain, while waving his tentacles, releasing information and summoning the members on the mountain to come over. The cave was filled with rows of metal cabinets. Baba glanced subconsciously and immediately exclaimed, Banbu. These force foods are all fresh and picked no more than 1 year ago. The cabinets were full of force foods, some of which were Banbu's own, some of which were the wages of the 7 bamboo rat warriors, and some of which were food for big heads, big bears, and oil tea. Baba carefully checked and continued to exclaim, Banbu. Their relative quality is beyond common sense. You collected so many species by yourself? How did you do it? Baba, this planet has an extremely abundant force, and it is still in its original form without flowering. The jungle is dense. The vegetation is dense. And there are plants everywhere. The probability of the birth of force plants is quite high. The insect race calls force plants God-given seeds. Baba said, what a strange name. Even if the jungle is dense and the force is abundant, it is impossible to give birth to so many force plants. God-given seeds? What a strange name. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed. It is impossible for so many force plants to be born. Baba paused and asked, at night, have you noticed the stars in the sky? Baba said, I have observed it. It is not normal. It is not a star. It seems to be some kind of force equipment. But it is not quite like Banbu. We seem to be trapped in a closed space that human technology cannot understand. Well, probably. Banbu continued, the stars in the sky can release a strange force to help insect warriors survive the most difficult stage of genetic evolution, and can also release strange force, make the flowers of ordinary plants evolve, and transform into force plant seeds. The one who created everything calls himself God. So the force plants on this planet are also called God-given seeds. This isn't possible? Baba was a little confused. She was even more shocked than Banbu after understanding the situation. This is what I observed personally. It is really unbelievable if you don't see it with your own eyes. Banbu said, Baba, there is something even more amazing. You should carefully test all the force foods here and record them. Banbu specially bought all kinds of enhanced metals, flames, and force foods for strengthening physique from the Xianghuan and Zijing caravans this year, so that Baba could scan and obtain detailed information and load them into the database. This process took a long time. The mountain member Lulu arrived slowly and came to the cave. Banbu asked them to wait patiently. After half a day, Baba finally recorded all kinds of force foods. Baba, these are the members of Liju Peak. You should do a detailed physical examination for them. This is Feng Ling. Banbu introduced them one by one. He ordered Baizhu to hold Baba and walk around them one by one, carefully checking their physical condition and recording them in the database. Baba's job is to be responsible for daily training in life, and to professionally comment on the physical condition of each member. There is no doubt that according to the harsh standards of humans, basically all of them are bad reviews, or even in very poor condition. Only Xiong, Yu Cha, and Baizhu can be rated as good. Originally, the Rat King could also be rated as good. Recently, Bambi gave it some more force food to make it grow quickly and be promoted to L2 Mountain Master. It ate too much force food. and the nutrition of daily food could not keep up. So it naturally became very poor. All the cockroach warriors, including Bamboo himself, were rated extremely bad. Finally, when checking Feng Ling, Barba almost shouted casually, "Very bad." Then he was stunned and said in surprise, "Bamboo, its soul missing. How come it didn't die?" Zergs are generally very tough. Easy to be injured, but hard to die. Bamboo asked, "Bamboo, do you think it is possible to recover from Feng Ling's soul injury?" Soul missing. Not injury, impossible to recover. Right? Bamboo asked, "How did Feng Ling lose its soul?" Alas, Bamboo was slightly disappointed. Sighed, waved his tentacles and said, "Okay. Everyone go first." He said to Barba, "Bamboo, please combine everyone's physical condition and the existing force food. Analyze in detail. And calculate a set of force food matching solutions for them that are most suitable for growth." "I understand." Bamboo said, "Bamboo, I need your cooperation to name and number various force foods." "Well, no problem." Bamboo was very satisfied. The caravans all matched the force food based on experience. And everything was done by observation. The matching schemes they gave had many flaws. Baba, however, used high-tech means, comprehensive analysis, and scientific matching, and the effect would definitely be several levels better. The members of Liju Peak who were hastily summoned all dispersed one after another, with a bewildered look on their faces. Baiju held Baba and stayed shamelessly. Datu and Xiangpu stayed. Data said, "Bamboo, I think you should go and see the wild Thuja God-given seed. It ate the nutrients you gave it 2 years ago. It grew too fast this spring. But the number of flowers was very small. Is there something wrong?" Big head. "Don't worry. I'll go check it out in a while." Bamboo comforted Baba and asked, "Baba, did you find that there is a very small organ in the body of our red cockroach warriors and cattails that cannot be detected?" Baba said, "Yes. It's very strange." "What does it do?" "It's called life capsule, which can breed life seeds." Bamboo paused and said, "The so-called breeding of life seeds is to turn ordinary plant seeds into force plants." "This?" Baba asked. "Bamboo, it's impossible? What kind of technology is this?" "I don't understand what technology this is either." Bamboo said. "Come on, Baba. I'll take you to see it. And you'll understand it after you see it." Chapter 311. Baiju followed Bamboo's instructions and helped Baba to scan the ordinary sun grass live seed. Bamboo was promoted to the mountain master, and the number of sun grass live seed ramets reached 63, with a single plant height of more than 1.5 meters, and strong leaves, which had long transcended the influence of the 4 seasons, and did not wither in autumn and flourish in spring. In the past year, Data used a lot of world tree debris for it, and the number of ramets did not increase, but it began to produce leaves in spring, and the height of a single plant exceeded 2 meters. The stems were tough and hard, and there was a tendency to wood. "Bamboo, is this the ordinary life species you mentioned?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Baba was silent for a while, and said, "Its genes are very strange. The quality of the force food it produces is definitely lower than that of the force plants born in nature." "Right. But it has grown recently, and the quality will be much better." Bamboo said, "Yes. The quality is lower than that of the force plants born in nature." Baba said, "Its genes have obvious traces of modification. It was forcibly modified, and will never surpass the natural force plants. However, it can be barely included in the ranks of force plants. If it can be mass-produced, it will be quite. It's amazing. It's a pity that it can't be mass-produced." Bamboo asked Baba, "How is its growth status?" Baba replied, "Very poor. Insufficient nutrition intake. It is recommended to use. This is a planet without technological civilization." Bamboo, "I suggest you reduce the amount of world tree debris appropriately." Bamboo asked, "How much is appropriate?" Baba replied, "I need to collect more data." "Got it." Bamboo turned to Datu and instructed Datu, "In the future, reduce the amount of world tree debris used for Sunko life species by half. I will bring Baba to check later and increase or decrease the amount appropriately according to the situation." Datu understood something and agreed, "I know." "Bamboo." Bamboo then ordered, "Baiju, take Baba and scan the white jade mulberry life seed." Baiju immediately hugged Baba and ran to the white jade mulberry life seed. Due to the growth of the world tree debris, the height of the white jade mulberry plant exceeded 5 meters. The nutrition was not enough. And the number of flower spikes this year was relatively small. Bamboo. Is this called white jade mulberry? Its growth state is extremely poor. It is recommended to use the world tree debris once a month. I need to continue to observe and collect data before I can set a specific dosage for it. It was an unexpected, extremely poor evaluation. Bamboo's heart was calm. According to human standards, there is no life form in the entire Liju Peak that can be rated as excellent or good. There are only a few that can be rated as good. Basically, they are in the two states of poor and extremely poor. However, in this way, wouldn't Baba's value be more reflected? In the future, Baba will formulate detailed feeding and growth plans for the members of Liju Peak, and formulate cultivation and watering plans for the plants of Liju Peak. She will be satisfied if she can get a good status without seeking to achieve excellent. At worst, a poor status is acceptable. It will be great if the whole group is out of the extremely poor status. Bamboo led Datu and Xiangpu to patrol the mountain. Baizhu followed all the way, holding Baba. It took a day to go around the entire Liju Peak and check all the plants. Finally, he came to the wild cliff cypress God-given seed. Unknowingly, it broke through the shackles of the genetic genes of the trail cypress tree plant species. And the tree height exceeded 45 meters. Big Head is still using the remains of the world tree to stimulate its growth. All nutrients are used for its growth. And it has hardly bloomed this year. Now, Bamboo has the greatest hope for this tree-like God-given seed. There is no need to wait. If it is managed properly, it will be able to complete a metamorphosis and evolution in about 10 years. Bamboo. You used EP281 plant gene fluid on it. Barba made a judgment immediately after just one scan. Bamboo asked, "Is there a problem?" Barba said, "The gene fluid was used excessively. Fortunately, you used a large amount of world tree remains to supplement it with the original force nutrients needed in the genetic improvement process. Otherwise, it might have died." Bamboo's heart tightened and asked, "What about now? Is it in a very bad state?" "Not very bad." Barba considered the language and said, "It is very dangerous. If you continue, you may die." Bamboo asked, "What should we do?" "Stop using the world tree remains immediately." Barba explained, "The world tree remains, while replenishing nutrients, it also has the effect of promoting the rapid growth of plants. It successfully passes the most dangerous stage and does not need to replenish nutrients. It needs time to accumulate energy. Promoting growth is harmful to it." "Got it. Got it." Bamboo quickly told Datu, "From today on, stop fertilizing the wild thuja seeds given by God." "Got it." Data said worriedly, "Bamboo, I feel that the state of the thuja seeds given by God is particularly bad. Is there any way to help it?" Bamboo turned his head and asked, "Baba, is there any way to help the thuja seeds given by God?" Barba thought for a moment and said, "There is no other good way. We can only waste some growth time. This planet is divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn and winter. It is currently entering the midsummer stage. It should be able to slowly survive the weak period by absorbing sufficient light. The sludge and sludge water you use as nutrients are barely okay. Pay attention to watering. Less watering, more sludge burial. It's good that there is no danger to life." Bamboo breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Baba, do you have any other suggestions?" Baba pondered for a while and said, "For the growth of carbon-based plants, in addition to light and water, carbon dioxide is the most important. Bamboo, you can build a thermal power station at the foot of the mountain. Cut down forests. Burn trees to generate electricity. And the most important thing is to provide light. The plants on the bamboo peak provide carbon dioxide. Are you sure there is no selfishness in this suggestion?" Bamboo said, "I am an environmentalist. Let's forget about this kind of wanton destruction of the natural environment." Baba said in distress, "Bamboo, your mountain range is windless most of the time. There is a lot of wind in autumn." Bamboo said, "Baba, you should know that wind power stations are the easiest to build. Don't worry. I will think of a way to get a few more electric boxes and source crystals, and build a hydropower station in a farther place." "Okay." Baba said, "Bamboo, let's go down the mountain to see Tata." Baiju remembered the name Tata in human language. Hearing this, he ran down the mountain with Baba in his arms. Bamboo thought about it and planned to gather Datu, Daxiong, Cattail, Baiju, and Pyracantha after these 2 days to teach them some simple human language. Going down the mountain, Baba tried to communicate with Tata. Tada's soul has now fallen to the level of a high-level warrior. He can receive sound waves and understand the meaning. But he needs mental power as a bridge to transmit his thoughts. Baba is an electronic life and has no divine thoughts. Tada can understand Baba's words, but cannot respond. The two sides can no longer communicate as they did before. Baba suggested bamboo. The remains of the world tree are the predecessor of Tada, and they have the highest degree of fit with it. You can give it more, so that it can grow quickly. Baba's mental power scanned the soil. Baiju had already secretly ground a lot of world tree remains into powder and buried it under the Tada tree. The amount used is more than any other God-given seed. The effect is remarkable. In the past month, the Tada seedlings have suddenly soared from 1.6 meters to nearly 2 meters in height. The state seems to be very good, thriving, and able to eat and drink. Bamboo asked Baba, "How is Tada?" "Bad." Baba said, "The average temperature of this planet is a little low, and summer is its peak growing season. In addition, the original habitat of the Tada tree is extremely short of water. You watered it too much. Don't water it in the future. The drier the soil, the better. The Tada tree has been taken care of by Baiju. Bamboo plans to let Baiju take care of it in the future." So he passed on Baba's advice to Baiju. Bamboo asked again, "Baba, it is said that the Tada tree blooms and bears fruit once every 800 years? The original Tada tree is more than 800 years. If it were the star system where this planet is located, according to the calendar you set, it would be about 1,127 years." Baba paused, and then said, "However, its genes have been greatly modified to adapt to the current environment of the planet. After my preliminary calculation, the flowering and fruiting cycle is about 1,100 days, which is equivalent to 3 years. The flowering period is half a year. The fruiting period is 1.5 years. And the period is 1 year to recuperate and accumulate nutrients." "Really? 3 years. It's not very long. And the Tada is not useless. It is worth cultivating." Bamboo thought about it and said, "Isn't the sunlight in this broken place sufficient? Move up the mountain." Chapter 312, Melon-Eating Party. In the past, Bamboo mistakenly thought that the flowering and fruiting cycle of Tada was more than 800 years. But he couldn't bear to kill it. Seeing that Baiju liked it, he simply left it alone. Now it's not okay. The flowering and fruiting cycle has been shortened to 3 years. Combined with the strengthening effect of the fruit of the Tada tree, it is a God-given seed with extremely high growth potential and cultivation value. There is no room for negotiation. It must be moved to a location with more abundant force and better light. Tada refused to move. "I want to live next to Baiju." Baiju even refused. "This is my God-given seed. Don't you want it?" Finally, it was Baba who gave a more reasonable suggestion. The mountain is high in altitude and the temperature is slightly lower, which is not suitable for Baba to survive. Move slightly upward. Cross the bloodthorn bush. And stay within the protection range of the bloodthorn bush. Work started immediately. First of all, the soil of Liju Peak is fertile enough, but the moisture retention capacity is a bit too strong, which is not suitable for Tada. A large growing area was designated. A giant pit was dug, and the sandy soil with poor water storage capacity was dug from the bottom of the mountain to fill it. In addition, a large number of small pieces of the remains of the world tree were added to provide it with high-quality nutrients needed for growth. Under the guidance of Baba, the members on the mountain were mobilized, and everything was done in 5 busy days. Finally, a circular drainage ditch was built to prevent water accumulation during heavy rains. Occasionally irrigate, and do not use marsh water. Just use the remains of the world tree ground into powder in a certain proportion of marsh residue and bury it by the root system. Move to a new home. Asked about the condition of Tada. 2 words, comfortable. The intuitive performance is that after 3 days of continuous observation, the growth of the Tada tree has obviously improved. In fact, the Tada tree species itself has a strong adaptability. It can survive the long, extremely cold nights of nearly 200 days, and can survive the hot days of nearly 200 days. It is a very rare and tenacious life form in the universe. The basic physique is there. After Baba's guidance, its growth state gradually enters good and has a trend of improving to excellent. It is the best life form in Lizufeng and is unique. Bamba took Baba and told her the names of various force foods, and then numbered them according to human habits. It took another half a month to take Baba into the jungle to get to know the various plants and animals on this planet. mainly to collect genetic information and enter it into the database. The next step is a long calculation process, which consumes a lot of electricity. The power supply system can't keep up with the demand. Bamboo led the members of Lizufeng to continue smelting iron and build the third wind power station before the dry season. I used to feel that there was a lot of wind, but when I really needed it, I found that there was really little wind. There is little wind, so we can only repair more and generate more electricity when there is wind. The Snow Peak golden fence is ripe. It is the annual melon eating time again. Bamboo invited the flame-clustered calamus, rambutan, and the members of the Iron Knife Mountain Range to come, gathered at the trading square at the foot of the mountain to eat melon together. At the same time, there is another significant event. The little warrior born in the Pyracantha territory is promoted to L4 Junior Warrior, and it is time to choose the plant he likes. This little warrior will be separated from Liju Peak and go to other peaks to survive. It will take the first step of Liju Peak's expansion outward. If you like bamboo, expand southward along the Bamboo Sea. If you like other plants, expand northwestward along the mountain range. 6 python-patterned honeydew melons were purchased from the caravan in spring, and Bamboo kept one on purpose and kept it in cold storage on the peak until now, peeling off the thick amber juice shell. It is well preserved. Among those present, the Iron Blade Mountain Master has the highest seniority, so he cuts it. The sweet fruity fragrance permeates, and the abundant force overflows. The little warrior who was lazily curled up under the firethorn cult immediately stood up his tentacles, flapped his wings, and ran towards the honeydew melon. Ha ha! The Iron Blade Mountain Master laughed happily, cut off a small piece, and handed it to the little guy carefully. The little warrior held the honeydew melon and ate it wildly. The Iron Blade Mountain Master quickly cut and began to divide the melon, and asked at the same time, who said this little guy was stupid just now, knowing to grab food? It's quite smart, Hong Dao said. Duju muttered. Hong Dao said indifferently, you can see for yourself. When everyone focused their attention on the little soldier, they were all dumbfounded. This little guy eats too fast. Right? For his petite body, the melon is not small. In a blink of an eye, even the skin is gone? The little soldier staggered and couldn't stand steadily. The Rat King saw that the situation was not good, turned his head and ordered Jinju, get a leaf. Bamboo also shouted, Datu, quickly get some dried meat from the mountain. Okay. Datu waved his antennae and directed the worker ants to act. Jinju flashed into the woods not far away, searched around, got a rotten leaf, and placed it in front of the little soldier. The confused little soldier seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, holding the leaf and chewing it wildly. After eating a whole leaf, his mental state still did not improve. With his antennae drooping, he silently crawled towards the Pyracantha, lay in the shadow, and fell asleep. Bamboo scanned with his mental power and said, It's okay. I ate too much and fell asleep. It will be fine after a good sleep. Let's continue eating. Hong Dao laughed and said, Am I right? Bamboo scolded. Hong Dao, go to the mountain and bring down the Snow Peak golden fence. The Iron Blade Mountain Master was embarrassed and waved his tentacles, saying, Let's continue eating. The overall strength of the members of Liju Peak is no longer what it used to be. There are 6 Mountain Master level warriors present. If a python-patterned honey melon is shared, it will be at most a small cake and can be easily destroyed. Bring down the Snow Peak golden fence. Give each of them one, and eat hard. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord waved his tentacles, pointed at the sleeping little warrior, and asked, Bamboo, what plant do you hope it likes? Bamboo said, Of course it's bamboo. The expansion of the Bamboo Sea requires a sufficient number of warriors to help manage it. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord agreed. Most of the credit for the prosperity of Liju Peak today should be attributed to the planting of bamboo. Bamboo suddenly remembered and asked Yenshu Banmao, how is the progress of the Yulu bamboo rice? Did you get any harvest last year? Yenshu Banmao said depressedly, Chuerong County has developed rapidly in recent years, and the number of young warriors is the largest. Last year, it was first tried in Chuerong County. The Lord of Chuerong County strongly supported this matter. However, most warriors refused to accept our agreement. They thought that you continue to extract 10% of the income for 20 years. It's too harsh. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord said, Bamboo, your approach to the Yuzu bamboo rice is probably thankless. There must be warriors who are willing to agree. Right? They should understand that I am giving away the raw stones to help everyone. Bamboo said, Those who don't want to join, forget it. We won't force them. The Red Blattaria tribe has more than 5,000 warriors, and a large number of young warriors are born every year. The production of yuzu bamboo rice is so low. We only worry about not having enough. Not being able to send it out. Yinshu Bamao said, this year, I have discussed with the Lord of Kuji Mountain and the Princess of Huagang, and implemented it in the Hongju and Qingang mountain ranges at the same time. According to preliminary statistics, a total of 47 warriors agreed. Bamboo said, in our Red Blattaria tribe, Princess Yoli is an elder with more seniority than the Red Blattaria king. 1. The insect population is even greater. The Princess of Avocado has asked me to bring more bamboo rice. Yin Cluster Spotted Grass immediately said, then I will ask when I go to Avocado County to trade this winter. Okay. There is no need to rush. As long as a warrior can find a God-given seed with the help of the Force, bamboo rice will become particularly popular. Bamboo shook his tentacles and called, there is also a durian from the southern continent on the mountain. We must eat it today. Let's take a rest and continue. Chapter 313, The First Step of Expansion, Torreya Grandis. In recent years, every winter, flame-clustered spotted grass has to run around to sell the force food produced in the bamboo territory, and at the same time purchase various force food for bamboo. His social circle covers the Red Blattaria tribe, and even goes out of his tribe to infiltrate the Flying Fire Blattaria tribe. With more warriors in contact and more exchanges, his personality gradually becomes calmer, not as reckless as when he was a child. Especially after strengthening his brain, his thinking is obviously more flexible. Flame-clustered spotted grass's strength has also been increasing rapidly. Last year, he reached the level of a 19th senior warrior, and plans to be promoted to the Mountain Master in the fall of next year. Iron Blade Mountain Master gave up his own growth. After Yabai and Yun Ao were promoted to Mountain Masters, he distributed resources to Huqi and Liju. Both of them have also reached the level of a 19th senior warrior, and are about to be promoted to Mountain Masters. If everything goes well, next year, the number of Mountain Master level warriors in the Iron Blade Mountains may increase to 7. Eating, drinking and chatting. The sun tilted, and the sky was full of colorful clouds. The sleeping little soldier finally woke up. Dada quickly commanded a worker and to deliver a small piece of dried meat. The little soldier held it and ate it wildly, staring at the master of Tidal Mountain with grievance. Do you want to kill me? Pyracantha had been waiting impatiently. Seeing that it was full, he stretched out his forelimbs, carefully carried it in front of him, and asked, little guy, tell me, what plant do you like? The little soldier was stunned, looked around, and found that the guys in a circle were all staring at him expectantly. After thinking about it, he mustered his mental power and answered, Torreya Grandis. Torreya Grandis. Torreya Grandis is a tree species with great development potential, and is extremely rare. Bamboo is cultivated on a small scale in the mountains northwest of Liju Peak. Pyracantha is lazy and doesn't like to work, so Bamboo planted 20 Torreya trees near its cave, and forced it to take care of them on a daily basis. The little soldier is now in his 4th year, and Pyracantha just gave him a Torreya nut as a life seed. It is reasonable and acceptable for him to like Torreya trees. Unfortunately, it is not the bamboo that Bamboo most expected. Flame-clustered grass rushed to ask, Pyracantha. Then the name of this little soldier is Torreya Grandis. Pyracantha said, of course. Torreya Grandis. A very nice name. Then it will be Torreya Grandis. Bamboo also agreed, waved his antennae, pointed to the northwest, and said, that mountain will be called Torreya Grandis Peak in the future. In winter, Rat King and Big Bear will take time to open up a piece of open space and plant a batch of ordinary Torreya Grandis trees in advance. Rat King, Maju, you guys have to work harder. You still have to dig a reservoir on the top of the peak and build a water diversion ditch. Next year, Torreya Grandis can go there directly to settle down and sow seeds of life. Rat King agreed, I understand. No problem. The Lord of Tidal Mountain asked, Bamboo. The warriors of Liju Peak are strong enough, but there are too few of them. I am afraid they can't take care of it. How about I send Yabai and Yun Ao over and let them take turns to guard every 10 days? Then I will trouble Yabai and Yun Ao. I will pay them 10,000 raw stones every year as a reward. Bamboo invited the warriors of Tidal Mountain Range to come over and entertain them with all kinds of delicious food and drinks. Isn't it just for this matter? Bamboo continued, Lord of Tidal Mountain. The next season is the dry season and the autumn harvest season. The territory will be very busy. It's rare for everyone to come here. By the way, take a few more bags of God-given seed debris back. On the northwest side of Leju Peak, there are 3 warehouses full of the remains of the world tree, which seem to be too much to use. The Lord of Taidown Mountain was not polite and joked, then I have to take 2 bags back. Take more back and distribute them to other warriors in the mountain. If it's not enough, come and get more. After saying this, Bamboo reminded, however, this kind of debris has a strong effect on plant growth. Lord Taidown Mountain, remember to remind them to control the amount, otherwise it will harm the vital plants. Understood. The Lord of Taidown Mountain flapped his wings and said, it's getting late. It's time to go back. Determine the next step to expand to Torreya Peak. Bamboo took action overnight, taking the Rat King and the Big Bear to inspect the terrain and plan the specific layout. However, there is no need to rush to build a reservoir on the top of the mountain and manage the Torreya forest. After all, the little warrior is still too young. Only a L4 junior warrior. Next is the dry season. This year, Bamboo stayed at Liz Yufeng and personally guided the cultivation of bamboo species. After the dry season, autumn is coming slowly. Farm work is reduced and people start to have free time. They continue to mine and smelt iron before the bamboo fruits and bamboo rice of Liz Yufeng mature. The 4th, 5th and 6th wind power stations are built. Bamboo is right. After autumn, there are more winds, with the 6 power stations running at the same time. Baba's daily electricity intake finally exceeds the consumption and gradually has a surplus. During this period, Baba analyzed all kinds of force food purchased by Bamboo in spring, made an in-depth analysis of the physical condition of each member of Liz Yufeng, and gave a set of growth plans for each of them. The plan not only includes the combination of force food, but also details the daily living, diet, and force food intake. What time do you go to bed and get up every day? After getting up, do a set of simple exercises, and then eat breakfast. What breakfast should you eat? These are details that only human warriors with strong family backgrounds will pay attention to. The warriors on this planet are still in the agricultural civilization. They have few days to spare throughout the year. So how can they pay attention to these things? Bamboo spent a lot of time discussing with Baba, simplifying the plan again and again. Regarding the common life plants and various divine seeds in Leju Peak, Baba also gave detailed farming and irrigation plans for each one. Life plants do not need to work. Growing well and bearing more flowers and fruits are the biggest rewards. This can be a little more particular. There are still 3 missing from the planned 9 wind power stations. Bamboo arranged for the Rat King and his men to continue mining when they are free in winter, and he set off with Baiju, lightly equipped, to the Orchid Mountains. Baiju carried a backpack, which contained a spider silk bag, 50 pieces of raw stones, and the most important 1,500 yuzu bamboo rice. Of the 5 frost shadow black dates traded last year, Bamboo ate 1 himself, and Baiju, Rat King, Red Blatten King, and Oil Pear Princess each ate 1. The effect was amazing. This is a good thing that can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Bamboo plans to maintain the transaction with the Cedar Blatten King and get as many as possible back. Every warrior of Leju Peak, whether fighting or not, must have 1. And warriors who are close to the Iron Blade Mountain Range must also have 1. Outside the fantasy color barrier, the Red Blatten Tribe treasure hunting team only has the last 100 warriors left, operating 4 plank roads, guarded by the Red Blatten King, ready to pack up and evacuate at any time. The situation of other tribes was similar. The plank road went deep into the fantasy maze, and almost ran into the ant tribe of the Wangua continent. The treasure hunt was coming to an end. Red Blattod King. Bamboo called from a distance and landed on the ground. Red Blattod King said, Bamboo, you are a little late. The treasures in the fantasy maze have been cleared out. I expected that you would not make a fortune if you came early or late. Bamboo asked, Red Blattod King, is there a box that needs to be opened? Red Blattod King said depressedly, this year's income is very poor. There is no box containing the force crystal, and there is only 1 cabinet. It was dragged out, but it is definitely impossible to transport it back to our Fire Blattod Kingdom. Go and open it quickly. Okay. Bamboo's mental power swept and found the box that Red Blattod King mentioned. Without saying a word, he went directly into the warehouse and opened it in 2s and 3s. Bamboo asked, Red Blatten King, after a year of hard work, Is this all you have? Only these? And we also encountered the ants from the 10,000 races continent. And a conflict almost broke out. Red Blatten King waved his tentacles and said, on plank road number 3. I found a cabinet that cannot be moved. There are too many doors. Judging from experience, it is neither force food nor force crystal. If you are interested, go and see for yourself. Chapter 314 Genetic Fluid Again. Among the cargoes carried by the spacecraft, the most valuable are the force crystals and force food. In addition, there are other types of valuable things, but the number is relatively small, and the probability of finding them is very low. The greater probability is that they are worthless materials. Bamboo came here this time without planning to enter the fantasy color maze to search for treasures. He just came to stroll around. There was something particularly urgent, so he simply went in to take a look. As the plank road evolved towards the fantasy color maze, the treasure hunters would also leave the spider silk to search and investigate on both sides. The cabinet was on the left side of the plank road, not far away. About 200 meters. Bamboo went forward to explore and roughly judge. The cabinet was 3 meters high, 9 meters long, and about 1 meter thick, with familiar specifications and styles. Cabinet door number, EP281-2201. Bamboo was delighted when he saw it. It contained a very rare plant gene extract. This cabinet has the same number as the one found last time. It should be extracted from the remains of the same force plant and divided into several cabinets. Take it back and use it for the wild thuja seeds given by God. Only 30 seeds were used up in the last cabinet, and there are still 50 seeds left. Now there is another cabinet. It's about to take off, Bamboo thought, waving his tentacles, signaling Baizu to stand farther away, releasing the fire power to burn, and opening the cabinet doors one by one. Baizu used his sharp perception to find the direction of the plank road, moved the boxes one by one, and then the soldiers guarding the plank road carried them out of the fantasy maze. It took half a day to get it done. When he walked out of the fantasy maze, he saw the red Cockroach King holding a metal ball that sealed the B231 gene fluid and flipping it. Bamboo. What's in the metal ball? I remember Huangwen mentioned this type of thing to me. I heard it's valuable. Last time you also made such a big cabinet? It's just ordinary stuff. Not worth much, Bamboo said generously. Red Cockroach King, leave the metal ball inside to me, and send the box to the market to sell as a reward for helping the soldiers. In addition, I will give you 2 force crystals as compensation. Red Cockroach King asked suspiciously. Force food that strengthens metal ability? Bamboo said vaguely. About the same. Red Cockroach King is not easy to talk to. If he knows the purpose of the gene fluid, it will not be a problem that can be solved by 2 force crystals. Seeing that King Chijin Blatten wanted to ask more questions, Bamboo quickly changed the subject and said, King Chijin Blatten, a little warrior was born on Liju Peak this spring. He likes the Toreya tree and named him Toreya. I have already planned it and intend to let it develop along the Jinping Mountains to the northwest. Hee. Can the little warrior you promised be in place next year? Not next year, King Chijin Blatten said seriously. The little warrior born next year will be sent to you the year after next. And a little warrior redeemed from the Wangua continent will be sent along with it. They were born 1 year apart, and Toreya is 1 year older, so he will be suitable to be the master of the mountain in the future. Understood? No problem, Bamboo agreed readily. This is an agreement. Toreya Peak is as large as Liju Peak, and there is absolutely no problem accommodating 15 little warriors. From now on, every time a little warrior is born in Liju Peak and sent to Xiangying Peak, the Chijin Cockroach King will select a little warrior born in Chijin County and send it over to help expand the insect population in Jinping Mountains. In addition, now that Chuirong County and Chijin County are expanding their insect population, the young warriors redeemed by the caravan from the Wangua continent every year have long been reserved in advance by Chuirong County Lord and Chijin Cockroach King. Every time a young warrior is born in Liju Peak and goes to live in Xianghua Peak, Chijin Cockroach King will give up a young warrior from the Wangua continent and send him to Jinping Mountain Range for development. This approach is more reasonable, and the insect population of Xianghua Peak has steadily increased in a uniform proportion. In the future, with the support of Bamboo, Xianghua will definitely be the strongest, and as long as his personality and ability are slightly better, he can serve as the peak master of Xianghua Peak. If his personality and ability are really too poor, like Pyracantha. Lazy and stupid. And useless. Then he can only change a warrior to serve as the mountain master. Qijian Cockroach King held the metal ball and wanted to ask questions. Bamboo continued to change the subject and asked Qijian Cockroach King, "How did the flying fire cockroach and the cockroach tribe get? They are not as miserable as us. Right? They have a lot of insects. So they must have a harvest. But relatively speaking, it is not much better than us." Qijian Cockroach King said, "There is nothing good in the fantasy color barrier. My plan is to remove the plank road in 20 days. And everyone will pack up and go back to the mountain for the winter." Bamboo cried, "There are no boxes to open. Then I am afraid that I don't bring enough raw stones this time. I also plan to go to the market to get more high-quality force food and store it on the top of Liju Peak." Qijian Cockroach King said, "Don't argue first. As far as I know, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe has picked up 2 intact boxes and 20 force crystals. Isn't it enough? 2 boxes? Hee hee. That's probably enough." The tentacles of the spotted clam swaggered, and the wings of the clams flapped. And they couldn't wait to say, "Red Blatten King, I'll go over and open the box first to avoid losing business." Baiju was smart. And seeing this, he jumped onto the spotted clam's carapace. He took off directly and landed on the number 1 plank road of the Red Blatten tribe, and asked the yellow-striped mountain master who was guarding the plank road to help, and rushed north together. After a round, the biggest income was only the 2 force crystal storage boxes picked up by the Flying Fire Blatten tribe, which earned 20 force crystals. The income from opening other boxes was not worth mentioning. The Flying Fire Blatten tribe and the Blatten tribe also planned to remove the plank road, stop fighting, and return to the mountains for the winter. Regarding the exchange of yuzu bamboo rice for frost shadow black dates, I agreed with the Snow Cockroach King that everyone would meet at the Orchid Mountain Market in the late autumn and early winter of next year. It is said that the Dalmantis Kingdom has stockpiled high-quality force food worth more than 1 billion, which is the core commodity to maintain the market trade. The market should not close down until the force food from outer space is sold out. Every year, everyone can bring a few younger generations of the same tribe to visit, broaden their horizons, and trade. This year, the Red Blatty tribe team organized by Princess Avocado should be on the way. Bamboo plans to take this opportunity to purchase and exchange all the 20 force crystals he just earned for high-quality force food, and ask the sightseeing tour team to help him bring the things back smoothly. It was still early, and there was no rush to purchase. I had nothing to do, so I went into the market alone to stroll around and see if there were any leeks to pick up. Master Bamboo. Just after walking around for half a circle, I ran into a familiar bug. Red Bean Mountain Master. "Long time no see." Bamboo responded enthusiastically. In late autumn, there were already many insect warriors coming to the market, bustling with people and insects. Red Bean Mountain Master squeezed over with difficulty and asked, "Mr. Bamboo, aren't you going to the fantasy color maze to hunt for treasures?" Bamboo replied, "All the treasures have been swept away. There is nothing to find. Come to the market to stroll around." Yes, no one thought that the plank road could be built, and the treasures in the fantasy color maze were swept away so quickly. In recent years, their sword mantis warriors have worked part-time for various affairs, and ordinary senior warriors can earn 2,000 to 3,000 raw stones a year, without insects to hunt for treasures. Many warriors will be unemployed and lose a good job to make money. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain sighed, and then greeted enthusiastically, "Lord Bamboo, there are rare goods recently. The Green Mantis King stipulated that they are limited for sale. It just so happens that my Red Bean Mountain range has just received a batch. The price is not high. Do you want to take a look?" "Limited sale?" Bamboo asked suspiciously. "What rare things?" Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "Food. Especially delicious." "Food?" Bamboo's heart moved. "I'm afraid you picked up nutrient solution?" Looking up, looking at the wreckage of the spacecraft on the Orchid Mountain range in the distance. The wreckage just corresponds to the living area. I clearly remember that the Knife Mantis tribe dismantled many dining tables and chairs. Could it be that the cold storage for storing food was intact? The things inside are not spoiled yet? The food cold storage has always maintained a low temperature, and the things will not spoil. Could it be that a separate energy supply system is used? Bamboo was not very clear about the structure of the spacecraft, and touched the tentacles and said, "Lord Hongdo Mountain, please lead the way. Let's take a look." Chapter 315, It's Not Easy to Fool. Bamboo recognized it at a glance. It was indeed nutrient solution. The whole street was full of stalls set up by warriors of the Dalmantis tribe. The goods sold were all food. Not only nutrient solution, but also sweet and salty blocks, energy drinks, and various fruits and canned meats for daily dining to adjust the taste. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain led Bamboo to a stall set up by the Dalmantis warriors of the Red Bean Mountain range. Bamboo. Look! This thing is specially prepared. I feel very comfortable after eating it. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was holding a metal cylinder, which was filled with nutrient solution. Start the demonstration. After pressing the button at the bottom, a suction port slowly extended from the top of the metal cylinder. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain raised his head, put the suction port to his mouth, dripped a drop, smacked his lips, and said, "It doesn't taste much, but it feels very comfortable after drinking it." After that, he handed the nutrient solution to Bamboo and said, "Lord Bamboo, try it." Bamboo took it with his claws and glanced at the mark on the barrel, Tom A8. It's not the series he needs. The function of the nutrient solution is to correspond to the training system and supplement the special nutrients related to the force gene. What Bamboo needs is the D series corresponding to metal enhancement or the G series corresponding to fire enhancement. The A series corresponds to the soul and is very expensive. Since it's free, it must be harmless to eat it. Bamboo didn't hesitate to take it, put it in his mouth, and sucked it hard, drinking a bottle of nutrient solution cleanly. The food was absorbed immediately after entering the stomach, and the whole body was warm, very comfortable, and refreshed. The owner of Hongdo Mountain was stunned. Is this the correct way to eat it? It feels wrong. Then he asked enthusiastically, "Master Bamboo, how is it?" "Not bad," Bamboo replied, glancing at other goods. The stall managed by the Red Bean Mountain Range warriors was quite large, with boxes of nutrient solution neatly arranged, and hundreds more behind. Bamboo spread his mental power, scanned, and carefully distinguished that there were 10 boxes of each type of nutrient solution. The Dalmantis Kingdom must have obtained a whole cold storage of nutrient solution. They are all good stuff. Get a large batch back. Adjust the physical condition of the Lizufeng members to the best, and everyone can grow boldly and quickly. "How much is this thing?" Bamboo asked, and at the same time used his metal ability to manipulate a Tom D3 nutrient solution that matched him to fly up. Grabbed it, opened it, raised his head and drank it all, and moved his tentacles, saying, "It tastes tasteless, but it is indeed very comfortable. We, the Dalmantis tribe, have tried it repeatedly and have confirmed that this thing is good for the growth of insect warriors." The Lord of Hongdo Mountain lightly tapped his tentacles and pointed to the 4 series A, B, D, and G respectively, saying, "Lord Bamboo, you can use all 4 types." The Lord of Hongdo Mountain pointed to the D series and D series corresponding to metal and fire respectively, and said, "These 2 types are most suitable for you. Look carefully. There are symbols similar to those of force food on them." As expected, the Dalmantis tribe had already opened the cold storage and got the nutrient solution. They performed many attempts to figure out the general purpose of the things before selling them. "I'm afraid I can't get a big bargain." "I can see it," Bamboo replied, feeling slightly disappointed, and asked again, "What's the price?" Hongdo Mountain Lord said, "Each bottle is sold for 20 raw stones, and each box has 50 bottles. It can be discounted to 800 raw stones." Bamboo calculated in his mind and had a rough idea. The Dalmantis tribe slightly underestimated the value of the nutrient solution. It should be sold to the tribe warriors at the reserve price of 10 raw stones per bottle and 500 raw stones per box. Hongdo Mountain Lord followed the convention and asked for 20 raw stones, leaving a lot of room for bargaining. "Master Bamboo, this price is very favorable." "Right? Too expensive. Can this thing help growth as much as force food?" "Master Bamboo, this is different. This thing helps growth and force food are 2 different types. Each has its own advantages and should not be compared together. That's not worth 20 raw stones. I can give you a discount. Buy a whole box. 50 sticks. 800 raw stones. Can you suddenly become smart? Not easy to fool?" Bamboo estimated that this set of rhetoric was taught by the elders of the Dalmantis tribe. Bamboo turned his head and looked at other goods. Sweet block and salty block. The original name should be Military Compressed Nutrition Block. Each block is 2.5 centimeters long, 1.5 centimeters wide, and 0.8 centimeters thick, and is packed in the cheapest hydrogen gold square box. It is divided into 2 layers. Each layer has 25 pieces, and a box has 50 pieces. The grayish-white ones are salty, and the ones with a red line are sweet. So they are referred to as salty blocks and sweet blocks respectively. Military compressed nutrition blocks supplement carbohydrates, proteins, fats, vitamins, and other regular nutrients required for daily life activities and growth of all carbon-based life forms. Energy drinks are purely for replenishing physical energy. Bamboo picked up a piece of sweet compressed biscuit, tasted it, spit it out directly, and picked up another piece of sweet compressed biscuit. The cold storage should not have interrupted the energy supply. It is well preserved and tastes good. Bamboo asked, "How much is this thing?" The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "Regular food. The only feature is that you can be full after eating too. Very cheap. 5 raw stones per box. Buy a box of sweet, and get a box of salty." Insects are indeed sweet lovers, and their physique determines that they are not suitable for eating salty food. Bamboo picked up another can of energy drink, pulled the ring, drank it all, and said, "This tastes good. How much is it?" Red Bean Mountain Lord said, "This is also ordinary food. All water. Sweet. Very delicious. Quickly replenishes physical energy. Cheap. 1 raw stone per can. 1 box is 20 cans. It can't be cheaper." Bamboo shook his tentacles and looked at the nutrient solution again, saying, "Red Bean Mountain Lord, only this thing has such a little practical value. Several mantis kings in our Down Mantis Kingdom have personally verified it and confirmed that it has great value." Red Bean Mountain Lord corrected. He asked tentatively, "Master Bamboo, if you buy more, I will give you a discount. You can consider selling more." Bamboo asked tentatively, "The more, the cheaper?" "That's right." Red Bean Master asked, "How many do you need?" Bamboo asked, "First, 1,000 boxes?" Red Bean Master was stunned for a while before saying awkwardly, "This is too much." "Right, Master Bamboo. How are you going to move it back?" Bamboo thought for a while and asked, "Don't you think about delivering goods to the mountain? You can pay a certain amount of freight." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was still in a dilemma, and said, "Then I will go to ask Princess Juniper." "Then let's go together." Bamboo shook the spider silk bag, and the 18 force crystals in it collided with each other, making a crisp and beautiful sound. "I originally planned to go to Princess Juniper after shopping at the market. I need to buy a large number of high-quality force food." Good. 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 When the Lord of Red Bean Mountain heard the sound of the force crystals colliding, he was obsessed and moved his tentacles vigorously, and sighed in his heart, "This is a rich bug." Princess Juniper knew that Bamboo was a rich man, and when she heard that she wanted to purchase a full 1,000 boxes of nutrient solution, she still couldn't help being surprised. Even if you have money, you can't squander it so recklessly. Right. However, the cold storage of the Luan K-704 spacecraft contains food for more than 3,000 crew members for nearly 1,000 years. The goods are piled up like a mountain, and the quantity is sufficient. What they are worried about is how to sell the nutrient solution at a high price. The so-called limited sale is just a gimmick to raise the price. 1,000 boxes? Not a lot. After some bargaining, Bamboo purchased the goods at a price of 650 raw stones per box, including shipping costs. The Down Mantis Kingdom would send warriors to deliver the goods to the door. In addition, 1.15 million raw stones worth of force food were purchased at one time. If they could not be used up for the time being, they could be stored in the refrigerated storage at the top of Leju Peak and would be put to use soon. The 5,000 loose raw stones brought were all used to buy sweet cubes and energy drinks. They were brought over and stored as snacks or as a rarity to entertain guests. The Down Mantis tribe sent 500 senior warriors and 10 mountain master level warriors to deliver the goods. Bamboo did not stay for long and followed them back to Leju Peak in advance. Chapter 316 No Electricity. The Down Mantis tribe has been sending a large number of warriors to guard the wreckage of the spacecraft on the Orchid Mountain Range, and prohibiting any foreign warriors from approaching. It can be seen that they should be studying the things in the spacecraft. The wind power station and Baba on Leju Peak are too eye-catching. Bamboo does not want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he calls the transport team to land at the trading square on the southeast side of the mountain. Just put the things in the square, negotiate briefly, take out 1,000 raw stones, distribute them to the mountain master warriors who are traveling with him as consumption. and send the insects away. It is already late autumn and early winter, and the mountain is a bit deserted. The Rat King is busy at Torreya Peak with 5 bamboo rat warriors and a big bear. Red rice, belly bamboo, red rice, and oil tea all ran into the jungle to find the seeds given by God. Pyracantha took the little warrior Torreya to play on the northwest side of the mountain, and took care of Baba. Wind Bell is busy with Longdu on the cliff. It seems that this guy is stubborn and plans to plant Wind Bell flowers again. Bamboo called Xiangpu to help. Xiangpu commanded the combat bees to work, moving various boxes to the top of the mountain one by one. Baizu, under Bamboo's command, began to dig and opened a special warehouse on the top of the mountain. Bamboo also used his metal ability to make metal plywood, stuffed hay in the middle, and placed it around the warehouse as an insulation layer to build a simple natural cold storage. They all used direct kinetic metal ability to convert soil and rocks into metal, consuming the original force equivalent to 1 million raw stones in one breath. And they were busy for 2 consecutive days before they were barely done. Finally, Data commanded the ant colony to move various boxes into the cold storage and store them in different categories. Bamboo came to the foot of the mountain, picked up Baba who was charging, and flew directly to the top of the mountain. Baba, look! What is this? Nutrient solution. Bamboo, you found the nutrient solution, Baba exclaimed in surprise, and immediately reacted. Analyzing, did the living area of the spacecraft fall? It should be well preserved. Right. The nutrient solution and various foods can be preserved to this day, which means that the food cold storage warehouse has been preserved intact. The cold storage uses an independent energy system, and there are power supply facilities in the cold storage. Bamboo, take me there. I can replenish the energy completely, and I can start the anti-gravity engine and fly freely. Bamboo said. The nutrient solution and food were purchased at a high price from the Dalmantis tribe. The scale of the spacecraft wreckage is indeed large, and the food cold storage is well preserved. But their tribe is very controlled. Strictly, foreign warriors are not allowed to enter. Bamboo comforted Baba. I will build the other 3 planned wind power stations soon. If the 9 wind power stations are running together, the energy should be enough. Right? Baba said, not enough at all. Then I will think of a way later. Bamboo said, Baba, now, you count the goods, calculate, and help to relist a growth plan for the members on the mountain. No electricity. Baba said unhappily, you told me that autumn is windy. It's almost winter, and there is no day with particularly strong winds. That's my memory. It should be spring. You should have said that spring is windy. Baba? This is not wrong, Bamboo said casually, holding Baba to look through it. That's not right. 6 wind power stations have been running for nearly 2 months. The electricity generated should be quite a lot. Right? Why is the power stored in Baba's built-in battery so little? Baba, what are you doing? Where's the electricity? I'm going to find Tata. Baba said depressedly, I started the anti-gravity engine and moved over, but I ran out of electricity and returned. In the end, it was Xiangpu who found me and sent me back to your shabby power station. Oh, so that's it. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, it's okay. It's okay. Then you charge first and have a good rest. It's okay to help calculate it in 2 days. We are not in a hurry. 5 days later, Baba gave a new growth plan. The plan is not immutable. On the contrary, Baba will regularly check the status of the members on the mountain, combine the original force food and gene fluid reserves, and constantly adjust and modify them to optimize as much as possible. Bamboo was very persuasive again, and Baba reluctantly agreed to spend electricity to help improve the existing skills and renamed it Intermediate Training Method L3 Mountain Master Chapter. After a long time, Bamboo realized that the main reason why Baba was unhappy was that she couldn't move freely due to lack of electricity. I remember that she liked to run around the most in the past. The remaining 3 power stations are not in a hurry to repair. Use gene fluid to adjust the body condition. Get the upgraded version of the technique. The amount of force food stored is sufficient, and the variety is rich. I began to eat frantically and started the rapid growth mode. After only 20 days, I felt sleepy and asked Baba to check. It was confirmed that the failure probability was less than 10%. After a little care, it was controlled within 5%. I fell asleep boldly. When I woke up, I only felt that I was a little lack of energy, and my 6 limbs were weak. Other abnormalities were not very obvious. This molting evolution should be considered a rare smooth journey. With a thought, he used the metal manipulation ability. In the cave, 2 drawers opened one after another. A box of sweet compressed biscuits and a can of energy drink slowly flew up and landed in front of him. He opened the drink and drank it all. Then he opened the metal box, picked up a compressed biscuit and swallowed it. He swallowed 3 pieces in a row, and the weakness caused by the long-term sleep evolution quickly subsided. It was very comfortable. The compressed food produced by human technology was much more convenient than the dried meat made by Datu. Bamboo? Wake up! At the entrance of the cave, Pyracantha poked his head and asked tentatively. Yeah, Bamboo responded. The little soldier Torreya Grandis immediately turned around and ran into the cave quickly. He looked up and looked at Bamboo, turned his head, and ran out of the cave again. While running, he encouraged his mental power and shouted, Wake up! Wake up! The pulse wings flapped, took off, landed on Pyracantha's head, shook his antennae, and released joyful pheromones. Interesting little guy, Bamboo muttered, and his soul moved, realizing that the situation outside the cave was not simple. In addition to Pyracantha, there were 3 powerful force fluctuations, and he began to scan with mental power. Princess Xuetao, Princess Chuirong, and Princess Huagang gathered at the Pingdi Square. Princess Xuetao was playing with the tap, turning it on and off. Princess Chuirong and Princess Huagang were lying on the side, watching with great interest and admiring. Hearing the call of Torreya Grandis, 3 spiritual powers swept towards the cave and found that Bamboo had already walked out. Princess Xuetao, Princess Chuirong, Princess Huagang, what are you doing? Bamboo, don't you need to recover? Bamboo, are you the 4th Age Mountain Master? Isn't the speed of molting evolution too fast? Yes, Bamboo. You are too reckless. You suddenly fell into a deep sleep in the Orchid Mountain range last time, which made us very upset. It's been less than 10 years since you were promoted to Mountain Master? How many years? 6 years? It's too fast. It's very dangerous. Princess Chuirong and Princess Huagang were talking and teaching each other. Princess Xuetao saw them finish talking and said slowly, Bamboo, you have to be careful. If you die unexpectedly, what will happen to the little guys in Liju Peak? Especially those bamboo rat warriors, the big black bear, and the civet warrior. How can they survive without life seeds? Just then, a group of ants passed by. Princess Xuetao added, there is also the big-headed ant king, who works hard to manage his territory. If you die, this little guy will be miserable. Open your mouth and die. Close your mouth and die. You are really looking forward to my death, right? Can you say something auspicious? Bamboo's joy of successful evolution disappeared, and he asked bluntly, Princess Xuetao, why are you willing to come all the way to a remote place like Lizufeng? Lizufeng is remote. Yes. Princess Xuetao turned her body, looked around, and maliciously pushed Princess Chuirong and Princess Huagang away, and said leisurely, Lizufeng is not a small place now. It is a rich place with rare raw stones that can't be used up. Bamboo, you little guy can do it. What he said barely sounded like a bug's words. Bamboo asked, Princess Xuetao, do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing. Come over here. Princess Xuetao moved her tentacles left and right, and said, they are in such a hurry to come to you. There must be something important. Princess Chuirong said indifferently, I came to see you. Nothing else. Princess Huagang said, I am the same as Princess Chuirong. I came over here to care about your growth. Are you all fine? No one comes to the temple for no reason. It would be strange if there is nothing. Are they all holding ulterior motives? Bamboo called, Pyracantha, take out some bloodthorn seeds and small fire bamboo rice to entertain the 3 princesses. Okay. Pyracantha quickly went into the cave and took out the force food. Bamboo entertained them warmly. The 3 old guys ate happily, but they were obviously having something to do. But they were shirking each other and refused to say anything. Bamboo thought about it and finally figured it out. He asked, Princess Xuetao, are you here for Yuzu bamboo rice? Chapter 317, as witty as the flame cluster of spotted grass. Princess Xuetao noticed that Princess Chuirong and Princess Huagang were both old guys who were particularly patient. She knew that dragging it out was not a solution. So she simply answered, is the force food that enhances perception called Yuzu bamboo rice? Then the corresponding God-given seed should be called Yuzu? I am here for this. Bambu guessed that when searching for treasure in the Orchid Mountains, the words of the Cedar Cockroach King revealed the information about yuzu bamboo rice in disguise. In addition, in recent years, the flame cluster of spotted grass has been promoted within the Red Cockroach tribe, and it is inevitable that some gossipy warriors will pass the news to the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. Bambu asked, Princess Xuetao, is that what you need? Give me some. Princess Xuetao said, Princess Watao asked me to come and ask you how you plan to sell it. Our Flying Fire Cockroach tribe is willing to pay a high price for it. No. The yield is low. Not rich. Princess Chuerong and Princess Huagang rushed to refuse for Bambu. Are the God-given seeds yours? What are you two old guys so excited about? Princess Xuetao waved her tentacles and laughed. I understand. You have found new God-given seeds by strengthening your force perception and thinking ability with yuzu bamboo rice. You got the advantage. So you plan to buy more. Right? This is most likely the case. Bambu looked at Princess Chuerong, then Princess Huagang, and said, we are all from the same lineage. And Princess Xuetao is on good terms with our Red Blatella tribe. So there is no need to hide it. Princess Xuetao waved her wings and said casually, you guys talk. Don't be shy. Princess Huagang and Princess Chuerong were silent. Princess Xuetao added, don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped and won't talk nonsense. You're tight-lipped? Bambu hesitated. Last time, he learned from Princess Yoli that his metal ability could open the hatch of the spacecraft. And he roared. And the news spread throughout the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe in the blink of an eye. After hearing this, Bambu didn't trust it very much. And Princess Huagang and Princess Chuerong didn't trust it even more. And were even more unwilling to say it. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Princess Xuetao was angry and asked, Bambu, are you going to sell the yuzu bamboo rice? Give me a definite answer so that I can report to Princess Huetao. Bambu said, consider the Red Cockroach tribe first. If there is surplus production in the future, I will of course consider the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. That means not selling it. I understand. Princess Xuetao said, you guys chat. I'll take my leave first. After that, she flapped her wings and flew into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Princess Chuerong, why did you come to Liju Peak? Bambu asked. Princess Chuerong said, this year, I reorganized the young warriors of Chuerong County, and 54 of them are willing to accept the yuzu bamboo rice and the agreement you proposed. There are also 17 intermediate warriors who were born in the past 2 or 3 years, and they all agreed in advance. The calculation time is just right. For 71 warriors, Chuerong County will cover all the yuzu bamboo rice produced by Liju Peak in the next 3 years. Chuerong, don't even think about it. Princess Huagang said, Yinchu Banmao has promised that the yuzu bamboo rice produced by Liju Peak next year will be supplied to our Qingang Mountains. Princess Chuerong said, according to the previous agreement, it will be tried first in our Chuerong County, and supplied to Chuerong County warriors first. Princess Huagang sneered, Chuerong County is now prosperous. But aren't the warriors in Chuerong County unwilling to accept the feedback agreement proposed by Bambu? Stop. Bambu smiled and said, Chuerong County. Huagang County. Stop arguing. I think I understand what's going on. Are there any warriors who found the God-given seeds? Chuerong County and Huagang County both nodded silently, looking at their depressed looks. It shouldn't have happened in Chuerong County or Qingang Mountains. It must have happened in Hongju Mountains. In the past few years, Hongju Mountains lost 8 warriors in the land reclamation and expansion. And the Red Blatten King compensated 100,000 raw stones and 10 young warriors. There are currently 23 young senior warriors who meet the requirements. Because Hongju Mountains are adjacent to Taidao Mountains and have a close relationship and frequent exchanges, all 23 warriors accepted yuzu bamboo rice. Good luck. This is the first year that Hongju Mountains has strengthened its force sensing ability and entered the jungle to look for God-given seeds. And it has harvested something that year. The effect is too obvious. The value of yuzu bamboo rice has been proven in practice. When the news spread, Princess Chuerong and Princess Huagang could not sit still. And they were competing for next year's share. Bambu was very happy. The probability calculation was correct. And he could really make a fortune from yuzu bamboo rice. Princess Huagang, you came here on the way? You must have asked what kind of plant it is. A seed of creeper god. Through the breath. It is initially judged that it can enhance the ability of plants. It can be sold to the black and white cockroach tribe nearby, or sold to the caravan. Princess Huagang answered, subconsciously looking to the southeast side of Liju Peak. And sighed. Ivy is a vine plant with tenacious vitality and strong invasiveness. When it grows up, its scale may be larger than that of bloodthorn. The yield will not be low. It depends on the quality. Ivy. This vine plant has a good development potential. The first income will start at 80,000 raw stones. If you are lucky, it should be more than 100,000 raw stones. The capital invested in the past 2 years has been recovered. Bamboo is not concerned about the mere 100,000 raw stones, but the future benefits. At present, there are more than 40 warriors who have received the yuzu bamboo rice. They will enter the jungle to search every autumn and winter. The jungle will also produce more than one God-given seed every year. In the next few decades, as long as these warriors find it, bamboo will make money. Princess Chuirong said, Bamboo. I am the first to agree and help you promote yuzu bamboo rice, giving priority to our Chuirong County. This matter is non-negotiable. Otherwise, Princess Huagang sneered and asked, otherwise what? Princess Chuirong said, otherwise. Don't come to Chuirong County for help if you encounter trouble in the future. Princess Huagang said disdainfully, Liju Peak is developing and prospering day by day, backed by the Taidao Mountains. The Taidao Mountains are no longer what they used to be. The number of mountain master level warriors is about to reach 7. In a few years, Hei Sang will be promoted to mountain master steadily. What troubles do we need you for? Chuirong County to help. Don't argue. The two princesses. Don't argue. Bamboo said in embarrassment, didn't I give the full responsibility of this matter to Yentu Banma? What's the matter with it? Huagang Princess said, Yentu Banma means to give priority to satisfying our Qingang Mountains. Chuirong Princess scolded, that bastard my Qi is too stubborn. Now he even ignores me, and doesn't take me seriously. Huagang Princess said, I don't owe you anything. Why should I pay attention to you? Yentu Banma has always had a reckless temper since he was a child. Princess Chuirong. Don't be angry with it. Bamboo asked, where is the flame-clustered spotted grass? Why didn't it come? I'll teach it a lesson. Princess Huagang said leisurely. It went to Avocado County to announce the good news. Bamboo silently praised the flame-clustered spotted grass. The precious brain-strengthening force food was not given in vain. This way of handling disputes is smart. Bamboo asked, what does the flame-clustered spotted grass mean? Princess Huagang said, give priority to the Qingang Mountains. Bamboo asked, then what? Princess Huagang shook her antennae, and did not answer. Princess Chuirong said angrily, it probably means that it intends to cooperate with Avocado County. We are the lineage of the Red Blighton King, and Avocado County is another lineage. Although we are of the same clan, there should be a distinction between close and distant relatives. Bamboo. Don't you think so? Yes. That's right. Bamboo agreed at first, and said sincerely and solemnly, Princess Chuirong, you should know that I have entrusted Yen Quan Ban Mao to help deal with all kinds of force food produced by Liju Peak, including yuzu bamboo rice. Yen Quan Ban Mao is my direct elder, and sometimes it is difficult for me to directly refute its decision. How about this? Wait for it to come back, and I will discuss it with it. Princess Huagang thought quickly, and immediately added a knife, saying, Bamboo's words make sense. As a direct junior, how can I refute the decision of the elder? Then follow Yen Quan Ban Mao's meaning and give priority to satisfying the Qingang Mountains. However, Princess Chuirong is also right. We are all from the lineage of the Red Blighton King and have the closest relationship. Chuirong County ranks behind our Qingang Mountains. There is no reason to let Princess Yoli's lineage take advantage. Bamboo. You can talk to Yentu Ban Mao about this matter. Definitely. Bamboo said solemnly, don't worry. Princess Chuirong. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Princess Chuirong was squeezed back and forth, full of anger, but she found words not to refute. After holding it in for a long time, she said, then it will be delayed for a year. Bamboo. If you dare to give priority to supplying yuzu bamboo rice to Yoli County, don't even think about purchasing Dawangwo Banyan from me in the future. Dawangwo Banyan is the pillar industry of Chuirong County, which is a barely effective threat. Bamboo tapped his antennae vigorously and promised, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Have retained the priority. Princess Huagang was also very satisfied, flapped her wings, and said, Bamboo. I have been away from the mountain for nearly 10 days. I will go back first. Come to Qingang Mountains more often when you have time. I should go back too. Princess Chui Rong was still angry, and said bluntly, give me 2 more bags of God-given seed debris. After that, he flapped his wings and flew into the air, landed on the northwest mountain range, went into the warehouse, pulled out 2 bags of world tree debris, and flew away with them. Bamboo said, Princess Huagang, there are a lot of God-given seed debris. You can also take 2 bags back smoothly. Okay. Thank you very much. Bamboo, you have just shed your shell and grown. Rest first. Princess Huagang said a last caring word, flew down the mountain, and also left with 2 bags. Chapter 318, Princess Huatao's Deal. After sending Princess Chui Rong and Princess Huagang away, Bamboo went down the mountain and found Baba. Baba, how much electricity did you charge? A little, Baba said depressedly. Bamboo, your wind power station is too inefficient. Just a little bit. It's okay. We're not in a hurry. Bamboo said, Baba, help me check my body, arrange the next diet, and help me deduce the next exercise. After saying that, he turned around in place. Bamboo, your heart and blood vessels have increased again? Baba was silent for a while, and explained, I calculated the changes in the force gene, but it is incredible that the genetic gene also changes regularly. Bamboo asked, Baba, is there any problem? Baba was silent again, and said, there is not enough electricity to calculate your genetic changes in depth. Bamboo said, in 2 days, I will summon the Rat King and others to quickly build the other 3 wind power stations. Well, that's about right. Baba was more satisfied, and then began to calculate, and listed a set of meals for Bamboo to adapt to the L4 Mountain Master level. It took about 10 minutes to help deduce the intermediate training method L4 Mountain Master chapter. Bamboo followed Baba's advice, entered the jungle, hunted a wild boar, and ate fresh meat to further supplement the evolutionary consumption. After recovering almost, he selected various types of gene liquid from the mountain and swallowed them. It feels great. It only takes about half a month to adjust the status to the good standard, and then start a new round of rapid evolution mode. Late at night, the flame-clustered spotted grass sneaked into Liju Peak. Bamboo, how are you going to deal with this? The flame-clustered spotted grass asked. Bamboo asked back, didn't you go to Yoli County? The flame-clustered spotted grass cried, if I really dare to go, how can I explain to Yoli County Lord? When I come back, won't Chui Rong County spit me to death? And Huagang County Lord? It's not easy to offend both of them. I won't spit her to death. But don't even think about entering the territory of Chui Rong County in the future. Bamboo said, it has been agreed that the Yuzhu bamboo rice produced next year will first meet the needs of Qingang Mountains, and then Chui Rong County. Uh-huh. I knew you could do it. That's what I meant. The flame-clustered spotted grass breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is the best. I have already agreed with Huagang County Lord. If I break my promise, I will offend her to death. Bamboo touched his tentacles. Yuzu bamboo rice was indeed the first to be discussed with the Lord of Chui Rong County, and warriors were selected in Chui Rong County for trial. But most of the warriors in Chui Rong County were unwilling to agree. So Yanchu Banao went to the Lord of Kuji Mountain and the Lord of Huagang County. Now it is Chui Rong County that regrets. To be honest, it should give priority to satisfying the Qingang Mountains. Yanchu Banao lay on the ground carelessly and said, I have been hiding in the Putao territory and have been frightened for several days. Give me 2 cans of energy drinks to calm my nerves. Bamboo separated a ray of mental power and locked the metal cabinet in the cave. The cabinet door opened, and 2 cans of drinks flew up, swaying, and fell in front of Yanchu Banmao. Yanchu Banmao picked up a can, pulled the pull ring, drank it all, and said, this thing tastes good. Will you go to the Orchid Mountains next year? Does the Dao Mantis tribe have a lot of stock? If so, you can bring back a few hundred boxes of it. Okay, 1 less can of this stuff. I will buy a large batch next year. Bamboo asked, what is the name of the warrior who found the God-given seed of Creeper in Hongju Mountain Range? Ying Cluster Banao said, it has been renamed. The name was changed as soon as the God-given seed was found. Now it is called Creeper. Bamboo asked, how many years has it been born? What age is it a senior warrior? How is the territory management? Is it okay to be promoted to the Mountain Master? Ying Cluster Banao said, it has been born for 17 years, and it is an 8th age senior warrior. There are not enough young warriors in Hongju Mountain Range, so an older one was pulled in to make up the number. It is still more than 10 years away from the aging period. And it is not an old warrior. The territory management is very good. The owner of Kuji Mountain originally planned to devote resources to cultivating it. And there is a great chance that it will be promoted to the mountain master. Don't be careless. Bamboo thought for a while and said, you help send 2 boxes of gene fluid. And give 10,000 raw stones. Tell it to strengthen its physique. And send a bag of God-given seeds to Bree. Keep it for God-given seeds to use slowly. So much. Yentu Banmao subconsciously wanted to object. But after thinking about it, he realized it and said, you little guy. Your thinking is faster than mine. After spending a long time together, Baba's personality became a little more cheerful. And she began to be petty. She would analyze the reasons for the changes in heart and blood vessels every time Bamboo shed his shell, and evolved only after the other 3 wind power stations promised were built. Bamboo had no intention of delaying. And just as the Rat King and the others completed the renovation project of Torreya Peak, they immediately pulled together to continue mining and smelting iron. However, before they had time to be busy for a few days, Princess Shuetao came again, this time with Yentu Banmao. And they rushed directly to find the location of the mine. Princess Shuetao. Flame-clustered grass? What are you doing? Bamboo asked knowingly. Flame-clustered grass asked curiously, Bamboo. Are you refining metal? Princess Shuetao asked curiously, Bamboo. What are those big guys on the warehouse used for? Nothing. Just for fun. To make some better metal. Bamboo said nonsense and asked again, Princess Shuetao. Is there something? Princess Shuetao was attracted by the iron smelting blast furnace. She checked the Rat King's mixing of brown iron ore, limestone, and charcoal powder. She expanded her mental power, scanned around, and figured out the raw materials and the structure of the blast furnace. She explained, in this way, you can refine high-purity metal. Flame-clustered grass followed and asked curiously, Bamboo, who did you learn from? I spent some raw stones to ask the warriors of the Dao Mantis tribe for advice. Bamboo continued to talk nonsense. Princess Shuetao and Yentu Banmao walked around the blast furnace, satisfied their curiosity, and then got back to the point. Princess Shuetao said, Bamboo, Fire Cockroach King hopes to exchange some Yu bamboo rice. Bamboo said, the insect population in Changsheng County exceeds 10,000. There are few mountains and counties with less than 500 warriors in your Fakian Fire Cockroach tribe. You don't need this thing. Right? If there are many warriors living in a mountain territory, they can rely on the advantage of numbers to conduct an organized carpet search to find the God-given seeds born in the jungle. And Yuzu bamboo rice will lose its value. Therefore, bamboo only cooperates with mountains and counties with a relatively small insect population in the Red Cockroach tribe. The Qijing County and Yoli County with a relatively large insect population are not within the scope of cooperation. Princess Shuetao said, aren't the Almaty and Red River Mountains still useful? There are 4 or 5 other mountains with a small number of insects, and there is demand. The demand is not large. You only need to divide a part. Aren't you trading with the Cedar Cockroach King? Your trade will end one day. Right? You can trade that part with our Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. Bamboo asked. How do you trade? Princess Shuetao said. Strengthen 1 warrior in exchange for 1 ordinary longevity peach, 1 fire peach, and 1 fire tungwell seed. Of course, the rules cannot be changed. They can only be bred into life seeds, and cannot be sown and propagated. Ordinary longevity peach seeds. Bamboo couldn't help but be moved. Fire peaches and fire tungwell seeds are okay. These 2 precious species have a little flame strengthening effect after being bred into life seeds. Bamboo already has a fire tungwell seed among his ordinary life seeds. Except for not being delicious. It is very good in other aspects. It is worthy of being the iconic plant that the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe has been operating for countless times. However, compared with the longevity peach cultivated by the Changsheng princess, the preciousness of the tung tree is more than 1 level lower. The seeds of ordinary longevity peaches are bred into life seeds, which also have a slight strengthening effect of extending life. It is said that if you insist on eating the fruits condensed from ordinary longevity peach life seeds for a long time, you can extend your life by about 3 to 10 years, which is called small longevity peach. The only disadvantage is that it has the same nature as the longevity peach God-given seeds. The flowering and fruiting cycle is relatively long, with a flowering period of half a year, a fruiting period of 1 year, and a cultivation period of 1 year in between. It takes a total of 3 years to harvest once. And the number of fruits is also relatively small. Chapter 319 Occupy Jinping Mountain Range. Changshan County's management of the ordinary longevity peach seeds produced each year is even stricter than that of tumwell trees. Even if it were not for the birth of Changshan County, it would be extremely difficult for the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe warriors to get one. The exchange of yuzu bamboo rice for longevity peach seeds can be regarded as a fair trade in which both sides get what they need. Fire tumwell is not tasty. Let's change it. Bamboo said, yuzu bamboo rice. Strengthen the amount of 1 warrior. In exchange for 2 longevity peach seeds and 1 fire peach seed. 2. Xiuetao Princess shook her tentacles vigorously and said, no. Absolutely not. The terms of the transaction are negotiated and finalized by the 2 Cockroach Kings. Fire Peach and Oil Peach. I can't make the decision. Bamboo's suggestion is good. Yinshu Bamao said, Xiuetao Princess. Why don't you work harder and go back to ask? After the matter is completed, we will give you 3 portions of yuzu bamboo rice? Huh? Xiuetao Princess thought about it and said, that's right. Bamboo. Your suggestion seems to be. It's not impossible. I'll make another trip and go back to ask. Yinshu Bamao has more tricks than me. Bamboo was speechless for a while. Then he moved his antennae and said, Princess Xiuetao. I'm sorry to bother you. But this journey is really far. Princess Xiuetao said with a smile, Bamboo. Can you build me a set of that kind of tap water facility? The one where water flows out when you turn it on. Bamboo thought for a while and said, Princess Xiuetao. I've been to where you live. The mountains are low and gentle. I remember that the reservoir is built at the foot of the mountain. Every year in the dry season, water is drawn from the foot of the mountain and transported to the mountain for irrigation. Right? Princess Xiuetao said, yes. What's the problem? Bamboo said, the reservoir is at the foot of the mountain. So there is no way to build a water system. Princess Xiuetao asked, can't we get the water up the mountain? Bamboo said, water can only flow down from the mountain. Have you ever seen water flowing up from the foot of the mountain? Princess Xiuetao pondered for a while. Understood. And said, then build me another water tank on the mountain. Without waiting for Bamboo to refuse. Princess Xiuetao waved her tentacles and pointed at the refined iron rods. And asked, you need to refine some metals. Right? That's no problem. I'll do it and help you prepare it. Come over this autumn or winter. And directly use your metal ability to make water tanks and water pipes. The most laborious part of building water tanks and water pipes is to refine pure iron. Since the other party took the initiative to undertake the heaviest work, it is not impossible. Bamboo agreed, yes. Xiuetao Princess said, I am only responsible for running and delivering messages to both sides. I can help say a few nice words. But I can't guarantee that it will succeed. No matter success or failure. You must pay the promised reward. Bamboo thought for a while and said, no problem. We trust you. Okay. Xiuetao Princess pulled a python skin bag, put a portion of limonite and limestone in it, and carefully looked at the blast furnace structure and the proportion of ore powder, and left with Yentu Banma. Bamboo and the members on the mountain continued to work, and built the remaining 3 wind power stations before the beginning of spring. Xiuetao Princess ran back and forth between Liju Peak and Qijian County 3 times, and the exchange of yuzu bamboo rice for longevity peaches was finally settled. Both sides took a step back, and 1 bamboo rice could only be exchanged for 2 seeds of longevity peaches, or 1 seed of each of the 5 high-quality peach trees: longevity peach, fire peach, nectarine, blood peach, and blue peach. Baba's database has detailed data records of the wind time, wind force, wind direction, and duration of each day. Bamboo was right this time. In comparison, the wind in spring is a little stronger than at other times. Baba was slightly satisfied and spent half a month on and off to deeply analyze Bamboo's genes. Among them, 435 gene teams control the changes in the heart and blood vessels after each molting evolution. And this change will continue until it is promoted to the Cockroach King. Baba was also surprised to find that some gene fragments of Bamboo carried the genetic characteristics of metal life, which was perfectly combined with the Zerd genes. And the ability shown was the extraordinary strong cell regeneration ability. The most intuitive manifestation was the enhanced version of broken limb regeneration that Bamboo had always been puzzled about. Bamboo wanted to learn more about these unique gene fragments. But Baba refused to use electricity. He wanted to save electricity until summer. when he could start the anti-gravity engine and fly around Liju Peak a few times. The little soldier Torreya Grandis was sent to Torreya Grandis to settle down. In the spring, he sowed the various live seeds bred last year, and the first step of Liju Peak's outward expansion was officially taken. Thuja Suchuanensis and Yudao took turns to guard and patrol the jungle near the mountain to guard against unexpected dangers. Pyracantha would also go there once a day, mainly to teach Torreya Grandis various farming knowledge that was not in his inherited memory. Bamboo led the members of Liju Peak to continue cultivating bamboo species and developing the bamboo sea. It is expected that the bamboo sea will be expanded to the riverside this spring. According to the plan, there is nothing else to do this winter and next year, so we can increase the pace of expansion appropriately. In about 2 years, we can initially extend the bamboo sea along both sides of the river to the hill with abundant force. After completing the connection, the next step is to use the river as the main trunk to gradually fill the bamboo sea area and wait for the birth of new little warriors who like bamboo, using the remains of the world tree as nutrients. The pine life seed planted by bamboo on the top of Liju Peak is more than 4 meters tall. This spring, it finally buds and blooms. It is really not easy for tall trees from the north to grow. So far, all the live seeds of bamboo have begun to produce force food. The height of the wild cliff cypress God-given plant is more than 50 meters. After a year of cultivation and accumulation, it has initially recovered from the weakness of genetic modification. This year, there are more flower spikes. Baba carefully examined it and suggested cutting off the flower spikes and continuing to recover. It will probably be completely cured in the autumn of this year. At that time, the remains of the world tree mixed with sludge can be used for fertilizer. In this way, if nothing unexpected happens, the height can increase by another 2 to 3 meters next year. Baba made precise calculations, stopped flowering and fruiting, and continued irrigation. In 10 years, the tree's height will exceed the limit of 65 meters, completing the first genetic evolution. And then it can bring a considerable income to Li Zhufeng in a sustainable and stable manner. The biggest advantage of the wild Thuja God-given seeds is that they are not affected by the life and death of insect warriors. They can stand forever and have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. In the long run, they can provide a guarantee for the survival of Li Zhufeng's future insect descendants. The growth of the force creatures on this planet mainly depends on the natural force and force food. Nutrient solution is not essential, but combined with sufficient quantity and complete variety of force food, it can help to evolve faster and better. The young warrior Long Zhu was successfully promoted to a senior warrior, leaving the protection of Feng Ling and officially living independently in his own territory. Big Bear was successfully promoted to L3 Mountain Lord Warrior, and Rat King was successfully promoted to L2 Mountain Lord Warrior. Baizu was very anxious and was planning to be promoted to L2 Mountain Lord Warrior in the spring of next year. Hongdao, Xiangpu, Datu, Yucha and the 5 Bamboo Rat Warriors are all planning to be promoted to Mountain Lord this autumn. So when the caravan arrives this year, it is necessary to purchase a little more force food. Duja and Hongmi have also reached L9 and L8 senior warriors respectively, and are expected to be promoted to Mountain Lord in the next 2 or 3 years. All the mountain masters of Liju Peak have greatly enhanced their overall strength, consolidated their dominance over the territory of Jinping Mountain Range, and completely eliminated the hidden dangers of being attacked by beast warriors. The income will increase slightly. Of course, if they want to continue to grow rapidly, the consumption will increase significantly. Bamboo was promoted to L4 Mountain Lord, and his own consumption went up a level. According to the plan given by Baba, the budget is to purchase about 60,000 raw stones of force food this year. As the strength continues to grow, the cost will increase. Good news keeps coming from Taidao Peak. Liju, Huwu, and Yintu Banmao have been successfully promoted to Mountain Masters. The Black Jade Mulberry God-given seeds of Haizang have bloomed for the first time this year. This God-given seed is of great significance to the Taidao Mountains. Bamboo has rich planting experience, and went there in person to check the situation. Due to the use of the remains of the world tree, there are only 14 flower spikes, but the quality should be relatively good. Early summer. Finally, there is a little leisure time. Bamboo lazily lay at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the slightly hot sunshine. 4 figures came from the north and landed on the flat ground at the entrance of the cave. The Red Cockroach King, carrying a spider silk bag himself, also brought 3 mountain masters, Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Tan Pai. Bamboo, You have been promoted to the 4th Age Mountain Master so quickly. You can't be impatient to shed your shell and grow. If you are impatient, it will easily cause trouble. I understand. I will be slower in the future. Bamboo asked puzzledly. Red Cockroach King, is there anything important? Yes. Red Cockroach King asked, do you have time? Let's go to the Jinping Mountains. Okay. Bamboo was happy. And then suspicious, after several years of treasure hunting. The Red Cockroach King has been allocated a lot of force crystals. Is this a debt paid off in advance? He is very confident in speaking. I still prefer the former polite Red Cockroach King. The Red Cockroach King opened the spider silk bag, took out a large bamboo tube, pulled out the hay stuffed in it, and a little soldier emerged and looked around vigilantly. The little warrior was only 2 years old and less than a month old. There was also a bamboo tube, which contained a small animal skin package, preserving the first live seed it had just conceived. The Red Blatant King explained, Bamboo. Shijin County is lucky this year. A wild little warrior was born. He has no direct elders, so he can be sent to Liju Peak in advance to get familiar with Torreya Grandis. Next year, you can send him directly to Torreya Grandis Peak. Little guy, come here. Bamboo waved his tentacles to greet him. However, the little warrior ignored Bamboo and was even a little scared. He retracted the bamboo tube and hid. Do you think I look dark? Bamboo grabbed the bamboo tube, stuffed it with hay again, and waved his tentacles to release radio wave signals to notify Fongling to go up the mountain. Both Red Rice and Dragon Bamboo were raised by Fongling. They seemed to be fine, so the little warrior was left to it to take care of. Bamboo said hello to Data, who was busy working, thought for a while, and called Yucha to take him with him in a snakeskin bag. They flew all the way, crossed Yunwu Peak, landed on the mountain range, and walked along the mountain range. The king of Qijin Cockroach walked in front and said, Bamboo, I will send a little warrior born in Qijin County next year to settle in Jinping Mountain Range. We will occupy the mountain range first, and how to develop it later depends on the situation. The Lord of the Yellow-Striped Mountain said, It is still me, Barong, and Brown Skin who are responsible for guarding it. According to Bamboo's current growth rate, it will take less than 20 years for him to be promoted to a county lord. Liju Peak has many seeds given by God, and its financial resources are definitely more than enough. The promotion of Jinping Mountain Range to a county cannot be delayed because of insect population and land issues. The Red Blatant King offered to help, dispatch soldiers, occupy the land, and solve the 2 major problems of future development for Bamboo in advance. Bamboo said tactfully, I will take care of all the resources for the growth of the little warrior. He looked at the Yellow-Striped Mountain Master and said generously, the 3 mountain masters, Yellow-Striped, White Wool, and Brown-Striped, have worked hard. I will pay you 5,000 raw stones each year as a reward. It was a sky-high reward. The 3 Yellow-Striped Mountain Masters were secretly delighted. Why don't I come here to guard it myself? The reward remains the same. 15,000 raw stones will do. The Red Blatant King teased, and then said, Next year I will send a little warrior born in Qijin County and a little warrior redeemed. Bamboo immediately said, I will also be responsible for the resources for their growth. The Red Blatant King tapped his antennae and asked, Bamboo, have you noticed which peaks are closest to the Yunwu Mountains and are more suitable for living? Bamboo said, It seems that there are no tall and forest-rich mountains like Liju Peak in the Jinping Mountains. There are smaller ones. I remember there is one not far away. It seems that you have always remembered this. The Red Blatant King said, But don't worry. Let's go slowly and investigate the environment along the way. Investigating the environment mainly depends on the abundance of the peak's force, followed by the size of the peak, and then the mountain's terrain. If the mountain is too steep, it is not suitable for living. Of course, if the force is particularly abundant, you can consider sending a large number of warriors to repair it and turn it into a suitable place to live. The last time Bamboo consumed the force equivalent to 5 million original stones in the fantasy maze, opened 3 hatches in a row, and hurried back. At that time, he hid in a habitable mountain with abundant force in the Jinping Mountains to recover from the consumption. He is familiar with the road and guides the location. Red Blatant King. This is the one I'm talking about. What do you think? 2 mountains, one large and one small, closely connected. The large one has 3 steep sides, and only the southeast side is suitable for living. It can accommodate about 4 to 5 warriors. The small one has gentle slopes on all 4 sides. But it is too small. At most, it can accommodate 3 warriors. Red Blatant King soared high in the sky, looked down and observed, and walked around the 2 mountains, big and small. He was not particularly satisfied and said, just barely, "It's okay. The concentration of the original force is enough. Maybe this is it. Maybe there are better options. Let's continue to walk around." Bamboo said, "Then let's temporarily name this place Mother and Child Peak for easy recording." The Red Blatant King tapped his antennae to show his agreement. The group continued to wander northwest until the end of the mountain range. And then, there was an endless plain, which belonged to the territory of Yamati. After a while, they found many peaks suitable for living. But there was no peak with a particularly outstanding environment like Liju Peak. Bamboo. Then according to your wishes, next year, the migrated little warriors will settle in Zima Peak. The Red Blatant King finally decided. Okay. This winter, I will arrange for the Rat King and others to come over and build the mountaintop reservoir first. After Bamboo finished speaking, he said to Yucha, "Yucha, you have to work hard and go around the Jinping Mountains to count how many beast warriors have been born now. And focus on those high-level warriors who may threaten the survival of the little warriors." "I understand." Yucha agreed and disappeared into the jungle. The Red Blatant King looked at the direction where he disappeared and said with emotion, "Bamboo, you spent a lot of raw stones to train civet cat warriors and bamboo rat warriors. I used to think it was a waste of raw stones. But now it seems that they play a greater role in the development of Liju Peak than ordinary red cockroach warriors. Hee hee. This is called foresight." Bamboo boasted and said, "Red Blatant King, let's go to Zima Peak again and make a detailed plan." Okay. The Red Blatant King agreed. This trip took half a month, and the matter of occupying the Jinping Mountains was finalized. This winter, the Red Blatant King will organize a group of warriors and come again to clean up the beast warriors inside. In the spring of next year, the young warriors will move, and the Jinping Mountains will be the territory of the Red Blatant tribe, and also the territory of Bamboo. The force is a bit poor, but the land area is vast. Thinking further ahead, when the insect population increases sharply in the future, there will be absolutely no problem in accommodating 30,000 warriors to survive. And there will be no worries about insufficient territory within 500 years. Chapter 320 Lonling Peak. Time flies, and it is the mid-May season for the ripening of melons and fruits on Siafing Jinlan. The new little warrior has successfully grown to a L4 junior warrior. The members of Liju Peak gathered together, and the Chinese Torreya of the Chinese Torreya Peak was also invited. There is also a python-patterned honeydew melon hidden in the cold storage on the top of the peak, which is the highlight. Bamboo cuts the melon. The wild little warrior is not very honest. He has become familiar with the mountains. Just like the belly bamboo at the beginning, he is extremely lively and naughty. When the honeydew melon is cut, the restless little guy is immediately attracted, flaps his wings, comes to Bamboo, and keeps waving his tentacles to release pheromones to please and be intimate. "Bamboo, be careful," Fong Ling reminded, worried that the embarrassing accident that happened to Chinese Torreya last year would happen again. "I know." Bamboo thought about it, picked a melon seed, and carefully cut off a third, dipped it with his toes, and handed it to the little warrior. The little soldier shook his tentacles, refused to take it, stretched out his forelimbs, pointed at the honeydew melon. "The seeds are not delicious. I want to eat the flesh." "Hey, little thing. You are quite picky about food." Bamboo gestured left and right, cut off a little bit of the flesh, twisted it with his toes, and handed it to it, saying softly, "You are too young now. You can't eat too much." The little soldier shook his tentacles to show that he understood, took the flesh, ran to the metal box containing compressed biscuits, occupied the box directly, ate a bite of melon, buried his head in a bite of biscuits, and was very happy. Bamboo couldn't help but praise, "This little guy is very smart." Hongdao said faintly, "That's because Torreya grandis is too stupid." "Humph!" Pyracantha and Torreya grandis snorted at the same time, expressing dissatisfaction. Bamboo waved his tentacles and hit Hongdao on the head, and taught him a lesson. "You will be promoted to the mountain master soon, but you still can't change your bad tongue. Tell the truth." Hongdao waved his tentacles indifferently. "Eat melon." Bamboo began to divide the melon. Each member had a big piece. "Baba, do you want to eat some too?" Bamboo asked jokingly while holding a piece of melon. Baba said unhappily, "There is no electricity." Bamboo said, "I will help you build a few more later." Bamboo, "You have said this 87 times. Baba was very dissatisfied. After the spring, there was less wind and less electricity. She could not move freely at all. She had to ask Baizu to carry it up the mountain to attend a party. Bamboo said, "I've thought about it carefully. Let's go back to the Orchid Mountains to get a few kilometers of wires. And then get an electric box and source crystals. We will build 9 more wind power stations on the southeast side of Liju Peak." Bamboo, "This is the 88th time." Baba said seriously, "Wind power stations are not good. And waste materials. We must have a hydropower station or a thermal power station. It would be best if you could build a nuclear power station." "Yeah. Then I'll think about it carefully," Bamboo said perfunctorily. "You lied to me again." Baba was very angry, shaking on the spot, and wanted to jump up and hit Bamboo to death. Hongdao reminded seriously, "Bamboo, there are more and more members in our Jinping mountain range. As the mountain master, you should pay attention to your words and deeds." Bamboo waved his tentacles and hit Hongdao on the head, asking, "How about you be the mountain master?" Fengling reminded Bamboo, "The little soldier has finished eating. You ask it? Of course. I am the mountain master." Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs and moved the metal box and the little soldier to the front. He tried to be gentle with his mental power and asked, "Little guy, tell me, what plants do you like?" The little soldier thought for a moment and shouted, "Wind chime." "What the hell?" Bamboo changed his angle, organized his words, and asked again, "I'm asking you what kind of plants you like, not which soldier you like. Now, answer my question again." The little soldier summoned his mental power and shouted, "Wind chime. Wind chime flower. Beautiful." The members of Li Zhufeng who were eating melons were all dumbfounded. And then, they all stared at the wind chime. "You ate too much and planted the wind chime flower. Did you do it on purpose?" The wind chime felt embarrassed and said hesitantly, "I just tried it. But I didn't expect, it has nothing to do with me. MMP. Such a smart little soldier was ruined by you." Bamboo was choked with anger, and finally sighed, "Forget it. Fengling. You name it." Fengling was already very happy, ignoring the angry eyes around, thinking seriously, and said, "Then call it Blue Bell. Blue flower wind chimes are very rare. I have been looking for more than 10 years to get it. Blue flower wind chimes are indeed rare." Fengling did not find them by himself, but the Xianhuan caravan asked around to help get them in order to build a relationship with Li Zhufeng. However, blue flowers, purple flowers, white flowers, red flowers. What else can colorful flowers do except look good? It is unrealistic to be fancy. Rat King raised his paw and said, "Bamboo. The 2 peaks in Jinping mountain range. Isn't the larger one very steep? I remember it has 3 cliffs. It's just right for planting bellflowers." "Right. That makes sense. This arrangement is just right." Bamboo pondered and ordered, "Duju, you go to Qijing County and visit Qijing County Lord to inform her of the situation and tell her to adjust the arrangement of the little warriors. We will arrange Lanling to live in Jinping mountain range." Duju replied, "I understand." Bamboo continued, "The 2 mountains connected together are also officially named Wind Bell Peak. This arrangement has another potential benefit that the Rat King did not say, although the little warrior was born in Qijing County. He is a wild little warrior with no direct elders, and he was raised by Fengling in Liju Peak. In the future, he will be separated and command the Jinping Mountains, and his sense of belonging to Liju Peak will be stronger. After the harvest of Xiafeng Jinlan, the dry season will follow. This year's dry season is relatively monotonous. The first task, through 3-line hybridization, cultivate the existing 8 high-quality bamboo species, including Sueju, Yuju, Xiaowozu, Niju, Gangu, and Yuzu. Pu Xiang is responsible for directing the bee colony to pollinate, and each bamboo species needs to cultivate 10,000 seeds. Now, Liju Peak can harvest 40,000 raw stones every year just by selling bamboo seeds. Nowadays, there are more than 50 combat bees in the bee colony. Among them, the combat bees born in the last 2 years have high intelligence after eating rain bamboo rice. And Xiangpu does not need to spend too much thought, since the picked seeds have to go through layers of screening. Only high-quality seeds with full grains are retained. The workload is relatively large, Bamboo plans to wait for Xiangpu to be promoted to the Mountain Master, and the bee colony size exceeds 1 million. And then consider increasing the number of seeds sold each year. And the income can be increased to about 60,000 raw stones. Li Zufeng is not short of money now. Bamboo began to think about cultivating a unique and iconic high-quality bamboo species of Li Zufeng. The second task is to promote the flowering and seeding of ordinary bamboo species on a large scale. Harvest in autumn. Destroy most of the seeds with full grains. And retain a small amount for sowing and breeding next year. Screening seeds with less full grains for cultivation. Looking for special mutants that can bloom every year from the slim chance. This is the most important and arduous work. The mutants not only mean new high-quality bamboo species, but also mean harvesting at least one God-given seed. However, this year seems a bit special. It was May 20th, and it was dry for only 3 days. Suddenly, there were lightning, thunder, and heavy rain. According to the rules of previous years, isn't this the dry season? Not normal. After the rainstorm, it was sunny for 5 days, cloudy for 1 day, and then it was heavy rain that lasted for a whole day. Time has come to June. Bamboo is 100% sure that the climate this year is abnormal, and there is no dry season. Without the dry season, all the planned breeding work will be completely stranded. This planet has obvious signs of transformation, and the climate is relatively stable in all 4 seasons. However, it has been too long in the past, and the crust has moved, the terrain has changed, and the mountains and rivers have risen and fallen. Occasionally, accidents are also normal. The bamboo species that bloom and bear seeds every year bloomed as usual, but the flowering period was destroyed by storms and rainstorms, and many flowers failed to complete pollination. The situation of the God-given seeds was slightly better. The plants were strong, and there was almost no loss. The only loss was 1 year's less income from seed trade. The current Li Zufeng could still afford the mere 40,000 raw stones. Next year, if the caravan explained it, they would definitely not be embarrassed. After all, natural disasters are uncontrollable accidents. Time flows peacefully. In late autumn, the Red Blattog King Qi Jian of the Red Blattog tribe took the lead and organized a tourist team. A small number of them had God-given seeds and had extra money, and most of them were young warriors who had made a fortune by following their direct elders in treasure hunting. The team went to the Orchid Mountain Market, mainly to purchase high-quality force food, gain knowledge, and get some rare things. Because the Red Blatten King and Princess Avocado also had to organize warriors to clean up the beast warriors in the Jinping mountain range. The team was escorted by Princess Ginkgo and Princess Duing, and they gathered at Liju Peak one after another, and set off along the Jinjiang River. This winter, Liju Peak had a lot of things to do, so Bamboo followed the team alone. Complete the transaction agreed with the Cedar Blatten King and inspect the market. The magic color maze treasure hunt was completely over, and the insects flowed into the market, which was unprecedentedly lively. The Dao Mantis tribe had anticipated it and replanned it. They used the earth and stone capabilities to build neat rows of shops on the flat ground, and also planned wide streets, changing the mess and congestion of previous years, and had the prototype of a formal commercial street. Bamboo wandered around for several days, checking each shop one by one, but didn't pick up any big leaks. Pretending to stroll around, he approached the wreckage of the warship on the Orchid Mountain range as if nothing had happened, and watched secretly. The number of guarding Sword Mantis warriors increased instead of decreased. The number of patrolling senior warriors was about 2,000, and there were more than 10 county-level warriors. It seemed that there was more than one Mantis King guarding the wreckage. The guard was more strict, going back to do a market survey. The sales of gene fluid were very average. The price of a single bottle was more than 10 raw stones, and the black-hearted Sword Mantis warriors asked for as high as 20 raw stones. There were insects buying, but they were all buying in small quantities, just to try it out, and few insects were willing to buy a whole box. Bamboo estimated that the gene fluid would not be sold out within 10 years, so he was a little relieved. At present, the Sword Mantis tribe regards this large and well-preserved wreckage as a forbidden delicacy. It is estimated that the smart insect kings of multiple kingdoms have gathered together and are conducting various research. Bamboo had been thinking about going up there and dismantling some things, but it was definitely not feasible at the moment. Bringing Baba into the wreckage to charge would be a short circuit. He decided not to do anything for the next 2 or 3 years, and wait until the treasure hunt fever completely cooled down before making plans. That was a level 7 technological civilization. What could a group of indigenous Zergs that didn't even have level 1 technological civilization come up with? Bamboo wasn't too worried. So he stayed for a few days and set off with the tribal team to return. On the Jinping Mountain side, Yucha spent a full 6 months figuring out the number and strength of the beast warriors in the territory. The weak ones were killed directly, leaving only a few strong ones. After winter, he took the Red Blatten tribe warriors to track and eliminate them. At the same time, the 6 bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King, as well as the Big Bear, helped build a dark reservoir on the top of the Windfell Peak, dug a water diversion ditch, and opened up an open space at the foot of the mountain. Planning to plant some bamboo next year, Fongling also came with Long Zhu to join in the fun, digging rocks on the 3 steep cliffs, building steps, and carrying fertile soil backfill. Bamboo was speechless and had nothing to say, since this is a very suitable terrain for the growth of wind chime flowers. And since Lonling likes it, let it sow as much as it wants. However, all the wind chime flowers on Liju Peak must be eradicated. No discussion. With the personal dispatch of the Red Blatten King and the Princess of Avocado, all the prelude to occupying the Jinping Mountains were successfully completed after a busy winter. In the spring of Bamboo's 14th year, Lonling officially settled in Fongling Peak and sowed the seeds of life bred last year. The 3 mountain masters Huangwen, Barong and Brown Pai are stationed all year round. Yucha continued to sneak into the Great Eucalyptus Mountains and roam around, checking the beast warriors in the mountains. Qijing County Lord was also planning to carry out a cleansing this winter, send young warriors to settle down next year, and occupy the Great Eucalyptus Mountains in one go. When the caravan passed by in March, the king of Qijing Cockroach sent 2 young warriors as promised to settle in the Toreya Mountains. The young warrior born in Qijing County was named Huang Jing, an L1 intermediate warrior. The young warrior born in the Wangua continent was named Ding Xiang, only an L5 primary warrior. At this time, Toreya is already an L7 intermediate warrior, and is expected to be promoted to a senior warrior next winter. In terms of strength, it is definitely stronger than the 2 new guys. The only thing that makes Bamboo uneasy is that he may not be able to suppress his IQ, especially Ding Xiang from the Wangua continent. This little thing is very much like Duju when he was a child. Too lively, and as soon as his front feet touched the ground, he immediately started all kinds of mischief. Bamboo simply sent Duju over to suppress him and fight evil with evil. At this point, the number of Red Blatodia warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has exceeded single digits. No more, no less. Exactly 10. Occupying 2 peaks. The 4 seasons alternate and time flies. Bamboo 15 years. The end of winter. Wake up from the evolutionary slumber. L5 Mountain Master level. Due to the rapid growth, this time the long-lost extreme weakness appeared again. The 6 legs exerted force, and the mind was still a little dizzy. Long Nu, Bamboo called. Waited for a moment. No movement. What is this guy doing? How can he neglect his duties for such a big thing? Bamboo muttered, and struggled to climb to the metal cabinet. Opened the cabinet door, took out a can of energy drink, and drank it all. After a short rest and some recovery, the metal ability was activated. The upper cabinet door opened automatically. A box of compressed biscuits flew automatically and landed in front of him. He opened it and ate 3 pieces in a row, then laid down in the cave and recovered quietly. Bamboo? The call of flame-clustered Bianca suddenly sounded outside the cave. Why does it sound a bit miserable? Bamboo's mental power swept outward and was immediately shocked. What's going on? Flame-clustered Bianca caused trouble? What big thing could cause trouble to my Liju Peak? On the flat square, flame-clustered Bianca was pressed to the ground by Princess Ginkgo and Princess Avocado on the left and right, with their wings spread out. There was also a red blatant king, staring at the cave angrily, ready to spit fire at any time. It turned out that Long Zhu, who was responsible for guarding the sleeping outside the cave, should have been scared away by the scene. Bamboo crawled out of the cave and asked tentatively, Red Cockroach King, Princess Yoli, Princess Inxing, what are you doing? Have you recovered? Red Cockroach King asked bluntly. Bamboo said, I've recovered a little, but I'm still a little dizzy. That's the best. Red Cockroach King said, we need to have a good talk about the matter of yuzu bamboo rice. Yuzu bamboo rice again? Bamboo looked at the flame-clustered spotted grass pressed to the ground and asked, Red Cockroach King, what's the problem? Red Cockroach King waved his wings. Princess Yoli and Princess Inching let go of flame-clustered spotted grass. Red Cockroach King snorted. This little guy is so smart. He even wants to sneak over to tell you the news. Princess Yoli said sarcastically, you two guys are worthy of being born in the same nest. Each one is more cunning than the other. Bamboo roughly understood what was going on. At that time, it was decided that Yuzu bamboo rice would be given away for free. And only the members of the same tribe who successfully found the God-given seeds would be rewarded. When this promotion model first came out, all the warriors of the Red Bladdish tribe, including the Red Bladdish King and Princess Yoli, thought that Bamboo was paying for the raw stones to do something that would benefit the development and growth of the tribe. So they all supported it. After several years of promotion, the situation gradually exceeded expectations. So far, 6 warriors have successfully found the God-given seeds. Among them is a God-given seed of the Ailanthus tree that strengthens the physique. If he is lucky, Bamboo can earn 200,000 raw stones with this tree alone. At this time, the Red Bladdish King and the others finally realized Bamboo, the bastard, had already planned it out, and he was fleecing the entire Red Bladdish tribe. Princess Inching had a better temper and said sincerely, Bamboo, we are all from the same tribe. Isn't it too cruel for you to collect rewards for 20 years? It was indeed a bit cruel. Bamboo estimated that this day would come, and said solemnly, Red Bladden King, Avocado Princess, Ginkgo Princess. I didn't expect this at first, but I thought about it carefully recently and made some adjustments in terms of remuneration. Chapter 321 Tiered Charging. Among the Zerg of this planet, the rich do not necessarily have to help the poor, but the strong must not oppress the weak. On the contrary, the strong bear the obligation to protect the weak. The conditions proposed by Bamboo are equivalent to taking away the income of the warriors who found the God-given seeds for a total of 2 years. If there are few warriors who find the God-given seeds, everyone can still accept it. After all, it is very expensive to provide Yuzu bamboo rice to so many warriors every year. But once the number of warriors who find the God-given seeds increases, and increases year by year, everyone will have to consider the operating cost of 300 bamboo rice is only more than 1,000 raw stones. Is this guy making too much money? Isn't it too harsh to take a cut for 20 consecutive years? Bamboo expected this to happen. It was originally a test to see if the capitalist method of squeezing labor and plundering wealth in human society can work. Now, judging from the reactions of the 3 biggest bosses of the Red Bladden tribe, the Red Bladden King, the Oil Pear Princess, and the Ginkgo Princess, it is definitely not feasible. Let's classify the quality of God seeds in detail, and determine the time period for me to collect returns based on the annual income. The original ratio remains unchanged. For a God seeds, if the annual income is less than 50,000 raw stones, I will only collect it for 10 years. If the annual income is greater than or equal to 50,000 but less than 100,000 raw stones, I will collect it for 15 years. If the annual income is greater than or equal to 100,000 raw stones, then I will continue to collect it for 20 years. Bamboo was unambiguous and directly gave the adjusted profit-sharing plan. After that, he added, based on the quality of each warrior's God seeds, I will give away appropriate God seeds debris and teach a complete set of God seeds cultivation and management experience. The Red Bladden King, the Oil Pear Princess, and the Ginkgo Princess all began to calculate in their minds. Bamboo said with emotion, under normal circumstances, a mountain owner whose territory's annual income exceeds 50,000 raw stones will have a great chance of being promoted to a princess in the future. If the territory's annual income exceeds 100,000 raw stones, it is difficult for a single insect to spend it all. So you can consider promoting your direct descendants. The Oil Pear Princess said, Bamboo, your proposal is still a bit harsh. The Red Bladden King said, if the annual income of the God-given seed is less than 100,000 raw stones, you can take a commission for 10 years. If the annual income is greater than or equal to 100,000 raw stones, you can take a commission for 15 years. Not very reasonable. Right? Bamboo said in embarrassment. The operating cost of Yuzu bamboo rice is very high. So in that case, I won't be able to earn raw stones. Yinshu Bamao plucked up his courage and said, in this kind of thing, no matter what, the ultimate beneficiaries are our Chi Blatodia tribe. It is not appropriate for anyone to suffer losses, especially Bamboo. Otherwise, I suggest that we try it out for a few years as Bamboo said, and it won't be too late to make adjustments according to the situation. Qijian Blatodia King and Yoli Princess both fell silent. Bamboo is very greedy for money. His original intention of promoting Yuzu bamboo rice in the Qi Blatodia tribe was to earn raw stones. He was forced into a hurry and felt that there was not enough profit. He sold the bamboo rice to other tribes or caravans, which would be a big loss. Ginkgo Princess said, "What this little guy said is right. Let's try it out for 3 years first. After 3 years, it won't be too late to make adjustments according to the situation." Qijian Blatodia King said, "Then let's decide it." Yoli Princess followed, "Let's try it first." Bamboo and Yinshu Banmao both breathed a sigh of relief. There is still a lot of money to be made. The Red Bladdish King softened his attitude and asked in a somewhat reproachful manner, "Bamboo, it's only been a few years, and you've shed your shell and grown again?" Princess Yoli immediately added the knife, saying, "I heard that you slept for 18 days before waking up. For a 4th-year Mountain Master level warrior, this is very close to the limit of failure. This, I know it in my heart." Bamboo said, "It's been 4 years. Right? It's not short. Just bad luck." The Red Bladdish King shouted, "4 years?" Bamboo said, 3 years. The Red Bladdish King said unhappily, "You are not allowed to shed your shell and evolve again within 5 years. You are so young. Why are you in such a hurry?" Ginkgo Princess. He also taught, "The lifespan of high-level warriors is short. So you must be promoted to Mountain Master as soon as possible. After becoming a Mountain Master, your lifespan will be extended. Whether it is from the perspective of resource consumption or the risk of failure, it should be appropriately slowed down." "I understand. I understand." Bamboo promised, "I promise that I will not shed my shell and grow again in 5 years. I don't bother with you." The Red Bladden King said, "There will be a new round of longevity banquet in 2 years. You must not miss it this time." "I understand." Bamboo said, "I will arrive on time." The Red Bladden King slowly spread his wings and finally warned, "Don't waste the raw stones recklessly. There will be a lot of places to spend in the future." After speaking, he flapped his wings and took off. Princess Avocado and Princess Ginkgo said goodbye and took off. Flame-clustered Spot breathed a sigh of relief again and complained, "I heard the news and planned to come and inform you. But you actually grew in sleep." Bamboo. "I was almost killed by you." Bamboo smiled and said, "Isn't it not dead?" Yinshu Banmao said, "I was pinned to the ground by those 2 old guys for 10 days. I am half dead. Hurry up and give me 2 cans of energy drinks." Bamboo used his mental power to lock the cabinet in the cave, and used his metal ability to take out energy drinks and compressed biscuits. While eating and drinking carelessly, Yinshu Banmao asked, "Bamboo, why are you going to Changsheng County? And you brought the raw stones?" Bamboo said, "The Fire Peach Cockroach King promised me the right to purchase a longevity peach." Yinshu Banmao asked, 2 million raw stones?" Bamboo said, "Yes." Yinshu Banmao said, "Li Zufeng can't use this thing. You can use it in the future, but not now." Bamboo said, "Yes." Yinshu Banmao was indifferent for a while, and said, "The Lord of Taidao Mountain is still 10 years away from entering the aging period. It can use, after eating the longevity peach, it will have time to attack the county lord." Yinshu Banmao finished speaking and added, "Bamboo. In fact, we are not short of raw stones now." Bamboo said, "Not only are we not short of them, we have more than enough raw stones to spend." Yinshu Banmao said, "Then you should consider it." "I've already considered it." Bamboo said, "However, don't spread the news for now. I'll talk about it after I buy the things. I'll send it to the master of Taidao Mountain privately." After sending Yinshu Banmao away, Bamboo immediately went down the mountain and found Baba. "Baba, help me check my body." After saying that, he turned around in a circle. Baba said, "Bamboo, I warned you a long time ago. Look, this evolution almost failed." "Right," Bamboo said indifferently. "This time it was just bad luck. It won't happen next time." Baba said, "There will be no next time." Bamboo, the metal core at the position of your heart has completed the genetic modification. Next, your evolution speed will return to normal. Bamboo hurried down the mountain because he realized this problem. Now he just got a definite answer and asked, "Bamboo, how many years can I evolve next time?" Bamboo was silent, calculated, and replied, "Preliminary estimate. The fastest time is 4 years. The failure probability is more than 10%. The optimal time is 8 years. The failure probability is less than 0.1%. And the probability change in the middle You can calculate it yourself. Bamboo said, calculate a growth plan with a failure probability of about 5% for me. Okay. Bamboo fell silent again. About half a minute later, a new plan came out. Bamboo continued, Baba, please do me another favor and help me deduce the next practice method. No electricity. Next winter, I will definitely help you build more power stations. The 114th time. Baba said angrily, Bamboo, can you change your words? Who told you to keep asking? What else can I say? Bamboo said, this time I'm serious. Humph. You're serious every time. Baba complained, don't you cut down a large area of jungle every year when you expand the bamboo forest? You can build a temporary thermal power station. And you can bring the cut wood back to generate electricity for me. The thermal power station is relatively complex in structure. It is troublesome to transport and dry the wood. It is also troublesome to add firewood and water when it is in operation. It is also troublesome to operate. Bamboo was so urged by Baba that he simply agreed, okay. I will start building one for you in early summer. Don't regret it. Am I that kind of insect? Yes. Baba was satisfied and began to deduce the skills for Bamboo. Chapter 322 The Invitation from the Kingdom of Dalmantis. After Bamboo got the next training method and growth plan, he first wandered around the mountains, hunted a goju mountain python, dragged it back to the top of the mountain, and slowly ate it. It took a day to eat most of the whole giant python, and then took more than 10 bottles of gene fluid, initially getting rid of the weakness of long-term sleep. Because Bamboo was sleeping, the other members all stayed on the mountain to be alert and guard against accidents. Bamboo evolved successfully, and everyone entered the jungle one after another, busy looking for the God-given seeds. In the past 2 years, other mountains that used yuzu bamboo rice have basically found at least one God-given seed, including the Taidao Mountains. In the late autumn of this year, Putao found a God-given seed of stone shepherd's purse in the jungle. On the other hand, Liju Peak, which produces yuzu bamboo rice, has not harvested anything except finding a deep-water barnyard grass in the first year. Analyzing the reasons. Every year is delayed by various things that have to be done, and the time invested is too little. As if the luck was exhausted, the bamboo seed cultivation work was also at a loss, and no new mutants that could bloom and produce seeds every year could be found. There were many unlucky things. When I went to the Orchid Mountain Market this year, I found that many wealthy tribes formed groups to purchase gene liquid. This is because they gradually realized the benefits of genes and began to stock up. Bamboo couldn't keep silent any longer, so he went to the Juniper Princess to discuss and purchase 2,000 boxes at one time. The price had even increased. The price of a single box was as high as 700 raw stones, and the shipping fee was 50 raw stones, which cost 1.5 million raw stones at once. Nutrient solution is not too much, and it is non-renewable. One bottle is less, and Bamboo wanted to stock up more. But of the 1,000 boxes purchased last time, there are still more than 900 boxes left, plus the newly purchased ones. A total of more than 2,900 boxes, which has reached the inventory limit of Liju Peak. The compressed biscuits and energy drinks purchased by the way were sent to the top of Torreya Peak for refrigeration. Bamboo's own changes are also very unpleasant. The magical veins at the heart position no longer transform the physique. In the future, not only will the growth rate slow down, but more force food will be consumed. At present, as AL5 Mountain Master, the metal ability has been greatly improved, using the magical veins to do the same thing. The original force consumed is reduced by 30%. Frequent practice of proficient abilities is estimated to save energy by up to 40%. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. Due to the focus on improving metal ability, the flame ability has fallen, and now it can only spit flames 5 times in a row. It should be noted that when Bamboo was promoted to L1 Mountain Master, he was able to perform it 2 times in a row. The ability did not increase accordingly with the evolution of genes, which was a disguised regression. In the next growth, Bamboo plans to follow Baba's advice, give up metal ability, and focus on improving genes related to flame ability. According to Baba's analysis, the innate abilities of the Zerg on this planet have grown far beyond any magical power of the human race, and far beyond the master-level magical power that comes with the metal core at the heart. In the past 2 years, the wind has been unregulated, the rain has been unfavorable, and abnormal temperatures have often occurred. For the first time, the cold wind lasted for 2 days and 1 night. And then, Snowflakes actually fell. This was the first time Bamboo saw snow since he was reborn on this planet. Bamboo went to ask the master of Taidao Mountain. It is said that the last time snow fell in the south was more than 50 years ago, when the master of Taidao Mountain was young. After the snow, everyone is alive and well. It should not be considered a disaster-level abnormal climate. Bamboo felt a little relieved. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and there was no sign of stopping. Lizufeng was the first to turn white, followed by the mountains on both sides, and then the jungle under the mountains. Looking around, the whole world was covered with a layer of silver. For the warriors of the Red Bladis tribe, the windy and snowy weather was very uncomfortable. Checking the ordinary cockroaches on the mountain, nearly half of them froze to death overnight. Gather some male cockroaches for protection, and there is no need to worry too much about the others. Cockroaches are tenacious, and will definitely survive the severe cold. Cruel natural elimination. Those who survive are strong, which is a kind of natural selection. The overall quality of the cockroaches in Lizufeng will be improved in the next year's reproduction. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe the probability of awakening the force can increase. Bamboo huddled in the cave, bored, and deliberately made a stove and used dry firewood to keep warm. Cattail was particularly afraid of the cold and huddled deep into the hive. Big Head was not much better. He stopped going out and lay listlessly beside Bamboo. Baba was also in the cave. She was a chatterbox, chatting with Big Head. Big Head knew too little human language, and was often confused. Indifferently, two strong force fluctuations broke into Bamboo's perception range and were rushing towards Liju Peak. They were all at the level of princesses. One of them was very familiar, the Juniper Princess of the Knife Mantis tribe. The other one was unfamiliar, with metal ability. It should be a princess of the Golden Mantis Kingdom. Baba. It's a foreign insect warrior. You hide well. Don't move around. Bamboo reminded him, and came out of the cave to greet him. Datu immediately picked up Baba with his jaws, opened a cabinet door, and hid Baba. Two figures rushed through the wind and snow and landed on the flat ground at the entrance of the cave. Princess Juniper. Bamboo greeted. Master Bamboo. This sudden cold weather is really killing insects. Princess Juniper first said a contemptuous word, and then introduced Master Bamboo. This is the Princess Jean Chao of the Golden Mantis Kingdom, the gorgeous Golden Mantis tribe. Princess Jean Chao. Bamboo greeted immediately. The Golden Mantis Kingdom is composed of two major tribes, namely the gorgeous Golden Mantis and the Dark Knight Golden Hall. The Golden Mantis's forelimbs are not as developed as those of other mantis tribes, and its body shape is very similar to that of a cockroach. The Dark Knight Golden Hall is pitch black and looks similar to Bamboo. The difference between the gorgeous Golden Mantis is that its carapace exudes a noble and gorgeous metallic 7-color color, which is gorgeous and eye-catching. This is a self-proclaimed noble insect race, an aristocrat among the mantis race. The metal ability awakened by the warriors of the Huali Jintang tribe after being promoted to the Mountain Master is also quite special. It is a branch of the metal transformation ability, which can coat the metal with a layer of gorgeous 7-color luster. This is a special ability that Bamboo has not mastered so far. The Dark Knight Jintang and Huali Jintang tribes cooperate to make exquisite metal utensils for sale. The price is high, which is a luxury that ordinary insects can't afford. Bamboo Mountain Master. Princess Jean Chu greeted politely. The Juniperus Mountain Master turned his body and headed towards the northwest side of the mountain range, and asked, Bamboo Mountain Master, I heard that those things were made by you studying the debris that fell from the sky? Sure enough, he came for this matter. Bamboo replied, Yes. This year, when the warriors of the Dao Mantis tribe helped to transport the gene fluid, Bamboo led them to the northwest side of the mountain to show them his wind power station, and claimed that he had studied the wreckage of the spacecraft and imitated it. As expected, the news reached the top leaders of the Dao Mantis and Gene Mantis tribes. The two tribes should be working together to study various things in the wreckage of the spacecraft, and have not found anything so far. So they came to Li Zufeng. Jinshu County Lord asked, Bamboo Mountain Lord, you must have other knowledge about things from outer space. Right? Bamboo said modestly. I have been thinking about it, and I do have a little experience at present. Jinshu County Lord did not speak. And suddenly, with a clang, the silver blade slashing knife hanging in the cave was unsheathed, spitting and flying, slashing towards Bamboo. Bamboo's mental power moved, locked the slashing knife. The magical veins at the heart position burst into light. The metal manipulation ability was activated. The slashing knife turned in the air, and in an instant, it returned to the sheath with a clang. Awesome! Princess Juniper exclaimed. Master Bamboo. The rumors are true. Your metal ability has surpassed the level of a master. And you even have some Insect King style. Princess Jinchu praised her and said directly, Master Bamboo. You should have noticed it. Right? The Dalmantis tribe has been blocking the large wreckage in the Orchid Mountain range, and does not allow outsiders to approach. Bamboo said, I noticed it. Princess Jinchu said, that's because this wreckage is different. Many things in it are well preserved. Our Gene Mantis Kingdom and Dalmantis Kingdom have been cooperating and researching. So far, we have made some progress. Princess Juniper added, but there are still many complicated things that even the Mantis King can't figure out. Master Bamboo. I heard that you were naturally intelligent. So I am entrusted by the two Mantis Kings Yunshan and Jinlian to invite you to study together. Princess Juniper added solemnly, Master Bamboo. Whether or not we can gain anything, our Dalmantis Kingdom will pay you a generous reward. Princess Jinlian said, Master Bamboo. I heard that you are very good at opening doors. We just happened to encounter a door that cannot be opened at all. A door that cannot be opened at all? Bamboo was a little solemn and said, I can go over and take a look. Please wait for 2 days. The other members of the mountain have entered the jungle to look for the seeds of God. I will call them back. Chapter 323 Entering the Wreckage. Bamboo traveled in a simple outfit and followed two Mantis princesses, taking a shortcut through the territory of the Brown Bee Kingdom, and successfully arrived at the Orchid Mountains in just 11 days. The Dalmantis Kingdom is located in the south, with cold winds, but the temperature is slightly higher, and there is no snowfall. It was rainy and cloudy. The soldiers guarding the wreckage were extremely strict, and Bamboo and Juniper Princess were stopped outside. It was okay for the outsiders, but they didn't even give face to the princesses of the same tribe. Jinshu County entered the wreckage first, reported, and led a Mantis King from the Dalmantis tribe out. Princess Juniper lowered her mind and reminded, Master Bamboo. This is the direct elder of my lineage, the Green Mantis King. It is currently responsible for all external affairs, mainly negotiations with foreign tribes, and is also responsible for market management, the sale of gene fluid and force food, and the defense of debris. I understand. Thank you. Bamboo whispered a thank you, raised his mind, and said, Meet the Green Mantis King, Li Zhufeng. Master Bamboo. I have heard your name more than once in the caravan. Now, looking at the entire Fire Cockroach Kingdom, except for Princess Cha Sheng, you are the richest. Right? Haha. The best way to compliment different insect races is to praise the noble and beautiful color of the other's shell, or to praise the richness of the other's territory. Wealth largely determines the height of future growth, which corresponds to the prestige status in the tribe, and is the best compliment. The Blue Mantis King flapped its wings and landed lightly in front of Bamboo. He tilted his triangular head, looked at him briefly, and said half-jokingly, at first glance, I almost mistook him for a warrior from the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe. Haha. The Green Mantis King laughed again. Bamboo also laughed and said, When I passed by the Brown Bee Kingdom, I always pretended to be a Dark Knight Golden Hall warrior, so they didn't dare to make things difficult for me. Hee hee. The Brown Bee Kingdom had a dispute with Changsheng County over the purchase rights of Changsheng Longevity Peach, and hated all the cockroach warriors in Changsheng County, and even the entire Fire Cockroach Kingdom. It's best not to pass through their kingdom. The Green Mantis King simply reminded and called, Master Bamboo. Let's go. I'll take you to visit the wreckage first. Familiarize yourself with the environment, and explain the rules to you by the way. Rules? Bamboo asked. Side by side with the Golden Cattail Princess, followed behind the Green Mantis King and walked towards the wreckage. Green Mantis King explained, We have also invited more than 10 insect kings who have awakened powerful metal abilities, such as the Chrysanthemum Armor King of the Star-Spotted Tiger Armor Tribe and the Great Scorpion King of the Crazy Scorpion Tribe, to come and help. Bamboo felt at this moment that things might not be as simple as they said. Jinshu County Lord explained, At present, the most important thing is to concentrate our strength and open that particularly difficult door. Bamboo asked, What door? Jinshu County Lord replied, It is a very thick and solid door, and behind it is a large nest. The metal used is extremely special and cannot be shaken at all. Green Mantis King asked, Master Bamboo, You are tired from the journey. Do you want to rest and eat first? Or go and take a look directly? Obviously, Green Mantis King hoped that Bamboo could go and take a look first. Take a look first. Bamboo agreed, and had some guesses in his mind. Could these idiots be thinking of opening the door of the energy cabin? The Dalmantis tribe used the power of earth and stone to build a flat road leading directly to the entrance of the spacecraft wreckage. Chingo Mantis King led the way and entered the wreckage, passing by the number 4 and number 5 canteens of the original spacecraft. The tables and chairs in the canteens had been dismantled long ago, and it looked very spacious. There were many warriors lying in the canteen. Most of them were from the Dalmantis and the Golden Mantis Kingdom, and a small number of county-level warriors from the Tiger Armor, Crazy Scorpion and other tribes. It was evening at this time, and 2s and 3s gathered to chat and eat. Eating in the canteen? You really know how to choose a place. Bamboo slandered in his heart and continued to walk, passing through the dormitory area. Bamboo keenly felt several strong auras. As expected, those Insect King level bosses were all huddled in the cabin to rest. Jean Chio said that it was the 2 Mantis Kings Yishan and Jean Chio who invited him. But in fact, he had no intention of taking Bamboo to meet them. These 2 are the most influential and high-ranking Mantis Kings of the Sword Mantis Kingdom and the Gold Mantis Kingdom, and they certainly don't have the time to care about a small warrior of the Mountain Master level like Bamboo. Bamboo understood that it was probably the intention of the Green Mantis King to invite him here, and it also meant that he really didn't know what to do and was desperate to try any possible means. Mountain Master Bamboo. This thing is very magical. Don't be afraid, Green Mantis King said, pressing the button of the elevator in front of him. This is the freight elevator behind the kitchen. If I guess correctly, it should be a cold storage for food storage on the lower floor. Bamboo was speechless and choked, and said, I'm not afraid. The elevator door opened. Mountain Master Bamboo. Please. Green Mantis King crawled into the elevator backwards, with the intention of demonstrating. Beep. 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 Enemy attack alarm. Enemy attack alarm. Enemy attack alarm. Red and yellow lights flashed, and the warning sounded sharp and loud. Miraculously, the spacecraft's defense alarm system was still working. Fortunately, this was just a living area, and there was no defense weapons system. A freight elevator that was still working. It was wide enough for humans, but for insects, it could only barely accommodate Bamboo and Chingo. Bamboo still took some effort to squeeze in backwards, side by side with Chingo Mantis King, just occupying the entire elevator space. The terrible thing was that Princess Jean Chu actually squeezed in. It didn't dare to step on Chingo Mantis King, so it focused on stepping on Bamboo to squeeze up. Okay. After Jean Chu Mantis King finished tossing, he reminded Master Bamboo, don't put your tentacles and forelimbs outside the door. Otherwise the door can't be closed, and this thing won't move. Being ridden by the insect, Bamboo had already cursed in his heart, stretched out his forelimbs, and retracted his tentacles. Seeing that everything was ready, Chingo Mantis King pressed the button marked 1L. The elevator went down. The elevator door opened. There was a small cabin in front. There was a wide passage on the left. Right in front of the cabin. Bamboo was once a third-class soldier on the spacecraft, and was not qualified to enter the kitchen. There were no exact signposts in the passages, so it was not clear where they led. Princess Jean Chu pointed out, Master Bamboo, please come this way. Jean Chu, when you go back, you go in first. Chingo Mantis King was very unhappy. A dignified Mantis King was stepped on by a princess like you. How could this be tolerated? Okay. Princess Jean Chu was embarrassed for a moment and briefly introduced to Bamboo, Master Bamboo. The gene fluid and various strange foods sold in the market are all found in here. The Green Mantis King added, the temperature in those nests is extremely low, even colder than in winter. Some nests can even freeze water into ice. We forced the door open, but it did not affect the operation of that unknown thing. It is still very cold now. Nonsense. Can it be called a cold storage if it is not cold? Bamboo despised Bamboo in his heart, pretending to be surprised, and said, wow, it is amazing. The Green Mantis King was very satisfied with Bamboo's reaction, and said proudly, I will take you to see it later. It is really very cold, just like the cold winter in the north. Crossing the passage, passing by a small cabin where the cafeteria staff lived, the Green Mantis King suddenly thought of something and opened the cabin door. Bamboo scanned with his mind and found that it was a sweeping robot. It is worthy of being made by the military industry. Using high-end materials. After countless years, it can still operate normally at this time. Master Bamboo. It is not a natural life form. It is made entirely of metal. Look. Its legs are very special. It can walk on its own. And it doesn't need to eat. Isn't it amazing? After Princess Jinchu finished her introduction, she thought for 2 seconds, opened her mouth, and spit a mouthful of saliva on the ground with a puff sound. The sweeping robot immediately rolled forward and cleaned the stains on the ground. This kind of robot can only be regarded as a primary artificial intelligence, not in the ranks of electronic life, and only knows how to simply clean the ground. It is usually in standby mode, and will only start when it detects stains on the ground in the program set area, and go forward to clean. It cleaned the saliva on the ground and retreated to the corner obediently, motionless. It is probably this energy-saving mode that has allowed it to survive until now. Many of these things were found in the wreckage, and the specific usage has not yet been figured out. Princess Jinchu said, Master Bamboo, I am responsible for researching this type of thing. If you are interested, you can join us. Let's figure out how to use it together. Bamboo said speechlessly, okay. Continue forward and walked into an open cabin. Bamboo looked around. Most of the instruments and equipment were paralyzed. It looked like the core cabin of the water circulation system. There were also several Zerg warriors, who mastered metal abilities, and were studying mechanical equipment. Master Bamboo. Over there. The Green Mantis King pointed the direction. At the location pointed, an elliptical hole with a long diameter of more than 2 meters was forcibly opened on the cabin floor, leading directly to the lower level. Bamboo stepped forward and looked down along the hole. There was also a cabin below. A smart warrior used metal to make a ladder for easy climbing. The Green Mantis King led the way and climbed down along the stairs. Chapter 324 Energy Chamber. An open cabin with black partitions all around, and a striking icon with text reminder, heavy metal fuel radiation. On one wall, 10 tall humanoid robots stood side by side, with red numbers on their chests. From TD-051 to TD-061. Bamboo suddenly realized a problem. The wreckage of the spacecraft was facing down and landed steadily. In the cabin, standard decay fuel blocks with a length of 28 centimeters, a width of 13 centimeters, and a height of 10 centimeters were neatly stacked. Originally, it should have been a full warehouse. Over a long period of time, the robots automatically added fuel and slowly consumed it. Now there is only a small pile left. The first time Bamboo came down, he was attracted by the radiation released by these decay energy field fuels. This level of nuclear radiation has no effect on cockroaches at all. Chingo Mantis King and Jinchu County Lord seem to be the same, directly ignoring the radiation of the fuel. Master Bamboo. They are all unnatural life forms. They can move, and they are very strong. These neatly arranged metal blocks are not ordinary heavy. Princess Jinchu introduced. Walked forward. Moved with her forelimbs. And at the same time burst out the metal manipulation ability. And with the combined force, she moved a piece of decayed fuel and threw it on the ground. Crack. 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 Robot number 1 was activated from standby mode. Perhaps because of the long age, the lubricant evaporated or deteriorated. And when it was running, the whole body was emitting the noise of metal friction. Chingo Mantis King reminded Master Bamboo. Don't be afraid. They are stupid. They only know how to work. And they only do one job. Robot number 1 stepped forward, picked up the fuel block that Princess Jinchu had thrown on the ground, and rearranged it. Stand at attention. Turn around. Step. Return to the original position, and enter the standby energy-saving state again. Master Bamboo. Look again, Princess Jinchu said, and threw the fuel that had just been stacked on the ground again. Crack. 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 Robot number 2 was activated. Stepped forward, picked up the things, arranged them neatly, returned, and entered the standby energy-saving state. Princess Jinchu threw the things on the ground again. Crack. 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 Robot number 3 was activated. Hee hee. Fun. Right? Princess Jinchu called Master Bamboo. You try it too. Bamboo said, I understand. I won't try. I may not be able to move that thing. Bamboo seriously suspected that these 10 humanoid robots were originally well preserved, but were broken by these unscrupulous guys. The Green Mantis King said, We should do business first. After saying that, he waved his tentacles and pointed to the gray sliding door in the distance. Bamboo had noticed it a long time ago. And at this time, he was 100% sure that behind this door was the energy system. There was a big white skull on the door, which was a danger warning. There were also patterns and text markings. Decay energy field. No approach. There was also a string of small words next to it. Maintenance channel. Defense level 7. The function of this door is to enter the energy cabin and inspect the unit equipment. The door has been welded. The whole body is made of materials similar to the silver front weapon. And the insect warriors on this planet cannot shake it. Bamboo's current metal ability is also not good. Usually, fuel is added from the feeding furnace next to the gate. This welded door will only be opened when the energy cabin equipment fails or it is time for maintenance. And the mechanics wearing special protective equipment will enter for maintenance. After waiting for a while, the Green Mantis King asked Master Bamboo, "How do you feel?" "No." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "This kind of metal material is too powerful. My metal conversion ability has no effect on it. I am afraid I can't do anything about it." As expected, the Green Mantis King was slightly disappointed. Princess Jinchu said, "Master Bamboo, this type of material is similar to the material of the weapons hanging in the cave where you live, right?" "Yes." Bamboo said, "The surroundings of the cabin are all made of this metal material." "Yes. This is the most solidly defended nest in the entire wreckage. There must be some precious treasure hidden in it." Princess Jinchu said regretfully, "At present, there is no way to destroy this material. What if it is destroyed? There is also a level 7 defense system behind the door that represents the highest level of human technology. No matter whether you are a knife mantis or a golden mantis, you will be turned into slag in an instant. Right? Fortunately, they are only at the level of force creatures and don't have the ability to commit suicide." Bamboo knew what was behind the door and asked with a dull mood, "Princess Jincho, are there any other doors that look easier to open?" Princess Jincho said, "No. Except this one. All the others are open. If you can't open the door of the energy cabin, then you definitely can't open the door of another cabin in this fragment. Right? After all, they are not of the same clan, so they are unwilling to trust 100%. Bamboo then asked, "I can't shake this door. So what I will do next?" Bamboo knew that Chingo Mantis King had already guessed the result, and most likely deliberately tricked him to help with other things. As expected, Chingo Mantis King said, "Bamboo Mountain Master, next I will trouble you to work with Princess Jinchu and others to study that kind of metal thing that can move by itself and can clean the ground." Bamboo said helplessly, "Okay." Chingo Mantis King noticed that Bamboo was not very interested, and added, "A lot of such things were found in the wreckage. Bamboo Mountain Master, if you can figure out how to use it, we can give you an extra one. The lowest grade sweeping robot. Take it back to sweep the floor? What is the use of it? Aw? Are you guys planning to sell the robots for money? Are you crazy about money?" Bamboo complained madly in his heart. But then he thought about it and felt something was wrong. A simple sweeper is indeed worthless in human society. But on this planet, if someone's cave has such an interesting high-tech thing, the whole cave will instantly be several levels higher. The sweeper robot does not have any practical use. But in the eyes of some extremely rich Zerg warriors, who have too many raw stones to spin, it has another value. Jinshu County Lord added, "There is also a considerable raw stone reward." Raw stone reward? The Dalmantis tribe is very stingy. Bamboo asked, "How much can it be?" Chingo County Lord said, "No less than 10 force crystals. You and Jinshu County Lord will study together, and the reward will be divided equally. The premise is to figure out how to use them, and ensure that they can still be used after leaving the wreckage. That means several warriors are in a group? 10 force crystals are divided equally. How many can they get after being divided equally?" Sure enough, he was pulled here to do hard labor again. "I understand." Bamboo was unhappy, and tapped the floor with his tentacles, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "Green Mantis King, is there a nest below? Why do I feel that there is something below?" "No." Green Mantis King said, "It's empty below. There is nothing." This Mantis King is not good at lying, and he seems to be very unconfident. Jinshu County Lord hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Bamboo Mountain Lord, you must be curious about that particularly cold room? Come on. I will take you there to have a look, and introduce you to another warrior in our group." "Okay." Bamboo stopped asking questions. He returned to the upper floor. Green Mantis King didn't want to squeeze in the elevator, so he left early. Jinchu Mantis King took Bamboo to take a simple look at the food cold storage, took the elevator to the 4th floor of the spacecraft wreckage, and walked into an open cabin. The martial arts cabin where human warriors usually practice. There are 2 types of robots in the cabin, 4 disc-shaped sweeping robots, and 2 humanoid errand robots that organize weapons and repair instruments. The martial arts cabin does not use the energy of the food refrigerator, so the cabin is dark and has no electricity. There is also a warrior from the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe, who is fiddling with a few small electrical boxes with 3rd-level source crystals, doing serious testing and research. As soon as Princess Jinchu entered the door, she greeted warmly, "Princess Fengyang. This is the owner of the Bamboo Mountain of Liju Peak. I told you that he has both metal and fire abilities and possesses many seeds given by God." "Oh!" Fengyang County Lord raised her head, glanced at Bamboo, and simply greeted, "Hello." After that, she continued to immerse herself in research. Bamboo hesitated. "Hello." Jinchu County Lord said, "Fengyang County Lord likes to use his brain, not to communicate. He has figured out many useful things. Our team depends on it to compete for the Force Crystal reward." Bamboo Mountain Lord, "You won't mind, right?" Bamboo nodded to show his understanding. Jinchu County Lord said, "Come." Bamboo Mountain Lord, "I will introduce you to some of the results of our current research. In addition, I also hope that you can tell me what you have mastered." "What is that thing?" "I think it is very useful. I hope you can tell me." Chapter 325 Research Insects. Humans use genetic engineering technology to compile level 1 to level 4 scientific and technological knowledge into gene fragments and implant them into the genetic genes of the race. From the age of 5, the genes carrying scientific and technological knowledge gradually awaken and acquire corresponding inherited memories. When Bamboo was a human, he had a dream at a very young age, to grow up to be a great scientist. Unfortunately, when the Force awakened later, he was still the best SSS-level talent, with a deviation in scientific and technological talent, and a D-level talent below the average level of humans. Naturally, under the arrangement of the family, he embarked on the path of martial arts practice that he was not very keen on. 1K704 Transport Spacecraft, which transports materials across galaxies, is a serious product of Level 7 technological civilization. A group of insects that are not even Level 1 civilization and do not use slash-and-burn farming properly, seemingly divided into professional research groups, are supposed to study Level 7 civilization. It's ridiculous no matter how you look at it. After thinking about it, Bamboo was a little happy again. This old man's skills have finally been put to good use. Show off your skills and win the trust of the Dow Mantis tribe. Find a chance to go to the bottom of the wreckage. Maybe the legendary thing is there? Master Bamboo. Look! Princess Jinchu began to show Bamboo their research results, carefully picking up a small electric box with a 3rd-level source crystal. She pointed to the robot in the room and said, "These things also consume physical energy to move, similar to the lightning power. We call it electrical energy. This box can store and release electrical energy, and can also replenish it in an incomprehensible way. Wow! It's amazing!" Bamboo was amazed on the surface, and was also very moved in his heart. These insect warriors are very capable, and they even created the word electricity. Electricity conduction is transmitted from the energy compartment through the superconducting circuit to the 1st-level electric box, converted into overclocked electromagnetic waves through the 1st-level source crystal, transmitted to the 2nd-level source crystal, transferred through the 2nd-level source crystal, transmitted to the 3rd-level small electric box, and finally cover the given area through the 3rd-level source crystal. In the area, all electrical equipment can receive overclocked electromagnetic waves at any time to replenish electricity, including robots responsible for various tasks. Princess Jinchu pointed to the sweeping robot and said, "In order to replenish electricity, it always stays next to the box." Princess Jinchu said, moving the 3rd-level small electric box. The corresponding sweeping robot was activated, moved with it, stopped at a fixed position of 18 centimeters, and re-entered the standby state. Princess Jinchu continued to move the electric box, and the sweeping robot moved again. Princess Jinchu took out a piece of lead from the locker embedded in the wall of the cabin door, and covered the 3rd-level source crystal. The overclocked electromagnetic wave was shielded. The corresponding sweeping robot was at a loss. After a circle, It found the nearby third-level power box, and docked side by side with another sweeping robot. Very smart. The original sweeping robot moved slightly to make room for its companion. Princess Jinchu took off the lead sheet that shielded the radio waves, moved the sweeping robot back, and then took out a piece of ordinary rock from the locker, grinded it, and sprinkled it on the ground. The sweeping robot detected foreign objects on the ground, activated from standby mode, and began to clean up the garbage on the ground. Princess Jinchu's demonstration process lasted for most of the night, just to exhaust the reserve power in the power box, and then took the spotted cloth into the living area to continue demonstrating the magical wireless charging. The demonstration is over. Return to the training cabin that has been converted into a laboratory. Princess Jinchu said solemnly, Master Bamboo, the thing you made can also generate electricity, right? Princess Jinchu was referring to the wind power station. Bamboo said, yes. I call it a generator, and the whole is called a power station. Princess Jinchu said, Master Bamboo, now I have to trouble you to make a generator. Bamboo said readily, no problem. Princess Jinchu asked, do you need materials? Bamboo said, a large amount of metal materials are needed. Princess Jinchu smiled and said, other things may not work, but refining and converting metals are my strengths. What kinds of metals do you need? Come on. I'll help you. Princess Jinchu is best at metal manipulation among the metal ability she awakened, which extends to the accurate extraction of various metals from the soil. From the looks of it, it is a guy who can only do it with his hands, not with his brain. Bamboo simply handed over the heavy task of collecting metals to it, mainly collecting aluminum, copper, and iron. There were no other requirements, but the quantity must be large. Princess Jinchu did not fight alone, and asked a few warriors of the same tribe to help, looking for soil rich in metal substances all over the mountains and plains. Bamboo himself was relatively relaxed, basically lying down to rest. The warriors of the Dalmantis tribe guarded very closely, and were only allowed to move around in the training cabin on the 4th floor and the restaurant on the 7th floor, without the permission of the Chingo Mantis King. Most of the wreckage was not allowed to enter or exit. The 4th floor of the spacecraft was all training cabins, which were now transformed into temporary laboratories, with research groups doing the same work. Spruce Mantis King has set clear rules. Only one reward for each type of research will be issued, and the reward will go to the group that researches it first. Other groups will only pay a symbolic amount of hard work fee, or even nothing. The competitive pressure seems to be quite high. Bamboo walked around and found that there were more than 10 groups researching sweeping robots. Each group is mostly composed of 2 or 3 insect warriors, and no more than 5. After all, it is a high-end job that involves mental labor. Although the movement is restricted, the living conditions are excellent. Both meals, morning and evening, are carefully selected fat meat with bones removed. Each meal has a bottle of gene fluid and a sufficient amount of ordinary force food. Every 3 days, a high-end force food of D-grade quality will be provided for free. The teammate Feng Yang Princess has a very standard scientific research spirit. She is always silent and focused on experiments. She forgets to eat and sleep, often forgets to eat, and has to ask Jinchu Princess to bring it to her. On the other hand, insects in other laboratories always like to visit each other. On the surface, they are chatting and getting familiar with each other, but secretly they are trying to get information from each other indirectly, trying to sneak some ready-made research results from other research groups. Generally speaking, insects are impetuous and petty, and they always want to take shortcuts. There are very few insects who can really calm down and do research. For such insects, Bamboo first secretly admired them. I was bored and laid down beside to watch. After watching for 2 days, I found that Fengyang County Master had no clue at all and was just messing around. The admiration in my heart disappeared without a trace, and sympathy turned into, silly child. Your mindless attempts will never produce any substantial results. I'm not interested in seeing more. The cold wind passed, and the sun was nice outside. I climbed up to the top of the wreckage to bask in the sun when I was bored. Food, drink and accommodation were provided, and there were thousands of mantis warriors standing guard around to salute. This life was more comfortable than Leju Peak. At night, after dinner in the cafeteria, I went out for a walk to promote digestion, and returned to the laboratory leisurely. Master Bamboo, I have something to discuss with you. Princess Jinchu and Princess Fengyang stood side by side, obviously waiting for Bamboo to come back. Bamboo asked, What's the matter? Princess Jinchu said, Master Bamboo. Chingo Mantis King came to me today and asked me about the progress of my research. What do you think? Bamboo looked around the metal materials piled up in the warehouse. They were almost enough. He asked curiously, isn't the progress going smoothly? Smoothly? Princess Fengyang said tactfully, not at all. I haven't found anything in the past 10 days. You shouldn't have found anything either? What else do you need to find? Do you want to figure out how to make a sweeping robot? Or do you want to understand the physical principle of how source crystals transmit electricity? Bamboo was silent. Am I too relaxed? At least I have a box lunch. So I have to look like one. Right? Princess Fengyang lowered her mind and asked, Master Bamboo. Are you the same as those guys? That? Come here just to get some force food? I heard you are very rich. It shouldn't be that bad. Right? Bamboo was speechless. He was indeed treated as a slacker. Princess Fengyang said seriously, it doesn't matter if you are here to get some food. The Dao Mantis tribe has made a fortune this time, earning billions of raw stones. They are unprecedentedly rich. Most of the warriors who come here want to get some food and drink from them. However, let's make a deal first. I will be in charge of the research in our group. If there are any results, I will get a larger share of the force crystals as rewards. Princess Jinchu immediately agreed, yes. Although we are a group, we must also distribute according to work. Whoever works harder will get more. Are you sure that you can get a result without me? Bamboo tapped his antennae and said seriously, yes. The more you work, the more you get. It's fair. Princess Jinchu and Princess Fengyang tapped their antennae together to show their agreement. Everyone reached an agreement. Princess Jinchu asked, Master Bamboo, do we have enough metal materials? Bamboo said, there is still a shortage of aluminum and iron. Then I will continue. Princess Jinchu asked, Master Bamboo, how about you help? Bamboo said, Princess Jinchu, you go ahead. I won't go. There are more important things. Princess Fengyang asked dissatisfiedly, what other important things? Princess Jinchu was also dissatisfied. You are clearly trying to be lazy. Right? Chapter 326 Alliance. Each martial arts training cabin is equipped with a first-level backup power box. The first-level power box is located in the corner of the wall, corresponding to the first-level source crystal, and releases overclocked radio waves to the second-level source crystals on both sides of the wall. It is the total source of electricity for the entire cabin. In order not to affect the experiment, a heavy lead block is used to cover and shield the transmission of radio waves. Facing the doubts of the two teammates, Bamboo knew that he had to show some real skills to do it. Walk to the corner and uncover the lead block. The magical veins at the heart position burst brightly, and the metal alienation ability is exerted, alienating the wall metal a little bit, converting it into ordinary metal that can be manipulated. Half a minute later, a 4-centimeter long cutting line was alienated. The metal material strength of the training room is too high. Cutting 3 centimeters consumes the original force of about 200,000 raw stones. A force vacuum is formed around Bamboo's body. Because the cabin is closed, the original force cannot be replenished in time. The vacuum range is getting larger and larger, and soon the entire cabin is drained. Bamboo. Lord Bamboo. What are you doing? Princess Jinchu was dumbfounded. This is the ability to transform metal that only a few insect kings who have awakened metal abilities can master. Bamboo said, I'll take the things inside out. It will be very useful. Princess Fengyang looked a little scared and reminded carefully, Lord Bamboo. That? The Green Mantis King told us not to destroy the structure of the nest. I guess. Their Knife Mantis tribe probably. Maybe. Plans to repair some of the wreckage. Repair? Bamboo asked, are they planning to send this thing back to the sky? Princess Fengyang said with a smile, that's impossible. Princess Jinchu explained, the concentration of the force nearby is good. Plains can be opened up under the mountains to grow plants on a large scale. Many places are also suitable for sowing seeds of life. We guess that the Knife Mantis tribe probably intends to use this wreckage as a living nest. Bamboo said, I will only dismantle one. Don't worry. If they don't agree, they can put it back in the future. Princess Jinchu and Princess Fengyang looked at each other and gently moved their tentacles, reluctantly agreeing. The speed of the force convection in the cabin could not keep up with the consumption, and it was impossible to stay there any longer. Bamboo simply stopped at the top of the wreckage to rest at night. Carefully control the consumption of the force. Rest for 2 days after cutting once. and restore the consumption of the force. The terrifying rate of absorbing natural force is hard not to attract the attention of other insects. Chingo Mantis King noticed the changes in Bamboo. Master Bamboo, are you used to the Orchid Mountains? Not bad. At first, some warriors said that Bamboo came here to eat and drink for free, and was too lazy. The Green Mantis King didn't believe it at all. He knew very well that Bamboo had purchased more than 4 million raw stones from the Dow Mantis tribe. According to the caravan, the annual income of this young mountain master's territory exceeded 400,000 raw stones. There is also accurate information that this young mountain master helped the Fire Blatella and the Fire Blatella Kingdom to open boxes and cabinets during treasure hunting, and earn tens of millions of raw stones. Such a rich insect would never take the little force food distributed by the Dow Mantis tribe seriously. At first, he was lazy and a little abnormal. Recently, he suddenly used his supernatural powers desperately, which was even more abnormal. How is the research progress recently? Any major discoveries? It's almost done. Really? Why would I lie to you? Master Bamboo, you consume too much energy every day. Right? I feel bad about that. Do you need any help? Just tell me. Not yet. But I'll find you if I do. How long will it take exactly? Spring is here. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, 10 days at most. If you need some help, Master Jinchu will come to you. After this exchange, the treatment of Bamboo, Jinchu, Bongyang and their group was improved, and they had a free D-level force food every night. Chingo Mantis King also sent warriors to guard the laboratory to prevent the technology being stolen by other groups and causing disputes. 10 days later, Bamboo finally cut out a large-sized first-level electrical box, and cut off a 6-meter-long section of wire, and also cut off 5 second-level source crystals. Princess Jinchu also collected enough metal materials. The rest of the work was easy. Bamboo first made a steel pipe frame model, and passed it down to Princess Jinchu and Princess Fengyang. The most important fan blades and motors were made by Banju himself in 2 days. At the same time, Chingo Mantis King selected a small peak in the Orchid Mountain range according to the requirements. Used earth and stone capabilities to make the foundation of the wind power station, and solidified a flat land as an experimental site. According to the requirements issued, the site must be flat and smooth. The warriors of the Dow Mantis tribe helped to move all the prepared wind power station components over. The news spread, and hundreds of princess-level warriors who were engaged in research came out of the laboratory one after another to watch the excitement. Bamboo began to use metal capabilities to build a power station. The timing was just right. The work started at noon and was completely completed in the evening. The experiment began. Experimental materials, a sweeping robot that had run out of power, a first-level and third-level electric box that had run out of power, a second-level source crystal for relay transmission, fixed at a 6-meter interval using earth and stone capacity. The wind power station is 30 meters away from the experimental flat ground. The wind blows, the fan blades rotate, and the motor generates current. The current is introduced into the first-level electric box, and the first-level source crystal releases overclocked electric waves, which are transmitted to the second-level source crystal. The second-level source crystals transmit to each other, and then to the third-level electric box. The third-level source crystal releases overclocked electric waves to charge the sweeping robot. There is a reaction. Princess Jinchu shouted excitedly. As soon as the circuit was connected, the soldiers watching felt the electricity generated and felt that the sweeping robot was charging. It is basically confirmed that it can be used normally without the wreckage. The discussion of the mind power came one after another, interweaving with a sigh, and was sent by the warriors, who were also researching the sweeping robot. After working hard for a whole winter, it was all in vain. After waiting for about an hour, the sky was completely dark. The sweeping robot finally charged up. The Chingo Mantis King personally inspected it and took out a stone, shaved it into powder, and sprinkled it on the ground. The sweeping robot was activated, rolled forward, and talked about cleaning up the garbage. It can be used completely without the wreckage. The Chingo Mantis King encouraged his mental power and announced, the problem of cleaning the metal utensils on the ground will be completed by the Jinshu County Lord team first, and 10 force crystals will be awarded. 10 force crystals are equivalent to 1 million raw stones, which will be divided equally among 3 warriors, and each can get 330,000 raw stones. For most of the County Lord warriors who have the seeds of God, this income far exceeds the annual income of the territory. For those County Lords who do not have the seeds of God and are promoted by the elders of the same clan. 330,000 raw stones are a huge fortune. The experiment is completed. In public, Chingo Mantis King said to Bamboo, "Master Bamboo, the key to success should be the kind of motor you made." "Right?" Bamboo said, "That's right." Chingo Mantis King said, "This is what you discovered. Thank you for sharing it." Of course, just thanking is definitely not enough. Our Dow Mantis tribe is willing to spend another 5 force crystals to buy the production method. What do you think? Is this a buyout of intellectual property rights? 5 force crystals are too few. Right? Bamboo asked, "Can't I make motors in the future?" "That's not the case." Chingo Mantis King said, "We will organize a group of warriors who have mastered metal abilities to make a large number of such motors according to your method, including other metal objects for building wind power stations, and match them with other things and sell them together." It turned out that there was no awareness of intellectual property rights. It was said to be a purchase, but it was actually a disguised reward. Bamboo agreed, "No problem." Chingo Mantis King said happily, "Many warriors from different kingdoms are here to witness this. This matter has been agreed upon, and neither side can go back on their word. In the future, whether our Dow Mantis Kingdom sells things for a certain amount of raw stones, whether it is a loss or a profit, it has nothing to do with you, the Lord of Bamboo Mountain." Bamboo said, "Of course." After the matter was agreed upon, Chingo Mantis King began to recruit workers on the spot. There were many jobs, such as refining metals, manufacturing motors, steel pipes, fan blades, and transportation and installation of things after they were sold. And all of them had corresponding raw stones to take. When metal ability reaches a certain level, these tasks are not difficult to do, and the remuneration set by the Green Mantis King on the spot is quite considerable. Most of the warriors are willing to join. It is obvious that they are the ones who do not use their brains and have been eating and drinking in the wreckage. A small number of warriors dispersed and returned to the laboratory to continue their research. These warriors are smarter, used to thinking about problems, ambitious, and want to make a lot of money by doing research. With a labor force in place, the Green Mantis King began to assign tasks according to different strengths and specific metal abilities. Next, Bamboo saw an incredible scene. There were 117 warriors just recruited, from 17 different insect races. However, different races seemed to be born to cooperate with each other, and the efficiency was extremely high. In just half an hour, the Green Mantis King assigned specific tasks to each warrior, and some of them were delayed because of the formulation of specific labor costs. When it comes to money, it is inevitable to hesitate. If it is a life and death battle, it may be done in 1 or 2 minutes. This is not because of how strong the Chingo Mantis King's command ability is. It should be determined by genes. The insect races on this planet are born with a tacit cooperation ability. Bamboo was amazed for a while, and then he came to his senses and realized another problem of money. Chingo Mantis King, "I named this thing Wind Power Station. How many of these power stations do you plan to build?" Chingo Mantis King said, "Let's build 100 first and see if it sells well. If it sells well, we will continue to manufacture in large quantities." Chingo Mantis King said meaningfully, "Bamboo Mountain Master, you should have realized it a long time ago." Led by the Dow Mantis and the Gene Mantis Kingdom, the warriors of each kingdom who master metal abilities have formed an alliance, worked together, and made a fortune together. If you are willing, you are now a member of the alliance. "I understand." Bamboo carefully considered his words and said, "Chingo Mantis King, don't you think it is too troublesome to extract metal from the soil? Give me another 5 force crystals, and I will teach you a simple method to extract metal in large quantities." Chapter 327 The Original Heart. Bamboo sold the method of blast furnace iron and copper smelting for the price of 5 force crystals. It was not enough to just talk about it, so it had to be proven in practice and taught to other warriors. It took 3 days to find the ore vein. It took 1 day to practice and teach. The next thing was very simple. The scorpion, ground beetle, and tiger beetle warriors, who were good at digging, were responsible for mining. There were many warriors in the Dow Mantis tribe, who were responsible for transporting ore, collecting dry firewood, and other tedious tasks. In the entire Orchid Mountain range, except for Bamboo, there was no other warrior with fire ability, so he had to participate and help turn the dry firewood into dry carbon. Bamboo's fire ability was not very good. He had to rest and replenish the force after a few uses. which seriously dragged down the efficiency of iron smelting. After a busy half-month, the first batch of 10 wind power station components were freshly produced. A special square was built in the market, and 9 of the wind power generation sets were built. Bamboo helped to arrange the circuits and source crystals, and put various robots on display for the warriors who came to trade to visit and try. Sweeping Robot. It was officially named Sweeping Metal Beast. The Chingo Mantis King organized a group of warriors, brought a set of wind power station and a set of sweeping robot equipment samples, and rushed to the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. One was to promote new products. The other was to invite several county-level Fire Cockroach Kingdom warriors to help make charcoal, smelt iron and copper. Spring is getting stronger. The insect warriors on this planet are mainly engaged in farming. Most of the warriors from other kingdoms left one after another, returned to their own territories, and were busy farming, including the warriors of the Dow Mantis tribe. Most of them also left in batches. They will be busy until autumn, when the territory is harvested, and then rush to the Orchid Mountains. If there is work, they will work to earn some extra money. If there is no work, they can eat and drink in the name of research. Bamboo followed the sales team of Chingo Mantis King and left the team after entering the Fire Cockroach Kingdom and returned to Lizu Peak alone. Bamboo is back. Hong Dao and Hong Mi, who were working in the rice fields at the foot of the mountain, found that Gudong's spiritual power called from a distance, flapped their wings and flew up to greet him. Seeing Bamboo carrying a large bag of things, Hong Mi asked excitedly, "Bamboo, did you get a lot this time?" "Not bad." Bamboo didn't have the heart to show off his gains. In fact, the gains were not much, compared with the income of the Dow Mantis tribe. He just earned a few hard-earned money by doing hard labor. Landing on the mountain, Hong Mi rushed to take the spider silk bag, opened it, and took out a small snake-skin bag. With a spiritual power scan, he found that there were only 13 force crystals. Looking more carefully, the spider silk bag was filled with electrical boxes, wires, and other low-value items. Hong Dao had been paying attention and asked disappointedly, "Bamboo, how come we only got so little this time? 13 force crystals are still not enough. I worked hard for the Mantis tribe and earned it." Bamboo was annoyed and flapped his wings, expelling them. "If you have nothing else to do, go down the mountain to work." He put the force crystals into the cave, carried the other components, and hurried down the mountain to find Baba. Bamboo asked kindly, "Baba, there is a lot of wind this spring, right?" On the mountain, the breeze was gentle, and the blades of the wind power station were turning weakly. Baba had already figured out Bamboo's character and knew that he must be asking her for help, so she refused in advance. "No electricity." Bamboo raised the spider silk bag, opened it, and said, "Baba, look, I have got the most important components for building a thermal power station. I also purchased a large amount of metal from the Dow Mantis tribe, which will be delivered in about 1.5 months. There are also a large number of county-level warriors who have mastered metal abilities and will soon help build the thermal power station." Baba asked puzzledly, "You shameless guy, don't you have something important that needs my help?" Hee. Bamboo smiled indifferently and said, "Baba, didn't I promise to build a thermal power station for you? I am a bug that keeps its promises. Don't block my sunshine." Baba said impatiently, "I know you have something to do. Don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly." Bamboo organized his words and said seriously, "When I was a human warrior, I occasionally heard that the Luan K-704 cargo spacecraft also escorted a cargo that was more precious than the metal core of the domination realm." Baba remained silent. "Baba," Bamboo tentatively called. Baba said, "That is the top secret of the Federation. Which bastard is tired of living and spreads it everywhere?" Bamboo laughed and said, "Who can board the Luan K-704 cargo ship without family support to get some confidential information? Isn't this normal?" "Humph." Baba snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "A group of cowards who dare not go to the battlefield." Hee. Bamboo asked patiently, "Baba, I heard that the thing is kept by Major General Phelan himself. What is it? How big is it? Is it kept close to him?" Baba was silent for a long time, and then said, "That thing is called the Original Heart, which was looted after the destruction of the Kappa's metal civilization. They tortured the captives of their tribe, and even used soul stealing to capture souls, intercept memory fragments, and integrate information. The Original Heart has been with the birth of the metal life race Kappa since its birth, and they themselves can't figure out where it came from. Bamboo didn't care about the origin of the thing, and asked Baba, "What is the use of the original heart?" "It has no real use," Baba said, adding, "Its shape and size are similar to the metal core, and it has special magical patterns that cannot be explained by human technology and martial arts knowledge." Hearing that it has no real use, Bamboo's enthusiasm immediately cooled down by 9 points. And he said casually, "Metal material? It should be a metal core that has cultivated special magical powers." "No, it's not that simple," Baba said. "Unknown material, confirmed not to be a metal core. A bit like a product of technological civilization." Hearing about the product of technological civilization, Bamboo lost interest and didn't want to ask any more questions. In the current state, it is difficult to build a thermal power station. Even the basic industry of the first-level low-end technology is not comprehensive, and there is no hope of comprehensive development. High-end technology is simply not feasible. Baba was very satisfied with Bamboo's lost look. She deliberately paused for a while before continuing and asked, "Bamboo, do you know what level humans rank the metal core of the domination realm?" Bamboo said, "The quality rating is the highest SSS level, or it is called the 7th level core material, which corresponds to the core technology of the 7th level technological civilization." Baba asked, "One level higher?" Bamboo said, 7 plus 1 equals 8. The height of civilization that humans have not yet set foot on. There is no such thing in the universe. Seeing that Bamboo was intrigued, Baba paused again. Bamboo asked, "Baba, what's so special about this thing?" Baba said, "It has no other use. It can consume energy and generate the force, because it is in a dead state. The speed is extremely slow, so slow that the mental power cannot detect it, and it needs to be detected by highly sensitive instruments." Bamboo thought for a moment and said, "It absorbs natural energy and natural force, just like the metal core of the domination realm that has exhausted its energy. The magical veins are instinctively playing an extremely subtle role." "That's about it," Baba praised. "Bamboo, you are quite smart," Bamboo said. "According to legend, technological civilization exceeds the 7th level, or martial arts civilization. Genetic evolution exceeds the domination realm. That is, God level. It should probably be considered God level. God is just a name defined by ignorant wisdom." Baba said, "Humans do not believe that there is a so-called omnipotent God in the universe. If it exists, humans can also reach that level. Humans are more accustomed to calling it an 8th level civilization. The original heart is judged to be a product of an 8th level civilization. It is most likely a relic of an 8th level technological civilization that has been destroyed. It is less likely to be the life core of a life form that has surpassed the dominance realm. The higher the level of technology, the greater the gap between each level." At that time, there was no complete scientific research equipment on the front battlefield. So before the accident of the Luan K-704 spacecraft, it was only a preliminary judgment, and no definite result was obtained. "Oh, those dominance realm masters and scientists who went to the expedition with the army are not good enough." Bamboo was completely interested and asked, "The cabin where Major General Philin lives is on the 2nd floor below the living area, which corresponds to the energy cabin. I remember there is an emergency escape cabin next to it." Baba said, "This is also a military secret. It is enough to be sentenced to death if you pry into secrets. If it really comes to the point, how many soldiers on the Luan K-704 spacecraft will not be sentenced to death?" Baba waved his tentacles and said, "I stole federal secrets. If you have the guts, come and arrest me. If you have the guts, just stay in this world and never go out." Baba said angrily, and then said worriedly, "This insect race is too strong, and humans are not their opponents. You are not a human. Why do you care about this?" Baba thought for a while and said seriously, "When I have a chance, I will go to Major General Philin's luxurious cabin." "Baba, do you know if there are any particularly valuable things hidden in her room?" Baba emphasized, "If we can use it on this planet, let's go and get it back." "No." Baba was angry, and then sneered. "Philin's living cabin is powered by the energy system of the cold storage. Since the cold storage is still running, the defense weapon system in her cabin must be in normal operation. Bamboo, with your current strength, you will die if you get close to me." Bamboo thought about it and said kindly, "Baba, you are the biological daughter of Major General Phelan. You can come and go freely, right? Haven't you always wanted to charge the battery? After dealing with the territory affairs, I will take you there in early April. Chapter 328, Deformed Bamboo. Baba has a great impact on the Lizu Peak. Through scientific calculations, it guides all the warriors and plants on the mountain to maintain a good state, grow and evolve rapidly, and reduce the probability of unexpected risks during the evolutionary dormancy to the minimum. Bamboo is not willing to be angry with its existence to its own people. At present, it has only informed Yinchuang Banmao and Tideo Shanzu, and just briefly introduced them and checked their bodies. It did not explain the detailed origin and function, and repeatedly told them to keep it secret. This time, I went to the Orchid Mountain Range and entered the wreckage. I found that the situation was not as serious as I guessed. The Dow Mantis tribe has harvested tens of thousands of usable robots, with rich categories and everything. The warriors of the Dow Mantis kingdom are no longer surprised by all kinds of robots, and have already started to promote them and plan to sell them on a large scale. It can be foreseen that all insect warriors will accept the existence of robots in the near future. Bamboo can be sure that it will be no problem to take Baba into the spaceship to charge. As for entering the negative second floor of the spaceship, it depends on the situation. Take it one step at a time and act according to circumstances. If you have the chance, you can try to enter the cabin of Major General Phaline and take out the Heart of Origin to broaden your horizons. The main purpose of returning to Lizu Peak is to find out the news about the treasures in Major General Phaline's cabin. And the second is the sales of goods produced by Lizu Peak and the purchase of force food this year. To date, all members of Lizu Peak, except Hungmi, Pyracantha, and Longdu, have reached the level of Mountain Master. Hongmi was successfully promoted to L9 Senior Warrior last winter, and will be promoted to Mountain Master in about 2 years. As the overall entity is upgraded, the expenses will increase accordingly. In addition, there are also young warriors from Torreya Peak and Bluebell Peak who need support. Baba helped calculate and made a purchase list. The total price of the force food that needs to be purchased this year is as high as 510,000 raw stones. In mid-February, the Chonglu caravan hurriedly arrived at Lizu Peak ahead of schedule. Abnormal, according to the rules of the caravan. Shouldn't the Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans go to the market in the Orchid Mountain Range this year? The trading square on the southeast side of the mountain. Bamboo and Chonglu greeted each other. Master Chonglu, why did you come here alone this year? Where are the Yuzhu and Xianghuan caravans? Master Bamboo, I have been stuck in the 9th age for 8 years, and I plan to be promoted to a princess this year. I hurried a little, and I plan to arrive at Shuangfeng County of the Wolf Scorpion Kingdom 50 days in advance. Seek refuge from Princess Shuangfeng, and shed my shell to grow. If everything goes well, I should be able to catch up with the trade with the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe this year. Promoted to a princess. Bamboo was stunned, and said sincerely, Master Chonglu, then I wish you all the best. See you next year. I will respectfully call you Princess Chonglu. Ha ha. Bamboo glanced at the caravan and couldn't help but sigh. When he first moved to Lizu Peak, he was still an intermediate little warrior. When they first met, the Chonglu caravan was still a small caravan with only one mountain master. At that time, Xuemai was still a well-behaved and clever junior flame spider warrior, and he also gave her a small spider silk bag. At that time, he was still very curious and happy for several days. More than 20 years have passed in a flash. Looking at it now, Chonglu is about to be promoted to princess, and warriors such as Diyu and Fescue Arundinatia in the team have grown into mountain masters. And Xuemai is also about to be promoted to mountain master. Over the past 20 years, the caravan has produced 5 little flame spider warriors, 2 of whom have reached senior warriors, and 1 is a mid-level little warrior. Shirluo left the caravan last year and took 2 mid-level warriors with him to open up new trade routes and start running his own caravan. The wealth of the Chonglu caravan has long been enough to be at the level of a county lord. If everything goes well, they will be a formal county lord level caravan next year. On the other hand, my own strength has soared all the way, and I have become a L5 mountain master. Lizu Peak is extremely prosperous, and has begun to expand its influence to other peaks in the mountain range. Master Bamboo, I hurried to Lizu Peak this time, not only for my own reasons, but also for important matters. Please speak. Master Bamboo, 2 years ago, there was no dry season in the eastern region of the continent, and the southwest region suffered an unprecedented severe drought. You must be aware of this. Right? Of course. We lost a year's seed trade income. Bamboo's heart skipped a beat and asked, Is there any good news in Chiwu Mountain? The master of Chonglu Mountain said, almost all the bamboos planted by the Chiwagos king died of drought. After rescue, most of them were. Some of them are bamboo species. And 7 other bamboo species are extinct. The Chiwagos king entrusted me to purchase a batch of seeds from you. This matter. Bamboo suddenly realized and said, Okay. Okay. What bamboo species do you need? I may have ready-made seeds here. If not, I will help you cultivate some this year. The owner of Chonlu Mountain did not directly tell him the bamboo species he needed, but said solemnly, Bamboo, the Chiwagos king also entrusted me to tell you something. Bamboo asked, What is it? The lord of Chonlu Mountain said solemnly, In the autumn of the year before last, Chiwu Mountain planted the bamboo seeds recovered after the drought. Last year, a bamboo plant was found to bloom and bear fruit, and it did not wither and die. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a bamboo plant that can bloom and bear fruit every year. Lord Bamboo, Chiwagos king entrusted me to invite you to Chiwu Mountain for important cooperation discussions. Cooperation. Bamboo roughly guessed Chiwagos king's intentions while thinking, and slightly moved his tentacles, saying, Lord Chonglu, I have been very busy in the past 2 years. Please help tell Chiwagos king that I will visit the southwest region within 5 years at the latest. Within 5 years? Longevity banquet? There are things this year? The lord of Chonglu said, thought for a while, and said, Then I will tell Chiwagos king. It should understand. The transaction was completed, and the Chonglu caravan was sent away. The 2 guys, Duju and Longju, immediately surrounded Bamboo. Longju asked worriedly, Bamboo, what should we do? The bamboo that can bloom and bear fruit every year has been cultivated by Chiwu Mountain first. Duju was also worried and asked, Bamboo, do you have a way to trade back the bamboo seeds? Bamboo shook his antennae gently. You are ignorant. Hong Dao saw the appearance of Duju and Long Yu and couldn't help but mock them, saying, How stupid! Have you seen Bamboo do hybrid experiments with bamboo and other bamboo species? Duju suddenly realized what he said and was stunned. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Long Yu was puzzled and unconvinced, and asked, Then they must have experimented before I was born. Hong Dao said coldly, You still have the nerve to call yourself Long Zhu. Let Fengling change your name to Dumb Bamboo. Red Rice. Long Yu was so angry that his tentacles danced wildly, and he shouted Bamboo. Look! Red Rice is venomous again. You should teach it a lesson. Bamboo swung his tentacles and hit Long Yu on the head, saying angrily, You little guy. You have been spoiled by Fengling. You should learn more and use your brain more. Long Yu covered his head and looked innocently at Fengling, who was also puzzled. Bamboo continued, Li Zhufeng has induced the flowering of Ma Bamboo more than once, with such obvious unique characteristics. It seems that Red Rice should pay attention to it. Ma Bamboo condenses into fruits, but they are completely different from other bamboo fruits. The fruits have a thin layer of false skin, which contains about 15 to 20 grains. The fruits are different, and the flowers naturally have huge differences. The shape of the style and the size of the pollen particles are different from other bamboo species, and there is no possibility of hybridization. At present, judging from the bamboo species that Li Zhufeng has, Ma Bamboo cannot obtain better bamboo species through 3-line hybridization technology, but its value cannot be denied. Maju is the tallest bamboo species in existence. It can be cultivated into a life species. A single tree can form a forest, and it is an extremely large and magnificent bamboo forest. In the early days, Bamboo was keen on breeding and looking for mutated species. Later, he found it too difficult and gradually gave up. In recent years, he has focused on breeding small and medium-sized bamboo species with a higher probability of genetic mutation. Hong Dao suggested Bamboo. It would be best if you can get a few seeds back from Chiwu Mountain. It doesn't matter if you have more raw stones. The bamboo species of Maju itself is excellent enough. It blooms and bears fruit every year, even if it cannot be hybridized to obtain the seeds given by God. It is quite good to use it as a life species. We can raise the price appropriately when we sell the seeds and make a fortune. Well, Hong Dao, you make sense. Bamboo shook his tentacles again and said, The Chiwagos king asked me to go there in person. This matter is not as simple as imagined. Chapter 329 The Dispute over the Custody of the Little Soldier. Bamboo! Bamboo! Early in the morning, Duju shouted and fluttered his wings, rushing up the mountain and rushing straight to the cave where Bamboo lived. Duju, what are you doing? You are so startled. Is the sky falling, or the ground sinking? Bamboo showed the majesty of the mountain master. First taught him a lesson, and then asked, "What's the good news?" "Yes." Duju's tentacles swayed, and he shouted excitedly, "Bamboo! I found that a little soldier is about to be born." As he was talking, Feng Ling and Hongdao followed him up the mountain. Feng Ling shouted happily from a distance, "Bamboo! Our Liju Peak is going to give birth to another little soldier." In the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, Hongdao was originally going up the mountain to announce the good news. When he saw that everyone had said everything he could say, he immediately turned around and ran down the mountain again. What a bunch of useless guys. Isn't it just the birth of a little warrior? Are you so excited? Bamboo waved his antennae calmly and said, "Let's go down the mountain to take a look." Hongdao is a big mouth. He went all over the mountain and informed other members of the news as soon as possible. Lizufeng now has no shortage of God-given seeds or raw stones, but only local warriors. The birth of a little warrior is indeed a great event worth celebrating. All members rushed to gather in front of the bamboo forest. Longgu is the youngest, the weakest, and the smallest. The advantage is that he can get into the dense bamboo forest more lightly. At this time, he is lying on the ground, swaying left and right to watch, as if he wants to see more carefully. Following the direction of Longju's observation, he repeatedly scanned back and forth with his mental power and soon locked the target. The smart little guy dragged many bamboo leaves to build a warm and hidden insect nest for himself, and was sleeping inside at this time. The natural force slowly injected into the little guy's body. It's absolutely right. A new little warrior is about to be born on Liju Peak. Don't disturb it. All disperse. Bamboo lowered his mental power and gave an order, after personally verifying that it was correct. The members of the mountain held their breath, tiptoed, and retreated gently, fearing that the noise would disturb the sleeping little guy. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Last winter, a large number of ordinary little cockroaches were frozen to death. According to statistics in early spring, the number of surviving female little cockroaches in the entire Liju Peak was less than 1 million. This number has reached the bottom. The little guy with a body length of only more than 3 centimeters is scattered throughout the entire Liju Peak, which seems scattered and sparse. Could it be that the severe cold weather can stimulate the probability of ordinary little cockroaches awakening the force? Bamboo thought, and looked back and found that his expulsion order was not very effective. Big Bear, Big Head, Oil Tea, Bamboo Rat Warrior, and other beast warriors left. Big Head and Cattail left. Hongdao stayed shamelessly. Feng Ling and other pure-blooded Red Blatodia tribe warriors did not move. This is an ordinary bamboo forest managed by everyone, and it does not belong to any warrior's territory. Theoretically speaking, the little warrior who is about to be born has no direct elders. However, after waking up, the little warrior will follow the inherited memory and seek shelter from the elders of the tribe. Whoever is chosen will be the direct elder. Bamboo, Hongdao, Feng Ling, Hongmi, Pyracantha, and you, Longyu. What do you want to do? I found the little warrior. Duju felt a little regretful. He happily informed them, but they were not polite at all. It was clear that they wanted to snatch it from him. Feng Ling said awkwardly, "I don't do anything. I just look. This is not your territory." Hongdao said, "There is no urgent work these 2 days. I will stay to protect the little warrior who is about to be born." "Yes." Hongmi nodded his tentacles vigorously to express his agreement. Hongmi, Duju's little follower, has grown up gradually, and is not as obedient as when he was a child. There are a lot of birds flying on the mountain recently, so I will stay to help protect it. Pyracantha spoke seriously for a rare time. Duju was angry, suppressed his mind, and shouted dissatisfiedly, "Bamboo! Do you care?" "Ahem," Bamboo said leisurely, "Liju Feng. I am the strongest. I think it is enough for me to stay here. Now it is spring. There are still many farm works to be done on the mountain." Feng Ling, Hongdao, Hongmi, Pyracantha, you all go away. Are you clearly trying to abuse your power for personal gain? No one was willing to move. Longju, hurry up and work. Duju was angry. Longju leaned towards Feng Ling and waved his tentacles at Duju provocatively. "I won't go. Come and hit me." "Forget it. Don't argue anymore," Bamboo said. "Everyone compete fairly. Line up. Whoever the little warrior chooses will be the one." Feng Ling also agreed. "That's right. What's there to argue about? Isn't it just a little warrior?" If you are chosen by it, you will become an elder, and you have to take care of it every day. Hypocritical old guy. Duju was so angry that he jumped up and down. 3 days later, the little warrior successfully completed the evolution and woke up. He searched in the nest room, picked a rotten bamboo leaf to chew, replenished some strength, shook his tentacles, and caught the strong smell of the same warrior outside the bamboo forest. Walking out of the bamboo forest slowly, he was stunned. They were all powerful elders in a neat row. Hey, why is there a black one? The smell is right. There is also a colorful one. Isn't this a warrior from the Red Blattus tribe? The little soldier looked a little confused. Little guy. Come here. Come. Quick. Come to me. A wave of soft spiritual power, with a strong smell of deception, was transmitted to the little soldier. The little soldier was a little scared. After a careful look, he found a familiar figure, the warrior who often gave him meat. That's right. Familiar smell. The little soldier ran quickly towards Duju. Ha ha. Duju laughed triumphantly and stretched out his forelimbs. The little soldier quickly climbed along the forelimbs and climbed onto Duju's head. You have been lying here for 3 days and 3 nights. Are you hungry? Duju was arrogant and teased. Another stupid little soldier. Boring. Hongdao said a word and turned away. It's really boring. Bamboo turned around and left silently. Duju, take it to eat something. Remember not to feed it force food when it is 1 year old. Fongling warned and left disappointed. Returning to the mountain, Bamboo carefully patrolled his territory, and then ran to the nearby bamboo forest for a patrol, but found nothing. He felt a little disappointed that the new warrior was not his direct descendant. He was more happy. If this little warrior likes bamboo, it would be the best. The small hill with abundant force beside the river can be cultivated. If he likes other plants, that's fine too. He can send them to Torreya Peak. According to the agreement with the Red Blatant King, Qijing County will send 2 more little warriors, which means that the number of Red Blatant warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has increased by 3. Bamboo is now a multimillionaire, with plenty of raw stones, which can guarantee that every warrior in Lizufeng will be promoted to a princess, and every warrior outside Lizufeng will be promoted to Cockroach King. When the warrior base reaches a certain scale and has a certain strength, there will be a lot of ordinary cockroaches under protection, and then the insect population will inevitably enter an exponential growth mode. In early March, the 3 caravans of Xianghuan, Zijing, and Yuzhu arrived. After the caravans, the warriors of the Daotang tribe transported refined copper, iron and other metal materials. Bamboo spent more than 20 days to build a thermal power station at the foot of the northwest side of Lizufeng. After trial testing, it can be operated, and the power generation rate is 1 level higher than that of the wind power station. The disadvantage is that it is too troublesome to maintain operation. And there are all kinds of troubles. Pack up your things, take the Rat King and Baizu, and follow the Daotang tribe warriors who helped build the power station. Baizu and the Rat King each carry a backpack. The Rat King carries their force food for the year. Baizu carries Baba. Chapter 330 Level 7 Defensive Weapons. It is only the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The Orchid Mountain Market is deserted, and foreign warriors who come to trade are almost extinct. The number of sword mantis warriors guarding the wreckage of the warship has also dropped sharply to 1,000. Inside the warship, only 20 to 30 county-level warriors with metal abilities stayed and continued their research. The Green Mantis King attached great importance to the arrival of Bamboo, who already had significant research results. Upon hearing the news, he rushed to greet him as soon as possible. However, when he saw the Rat King and Baizu, his mood suddenly became bad. We asked you to study the things in the wreckage, not to hunt for treasures. Why did you bring bamboo rat warriors? After the warm greetings, Green Mantis King asked, Master Bamboo, if I remember correctly, this is the Rat King and this is Baizu, right? I heard that they have the ability to freely enter and exit the illusion of color barrier, and help you find a lot of valuable treasures. Bamboo said, I guess the ore in the mines of Orchid Mountain will soon be insufficient. Bamboo rat warriors are naturally good at finding mineral veins. I will bring them with me, and they may be useful. Looking for ore. That's it. Green Mantis King suddenly realized and said in surprise, Welcome. Welcome. Master Bamboo. You have taken the trouble. Green Mantis King said again, the ore of the mines found last winter is of good quality, and cannot be used up in a short time. Why not let the Rat King and Baidu rest in the wreckage first? I understand. They also have metal ability, and can help me. Bamboo took the initiative to ask, Green Mantis King, what should we study next? There are many things to study. Green Mantis King asked, Master Bamboo. Are you still in the same group with Princess Fengyang? Bamboo said, yes. Green Mantis King said, electricity will seriously damage the force food, which is a big problem affecting the sales of robots. Princess Fengyang is now studying a solution. This is a problem that human technology has not been able to solve. Right? Bamboo said seriously, Green Mantis King. I have noticed this problem a long time ago. When I was in Liju Peak, I invested a lot of effort in studying it. Sorry. I don't have the ability. I think it's better to forget it. Oh. So. Green Mantis King shook his tentacles and said, Master Bamboo. Let's talk over there. Green Mantis King took Bamboo away from the wreckage of the warship and came to a large cave in a mountain range. The entrance of the cave was guarded by 50 senior Mantis warriors and 2 mountain master level Mantis warriors. In the cave, piles of metal boxes were neatly stacked. Bamboo subconsciously launched his mental power, scanned and checked. His tentacles swayed, and he quickly calmed down. Rat King and Baizu both smacked their lips, widened their eyes, looked at each other, and tacitly returned to normal without saying a word. The cave was filled with gene liquid extracted from forest plants, which were classified and stacked according to the box numbers. Chingo Mantis King keenly caught the strangeness of Bamboo, Rat King, and Baizu, and asked, Master Bamboo, do you know this kind of thing? No. I know it. Bamboo instinctively wanted to deny it, but changed his mind temporarily, and said with emotion, they are all good things. Chingo Mantis King was overjoyed when he heard this and asked, what are they used for? Bamboo asked, Chingo Mantis King, where did you collect so many? Chingo Mantis King said truthfully, a small part was picked up by ourselves, and most of it was purchased from treasure hunting teams of other tribes. I also picked up a whole cabinet, and I have figured out the purpose of this thing. Bamboo said, I can tell you. But Chingo Mantis King was even happier, took over the conversation, and said straightforwardly, reward 10 principal crystals. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I want to pick 20 boxes. There are nearly 400 boxes piled up in the cave. Chingo Mantis King thought about it and said, 10 boxes. Bamboo said, let's compromise and calculate 15 boxes. Chingo Mantis King smiled and said, that's what I mean. Bamboo said directly, the metal ball contains a thick liquid with abundant original force. It is not for soldiers to eat, but can only be used to water the seeds given by God. Bamboo told Chingo Mantis King the detailed usage. Words are not enough. So I went to the territory of Chingo Mantis King, demonstrated watering in person, and introduced the specific usage. It lasted for a whole month, and it was initially confirmed, and 15 boxes of gene liquid were obtained. Bamboo was arranged to work with Fengyang County Lord to study how to prevent electromagnetic waves from destroying the quality of force food. This matter cannot be solved by humans of level 7 technological civilization. So what can I do? Eat and drink for free for a month. The only reward was that after Baizu got familiar with the environment, he often took Baba to stroll in the cafeteria area, and Baba finished charging intermittently. Seeing that Bamboo was really not interested in this research, Chingo Mantis King finally agreed to replace it. The freight robot that transports large goods in the cafeteria kitchen area can move, but it is not fully automatic, and study the specific operation and usage methods. This Bamboo is very familiar with this. He pretended to work on it for 10 days, and submitted the results. After solving 3 problems in succession, Chingo Mantis King confirmed Bamboo's uniqueness, and assigned various valuable problems to Bamboo one after another. Bamboo accepted all the problems that he could not solve. He did not say it directly. He pretended to study it for 10 days and a half months, and told him that it would not work. He also pretended to study it for the ones that could work, and delayed it for a while, before submitting the results. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. A year passed by unknowingly. Now it is the spring of Bamboo's 17th year. The market under the Orchid Mountain range returned to peace after the prosperity of autumn and winter. The number of warriors in the wreckage of the spaceship with insects coming and going was also decreasing day by day. Bamboo found Chingo Mantis King. Green Mantis King. It's spring again. I should go back to Liju Peak. Is it so urgent? When will you come? I may not have time this year or next year. This year I will go on a long journey. And the year after next, I will attend the longevity banquet. If nothing goes wrong, I can come in the early summer of the year after next. The year after next. Green Mantis King was a little anxious and said, Master Bamboo, you are the smartest insect. I can't let you go easily. Ahem. Wait a moment. I'll ask Yushan Mantis King. There is another powerful guy who may be able to take you to see it. Bamboo asked, what is it? Green Mantis King said, wait a moment. I have to ask Yushan Mantis King for instructions. This matter must be approved by it. The waiting time was not long. About 10 minutes. Green Mantis King hurried back and greeted a few soldiers. After giving instructions, these soldiers hurried away again. Master Bamboo, Yushan Mantis King has agreed. Please wait a little longer. Bamboo was relieved. I have worked for you for a year and let you get enough benefits. It's time to repay you. At present, the most urgent thing to study in this wreckage is the defensive weapons on the -2nd floor that are still in operation. There are still 2 cabin doors that have not been opened. After waiting for another half a day, several knife mantis warriors returned with more than a dozen live hares they had just captured. Chingo Mantis King looked at the Rat King and Baiju, who were carrying backpacks and daggers on their waists. He hesitated for a moment, but finally did not stop them. He waved his tentacles and said, Master Bamboo, let's go to the bottom of the wreckage. The freight elevator only goes to the positive 1st to 9th floors of the spacecraft. Chingo Mantis King led the way and came to the -1st floor of the wreckage. Then, through the -1st floor passage, he forcibly opened a floor hole with metal ability and descended vertically to the -2nd floor. Master Bamboo, there are evil forces left here. You must follow me and don't move around. Chingo Mantis King led the way, crossed the passage, and stopped about 10 meters away from a cabin door. Don't go forward, Chingo Mantis King said, took a hair from the sword mantis warrior who followed him, and threw it to the cabin door. Silently, the unfortunate hair turned into a puff of mist, and then exploded into invisible gas. On the floor, countless tiny holes suddenly appeared, and with a sudden suction, the mist was sucked away. Things broke out in an instant and ended in an instant. That was a high-frequency energy weapon triggered by a living life. The hair was directly beaten into an atomic state, and all kinds of atoms were further beaten into hydrogen atoms. The hydrogen exploded and was instantly absorbed and sent to the energy cabin on the -1st floor to become fuel. Master Bamboo, try it yourself. Chingo Mantis King handed the hair to Bamboo. Okay. Bamboo took it and threw it away. The evil weapons here are too powerful. Even the Insect King can't resist them. So our Dao Mantis tribe has been blocking them. Chingo Mantis King solemnly warned, Master Bamboo, we hope to find a way to destroy this evil weapon and get the treasure in the nest room behind the door. But we don't want any warriors to get into trouble. Especially you. This is the most powerful level 7 defense weapon system. Not to mention the Insect King. Even if it is a star warrior, once the life species is locked, there will be nothing left. Bamboo's attitude is serious and he solemnly agreed, I understand. Chingo Mantis King waved his tentacles, pointed to the red line carved on the ground, and said, don't cross this line. Waving his tentacles again, he said, there is a similar place over there. I'll take you there. Chapter 331 Try to spit fire. On the -2nd floor of the spacecraft, there are 2 places with defense weapon systems, namely the living cabin of the Supreme Commander Major General Phaline and the escape cabin where the emergency escape spacecraft is parked. Other cabins are also occupied by high-level commanders, but they are not fortified and the materials used are not so strict. The cabin doors have long been opened by the Dao Mantis tribe, and everything that can be dismantled inside has been dismantled and emptied. Bamboo took the Rat King and Baidu and randomly chose a room to settle down. The 7th level weapon defense system is definitely not destroyed. Bamboo pretended to study it carefully, and from time to time, he asked the Dao Mantis tribe warriors to bring some live animals to try. Chingo Mantis King began to worry and stayed on the -2nd floor. He was not worried that Bamboo would find a way to open the cabin door and take away valuable treasures, but he was worried that Bamboo would lose his life due to improper operation. This level of cabin has already lost a Cockroach King and a Princess-level warrior. The Dao Mantis tribe paid a huge compensation to settle the matter. The Green Mantis King didn't want to suffer any more unexpected losses. After a few days of continuous observation, he found that Bamboo had always been very measured and cautious in every move. There were still things to do, so he left after giving some instructions. Without the Green Mantis King to get in the way, Bamboo immediately brought Barba, who had been pretending to be dead for a year, to the living cabin of Major General Philin. Barba, can you control the defense system to stop running? No. Then check it out. Can you still go in? Barba didn't answer, but directly started the anti-gravity engine and flew towards the cabin door. After staying at the door for 3 seconds, the defense system certification was completed. Welcome home, cute and smart little master. A sweet female voice came from the hatch, and then it opened automatically with another ding. Baba flashed in, waited for about 2 minutes, and flew close to the ground again, pushing a ball with a diameter of about 25 centimeters out. The hatch closed. Baba exerted force, and the ball rolled in front of Bamboo. Bayou was quick-witted and took off his backpack, put the things in it, looked back vigilantly, and quickly stuffed the returning Baba into the backpack and asked, Bamboo, are we running away now? The Rat King scolded. Running now is obviously telling the Dow Mantis tribe that there is something wrong with us. Idiot! Don't make a fuss. Let's go! Bamboo waved his tentacles to signal and hurried back to the living room. Closed the hatch of the room tightly. Baiju took Baba and the ball out. Bamboo used his mental power to scan and carefully checked. More accurately, the diameter of the ball was about 26.5 centimeters and almost weightless. The crystal clear white translucent sphere looks a bit colloid. After checking with divine sense, it is hard to tell what kind of material it is. The surface is covered with gray-white magical veins, which are distributed in a very regular manner, forming 9 distinct patterns. Among them, 8 are vaguely tree-shaped, like 8 gray-white small trees. Each small tree is slightly different in size and shape, and is composed of different styles and numbers of magical veins. The smallest one is composed of 600 magical veins of different sizes, and the largest one is composed of 1,500 magical veins. But it is not a strict tree shape, and the trunk, branches, and leaves are not clearly divided. It can only be said that the general shape is a tree. About 8,000 magical veins form 8 tree-shaped patterns, guarding a circular pattern. The structure is relatively simple, consisting of only 50 magical veins. This should be the main magical vein, the center for regulating magical powers. Isn't this a product of technology? Bamboo looked puzzled and said, I have carefully observed the metal core of the domination realm. The style is similar, exactly the same, just different in material. Baba knew that Bamboo was illiterate, and patiently explained, it does not have any characteristics of a living being. The magical patterns are not formed by practice, nor are they innate abilities. There are traces of technology, so it is judged to be a product of technology. But the possibility of the life core of some unknown life form cannot be ruled out. Bamboo said, I have strengthened my ability to perceive the force, and I can't feel that this thing can absorb energy and convert it into the force. The Rat King said, our bamboo rat warriors have a more acute perception, and I don't feel it either. Baba said, of course I can't feel it. It requires more sophisticated instruments to detect it. Baiju stretched out his claws and touched it. Suddenly he thought of something and shouted in surprise, Bamboo, this thing can be eaten. Baba calculated for 2 seconds before reacting and scolded, idiot. Bamboo and the Rat King both looked at Baiju. Baiju said, Bamboo, just like last time. You burn it with fire. Huh? Rat King was surprised and said, it seems to make sense. Bamboo, then you try it. Baiju still remembers the benefits of eating the metal core last time, and Rat King is even more jealous. Baba was confused and asked, what are you talking about? Rat King, are you joking? Bamboo said unhappily, it's not the same thing at all. Right? Baiju advised Bamboo. You can try it. The Rat King also advised, that's right. Bamboo, you can just open your mouth and spit out a mouthful of fire. It won't waste much force. Bamboo thought about it. That's right. Nodded his tentacles, and said, spread out. Baba finally understood a little bit. These 3 idiots were seriously discussing eating the original heart. I can only say that they have a good idea. Their ignorance and stupidity are hopeless. I'm too lazy to say more. Baiju directly held Baba and ran away. The Rat King carried his backpack and shrank to the corner of the room. Bamboo lowered his head, locked onto the original heart, opened his mouth, and sprayed a column of fire, like an ice cream under the scorching sun. The original heart slowly melted, and soon, it turned into a pool of translucent viscous liquid. This, Bamboo, What kind of flame are you spraying? Baba was stunned for a moment, then broke free from Baiju. Rushed forward first, and scanned the thing. The primordial heart can withstand high temperatures. How could it be melted? This thing really melted. Banbu. It's your flame problem. Probably. Banbu answered casually, smacking his lips. Eager to try. Baba asked, Banbu, are you going to eat the primordial heart? Yeah. Banbu answered perfunctorily. Baba warned, eat you to death. Banbu didn't take it seriously. When he was a human, he thought that the 7th level technological civilization of human beings was the strongest in the universe. Now it seems, Baba can't analyze any useful information. So she issued an angry and dry warning. Baba's scanning ability and database information are not omnipotent. When encountering truly unknown problems, you still have to rely on your own wisdom. Baizu and the Rat King rushed forward, opening their mouths and looking at Banbu with expectation. Banbu thought for a moment and warned, you can only eat a little bit. You don't have the blood of the gods. If you eat too much, you may die. Hearing this, Rat King and Baiju hesitated again and looked at each other. You go first. Banbu urged. Why are you two standing there? Eat while it's hot. Rat King said, Baiju. The old rules. You go first. Baiju said modestly. Rat King is older. Elders have priority. Banbu waved his tentacles and hit Baiju on the head, shouting, stop talking nonsense. You come. Baiju reluctantly stretched out his front paws, dipped a little bit with his fingertips, carefully put it into his mouth, tasted it, and said in surprise, sweet, delicious. Rat King, you try. Before he finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and fell down. Baiju? Baba exclaimed, shouting, Banbu. What are you doing? Are you sure this thing is edible? Banbu said, not sure. Baba said angrily, you are so mean. Don't panic. Banbu was very calm, locked Baiju with his mental power, and started to check. His breathing was a little rapid. His heart rate was too fast. The situation was similar to the last time, and he was still alive. Baiju couldn't die, so this thing should be edible. As for whether it is good, we will see after eating it. Anyway, it has been burned into a pool. Baba was also scanning and checking. The speed was higher than Banbu. And then she explained, Banbu, something is modifying Baiju's genes. I know. Banbu waved his tentacles and asked, Rat King, do you want to eat some too? It seems really dangerous. The Rat King was entangled, hesitant, stretched out his front paw, dipped a little, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, sweet. It tastes tasteless. Baizu, this bastard, wants to cheat. He fell down. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Banbu stretched out his forelimbs, picked up a little, and stuffed it into his mouth. It really had no taste. How evil is Baiyu? He wants to take someone with him before he dies? Stretched out his forelimbs again, and when he touched, the sticky liquid on the floor seemed to come alive, spreading upward along the forelimbs, penetrating through the shell, directly into the blood vessels, and rushing straight to the second main heart in the chest. The energy and nutrients stored in the body were rapidly consumed. Breathing became rapid, and the brain was dizzy. He lasted less than 3 seconds and fell asleep in a daze. You dare to eat anything? 3 idiots eat you to death, Baba complained, scanning back and forth on Banbu, Rat King, and Baizu, and kept calculating. Baiju and Rat King were fine, and after the initial sudden change, their body conditions gradually stabilized. Banbu, this guy, is he going to die? Chapter 332, A Costly Magical Test. Banbu woke up from his coma, feeling weak and exhausted. His mental power scanned his body, and it was exactly the same as the last time. The metal core was in the state of the original heart fused with the second heart in the chest, and the magical power vein metal was retained, in a dim pseudo-death state. Banbu. The Rat King lowered his mental power to call, and quickly opened a can of energy drink and handed it to him. Banbu took the drink and drank it all. Baiju then handed over a box of compressed biscuits. The Rat King said, Banbu, you have been in a coma for 3 whole days this time, and the Dao Mantis tribe has noticed the situation. The room is too crowded, and the Chingo Mantis King is guarding outside. The door is closed, and the mental power should not be able to get out. Banbu asked while eating, how do you explain it? Baiju rushed to say, I told Chingo Mantis King that you were hit by an invisible force when you were experimenting with evil weapons and fell into a coma. Smart. Bamboo praised. Rat King said coldly. Baba taught it. Bamboo's mind scanned. Baba stayed in Baiju's backpack and continued to play dead. Everything in the room was packed up. Rat King and Baiyu knew that now that the biggest benefit was in hand. According to Bamboo's temper, the next step would definitely be to find a reason to say goodbye, go home, and return to Liju Peak. The hatch was pushed open a crack, and Chingo Mantis King tentatively called, Bamboo Mountain Master? Chingo Mantis King. I'm fine. Sorry for bothering you. Bamboo replied weakly. Are you hungry? I'll get you some fresh meat. The Chingo Mantis King finally let go of his worries and left in a hurry. The man in the room has many seeds bestowed by God. If something happens to him, it will be a problem that cannot be solved by millions of raw stones. It's good that he is fine. Send him away quickly. Soon, Chingo brought 2 Dalmantis warriors and delivered a large amount of fresh meat. Bamboo was indeed very weak. He felt much better after eating for more than 2 hours. After that, he recovered after recuperating for several days. Seeing Bamboo recover, Chingo Mantis King came to him. Master Bamboo, I want to discuss something with you. Chingo Mantis King, please tell me. That evil weapon is too dangerous. If it really doesn't work, let's just give up. You have many seeds bestowed by God. If something unexpected happens, our Dalmantis Kingdom will not be able to report to the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, and I will not be able to face the Red Cockroach King. Chingo Mantis King seemed a little embarrassed. Yes, it was too dangerous. It almost cost me my life. Bamboo said with lingering fear. I'm still young. I don't want to lose my life here. I also think I can give up. The Green Mantis King secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Let's leave together. Bamboo also harvested 15 boxes of plant gene, liquid this time. The Sword Mantis tribe sent the Juniper Princess and 2 senior warriors to personally help transport things and escort them all the way back to Liju Peak. The plant gene liquid was carefully selected by Bamboo. 4 boxes are suitable for the Bloodthorn God-given seeds. 3 boxes are suitable for the Fire Royalty God-given seeds. The other 8 boxes are suitable for the 8 God-given seeds of Rain Bamboo, Green Bamboo, Mud Bamboo, Steel Bamboo, Small Fire Bamboo, Purple Gold, Cattail and Deep Water Barnyard Grass. The strengthening effect of the Dark Bamboo is too rare, and no one can match it. The Dalmantis tribe has collected a lot of plant gene fluids. Bamboo proposed more than once that he was willing to spend raw stones to buy it, but was rejected. The Dalmantis tribe really became rich overnight. Of course, they would not sell the treasures that could strengthen the seeds of God. Returning to Liju Peak, I received good news as soon as possible. The little warrior born last year likes bamboo, and especially likes Maju. However, there is already a bamboo rat warrior Maju on the mountain. So Duju named it Huiju. And the small hill beside the river was officially named Huiju Mountain. In the beginning of spring, the little warrior Huiju moved to Huiju Mountain as soon as possible, and Duju and Fengling are currently on duty to guard it. Bamboo was so happy that he went to visit. Baba finally had a full charge. The first thing he did when he returned to the mountain was to fly to visit his old friend Tata. Then he began to check the growth status of each God-given seed on Liju Peak, formulate a plan for the use of plant gene fluids, and then began to implement it. The most gentle gene enhancement program is used, which cannot affect the normal flowering and fruiting of the God-given seeds. Mountains on the southeast side. Big Head commanded the ant colony to work around the God-given seeds of Bloodthorn. The Rat King led the bamboo rat warriors and held 5 metal boxes, which were placed separately. The metal boxes slowly released the force. Bamboo. What is this? Bloodthorn asked in confusion. Bamboo replied, Gene fluid. Strengthened genes can make you grow more luxuriantly. Oh! Bloodthorn was happy at first, and then asked, Bamboo, what is gene? Bamboo skipped the question and said, Shwedji, help me absorb these forces and feed them back to me. Okay. I understand. Shwedji couldn't remember how many times he had done this. He was very familiar with the process and readily agreed. His attention was attracted by Baba flying around Bamboo, and he asked, Bamboo, what is this? It's called Baba. It's electronic life. Electronic life? What is electronic life? Bamboo realized that he was also too talkative. Why did he say so much to it? Bamboo changed the subject and asked, Shwedji, Can you take back the branch that spread to Liju Peak? Xueji was anxious and asked. Why? Bamboo said. If I were in Liju Peak, I would go down the mountain to see you every day. A single branch extending alone is easy to get hurt. You know? Xueji said firmly. I'm not afraid. Okay then. Bamboo was helpless. The innate genes of the blood thorn are not weak. In recent years, a large number of world tree debris have been used. Now a batch of gene fluid has been obtained. After watering, the genes have been greatly strengthened again. Baba calculated how much it can reach. In the future, when Bamboo is promoted to princess and king of cockroaches, all the life plants will break through and grow, especially the God-given seeds. The changes will be more obvious. This thing may really spread its branches to Liju Peak. If it really climbs to the entrance of the cave, it will be troublesome. Won't it be killed by its various problems every day? There are important tests at the moment, and Bamboo has no energy to think about things in dozens or hundreds of years. Soon, the bloodthorn God-given seeds fed back the first force. Bamboo manipulated it and tried to inject it into the second heart position. Immediately, the force was absorbed by the metal and injected into a magical vein of the smallest magical tree pattern. About 500 raw stones. No ripples. Bamboo was not anxious and continued to wait patiently. Each force food storage box overflowed with a force of about 2,000 raw stones every day. The total of 5 boxes was 10,000 raw stones in one day. With such a huge amount of force injected, the first magical vein at the second heart position only changed slightly from grayish-white to white, and the color was slightly brighter. This is a sign of lighting. However, 10,000 raw stones only lit up so much. Isn't this force consumption too exaggerated? Continue the experiment. On the second day, it was still fixed to absorb the force of 10,000 raw stones, and there was no obvious change. On the third day, the fourth day, until the 9th day, after absorbing the force of nearly 90,000 raw stones, the first small magical vein of the first magical tree finally lit up completely, and the excess force began to be injected into the second magical vein. Unexpectedly, after lighting up a magical vein, Bamboo did not find that he had gained new abilities, and he could not even tell what type of ability this magical vein corresponded to. He could communicate with his mind, but he could not manipulate it at all. After careful sensing, he found that a large amount of force was consumed, and the activation was completed at the same time as the lighting, which means that there was no need to take an additional corresponding force food. Rat King and Baizu had also eaten the original heart, and had experienced gene creation, and Baba gave a positive answer after scanning and testing. That kind of transformation was still continuing in the two of them, but there was no similar record in the database, so it was impossible to determine which aspect of the ability was transformed. Something that subverts cognition. The first magical tree has as many as 600 magical veins. 54 million raw stones? Is it necessary to continue? Bamboo decided to expand the scale of the experiment. The ability of the bloodthorn God-given seed to absorb the force is limited, and more God-given seeds are needed to help. The kerosene tea tree spirit is the best to talk to. It will readily agree if you give it a few raw stones. The Yuju tree spirit does not like to communicate, but it is quite friendly to Bamboo. After notifying him, it also hummed to show its agreement. With the help of 3 God-given seeds and a few more boxes, it can absorb nearly 30,000 raw stones every day, and other ordinary life plants can also feed back a batch of force every day. In total, every 3 days, a magical vein is lit up. Chapter 333 Pale Bamboo. Rat King and Baiju were curious about what kind of abilities they would be able to obtain. They were busy in the spring and worked as usual every day. But after work, they would climb up the mountain and ask Bamboo about the situation. Day after day, a month passed, consuming nearly 1 million raw stones, lighting up and activating 11 magical veins. But there was no extra reaction at all. Baiju was the first to lose his enthusiasm. Within 2 days, Rat King no longer took the initiative to go up the mountain to ask. Li Zhufeng was not short, and it was tiring to climb up and down. At first, Baba was also very curious. She walked around Bamboo every day, and scanned and checked it when she remembered, collected data, and kept an eye on Bamboo's changes at any time. As time went by, she gradually lost interest. Baba was more concerned about her own power problem. Although it was fully charged now, and she could fly around and play as she pleased, the anti-gravity engine consumed too much energy. It would not take long before she would be finished. Baba prepared for a rainy day and became good friends with Big Bear. Every day, she directed Big Bear to cut wood in Huizhu Mountain and put it in the sun to dry. After drying, it was moved back to Liju Peak and used as fuel for the thermal power station to store food for himself in advance. This does not damage the ecology. Bamboo has already planned that Huizhu Mountain will be full of bamboo in the next 2 years. And then a large-scale bamboo sea will be opened up with Huizhu Mountain as the center. For the Mountain Master level warriors, 10 kilometers is not far. There will be nurseries under the Huizhu Mountain range. In the future, some less important bamboo species will be transferred from Liju Peak to Huizhu Mountain for cultivation. According to bamboo's mandatory requirements, the warriors of Torreya Peak and Bluebell Peak must breed at least 9 bamboo species and must manage a certain area of bamboo forest. The effect is obvious. In the future, when young warriors are born in these 2 peaks, they will see more bamboos and have a certain probability of liking bamboos. The young warriors who like bamboos must be sent to live in the bamboo sea and follow bamboo to open up the bamboo sea, manage the bamboo sea, and cultivate bamboo species. Lizufeng subsidizes the growth of warriors from other peaks, and other peaks give back to warriors who like bamboos and prosper Lizufeng. Only when Lizufeng prospers can it take out more raw stones to subsidize other peaks. This is a virtuous cycle, a development model common among all insect races. For Lizufeng to develop the bamboo sea, it is not enough to have a large area of bamboo sea and a large number of bamboos. At present, it lacks a particularly excellent and unique bamboo species as a symbolic planting. Bamboo's interest in going to Chiwu Mountain has faded. Chiwugo's king is not a fool, and he will never give up the deformed species of Maju to Lizufeng alone. It can even be said that it may take a huge price for them to share the deformed species. In the past 2 years, the caravan seemed to have forgotten the pain of being attacked by the Black Wolf warriors last time, and began to take unusual paths again. In mid-February, the Yuzhu and Chonglu caravans arrived at Liju Peak ahead of schedule. Chonglu came alive, which meant that he had successfully completed his molting and growth and was promoted to a princess. A warm greeting. Qinghe, please bring out that little warrior. Yuzhu signaled the caravan's newly added intermediate little flame spider warrior to work. The little flame spider warrior named Qinghe quickly searched through the goods on Yuzhu's carapace and soon took out a large bamboo tube. The bamboo tube opened. A little warrior from the Red Blattus tribe poked his head out and immediately retracted into the bamboo tube to hide. Little Red Cockroach warrior. Bamboo was surprised and probed his mind into the bamboo tube to check. L6 junior warrior. In good condition, but seems to be a little too timid. Thinking of Duju, he ran out by himself, happily ran to Liju Peak, and then played mischief. The flame spider warrior named Qinghe handed the bamboo tube and a hide package to Bamboo and said, "This little warrior is timid and doesn't like to communicate, so I named him Danju. Its live seeds are all well preserved and are all inside." Yuzhu said proudly, "Bamboo, this is a little red cockroach warrior who likes bamboo that I entrusted the Wormwood Spider King to help you find for more than 10 years. Thank you." Bamboo thanked and asked, "Yuzhu, it must have cost a lot to find a little warrior who likes bamboo species? I will compensate you with a sum of raw stones." Yuzhu said, "No. It's a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Bamboo, thanks to your care for so many years, my caravan can develop smoothly. Consider it my help to you. We all help each other, let alone the raw stone." Yes. Support each other." Bamboo handed the little soldier's force food to the Rat King and ordered, "Send it to Huizhu Mountain. Let Fengling select a land with abundant force and fertile soil, and help sow it." Bamboo held up the bamboo tube again, with a gentle mind, and called softly, "Little guy, I am your elder of the same tribe. Don't hide in it. Come out quickly." The little soldier named Danju was even more afraid, and shrank to the bottom of the bamboo tube, waving his tentacles constantly, sending out threatening warning signals. "Don't come over. Too timid." The soldier redeemed from the continent of 10,000 countries has some problems. Could this little guy have a mental illness? Bamboo turned the bamboo tube downwards and tapped it gently, forcing the little soldier out. The little soldier landed, flapped his wings in panic, and took off. He landed on the top of Hongdao's head, and immediately noticed that the smell was wrong. He became even more panicked and took off again, landing on Yuzhu's head. Looking back, he happened to find Longzhu, who was busy moving the goods he wanted to sell from Liju Peak to the trading square, and hurriedly flapped his wings to fly up. landed on the top of his head, caught the smell, and this time it was right, waved his tentacles, and released intimate and happy pheromones. Huh? Wow. Wow. Little soldier. Longju explained repeatedly, dropped his things, stood still, dared not move, and shouted in surprise, Bamboo. Little soldier. Bamboo introduced, it's called Danju. Just came from the Wangua continent. Longju. You take it with you. Live in Liju Peak for a few months. And after it is promoted to an intermediate soldier, send it to Wuju Mountain to settle down. Okay. I understand. Longju cheered, stopped moving things, and happily carried the little soldier up the mountain. It's normal for the little soldier to be timid and afraid of strangers. When he grows up and becomes stronger, his personality should change. It doesn't matter if he is always timid, as long as he can work in the fields. A red cockroach warrior who likes bamboo is of great significance to Liju Peak, which is still in the initial stage of development. Yuju, thank you very much. Bamboo thanked again and asked, will the Xianghuan and Zijing caravans come again this year? They will come later. Chonglu said, the Orchid Mountain Market in spring is not very lively. It mainly purchases high-quality force food from the outer space from the Daoang tribe. This kind of force food is too expensive and too cost-effective. Even if it is a novelty, smart warriors will not buy it in large quantities. So there is no need to go there again. Indeed, Yuju said depressedly, our caravan has nearly 10 boxes in stock, which are not easy to sell at all. Chonglu continued, Master Bamboo. Last year, the Chiwu Ghost King came to me in person and asked me for your news. It hopes that you can go there as soon as possible. So urgent? Bamboo asked in confusion. Isn't it about the Maju bamboo species? It must be related to the Maju bamboo species. Chonglu said, but it refused to tell me what it was specifically about. Bamboo lowered his head and pondered. It seems that he guessed wrong? Looking up, he said, I don't have time this year and next year. The year after next. I will set off in the late spring of the year after next and arrive in the midsummer season. Chapter 334 God's Power. After sending off Chonglu and Yuju's caravan, Xianghuan and Zijing's caravan arrived. After completing the most important task of selling and purchasing goods in a year, Bamboo was free. The big head was responsible for all kinds of farm work in Lizufeng, and other members were responsible for work outside Lizufeng. They can complete all the work well. Bamboo used up 18 force crystals, equivalent to 1.8 million raw stones, and 20 magical veins of the second heart were lit up and activated. However, it was still motionless, which was completely different from the magical veins of the metal core at the position of the first heart. Baba said that this thing can absorb energy and convert it into force, which is a capability beyond the 7th level technological civilization and beyond the ability of the life form in the domination realm. From the perspective of technology, converting to generate force is a technical problem to be solved. For the 7th level human technological civilization, researching from scratch is an infinitely difficult problem. But if there is a sample, it is only a matter of time to crack it. From the perspective of some life forms that need the force to grow and survive, the ability to create the force can indeed be called divine power. Infinite force represents too many benefits. The insect-like appearance of bamboo now has a limb structure that is only suitable for fighting. It is impossible to climb the technology tree, and can only take the path of force evolution. At present, it is probably useless to survive on this planet with abundant force. In the future, when entering the starry sky, the ability of transforming the force can play an infinite role. There are also benefits at the moment. Baizu and the Rat King have eaten a little bit of the original heart and are continuing to transform their genes. The growth rate of these two guys has increased significantly. The Rat King has high talent and faster transformation speed, and is about to be promoted to the L3 Mountain Master level. Based on the experience of the last fusion of the metal core, Bamba guessed that if he lit up all 600 magical veins, he would also undergo a genetic transformation lasting for several years and grow rapidly. One magical vein requires 90,000 raw stones, and 600 are 54 million raw stones, which is too expensive. The key problem is that Bamboo can't get so many raw stones even if he empties his old bottom. Should I continue? It's a very tangled question. After struggling for several days, I decided to use 20 more force crystals to try. And if it doesn't work, I will give up temporarily. This time Bamboo speeded up the speed. Explode a principal crystal. Seal it in the force food storage box. And when the force inside is about 2/3 consumed, send it down the mountain and open it directly in the bloodthorn bush. The bloodthorns work hard, quickly absorb the force and feedback it back. In this way, it only took 20 days for the 30th magical vein to light up and activate. Finally, there was a response. The force stored in the magical veins, which was originally like a pool of stagnant water, began to flow slowly. But these veins, and even the flowing force, were still not controlled by Bamboo's soul will, and they operated on their own. The force-sensing ability was strengthened, and the mental power looked inward, vaguely aware that there was an extremely weak trace of force generated from the magical veins, which was automatically injected into the 31st magical vein. It turned out that 30 magical veins needed to be activated to form a small group that could operate independently. What Baba said was right. The original heart did have the function of absorbing energy and converting it into force. Currently, only one group is activated, and the speed is extremely low, as thin as a gossamer, so low that it is almost unnoticeable. Bamboo lay quietly in the cave, calming his mind, and continued to observe for 3 whole days, and measured a rough data. One group, running for a whole day, generates the force equivalent to 10 raw stones. Bamboo can use the soul will to control the produced strands of force, mobilize them at will, control them to be integrated into the blood, and enter any part of the body, including the first heart. If the will is not used to control, the produced force will automatically be injected into the 31st magical vein of the second heart. It takes 90,000 raw stones to light up and activate a magical vein. The force injection generated by a single group every day is even more insignificant than a drop in the bucket. Do you want to continue? Light up 30 more for fun. That requires 2.7 million raw stones. It's a bit unaffordable. Bamboo is very depressed. Liz Yufeng currently has only 198 force crystals left, falling below the 200 mark, all hidden deep in the ant nest. Big Head is very stingy, and Bamboo has to patiently explain for a while before he is willing to hand over the force crystals. Big Head's stinginess is not without reason. Bamboo's own growth, the growth of Liz Yufeng members, and the expansion and development of Jinping Mountain Range all require a lot of raw stones. At present, Liz Yufeng's annual income and expenditure are in a state of negative growth, with little increase in income. But expenditures are increasing year by year with development. Forget it. Most of my ordinary life species have grown up, and using the remains of the world tree to strengthen and promote birth, it can provide me with about 100 raw stones of force for free every day. Calculating the time, it takes about 2.4 years to activate one magical vein, and only about 72 years to activate 30. Bamba thought, and he couldn't help but feel desperate again. It seems that he is still very poor. I need to come up with a special way to make money. Yuju Jumi had hoped to make a lot of money, but unfortunately, he was stopped by the Red Bladis King. What else is particularly easy to make money? Baba, who had been playing crazy for nearly 3 months, flew back staggeringly. Bamboo, are you going to the Orchid Mountains this year? I've basically taken all the benefits I can get. Why are you still going there? Charge me. No power? Bamboo knew that once this guy had power, he would immediately return to his former arrogant and unrestrained nature, flying around everywhere, and often disappeared for several days in a row. Now it's out of power again. Baba asked, Bamboo, do you still want to deduce genetic martial arts? Yes. Baba, we agreed on genetic martial arts. Bamboo was angry and asked, have you used up the electricity? Baba said, there is still some. Bamboo, let's go to the Orchid Mountains again. Bamboo said angrily, I have already agreed with the Green Mantis King that I will not go there in the past 2 years because of something. Now suddenly running over. Isn't it obvious that I have ulterior motives? It would be strange if I am not suspected. Besides, it is such a long journey, and it will take a month to go back and forth. Moreover, if you go, you will probably be left behind to do those stupid so-called research. If you are not careful, you will have to delay until next spring, and another year will be wasted. Bamboo became more and more angry. After thinking about it, he said, don't we still have a thermal power station? I see there is a lot of wood at the foot of the mountain. So let's start the thermal power station for emergency. Baba asked, deducing genetic martial arts? Don't do it yet. Bamboo said, Baba, scan the changes in my second heart and try to deduce the operating principles of the 30 magical veins that have been activated now. Okay. Baba turned on the scanning power supply, and then shouted in surprise, "Bamboo! Those 30 magical veins are alive? It's incredible!" After shouting, he carefully scanned each activated magical vein, fell into silence, and deduced. Half a day passed. Baba said in annoyance, "No power." Needless to say, Bamboo has already seen that Baba only has enough power to maintain basic voice and information reading functions. Bamboo asked, "What's the result?" Baba said, "No result. There is no record of magical veins in my database data, and I can't deduce its principle." Bamboo. The original heart should be the life core of a life form beyond the domination realm. Right? Yes, but not entirely. Bamboo thought for a while and said, "I feel that it should be the life core of a life form that fell into the hands of an 8th level or even higher level technological civilization and was transformed by technological means." Huh? Yes. Bamboo. You are so smart. Baba suddenly realized and shouted, "It has both biological characteristics of the life core and technological traces of technological civilization, which can explain it." Baba became more and more excited as she spoke, and shouted, "Bamboo, hurry up. Light up all the magical veins. Let me take a closer look." "All?" Bamboo asked, "Do you have a way to get the original stone?" Baba changed her words and said, "Then light up 30 more magical veins and try." "No raw stones." Bamboo said, "Baba, you know this planet well now, right? If you have time, do some calculations and think of a way to make a lot of money." "Rob? Stealing is fine." Baba said, "The northern wilderness beastmen control a large number of raw stone veins?" Bamboo. "You should improve your strength first. And then? The way humans do it." Bamboo said angrily, "I'm living a good life. I don't think I'm going to live long." "Right? Then I can't think of any way to make a lot of money. On this planet, the seeds given by God are not that valuable. 1 or 2 seeds given by God can't change your current poverty." Baba looked down on her and said, "Bamboo, you still have 198 force crystals, right?" Bamboo said, "Expenses will increase year by year in the future. It's not too much. Don't mess around." Baba asked faintly, "Bamboo, do you know how the human race's dominant warriors define God?" Chapter 335 Heart of Demigod. How do human warriors at the domination level define God? Born in a large family, Bamboo happened to hear the elders of the family mention the conjectures of human peak-level warriors about God. Bamboo replied, "The soul no longer ages, and life is endless." Baba said, "This is the first one. And there is another one." Baba asked, "The Force?" Baba said, "Escape from the shackles of the Force and travel through the deep space of the universe." Baba silently moved his tentacles. What Baba wanted to say was exactly what he imagined. Baba bewitched, if you master the ability to create the original force, it is equivalent to meeting the second definition of God. And you are a demigod. The name of the original heart is inaccurate. It should be called the Heart of Demigod. It has now been integrated into your heart, and is a treasure house waiting for you to develop. Bamboo. Think about it. When you activate all the magical veins, you will have endless original force. You can create the world. You can do anything. You can travel across the universe. You are a demigod. His. Bamboo's heart was moved, and he spoke word by word. That makes sense. Seeing that Bamboo was moved, Baba continued to persuade him. You have activated too few magical veins now. If you activate more, there may be a qualitative change. It is very likely that the rate of generating the force will be qualitatively improved. Bamboo. Think about it. If you can generate the force equivalent to 1,000 or 10,000 raw stones every day, can the remaining magical veins be lit up one after another without consuming raw stones? This is entering an ideal virtuous cycle. Right? Your force crystals are just there. There will be no less. And no more. Using it to activate the magical veins is equivalent to an investment, which will definitely pay off. The only question is how much the payoff is. That makes sense. Bamboo tapped his tentacles vigorously and said seriously, "Baba, the remaining force crystals cannot be spent carelessly. I still need to develop my territory. I will consider it after I get rich." Baba turned around before reacting and said angrily, "I didn't ask you to spend it all. You can activate 30 more magical veins and let me see. Maybe I can observe something useful." "This? I'll think about it again." Bamboo said, "Baba, you are out of power. Right? Let's go down the mountain. Start the thermal power station. And charge you first." Bamboo picked up Baba, and was about to take her down the mountain when Baizhu hurried up the mountain. Bamboo! Baizhu called from afar and shouted excitedly, Tata is blooming. While shouting, he quickly climbed to the cave entrance. Hey, Baba. Long time no see. Is there no electricity again? It's all Bamboo's fault. Baba complained angrily and asked, Has Tata bloomed? Idiot. Let's go down the mountain and take a look. Baba also has a bad habit of giving nicknames. It has a good relationship with Baizhu. At some point, it gave Baizhu the nickname Idiot. Baizhu doesn't understand the meaning of idiot in human language, and is quite happy. I have 2 names. More than them. In recent years, the Tata tree's divine seed has consumed more world tree debris than all other life plant species on the mountain combined, using more than 200 bags. The effect and benefits are also good. The Tata tree was originally a plant with an extremely slow growth rate. After being watered with the world tree debris, it has now reached a height of about 8 meters. Tata, you bloomed? Yes. Bamboo. Bamboo just greeted out of habit. I observed with my eyes, but I didn't see any conspicuous flowers or flower spikes. I scanned the tree with my mind and found it. The leaves of the Tata tree are a little similar to those of pine trees. They are slender needles with a deep purple-red color. The color of mature needles is dull. The flowering pattern is completely different from the plants on this planet. The flowers bloom directly from the top of some mature needles. It is a unisexual flower with hermaphroditic flowers. According to the statistics, the ratio of female flowers to male flowers is 2:1. The flowers are very small. The color is also deep purple-red. And there is little nectar. This is the first year of flowering, and the number is not large. There are about 174 female flowers. If everything goes well, 174 fruits can be condensed. Baba explained. Tata trees like high temperatures and have a long flowering period. They bloom in summer and will wither and bear fruit in winter. Bamboo. You better notify Xiangpu immediately to complete the pollination as soon as possible. The fruit-bearing rate of ordinary Tata trees is very low because they rely on wind pollination. When the wind blows naturally, the pollen of male flowers is carried away by the wind and lands on the stamens of female flowers by probability, which is definitely not accurate. Okay, I understand. Bamboo ordered Baizhu. Go and notify Xiangpu. Tata trees bloom for half a year and fruit for a whole year, which means that they must wait until next winter to harvest, which is still early. 174 female flowers. A pitiful number. Xiangpu led the bee colony and personally directed the work, and it was done in 2 or 3 minutes. Bamboo stayed to watch for a while, called on the Rat King, Baizhu and Xiangpu to help, and started the thermal power station together. Rat King and Baizhu were responsible for chopping wood with swords. Poo commanded the combat bees to carry the chopped dry wood and stack them neatly. Bamboo was personally responsible for adding wood and water. The steam engine drives the motor to run, and adding water can last for a long time. The dry wood is not of good quality and burns quickly, so it needs to be added after a while. Bamboo can only guard in front of the boiler. The steam engine parts are lubricated with beast grease, which is very ineffective. The mechanical noise of bang bang and crackling is endless. Bamboo lay in front of the furnace door. A little impatient, should I try to light up some more magical patterns? Baba lay beside Bamboo, chattering non-stop. Thousands of words, summed up in 2. First, Bamboo, I have followed you for so many years, and I have only had a good life for 3 months. You are sorry for me. You have to build a hydropower station for me. Second, Bamboo, you try to light up 30 more magical patterns. Bamboo didn't want to say more. Seeing that Bamboo ignored her, Baba was silent for a while, and suddenly shouted in surprise, Hey, Bamboo, is the rate of your second heart producing the force a little faster? Bamboo was subconsciously shocked. And then he didn't believe it. You still want to trick me, right? Really? Why don't I feel anything? Really? Baba said seriously, you are too close to the stove. Why is your body temperature rising? That kind of magical pattern absorbs low-frequency electromagnetic waves, infrared rays, and converts them into the force. I understand. You are now an insect body, and your body temperature is not high enough, so the efficiency is low. Really? Bamboo was skeptical. Added some dry firewood to the stove, and then lay down closer, concentrating and sensing silently. Soon, I noticed a significant change, and the efficiency of generating the force increased by about 50%. That means that if the body temperature is high enough, the force equivalent to 15 raw stones can be generated in 1 day? After careful calculation, it is still pitifully low. Baba continued to persuade Bamboo. Body temperature is a low-frequency electromagnetic wave, which can light up other magical patterns and absorb electromagnetic waves of other frequencies. Okay, I'll try. This insignificant improvement, coupled with Baba's analysis and speculation, made Bamboo no longer entangled and finally made up his mind. The second time he went to the 4 God-given species of Sueju, Yuju, Gangu, and Zijin. This time he used both soft and hard methods to persuade them, and the 3 tree spirits of Sueju, Yuju, and Gangu reluctantly agreed. Only the guy of the God-given species of Zijin refused to help, and it didn't matter if he was missing one, and Bamboo was too lazy to waste his energy and words to argue with it. The force crystals decreased sharply. Half a month later, the 30 magical veins of the second group were activated. 1 month later, the 30 magical veins of the third group were activated. 2 months later, the magical veins of the fifth group were activated. These 5 magical veins further constitute a high-level force cycle, which can be called small magical power according to the classification of human martial arts practice. Activating a small magical power will show a qualitative improvement in the rate of converting the force. Chapter 336 Genetic Conflict. Baba has been following Bamboo. Every time Bamboo absorbs the force, it will carefully scan and check, record the changes, and give accurate data. It can currently absorb all types of electromagnetic waves with a wavelength greater than 770 nanometers, infrared, microwave, radio waves, etc. The rate has doubled, but it is still not ideal. Under normal temperature conditions, on average, it can only produce force equivalent to about 100 raw stones every day. In the material world with a temperature above absolute zero, all matter is constantly absorbing electromagnetic waves and releasing them outward at the same time. The low efficiency of force output is mainly due to the problem of the magical veins themselves. Small magical powers are inefficient in themselves. According to the rules, Baba told Bamboo very confidently, continue to light up and activate the next 5 groups of magical veins, which should be able to absorb visible light waves. Baba also found that the small magical veins that have been lit and activated at the second heart position have begun to produce special force, and are continuously transforming Bamboo's genes. Next, Bamboo will enter a relatively fast growth stage. The investment of 13.5 million raw stones has shown initial results. Before the completion of genetic modification, 80,000 raw stones worth of force food can be saved each year. In other words, Bamboo only needs to eat a moderate amount of force food that strengthens his flame ability and basic physique to grow rapidly. Baba calculated and predicted that after the completion of genetic modification, the speed at which the small magical veins generate force will increase to a certain extent, and about 40,000 raw stones of force can be stably generated each year. These forces can be used to continue to light up the remaining magical veins, entering a fairly efficient virtuous cycle. Baba considerately made a rough estimate for Bamboo. Bamboo, your investment will be fully recovered in about 250 years, and you will make money in the future, and the profit will increase steadily. Are you interested in considering an additional investment? Li Zhufeng only has 90 force crystals left in reserve. Next year is the longevity banquet, and Bamboo will take out 20 force crystals to buy a longevity peach. There will be 70 left in the end. It doesn't seem to be too few. Bamboo couldn't help but feel itchy, and invested another 27 to light up and activate the 30 magical veins of the 6th group. Baba's guess was right. The next step is to absorb visible light waves, which are electromagnetic waves with poor penetration and cannot directly enter the heart, so they do not generate force at present. It is further speculated that it is necessary to light up and activate the magical veins of 5 groups, carry out corresponding genetic modification, and shed the shell at least once before it is possible to obtain the ability to absorb light waves through the shell and absorb light waves to generate force. The original heart has 8 tree-shaped magical veins. After being integrated into the heart of the Bamboo, all of them are preserved without any difference, which should correspond to 8 magical abilities. Currently, only a few branches of the first tree are lit and activated. Further speculation: the ability corresponding to the first tree should be to absorb all kinds of electromagnetic waves and convert them into the force. Then, what abilities do the remaining 7 tree-shaped magical veins correspond to? Continue to absorb other kinds of energy, convert to the force, or combat ability? Does the original heart really have half the power of God? Then, thinking back, the most incomprehensible thing is the bamboo flame ability. A flame melts the metal core of the domination realm. Another flame melts even the heart of the demigod. Do the flames of other red Blootodia warriors have the same ability? The insect races on this planet awaken their abilities at the level of Mountain Lord. At first, the abilities of the same race are roughly the same. But as the genes evolve, they gradually show obvious differences. For example, the flame of the red Blootodia king is red and has strong adhesion. Once it is contaminated, it will continue to burn. The flame of the avocado princess is bright white, fast, and has strong penetration. Similar to an energy weapon, the flame of the ginkgo princess is azure blue, which looks light and has no power, but actually contains super high temperature. Bamboo couldn't be sure whether his flame ability was still within the normal range among the red Blootodia tribe. August Golden Autumn. The Rat King fell into a deep sleep at a speed beyond Baba's calculations, and began to evolve into an L3 Mountain Lord. Baba realized that she might have made a mistake, and rescanned the physical examination, and found that the rate of the original heart's gene transformation was sometimes fast, and sometimes slow, with irregular patterns, and the overall trend was an increasing trend. And now it was a little too fast. The status of Bamboo in Baiju is not very good, falling below extremely bad. In this status, the nutrient solution cannot be effectively adjusted. Baba is a little unsure, and can only roughly tell, at the latest next spring, they will enter a dormant evolution, and the probability of failure is more than about 10%. Even if they don't die, they will shed a layer of skin. Bamboo doesn't care much about his own safety. Several experiences have proved that cockroach warriors have strong vitality, and are not so easy to die. Insect warriors originally shed their shells to grow, and they have to shed a layer of skin to evolve successfully. Right? I am a little worried about Baiju. This guy's talent is not very good, and it is very likely to die. Power station on the northwest side of Liju Peak. In the spring, the wood that Big Bear brought back was dried, and then passed through the thermal power station to be converted into electricity. Baba, how much electricity did you charge? 0.0000%. Bamboo choked. This guy obviously saw his intention and deliberately didn't speak well. Bamboo changed his angle and asked again, Baba, now there is electricity to deduce genetic martial arts for me. Right? Baba said, your thermal power station is not good. Take me to the wreckage of the spacecraft. The year after next. The year after next. I will find a way to take you in again. Bamboo compromised, made a promise, and then said, help me deduce genetic martial arts first. Okay? Baba didn't answer, thought for a while, and began to scan Bamboo's body, and asked, which series of genetic martial arts do you plan to practice? Bamboo asked, fire ability? Baba asked, what kind? My database records 764 flame-type genetic martial arts templates. Are flame-type genetic martial arts a full set? Bamboo secretly smacked his lips, and said, help me deduce a genetic martial art that corresponds to the seeds of the red hard tree god. Bamboo's status in the tribe is now second only to those old county lords. He is rich and powerful. With just one word, he can purchase the fruits condensed from the seeds of the red hard tree god from the red hard county at a low price every year. This is the only top quality force food that can be purchased stably, long-term, and in large quantities so far. The red nuts can be used with genetic martial arts to cultivate the corresponding martial arts genes, awaken the corresponding flame abilities, and be promoted to the cosmic life level, which can be upgraded to martial arts magic. Baba said, that is the basic genetic martial arts number G247. I understand. You wait. After that, he entered the calculation mode. Bamboo knew how huge the amount of calculation was, and was worried that Baba would not waste electricity and give up halfway. So he lay beside her and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 5 days. Bamboo. Baba paused and said, I'm afraid it won't work. No. Bamboo jumped up and asked. No electricity? Baba said. It's not a problem with electricity. It's not a problem with my calculations. It's a problem with the innate genes of the insect race on this planet. Bamboo asked. What do you mean? Baba said. Practicing genetic martial arts will definitely produce martial arts genes, which will conflict with the relevant force genes in your body. I calculated 1.31 million possibilities, and I still can't avoid the problem of genetic conflict. Not only you, All insect races on this planet cannot practice genetic martial arts. I understand. Bamboo asked. Then, what about the beast warriors? Bamboo rat warriors? Oil tea? And big bears? Can they do it? They can definitely do it. And their genetic genes are very similar to humans, which is easy to calculate. But, Baba said seriously, Bamboo, I suggest you don't spread genetic martial arts at will. Bamboo asked, why? Baba said, you told me that this planet is protected by the Zerg gods? They definitely don't want the current balance to be broken. So don't break their rules. Especially the soul-stealing secret technique. Don't teach it anymore. Including yourself. Don't continue to practice it. This is the most representative magical skill of the human race. And it is easy to see its origin. Bamboo. I don't know why your soul can survive for countless years without aging, and be reborn in the body of the insect warrior on this planet. But I can be sure that once you are discovered, you will die. Baba finally concluded, all signs show that the insects on this planet are not good. They must have encountered a more powerful race and lost the battle. So they hid and avoided the disaster of genocide. I understand. I guess so too. Bamba hesitated for a moment and said, Baba, Baiju is in a very bad state now. You should deduce a set of martial arts to strengthen its physique for it. It is best to control the failure probability of the next genetic evolution to less than 10%. Chapter 337 L6 Mountain Master. When Bamba was still worried about Baiju's failure, he never expected that he would suddenly usher in a genetic evolution. It was only the beginning of September, and the interval between the last dormant evolution was less than 3 years. Baba checked and only let Anshin sleep, and refused to tell the probability of failure. Bamba was a little panicked, and reminded him to sleep in fear. Woke up in a daze. Distant memories. Familiar feelings. The feeling when the Force awakened in the jungle, and was promoted to L1 Junior Warrior. The carapace was thick and clumsy, and due to insufficient nutrients, the muscles under the carapace were severely atrophied, as if only an empty shell was left. The energy in the body was completely exhausted, and the 6 limbs could not lift any strength. Brain cells died on a large scale, and the head was empty. The mind was slightly activated, and the soul consciousness became unclear. Bamboo? Wake up! The surprised shout of the Rat King came from outside the cave. A shadow flashed and rushed into the cave. He quickly opened the drawer, and took out a can of energy drink. The metal ability was activated. The upper drawer opened, and a box of sweet compressed biscuits fell to the ground. The Rat King was keenly aware of Bamboo's current extremely weak state, so he opened the energy drink and brought it to his mouth. After drinking a can of drink, the Rat King quickly opened the compressed biscuits and fed them to Bamboo one by one. The Rat King shouted, Bamboo urgently needs fresh meat. I'll go. The big bear guarding outside the cave looked inside, and after hearing the words, he shouted and ran down the mountain with a ding-dong-dong. The Rat King then shouted, Jinju, go down the mountain quickly. Bring Baba up, and check Bamboo's condition. Oh! Jinju ran down the mountain quickly. Rat King is the only mature and reliable member of Li Zhufeng. In times of crisis, he finds the most correct way to deal with it immediately without saying anything. If it were Baiju or other members on the mountain, they would probably be scared and panicked. And then, they would catch Bamboo, who was only breathing, and ask him what to do. When Jinju carried Baba up the mountain, Bamboo had recovered some mobility. He ate a whole box of compressed biscuits in 3 or 5 bites, and was drinking a can of energy drink slowly. Bamboo. It was the innate ability of the cockroaches that saved your life, Baba said, and began to scan and examine Bamboo. And then said, you need to rest for at least half a month this time. While telling, she gave a set of diet and living plans for the next period of time, and analyzed the genetic changes after evolution in depth. Bamboo. Your gene changes are similar to those of the Rat King. Many Force gene fragments that are not recorded in the database have appeared. Feel carefully. Has the rate of generating force at the second heart position increased? Bamboo immersed himself in thought and prepared to observe. Baba gave a direct answer, saying, the conversion efficiency has increased by about 10%. You are currently in an extremely weak state. If you recover, the increase is expected to be around 25%. I see. Bamboo asked, I must have slept for a long time this time. Right? The Rat King said, 29 days. 1 day short of a month. Almost. Isn't it okay? Bamboo asked, where is Baiju? Is it okay? Baba said, I just discovered that low-temperature environment can inhibit the transformation rate. I asked Baizhu to hide on the top of Liju Peak. It is practicing the martial arts that I deduced for it to strengthen its body. If the evolution time can be delayed until next spring, the risk of failure can be controlled within 10%. Every day of delay will reduce the danger. Is there such a saying? Bamboo asked. What about me and the Rat King? Baba said, you are the same. The genetic transformation is still ongoing. It is recommended to hide in a low-temperature environment. Bamboo said, I have just completed the evolution. Don't worry. Rat King. You can settle on the top of the peak for 2 years. As he was talking, Daxiong returned with a Goju mountain python. Other members of Liju Peak followed up the mountain one after another. Concerned about Bamboo's condition, Rat King immediately issued an order, Jinju. Help cut. Zishu. Don't stand there stupidly. Help. Now. The bamboo rat warriors on the mountain are equipped with a military dagger. Jinju and Zishu received the order, drew their daggers, and began to peel and cut the meat, and set it into the cave one by one. After half of the Goju mountain mang went into his stomach, Bamboo's empty head felt much better. His brain cells were rapidly dividing and multiplying. His thinking ability was rapidly recovering, and the fatigue and weakness of his soul gradually disappeared. After the brain, it was the internal organs, and finally the limbs. Seeing that Bamboo was out of danger, the Rat King and the Big Bear left one after another. According to Baba's suggestion, the Rat King and Baizhu will stay on the top of the mountain for 2 years, and will no longer participate in the work below the mountain. With his life at stake, Baizhu, who always likes to be lazy, did not dare to neglect it. He practiced martial arts hard and strengthened his physique through exercise. Bamboo was the same. He ate well for a month and adjusted his condition to the best. He temporarily lived on the top of Liju Peak and would not go down the mountain easily. After careful observation, the overall physique changed after one evolution. The power output of the second heart's magical veins increased to about 125 raw stones per day. It was still slow. Even if it was increased to 150 in the next evolution, it was still not enough. Bamboo did not regret spending a lot of raw stones to light up and activate them. On the contrary, he could not hold back and began to rack his brains to figure out how to earn raw stones on a large scale and light up and activate more magical veins. Baba's previous words of Heart of Demigod were full of strong deception. The purpose was to observe and collect data. But what it said was not false at all. Converting the power into matter can be done by many power life forms that have awakened elemental abilities. Converting materials into power cannot be done by the 7th level technological civilization and the life of the master realm. This is the ability that only gods have. The essence of force life is the interweaving of force genes and genetic genes. And the same is true for cosmic life. The essence of evolution is the increase in the number of force genes. For the force genes to function normally, they must consume the force, whether it is force life or cosmic life. If they are separated from the force environment and cannot be replenished in time, the force genes will begin to decay, manifested as rapid aging of the body, and in severe cases, death. Even if they are as powerful as the master realm, they still cannot escape the shackles of the force. How powerful is it to be able to travel across the peak of the universe? No matter how powerful the human warriors are, they dare not leave the spacecraft. When driving a spacecraft, they will not easily go to those star fields with poor force. Heart of Demigod? It is still very weak now. Bamboo is optimistic about its development potential, light up and activate all the magical veins. Maybe one day, he can really break free from the shackles of the force. Last autumn, Bamboo terminated the transaction with the Cedar Cockroach King. This autumn, he exchanged 5 portions of yuzu bamboo rice for 10 longevity peach seeds in one go. Promoted to L6 Mountain Master, he chose one to breed as a live seed without hesitation. Changsheng County has very strict supervision on each longevity peach seed. Things cannot be used casually. Each seed must be reported to Changsheng County at which time, and which mountain range, and which peak to which warrior uses it. Bamboo wanted to make a dispute over this matter. The other 9 seeds, Yinchuang Banmao used one, and the others were given priority to the members of Liju Peak, followed by Huizhu Mountain, and then Xiangqi Peak. The Bluebell Peak of Jinping Mountain, which is far away, is not considered for the time being. Bamboo 18th year spring. Liju Peak, covered with bamboos, is still lush and green. The mountains on the southeast side of Liju Peak are mainly planted with pear trees. Over the past 10 years, these pear trees have grown to a certain size, and the pear blossoms are in full bloom. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking down, it is like an ice field with snow, and the breeze is gentle, and the fragrance of flowers is carried by the wind, filling the entire mountain. The bees are buzzing, busy collecting nectar in the forest. Every year, Liju Peak opens up orchards along the southeast and northwest sides of the mountain range, sowing pear trees, apricot trees, chestnuts, walnuts, citrus and other common fruit trees and plants, growing year by year. Slowly, it can meet the needs of the bee colonies controlled by Torreya grandis. Torreya grandis is now the master of the mountain, and the number of combat bees has exceeded 100. Among them, 24 combat professional bees have the ability to release flames, and the combat power of the bee race has been initially demonstrated. No longer need to trouble the warriors of other mountains for help. And even without the need for Torreya to go out personally, the combat professional bees can lead the bee colony by themselves, carrying the beehive, and go to Chigang Mountain Range, Taidao Mountain Range, Hongju Mountain Range and Chuerong County to collect the nectar of the God-given seeds. The efficiency is still very high. The powerful effect of yuzu bamboo rice. Now there are a total of 11 God-given seeds in these 3 mountains and 1 county, all of which bloom in spring, and can be collected for free every year to make royal jelly. There is a surplus of royal jelly, and Data followed suit and cultivated 25 combat soldier ants. Among them, 10 were cultivated after it was promoted to the master of the mountain. They used yuzu bamboo rice to strengthen their souls. They are very intelligent, and can completely separate from Data to command the ant colony to do some simple work such as mowing, drying hay, and operating a biogas tank. Chapter 338 New Share Allocation. The 4 caravans trading with Li Zhufeng seemed to have some unpleasantness, and they no longer met in Chiofeng County and traveled together as before. Chong Lu and Yuzhu arrived at Li Zhufeng early in mid-February, completed the transaction, and hurried to the next stop. Now, there are more than 1 God-given seed in the Taidao Mountain Range, Hongju Mountain Range, and Qingang Mountain Range on the way to Qijing County. Every mountain range is profitable along the way. Xianghuan and Zijing Caravan have a better relationship. They came in early March. The old routine year after year. Greet each other, chat briefly, and then start trading. The transaction process has long been fixed. First, count the goods sold by Li Zhufeng and calculate the price. Then Banba tells the goods that need to be purchased this year. At the same time, if the caravan has new and suitable force food, it will introduce and recommend it to Bamboo. Bamboo often buys a batch and asks Baba about it. If it is useful, he will purchase a large quantity next year. Next came the Bauhinia caravan. Bamboo simply spent raw stones to purchase goods from them. In previous years, at most, he would sell them a batch of worthless ordinary bamboo seeds. After the transaction, Bauhinia Princess pointed to the blood-thorn God-given seeds not far from the trading square with her claws and asked in confusion, Bamboo Mountain Master, your bloodthorn God-given seeds are still growing? Bamba half-truthfully said, in recent years, the remains of the God-given seeds have been used in large quantities. It seems to have made a breakthrough and started to grow again this spring. Bauhinia Princess knew that the remains of the world tree stored in 3 warehouses at Liju Peak were high in goods from outer space. So she did not doubt it and asked the most concerned question, Bamboo Mountain Master, the output of bloodthorn seeds this year must have increased significantly. Right? Bamboo said, it should be good. Princess Zijing asked, how much can we expect? Can we sell our caravan? At first, the Zijing caravan was just invited by the Xianghuan caravan for emergency. At that time, Bamboo made a fortune in the fantasy color barrier and planned to purchase a large amount of force food to accelerate the promotion of Lizufeng members to mountain masters. The original plan was to reduce the purchase of force food after being promoted to mountain masters, and the Zijing caravan did not need to come again. The change is that Bamboo made a fortune in the subsequent treasure hunt and was worth tens of millions. After the Lizufeng members were promoted to mountain masters, they had the financial resources to continue to sprint to the princess, and the annual purchase of force food increased instead of decreased. So, the Zijing caravan continued to be invited to trade. It is really unreasonable for such a large caravan to come here by Dieter, just to sell goods, without purchasing shares, and one-way profits. Bamboo readily agreed. The expected output is 15,000, and I will sell 3,000 to your caravan. In addition, The output of the 2 divine seeds of mud bamboo and fire oil tea in Liju Peak has increased. Next year, I will sell a batch to your Zijing caravan. The mud bamboo divine seed strengthens the ability of earth and stone, and is bred by the red cockroach warrior Pyracantha. All the bamboo fruits produced previously were sold to the Chonlu caravan. Pyracantha was promoted to the mountain master, and the output doubled. This is an increase that has been expected. Fire oil tea. The Zijing princess and the Xianghuan princess looked at Liju Peak at the same time. A red mass, as bright as fire. The height of the tree trunk of the God-given fire oil tea seed has reached about 45 meters. And the number of condensed tea fruits has reached more than 3,000. And the quality has reached the upper grade, only a line away from the best. At this time, the plant gene liquid is still being used for continuous strengthening, and the remains of the world tree are being used continuously. This year, the output will definitely increase. The quality is high and the quantity is large. After the members of Liju Peak finished eating, the Red Blatten tribe could not digest it. Bamboo planned to take out 1,000 seeds and sell them to the caravan. The output of the 3 God-given seeds was quite considerable. Princess Zijing was very happy and asked, Master Bamboo, do you need to pay a deposit? Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, no. We will discuss it next year based on the specific quantity and quality. Princess Zijing asked again, Master Bamboo, the improvement of ordinary life seeds on Liju Peak is greater, right? Do you plan to sell some? The profits of the Fantasy Flame Spider Tribe Caravan are composed of 2 parts. One part comes from the Zerg, mainly trading the force food condensed by the God-given seeds, with low profits but high unit prices. The other part is selling high-quality force food condensed by ordinary life seeds to the Beiwang Beast Tribe, with low unit prices but high profits, and a particularly large trading volume. The insect race restricts the flow of the force food condensed by the God-given seeds to the Northern Wild Beast Tribe. The large and small packages of goods carried by the caravan are mainly ordinary force food purchased from the territories of the county-level insect warriors of various tribes along the way. If the force food produced by a certain ordinary life seed in the territory of a mountain master is of good quality, they will also purchase it. In the past 2 years, Li Zhufeng has used the remains of the world tree for irrigation and growth, and the quality of ordinary life seeds has been significantly improved. Previously, the Chonlu and Yuzhu caravans had proposed to purchase, but were rejected by Bamboo. Bamboo shook his antennae and refused. There are still many beast warriors in Li Zhufeng, and there is a great demand for ordinary force food. There is no surplus to sell. After Bamboo finished speaking, he added, however, in recent years, the growth rate of wild cliff cypress God-given seeds has accelerated, and the quality has been continuously improved. According to my observation, the first metamorphosis and growth should be completed within 5 years. The quality of the condensed cypress seeds will not be too bad, and the quantity is absolutely sufficient. In her early years, Princess Xianghuan visited the wild cliff cypress God-given seeds on the mountain and learned some information. She was surprised and said, so fast? Bamboo said, yes. Princess Xianghuan couldn't help but say again, Master Bamboo, you can take out some of the God-given seeds and sell them to our caravan. The demand is not large. A few bags will do. We will not sell them. We will give them as gifts to those potential warriors along the way. The price is negotiable. Bamboo is willing to reveal more information about good things that can improve the quality of life seeds. So how could he sell them? Bamboo shook his antennae and did not answer. Fragrant Soul Princess was just asking to try, so she did not bother to ask. Bamboo Mountain Master, I remember that the growth potential of the wild Thuja God-given seeds was already good, right? If it is improved, first of all, the yield will definitely not be low, right? Bamboo tapped his antennae and said, the tree is huge, and if nothing unexpected happens, the yield should be quite high. So I plan to split the Thuja seeds produced and sell them equally to your Xianghuan, Balhenia, and Yuzhu 3 caravans. Force food that strengthens the physique is the easiest to sell, and you will make money if you buy it. Thank you. Xianghuan thanked him. Thank you, Mountain Master Bamboo. Princess Zijing followed suit and thanked him. Secretly happy in her heart, she has finally squeezed into the profit circle of Liju Peak, and will be able to earn at least 25,000 raw stones from here every year. In the future, when Bamboo is promoted to princess, the income will increase dramatically. Thinking about it, she swept her mind and realized that Bamboo was already a 6th-age mountain master, and was not far from becoming a princess. It's only been a few years? How come it's so fast? When she thought of the high-quality forest food worth more than 500,000 raw stones purchased by Liju Peak every year, Princess Zijing chose to remain silent. After sending off the caravan, Bamboo returned to Liju Peak and continued to lie down. He no longer went down the mountain easily. Red Rice took turns to go into the jungle to hunt and bring food up the mountain. Baiju was also capable. He hid on the top of Liju Peak and survived until mid-March before entering the next round of genetic evolution. Before falling asleep, Baba helped check and confirm that the probability of failure was less than 5%, which was barely within an acceptable range. After waiting for half a month, Baiju woke up smoothly, which was considered a relatively normal sleeping evolution at the level of the Mountain Master. Chapter 339 1 in 1,000. Princess Qijian seemed to be not so reassured about Bamboo. It was just the beginning of midsummer, and there was still half a year before the longevity banquet. Princess Day was sent over to urge them to set off early to attend the longevity banquet. Travel light, carrying a spider silk bag, which contained 2 boxes. A force crystal storage box, which contained 21 force crystals, 20 of which were used to buy longevity peaches, and the single one was used for miscellaneous expenses. There was also a force food storage box, which was empty and used to hold longevity peaches. It is said that the longevity banquet was also a prosperous and lively trade event. Not only did insect warriors from all over the country and all ethnic groups go there to buy and sell, but there were also many large caravans led by spider kings who came specially. Bamboo planned to pick out the good and expensive ones and purchase a large batch of them, especially small longevity peaches. He would buy as many as he could and bring them back for other members on the mountain to taste. Passing by the Iron Blade Mountains, I asked flame-clustered spotted grass to help carry things and gain some knowledge. Carrying things and flying slowed down the speed a bit, and it took 4 days to arrive at Qijing County. There were also people who arrived earlier. Princess Chue Rong brought the large yellow fruit banyan, and Princess Yoli brought the large fruit tea, and they had been waiting at the foot of Qijin Mountain. As soon as they met, the king of Qijin Cockroach and Princess Yoli directly asked, "You shed your shell and evolved again? It's only been a few years? Are you tired of living?" Especially the king of Qijin Cockroach. He was very angry. It has warned Bamboo more than once that after the Mountain Master level, don't grow too fast. It's easy to get into trouble. The result? It's more excessive each time. The Mountain Master was promoted from the 5th age to the 6th age, and the interval was only 3 years. It was a miracle that he survived. Bamboo was questioned so badly that he finally managed to get away with it, with a bunch of nonsense explanations and swearing. On the other hand, the growth of the big yellow fruit fig was much more normal. It was born only 2 years later than Bamboo. It is currently the L2 Mountain Master, and will be promoted to the L3 Mountain Master. It is not fast, nor slow. There is also the big fruit oil tea of the Oil Pear Princess. It is quite special. Its age is similar to that of the cliff cypress. It was not valued in the early days. After cultivating high-quality oil tea tree species, it suddenly obtained a God-given oil tea seed with great development potential several years later. Then it was valued by the Oil Pear Princess. It can be said that it is a late bloomer. It was promoted to the Mountain Master 1 year earlier than Bamboo, and it is only the L3 Mountain Master now. Bamboo's growth is a bit too fast. After the lesson, the Red Cockroach King greeted and talked about business. "Bamboo, have you brought enough raw stones?" Bamboo replied, "Of course." Red Blatten King said, "This matter is very important. Don't publicize it in advance. When you get the things, don't wander around. Return to the territory immediately, store them, and then consider looking for a buyer." Bamboo said, "Understood." Red Blatten King said, "Our Red Blatten tribe currently has no suitable princess. My suggestion is to sell it to Princess Jiufeng. Their black and white Blatten tribe has no shortage of raw stones. Just ask for a high price, and it will probably work." Bamboo said, "I'll think about it." Red Blatten King then suggested, "There is also the Dalmantis tribe. They are a big tribe in the East region. They have many princess-level warriors who can be used. They have made a fortune recently. They don't mind having too many longevity peaches. They may even offer a higher price than Princess Jiufeng." Bamboo flicked his tentacles and said, "I'll ask too." The Red Blatten King said seriously, "Think carefully before you act on the sale of the longevity peaches. Just ask one family. Don't ask too many questions. If they refuse to sell after asking, you will offend them." Bamboo said, "I understand. That's good. The Red Blatten King said, everyone will fly with their things. It will take about 8 days. Let's set off 2 days in advance. Bamboo. You missed the opportunity to visit the Longevity Blatten King last time. I will ask again this time to see if it works. Princess Yuli said, will this work? The Red Blatten King said, I will ask the Fire Peach Blatten King to see if it works. Bamboo was surprised and asked, Shijin Cockroach King. Why do you have to meet Changsheng County Lord? Is there any benefit? Yes. Shijin Cockroach King simply replied. Changsheng Cockroach King's life is in countdown. And some of the things he left behind will be distributed to recognized younger generations according to tribal rules. Our Shijin Cockroach tribe originated from Shijin County. So we are also eligible. Chuerong County Lord interrupted at the right time and said proudly. The last time Changsheng's birthday banquet, Da Huangguorong visited Changsheng Cockroach King and won his recognition. So, Bamboo, you have to work hard for it. It turned out to be an inheritance issue. The worm is not dead yet, but its descendants are already thinking about its legacy. The Cockroach King has worked hard for the tribe all his life. So sad. Bamboo stammered, I understand. Bamboo was not very interested in meeting the Red Blattle King. The greatest legacy is the remains of the God-given seeds of the cockroach peach after its death. Grinding the remains into sawdust and burying them under the ordinary peach seeds can greatly improve the quality of the seeds. And the effect is that the condensed small peaches have a better effect of prolonging life. Bamboo looked at Da Huangguorong suspiciously. Is the Changsheng Cockroach King too old and blind? Can he even look at such a silly and cute thing? Yin Tabanma also tilted his head and looked at him. This guy is good for nothing except good luck. Right? Da Huangguorong felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, lowered his antennae, and said weakly, the Red Blattish King is very good. It gave me 3 longevity peach seeds. The Red Blattish King explained, the Changsheng Cockroach King will give out a total of 1,000 longevity peach seeds. In the future, the remains of the longevity peach seeds will also be divided into 1,000 portions, and distributed to the corresponding descendants according to the corresponding proportions. 3 is already a lot. Oil. Princess Pear said with emotion, generally, when the younger generation pays a visit, it only gives 1. And even 2 are rare. Bamboo looked at the big fruit tea. How many did you get? Princess Oil Pear helped explain, maybe because the big fruit tea is a little old. The Longevity Cockroach King doesn't like it very much, so he didn't give it any. Big Fruit Tea said, the big yellow fruit banyan gave me 1. Give? Bamboo turned his head and looked at the big yellow fruit banyan. You are so good. Even more generous than me. Giving away a longevity peach seed is equivalent to giving away the remains of the 1,000th of the longevity peach God-given seed. Right? As they were chatting, the yellow-striped mountain master, who was supposed to be guarding the Bluebell Peak of the Jinping Mountains, rushed over. Why are you so slow? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Princess Day gave a lecture, hurried up the mountain, and came down with a spider silk bag, handed it to the yellow-striped mountain master, and told him, I prepared 3,000 raw stones for you. Buy some small longevity peaches, fire peaches, oil peaches, and blood peaches. Eat some of them yourself, and leave some for white velvet and brown skin to take away. I understand. I understand. The yellow-striped mountain lord is the direct descendant of the Day County Lord. Bamboo had long seen that the strength of the Day County Lord was stagnant at the level of the first-year-old County Lord, and no longer improved. The resources she had saved were basically given to the yellow-striped mountain lord. Now, the Day County Lord is not far from the aging period. When she enters the aging period, she can no longer run around like she does now to handle various matters for the Red Blatten King. The Red Blatten King should be planning to train the yellow-striped mountain lord to replace the Day County Lord's position and work in the future. Dogway Yuchao looked at the spider silk bag with sharp eyes and asked in confusion, why is there another force crystal box? Stop talking nonsense. As soon as the question came out, the Will Pear County Lord immediately scolded her severely, saying, don't ask too much. This is not a secret that cannot be told to insects. The Red Blatten King shook his antennae gently and explained, I brought some force crystals to buy a longevity peach. For the development of the Red Blatten Tree C, the Fire Lotus Queen Bee must be promoted to the Insect King. Chapter 340 I'm not pretending. Bamboo and Yenshu Banmao have always been worried about the Red Cockroach King asking for the longevity peach. It's strange that with the thick skin of the Red Cockroach King, why didn't he even squeak? It turns out that it didn't change its nature. But it got the right to buy a longevity peach by itself. It's still not right. Bamboo stared at the spider silk bag held by the yellow-striped mountain master, and glanced at the red cockroach king. Where did the raw stone come from? Did he embezzle the gains of other warriors in the last treasure hunt in the colorful maze? Or is he shameless and asked other warriors to borrow money without interest? Looking at Princess Yuli, her reaction was flat. She should have known the news a long time ago. Looking at Princess Juerong, she was surprised and looked at the red cockroach king in confusion, waiting for an explanation. The big yellow fruit banyan was so happy that he cheered. Great! The fire lotus queen bee can also be promoted to the insect king. The red bladden king was very dissatisfied with the attitude of Bamboo and Princess Juerong, and was very angry. He explained, the raw stones are the income of my territory in recent years, and I have saved them slowly. Bamboo and Princess Juerong were even more unconvinced. You just paid off your foreign debt a few years ago. Right? The red bladden king said, after the last treasure hunt, many warriors in our tribe became rich, and the pressure on Qijing County was much less. I can reduce the aid of about 50,000 raw stones every year. Princess Day helped to add, the fire lotus queen bee came from Chongsheng County, and it only needed 1 million raw stones to buy this Chongsheng fruit. 1 million. Bamboo was stunned and asked, why do I have to pay 2 million? Qijing Cockroach King said, the fire lotus queen bee is a direct descendant of the brown peach queen bee. The status of the brown peach queen bee in Qijing County is no less than that of the fire peach cockroach king and the nectarine cockroach king. I spent an extra 200,000 raw stones privately, confirmed a purchase quota with the fire peach cockroach king, and asked the brown peach queen bee for help to finalize the price. It was that simple. After the red cockroach king finished speaking, he reminded, don't spread this matter everywhere. Especially you, Princess Yuli. Don't tell everything. And you, Bamboo. How many force crystals did you bring? When you go to Chongsheng County, remember to keep a low profile when purchasing things. Princess Yuli also asked, Bamboo. How many force crystals did you bring? 21. Bamboo was depressed and asked, is there any other way to buy the longevity peach? Can I buy it with 1 million raw stones? Flame-clustered spotted grass finally found an opportunity to use his expertise, and said, I heard that the longevity peach is sold by the fire peach cockroach king? The fire peach cockroach king is easy to talk to. We can give it 500,000 raw stones privately, and ask it to be more flexible, and make 500,000 in a blink of an eye. It's not as simple as you think. Red Blattle King said, there are only 33 longevity peaches in total, and there are 10 fixed quotas internally. The competition is extremely fierce. The fire lotus queen bee was able to get one entirely because of the brown peach queen bee. There is nothing else I can do. Princess Yuli said, Bamboo, you brought too many raw stones. How many things are you going to buy? Just you and flame-clustered grass? Can you carry it back? Bamboo asked, aren't there wealthy warriors from various tribes and a large number of caravans participating in the birthday banquet? Aren't there other particularly valuable good things? Princess Yuli said, looking at the entire 10,000 races continent. Except for the longevity peach. There are only a few force fruits produced by other god-given seeds that can be sold for more than 3,000 raw stones per piece. What other good things do you want to buy? Princess Day added, original stones that cost more than 3,000 each are often rare and precious, and in short supply. It is impossible for you to buy them in large quantities. Day, go get 3,000 trivial raw stones for Bamboo. The red bladden king flapped his wings and said, don't waste time. Let's set off early. The group set off. The red bladden king brought the yellow-striped mountain master, who carried the spider silk bag. Princess Yuli brought the large fruited tea, and Princess Chuang brought the large yellow fruited banyan. The things were all handed over to the two juniors to carry. Bamboo looked at himself and asked for trouble. He brought a direct elder out, but he had to carry the things himself. It was very embarrassing. I couldn't help thinking, should I bring a junior out to see the world next time? I changed my mind. Thinking about it, it's still not right. Li Zhufeng is full of misfits. None of them can be on the stage. The oil pear princess is active. After flying for a while, she couldn't stand it anymore and asked the red cockroach king, Red Cockroach King, does Bamboo have a chance to meet the longevity cockroach king? The red cockroach king said, the fire peach cockroach king has a very good impression of Bamboo. I mentioned it last time. The fire peach cockroach king's tone was slightly relaxed. He said that we will talk about it when the time comes. He told me to go there 2 days in advance. No wonder you are so anxious. Then 9 out of 10 will succeed. The oil pear princess was happy at first, and then chatted and asked, how many ordinary longevity peach seeds do you think Bamboo can get? The red cockroach king said, it's hard to say. The longevity cockroach king doesn't seem to like smart insects. Bamboo is too smart. I don't think it will work. Princess Yoli said something, slowed down her flying speed, and found Bamboo at the back of the team. Bamboo, when you meet the cockroach king, don't show how smart you are. Understand? Bamboo was speechless. The cockroach king is not a fool. It is impossible for him to reward stupid juniors. Right? The oil pear princess waved her antennae, pointed at the rhubarb banyan flying not far away, and said, learn more from it. Pretend to be stupid. The rhubarb banyan was not convinced and shouted, I'm not pretending. Yes, you are not pretending. You are really stupid. The princess of the weeping banyan next to her was in a mess. Her wings were flapping in disorder, and she fell to the ground. Weeping banyan, what's wrong with you? The rhubarb banyan exclaimed, flapped its wings, and chased down with all its might. Hee hee. The flame-clustered spotted grass was the first to laugh. Ha ha. The oil pear princess laughed. Ha ha ha. Bamboo and the rhubarb banyan laughed along. The vast plains and jungles are vast and green, boundless. In the distance, a patch of earthy yellow is particularly eye-catching. Ahead is the peach forest of Cheongshung County. The princess of oil pear reminded Bamboo and Yentu Bamao, who came here for the first time, saying, you can't fly in the forest, and you can't walk around at will. Our Chi Black tribe belongs to the Fire Black Kingdom, and there is a special plank road for passage. There is a special trade road for caravans to trade in Chijin County, and there is another special plank road for foreign warriors to come, leading directly to the trading square. The king of Chijin Blat led the way and landed on a flat square that had been hardened with earth and stone. Ahead is the peach forest, a flat road about 10 meters wide, which is also hardened with earth and stone, leading directly to the distance. In front of the plank road, 2 princess-level warriors of the Flying Fire Black tribe led 50 mountain lord-level warriors to guard, with the dual perception enhancement of the force and the force veins. Bamboo clearly captured that a large number of high-level warriors were neatly distributed at the edge of the nearby peach forest. It was the season when peaches ripened, and there was a buzzing sound in the peach forest, which was the bees harvesting. They defended so closely mainly to prevent some warriors with bad intentions from breaking into the peach forest and stealing seeds. After more than 1,000 years of selective breeding, every ordinary peach tree planted in the peach forest of Cheongshung County is a high-quality tree species that has been carefully selected. Pick a peach fruit at random, and the seeds will be nurtured into live seeds, and the annual output will be much higher than the tree species collected in the wild. The richness of Cheongshung County lies in the geographical advantages. The entire county is rich in force, and the second is to master a large number of high-quality tree species. The key is to have both the 2 top categories of Cheongshung peaches and tongue trees. The red bladdish king and the 2 princess-level warriors guarding the plank road should know each other. After chatting for a few words, he called out, let's go! After that, he took the lead and walked towards the plank road with the yellow-striped mountain master. Entering the forest base of another tribe is a very serious matter. In order to avoid suspicion, try to walk in the middle of the road. The avocado princess followed the red bladdish king with the big fruit tea. The weeping banyan princess followed the avocado princess with the big yellow fruit banyan. The bamboo followed the flame-clustered spotted grass at the end, flying high in the sky. Judging from the bird's eye view, the forest is composed of peach forests, with a total area of more than 100 square kilometers. The journey is still very long. After walking for a distance, the red bladdish king began to speed up and led everyone to jog. After half a day, they stopped at a fork in the road. The red bladden king called out, Bamboo, follow me. Princess Yoli turned around and explained to Yenchu Banmao, who is coming for the first time. This plank road leads to the Cheongshung mountain range, to meet the Cheongshung Blatten King and the Fire Peach Blatten King. However, we have to take this road to the trading square. 3,000 raw stones were packed in a separate python skin bag. Bamboo took it out and handed it to Yenchu Banmao, and reminded him, go shopping first. Mainly buy force food that can strengthen the body. Don't think it's too expensive. The more types the better. And buy a moderate amount of each. Chapter 341. thousands of years of heritage. Prosperity. From Zhejiang County to the north, the landform gradually becomes a plain forest, with isolated peaks occasionally and mountains rarely seen. The Changsheng Mountains are winding like a long snake, spanning more than 100 kilometers from east to west. It is the only mountain range in the northern plains of the Fire Crab Kingdom. The mountain range is very small, with an overall height of only about 100 meters. There are no peaks, but there are sparsely raised small hills. To the south of the mountain range is a sea of peach trees, and peach trees are the iconic plants of Changsheng County. To the north of the mountain range is a sea of tung trees, and tung trees are the iconic plants of the entire flying fire crab tribe. At present, all matters in Changsheng County are managed by the Fire Cockroach King and the Nectarine Cockroach King. The Fire Cockroach King is older. He watched our Red Cockroach tribe break away from Changsheng County and develop independently, starting from the Nectarine County and gradually multiplying to the present day. The Fire Cockroach King does not reject our tribe, but he is not so close to us. If you have any trouble, you can ask him for help. Just give him enough raw stones. The Red Cockroach King began to give a brief introduction to Bamboo. The Nectarine Cockroach King was newly promoted 100 years ago. He was born late and was young and energetic. He thought that our Red Cockroach tribe took away too many resources and was very dissatisfied. He was somewhat repulsive and looked down on us. After he took over the internal affairs of Changsheng County, he gradually stopped assisting the Red Cockroach tribe. The relationship was extremely bad. Therefore, no matter if there was something wrong, you didn't need to ask him for help. Bamboo said, "I understand." After walking a distance, a whole row of huge trees that stood tall and straight came into view. They are all tree-like God-given seeds, 14 in number. The Red Bladdish King waved his tentacles while hurrying on his way, and began to introduce them one by one, saying, "That one is called Broken Ice Crisp Peach, which is the first God-given seed that the Longevity Bladdish King obtained in his early years, and it strengthens the water element ability. The tree species is not particularly excellent. You see, its height is much shorter than the Longevity Peach next to it. Next to the Crushed Ice Crisp Peach God-given species is the famous Longevity Peach God-given species." Bamboo roughly estimated that the tree trunk is more than 100 meters tall, belonging to the kind of short and fat shaped tree species, and the horizontal scale of the tree trunk is also very impressive. Such a huge tree. Every time it blooms, there are only 33 peach fruits. I don't need to say more about the Longevity Peach, right? The Red Bladden King waved his antennae and continued to introduce, saying, "To the west of the Longevity Peach, there is a wild tung God-given species, which has completed 2 metamorphosis and growth. Further west, there is still a wild tung God-given species, which has also completed 2 metamorphosis and growth. They are all produced from the tung tree sea in the north. Further west, there is a wild red date tree God-given seed, which strengthens the basic physique. It was seized from the beast warriors when the Changsheng Cockroach King was expanding the land in his early years. It has completed 2 metamorphosis and growth. The Changsheng Cockroach King has only 2 God-given seeds of his own, but he has left a full 10 wild tree God-given seeds for the tribe. Each of them is a high-quality tree that has been screened and confirmed to have development potential and is worth cultivating. And the smallest one has completed a metamorphosis and growth. In Changsheng County, ordinary warriors are rich enough, and after being promoted to senior warriors, they do not need help from their own tribe. Therefore, the Changsheng Cockroach King has set up a treasure house. Every time the raw stones obtained from the sale of the Changsheng peaches at the Changsheng birthday banquet are collected and stored in the treasure house. After prosperity comes the decline period. The raw stones stored in the treasure house and the wild God-given seeds on the mountains can help Changsheng County overcome difficulties, ensure the continuous inheritance of bloodlines, and survive until the next round of revival cycle. Bamboo couldn't help shaking his antennae and sighed. Our Red Cockroach tribe is too poor. Your Liju Peak is not poor. The Red Cockroach King waved his antennae and pointed to the 2 God-given species on the westernmost side, and continued to introduce. The Fire Peach Cockroach King and the Longevity Cockroach King live next to each other. That is the Fire Peach tree God-given species of the Fire Peach Cockroach King, which strengthens the flame ability and is a rare top-grade quality. The other is the Green Walnut God-given species, which was found in the wild jungle. The tree species is not excellent enough, and it strengthens the grass ability. Only the lower top-grade quality. Only the lower top grade? Isn't this excellent enough? The God-given species of the trees in the mountain range are all precious tree species. In comparison, the green walnut is indeed slightly inferior. Bamboo was powerless to refute and asked, don't the Chongsheng Cockroach King and the Fire Peach Cockroach King have God-given seeds of poor quality? For example, herbs. Qijian Cockroach King said, the warriors in the Sea of Trees are all focused on managing the Sea of Trees. And the God-given seeds are mainly from the Sea of Trees. They will not spend time, and have no time to go to the wild jungle to find God-given seeds. My Qijian Sea of Trees is now gradually entering this mode. This is a truly prosperous clan. The rich heritage accumulated over the long years. In comparison, Lizufeng and Qijian County are really just remote mountain valleys. While walking quickly and chatting, they were already close to the mountains without realizing it. The wide road is divided into many winding paths. In front is a large peach forest with extremely tall trees, all of which are ordinary peach trees. Qijian Cockroach King said, this is the territory of the Fire Peach Cockroach King. There are other cockroach warriors visiting inside. Let's wait here for a while. Remember, Bamboo was secretly spreading his divine consciousness to spy on the specific situation in the peach forest. To be promoted to the Cockroach King, one should breed 45 live seeds. No more. No less. In the territory of the Fire Peach Cockroach King, the largest number is the ordinary longevity peach. The number is an integer of 20. Some are in the flowering period. Some are in the peach fruit ripening period. And some are in the fruit resting period. In addition, there are 10 non-peach tree live seeds, all of which are high-quality tree species, which should have been bred when the Fire Peach Cockroach King was still a junior warrior. The peach kernel is relatively large, and only intermediate warriors have the ability to include it in the bag. In addition, there are various peach tree live seeds. The specific tree species are different. A total of 16 trees. And the Fire Peach tree live seeds cultivated by it personally are the most. In total, the number is wrong. There are also 2 God-given seeds on the mountain. The total number of plants planted by the Fire Cockroach King has reached 48. After Bamboo was puzzled, he immediately realized the Fire Cockroach King is still consuming resources to grow after being promoted to the Cockroach King. It should be the L4 Cockroach King now. How many resources does the Cockroach King need to grow every year? This can explain why the Fire Cockroach King wants to use his power to privately make money. A Cockroach King with ideals and pursuits. Bamboo commented silently. A familiar breath appeared in the perception range. A black and white figure was walking out along the path. Princess Jiufeng. The Red Cockroach King greeted her warmly and asked, how? No. Princess Jiufeng was in a very bad mood. She shook her antennae gently, and then nodded to Bamboo and the Red Cockroach King respectively, which was considered a greeting, and then left quickly. Red Cockroach King. Hey, there is also Bamboo. You are willing to come? The Fire Cockroach King's divine thoughts came from the depths of the peach forest. Bamboo followed the Red Cockroach King and walked towards the cave where the Fire Cockroach King lived. Bamboo suppressed his divine thoughts and said, Princess Jiufeng wants to buy the longevity peach, and she seems very anxious. It is about to enter the aging period. The Red Cockroach King said, don't worry. It can't buy it. Bamboo asked, why? The Red Cockroach King said, it's a long story. Before you were born, the Red Cockroach tribe and the Black and White Cockroach tribe had a fierce conflict on the border. I visited the Longevity Cockroach King and got his promise that I would never sell the Longevity Cockroach to the Black and White Cockroach tribe. Sinister. Bamboo was speechless. If you don't want to sell it, let me know. At least give me a quick death. Princess Jiufeng always comes here for the longevity banquet. Is she just playing? Come to the cave where the Fire Cockroach King lives. When they were treasure hunting in the Orchid Mountains, they had become very familiar with each other. After a simple greeting, the Fire Cockroach King asked, have you brought all the raw stones? Of course. The Red Cockroach King directly took out the force crystal storage box in the spider silk bag and handed it to the Fire Cockroach King. Pay first, then get the goods? Bamboo didn't know the transaction process very well, so he followed it. Took out the box, opened it, took out another force crystal, closed the box lid, and handed the box forward directly. The Fire Cockroach King simply counted and confirmed the number, put the box away, and sent it to the cave next to it. Bamboo moved his position and looked around. Most insect warriors trade with ordinary raw stones. At this time, The warehouse next to the living cave was half full, and there were several force crystal storage boxes. The Fire Peach Cockroach King warned, the longevity peaches will begin to mature the day after tomorrow, and 3 will mature at noon every day for 11 days. Close relations will be given priority. You will come over the day after tomorrow in the evening. The Fire Cockroach King looked at Bamboo and said, "Are you planning to purchase a batch of high-quality force food? Then you must act quickly. Get the longevity peaches. Don't stay and leave directly." Bamboo replied, "Understood." The Fire Cockroach King asked, "You all plan to use the metal boxes that hold force food to hold the longevity peaches, right?" The Red Cockroach King said. "Yes." The Fire Cockroach King said, "Give me the box." Red Blatches King and Bamboo took out the box immediately. Fire Cockroach King turned around and put it in the cave where he lived. There were already more than 10 boxes like this in the cave. Red Blatches King asked, "Fire Cockroach King, what I mentioned to you last time about visiting the immortal Blatches King, how is it?" Fire Cockroach King looked at Bamboo and said simply, 10 portions of yuzu bamboo rice. He's asking for a reward again. Bamboo said, 1 portion. Fire Cockroach King said firmly, 10 portions. 2 portions. 10 portions. 5 portions. If it doesn't work, forget it. Okay. The Fire Cockroach King shook his antennae and released a wireless signal. After a while, a Mountain Master level warrior dragged a fresh beef leg over. The Fire Cockroach King took out a colorful metal plate from the cave and handed it to Bamboo, saying, "The immortal Cockroach King likes fresh beef the most, especially leg meat. Bamboo, you take it and slice the meat. Put it on the food plate and send it into the cave." The wealthy insects began to pay attention to their diet. The colorful metal plate is called the food plate. It is produced in the Golden Mantis Kingdom. There are peach tree reliefs inside and outside, which are exquisite and lifelike. Eating is to cut it first and put it on the food plate, and then enjoy it slowly when it is ready. Remember to be meticulous and cut it thinly. The Red Cockroach King warned, the immortal Cockroach King will ask you some questions. Just answer truthfully. Don't believe the words of the Oil Pear Princess. Don't play dumb. And don't be smart. The Fire Cockroach King also warned, the immortal Cockroach King has seen countless insects in his life. He can tell what kind of insect you are at a glance. Remember not to play those useless tricks in front of him.